Welcome back to Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus. I'm Laura Nisi here today with Ali Najad and Randy Liu. Ali, Randy, how are you feeling today? Ali, I feel like you're refreshed. You hit up the spa today.
Yeah, well, you did too. So
did.
let's not forget why it is that you know that. And shout out, by the way, to Paul Pua's personal chef, who is running the kitchen over at the private restaurant that we have each time that we come to Cyprus. Had a little sweet and sour chicken, so the spa was offset by perhaps some less than healthy choices for lunch. But I didn't get the memo, guys, about the black today. I don't remember the group chat saying anything, so I guess I'm feeling blue compared to everybody today.
Randy, you get up to anything?
I tried to hit the gym today.
I feel like we didn't invite you, and now
no,
it's a bit
I was
awkward.
invited, Ali, right?
Yes,
fair. Ollie did invite
you didn't invite Randy.
Yeah,
By the way,
I
I
did not
also
get an invitation from you.
Tried to hit the gym. Every day I try to hit the gym. I fail miserably, but I tried.
Well, that's what counts, right? Not really. Well, we have a lot to get through, so we're going to get straight into it. Yesterday, obviously, we turned our attention to the 50K 6 Max, where we found yet another first-time champion. Ali, you were the one calling the action.
Yeah, we took it right up until the final table, and then we handed it off to Randy and Henry, who actually took us down to the winner. We won't give you any spoilers, of course, but we will give you a recap as we take the video from the 7 players who were at the final table of the 50K, and the chip leader coming in, no one would have imagined would be the first player out, but it was Fedor Holz who took 2 jacks up against the ace king of both KT and Ben Tollerine, and unfortunately for him, being covered, it was not to be. 3-6-8, and you'd think everything was good. 9 on the turn, sure. Things seem safe still, don't they? Oops. King of clubs on the river. And that was it for Fedor Holz. Always gracious in defeat, which is not something he experiences too often. That 7th place finish was good for $260,000. And with 6 remaining, it was then the turn of Isaac Haxton, who marked his return to live tournament poker in Madrid. And this his 2nd series since. His pocket 8s would be outflopped by Matthias Eibinger's ace 3 and unable to improve on the turn for the river. Didn't pick up a straight draw that he might have been hoping for, and so the 6 of club would seal his fate as the 6th place finisher. He picked off $340,000 of the total prize pool for that finish, and then Matthias Eibinger, having absorbed Haxton's chips, was unable to fare much better. As Peter Ertz opened to $300,000. Tollerine with 3 bets of 1.4. Eibinger, off of what was now a 600K stack roughly, would get it in there. His ace 10 in trouble against ace queen. King 9-7, all clubs. Eibinger did have the better of the 2 flush draws. It would not materialize on the turn, and to make matters worse, Tollerine would hit the queen. That would, of course, give Eibinger a straight draw to go with the flush draw, but unfortunately for him, the 6 of spades would mark his departure. And Tollerine, having polished off Eibinger, found himself in the on-deck circle as he would finish in 4th place after he took an ace 8 of spades up against Peter Ertz' king 10 of spades. You'd think you were in good shape, in particular on the 9-7-3 all-club board where Ertz was just pulling at 6 outs twice, and he didn't have to wait as the 10 of diamonds on the turn put him in front. Tollerine needed an ace, a jack, or a 6 with that straight draw, and instead found himself a 4 of hearts. GGs were issued, and $535K was sent to Tollerine, who was trying to chase back-to-back wins after taking down the 30K. Then KT, Kanapong Tanaratakul, who has cashed all 3 events thus far, found himself sitting on a queen 7, and unfortunately he shared a 7 with Peter Ertz, who had king high and had him in horrific shape. 7 for the chop, queen for the win, and instead it was a 9, as his hand never improved. 3rd place finish, good for $646,000. And that left Sam Grafton to contend with Peter Ertz, having avoided any confrontations up until that point in the event. Of course, you can't hide when your head's up. And Ertz had him covered with an ace-deuce, which he jammed, and you would think Grafton would be ecstatic about having Ertz dominated, in particular with that Jack 9-7 board. And we'll get back to that video shortly, I hope. There it is. Ace-Queen, thought it was sitting pretty, and then that big, beautiful deuce of clubs. And Peter Ertz, you can see him just sympathizing with Grafton, who was left pulling at just a queen. And instead, the 6 would roll off, and Grafton would issue the handshake to the Triton first-timer. Peter Ertz, the Belgian, picking up a title. And 1.47 million, leaving Sam Grafton to take down 994,000. By the way, Grafton spun from 5 big blinds with 7 players left to finish in second. So obviously nothing to hang his head about in terms of result. But, you know, 3-outers are 3-outers. And at the end of the day, that's what it took for the Belgian to take it down. Of course, he has that beautiful Shambhala bracelet coming his way as well. And the theme that emerges, Laura, is that bubble the previous event and then get yourself a very nice deep run in the following event. Ertz, the pure bubble in the 30K, wins the 50K. And prior to that, Yuri Zivalevsky was the pure bubble in the 25K and then finished second in the 30K. So perhaps a little bit of a theme emerging. Who was it that bubbled?
Yuri.
So Yuri bubbled this.
Bubbled the event 1 and then
right,
came
but
second.
what about the 50K pure bubble? It was
Oh,
Ertz, right? No, Ertz is winning the 50K. Who was it that bubbled the 50K as we look for
I'm not
for that?
even sure.
I'll find it.
And then keep an eye on them.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, the new faces, another theme as well. First-time winners. Of course, Patrick Antonius has played Triton events in the past, but took down event number 1. And then Ben Tollerine, a first-timer, taking it down. Peter Ertz, another first-timer, taking it down. Granted, when they comprise a decent chunk of the field, we expect that to happen. But what do you attribute the solid performances from these guys to, Randy?
I mean, like, all these guys are amazing players. The other day, Peter Ertz has actually been having a phenomenal past couple weeks. He was playing the GG Poker Online bracelet events. He won one. Couple days later, he gets 3rd place in the 10K Super Millions. Comes to his Triton debut, ships what so far the biggest tournament we ran, right? 1.5 million up top. These guys are phenomenal players. They, you know, some of them primarily played online before, like Ben Tollerine, like Ertz, who've been crushing. But then we got the OGs like Patrick Antonius, just showing you how to get it done, making some sick hero calls that some of these other guys will just snap fold because maybe their solvers say so.
If you don't know about the Jack Deuce hero call that Antonius made, find it, watch it. It really was a stunner. It was for his tournament life in a 3-barrel spot with 4 overcards on the board. Just an absolutely ridiculous decision.
There's a clip of it on our social media, Twitter and Instagram, that they can find.
Please, by all means, go out there and find it. And so I think what's to be gleaned there, Randy, is just because they're new faces to Triton doesn't mean that they're wrecks or that they're new to poker by any stretch of the imagination. These guys are cobbling results out there online. Finally maybe spun up a roll or maybe got some backing that would allow them to come in and test their mettle here in these Triton series with these heightened buy-ins. So, you know, let's not sleep on them just because, you know, they're new to us. Speaking of on the newer side of the spectrum, Laura Kanapong, the 3 straight cashes. Now he's in the 75K. He actually was having lunch with his crew, the Thai contingent. Henry and I were there after the spa and seemed relaxed, seemed like right at home. It doesn't feel intimidated. And also, just seems like he's enjoying himself. And there's something to be said for that. When you're out there not feeling the stress and the weight of the moment and instead just really relaxed, you tend to perform. And he's got a shot at making it 4 cashes. He just showed up for the first time in Madrid, Randy. And these Thai guys can play.
Yeah, they certainly can play. You know, KT, the first 2 final tables, he was really solid, had a short stack, so I didn't know what kind of game he had. But yesterday's final table, he was making some sick plays.
He was.
Like 4 high, just barreling off into Grafton, got him to fold the best hand. You know, he seems like a really, just having a relaxed time, like you said. You know, he's rocking that Jacob & Co. Roulette watch, you know, and I heard it cost like $675,000.
Oh, no. It gets more expensive every time we talk about it, if I'm being honest. And I've been saying that I want to go to dinner with the guy so I can play credit card roulette with an actual roulette watch. But I didn't even take advantage of it at lunch today. I should have been like, hey, would you mind just, you know, Henry and I are trying to flip for the check. Just a little wine to the watch, black, red. I mean, it works. It's a real roulette wheel and a freaking watch. Who makes that? It's awesome.
And after all of that, we jumped straight into the 75K. That's going to be happening shortly. That's 8-handed, and there were 71 entries there. But late reg, did stay open until start of day today. So, I mean, that number is going to rise. Actually,
We're at
I think
88 entries.
we are.
Right now.
I think so. We've got 17 more in today.
Yeah.
And we can see behind us here on the screen.
And that's still
So,
a lot of entries, Laura, for a 75K. I mean, it's not the
Yeah.
131 record-setting event number
Yeah.
1. Event number 2, I think, was 122 or 23 entries in total, despite
Mm-hmm.
being clicked up to 30K. The 50K did well for itself. You know, once you start getting into the 75Ks, you kind of expect the fields to dwindle a little bit. But most of the guys are still right here, ponying up. Especially those who have already cashed in those first 2 or 3 events. You know, you can kind of parlay your way into the bigger stuff. And, you know, these fields, there's EV. There's, you know, not everybody's a killer, right?
Brian Rast yesterday was saying he didn't have hopes that we would beat the record again of 131, but we might see it in the main event, even though it's 100K. It's still a very popular tournament.
Yeah, it's not impossible. And then, of course, the short deck fields tend to be a little bit leaner just because less familiarity with that particular discipline. You know, obviously all the Triton regulars from, you know, the Asian side of the player pool will be there with that. I don't know if we're going to beat it. You think?
I'm
put
being
your money
optimistic.
On the, yeah.
I'm not putting money on it now. Hold up.
You're like, relax, Ali. I'm just hosting the show here,
Yes.
trying to get us talking about some things. Let's talk about the 75K, though, shall we, a little bit?
Yeah, Soy's in the lead there. Yuri second again, who came second and bubbled event number 1.
Yeah.
So he's having a great series so far. As we said, the prize pool info we don't have yet. Hopefully we'll have that shortly.
Yeah, it's still developing, obviously, with the late reg.
And I think we're going to look at the tables that we're going to be showing.
Why not?
Yeah.
We've got 2 feature tables, as always, in the 75K. We'll take the first of the 2 of them. And notice when it's 8-handed, you've got a little bit more to contend with here. And on the topic of contention, how about former main event champion, defending reigning main event champion, Espen Jorstad, continuing his participation thus far. Not sure how Espen's done for himself. 2 cashes, so in the 30K and the 50K, failed to cash in the 25K. He's looking all right. And, of course, you got to deal with Phil Ivey here and Victor Malinowski, Randy.
Hey, but look at this. If you look very carefully at this table, do you notice there's a bunch of guys with 200K straight, 20 big blinds? They're the ones that ponied up to 75K today,
Just
last minute, just to get in.
Yeah, 4 of them. Ivan Liao, Sam Grafton, Santosh Suvarna, and Victor Malinowski both decided they didn't want to hop in yesterday, hopping in today instead. Then at our other feature table, let's get there. We have Morten Klein, currently 3rd in chips overall, behind Michael Soiza and Yuri Zivalevsky. Neither of them at this table. Means Morten will be the boss stack out here. And then you got those 20 BB stacks of Antonius, Petrangelo, and Mateos, all top-tier professionals. So obviously they're going to know how to navigate that. Also seeing Tom Vogelsang out there for the first time, Randy. He was making waves in Madrid, mostly due to his style, I'll be honest. But Vogel, as we take a look at his performance out there in Madrid, did not cash, but in that warm-up here in Cyprus, he finished 2nd. 100K, 8 max main, $1.4 million. That is the bulk of his Triton earnings. And maybe there's something in the water out here in Cyprus that he likes. We'll see how he fares here in the 75K.
And yeah, just to note that today we're not going to have another event starting today because we have the Coin Rivet Players Party, my favorite part of every series, the Players Party. So we'll be blowing off some steam tonight, and we will also, that's where the seat draw is going to take place.
Yeah, all of those guys eagerly awaiting to find out what their fate is. But, you know, the format of the event, Randy, is much like that Triton Million that we had out in London. We keep things separate.
Yeah. So we've got all the businessmen who invited 1 pro each, and on day 1, all the businessmen are going to play against each other. No pros will be thrown in there, and all the pros will be playing against each other, and just kind of levels the playing field. You know, the businessmen who aren't playing all the time will be able to play against like skilled opponents. Although there's some people in there who are quite strong, of course.
No doubt about it.
So yeah, I think it's a nice setup.
And then in day 2, they wait how long before they merge the fields?
We're going to have 4 levels of seated tables. Therefore, if there's a table of 8, 4 VIPs, 4 professional pros.
To the extent we're able to balance it based on who's still left in the event, obviously. And then after the end of 4 levels is when we're going to merge everything, and then
a complete random draw.
A grab bag. That's when things get really exciting. What do you think right now, if you both had to make predictions with respect to what portion of the field at the merge is going to be pro and what portion is going to be recreational, businessmen?
Oh God.
I'm going 50-50.
Are you
I'm
really
in.
going 50-50?
Keep it simple.
What do you think?
I
60,
feel
40?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 70-30.
70-30 pros and
Yeah,
businessmen.
yeah.
I
Oh,
guess
she
I gotta
meant
say
70
60-40 though.
businessmen.
70 actual
Yeah, yeah,
businessmen. It was just a raw count over there. Well, obviously, time's going to tell. And on the topic of time, I think we're out of it, aren't
Yeah,
we?
I think we're moments away from going live, so I'm gonna leave you to it, and we'll get back to the 75K.
Sounds good. Thanks, Laura. Oh. The exotic music being chosen for today. Very on brand. As we begin today's coverage, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. It is the $75,000 event number 5. 8 max no limit hold'em, of course, at Triton Series. We do not have any event number 4s. Call it superstition. One of our 2 featured tables where we find the top 3 stack of Morton Klein. Taking a pass here, Cale Burns, the Aussie. 66 bigs behind him. And now Danny Tang, 41 bigs. I ran into Danny recently, actually, Randy, after you and I had been in the booth with one another, and he said, "Oh, so I'm just one of the top players in Hong Kong, huh?" And I think it was something that you had mentioned. So you got us both in hot water. I said, "I'm the guy that jumped in there and said, you're one of the top players outside of Hong Kong." And he goes, "Okay, I'm going to go back and listen and make sure you said that." I said, "Come on, buddy. I covered for us." There's your Event 1 champion, the Finn, Patrick Antonius.
Technically, what I said is still a true statement.
Yeah, but you know how it is. People are always going to look for the slight.
214. How do I have this?
Stack is run, I think.
Did you mess up the change time? Check your.
You know, I had.
Did you pay an ante?
I had 214. I paid ante, yeah.
184.
You're right. I had 214.
10K missing. Did you pay 2 antes?
Yes, he called it
214 is not first start.
30,000.
Yeah, 214 is my starting stack, but look what I have.
Is it minus 30, Patrick?
180, huh?
Is it minus 30? Yeah, minus 30. 20 plus 10 equals 30.
240.
214 minus 30. 184. Correcto.
Mine's correct.
Patrick.
Okay, I'm correct. It's just the morning. I'm not a morning person.
Me neither.
I do need an espresso, but maybe it's too early. I gotta time it out for that.
All right, so a little bit of accounting being done here as Patrick confesses that maybe he was wrong and he's just not up to snuff just yet, as he ends up taking a pot here.
He's more of a live read kind of player than a math player, possibly. But onto this hand, as we bring up the whole cards shortly.
19.
Bear with us. There they are.
What is this?
2 4s and a jack on the board as Antonius defended with ace-8, Mateos with
love this.
pocket
Can I
5s.
have a cup of ice?
The best hand to the mug.
A cup of ice in here.
There. Take it.
Fired.
No, keep that there. Just bring me
Another ace in the pot as well, so Antonius, rather fortunate, didn't come ace-highs. He would have been out
You're
fishing.
going to love this.
And a Coke Zero.
This is pepper.
No more
Chocolate. Yeah.
It's
and
gonna
a
be,
Coke
but you did never saw this one coming.
hot chocolate. Yeah. And a Coca-Cola Zero.
Wait, can I have a peppermint tea? The one, the Lipton bag with no caffeine? No, keep this one, it's no problem. Okay, a
Yeah, we
peppermint
have a break
tea
in 2
bag.
hours. There's no way I'm gonna
In
have
hot,
coffee and just
and then a
shit
cup
on
of
my
ice.
pants.
What's the line on Cale Burns getting a peppermint tea? I feel as though whatever it was that was in that little
Okay, I guess I lost
ramekin
my
that he
first
showed
switch, so you're all fucked now.
Mateos was actual pepper
You want some pepper, my
that was brought with his tea. That's the vibe I get.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. I don't think he's getting peppermint tea. Let's get some pepper and some mint.
She's like, "I brought you pepper."
Even English-speaking people can't
Maybe.
understand me.
Maybe some mint to go with it. Mateos has upgraded from pocket 5s to pocket jacks here. Blinds are at 5 and 10,000 with a 10K ante, by the way. So this
Shall I put some
20K
pepper
is a
in?
min raise.
My tea? Live a little?
Would be fun.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm putting
Vogel
pepper in.
sings
I'm living.
here, pocket 9s. First time I've seen him here. Cyprus. Jams it in, and we've got it in versus jacks.
We sure do. Vogel saying, not in great shape. The ace, king, queen board favoring Mateos. Good news is he does have Mateos covered. The 8 was in the neighborhood. The heart was never going to be the card. And the 6 keeps it clean. So Mateos is going to take a big chunk out of the Dutchman's stack as they were
Little brother, strong player.
pretty close to start the hand. And that is
Lucky
going to
one.
leave Vogel on fumes.
I put pepper in there. Let's see.
Not the way he scripted the start to the afternoon, Randy.
No. 260.
What?
This is
Yeah, I don't think pepper belongs to tea. Not decided.
265.
And for Mateos, the inverse.
Dark spice.
As this is exactly how he wanted to start the day. It's going to put him up over 50 bigs.
Maybe I should have said that was perfect and got a different one. Right? I'm pretty stupid.
Mateos has over $1 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of 2 cashes.
Man, I'm really stupid.
Has not cashed in his 3 attempts thus far here.
Depends.
Did finish 10th in Madrid.
Tournament, size of the pairs.
The 50K no limit. And then
Players.
way back in 2017 in Macau, his very first ever Triton event. He
I feel like
finished
it's
4th in the main,
very enjoyable, like, depending upon the company.
890,000.
This stage of
Here's Ivan Lau. Ivan Lau busted late last night, registered last second into this tournament. There's the second place guy, Grafton. So a lot of these guys bought in last second.
And Malinowski with an ace-king off of a relatively shallow stack is jamming into Ivy. 16 bigs.
160?
Ivy does have him covered and has an ace in the big.
Ace is pretty good here. Guy just registered. Is probably looking to chip up a bit. Usually you're not in love with it, but it's just the best hand a good amount of time. But can he find a laydown?
And even when it is the best hand, Randy, as you see Ivy making the call and he will be dominated, how well does it perform against a full run out and sort of the range that we would expect Malinowski to have? It's not.
It doesn't
dominant,
crush.
exactly.
It's just slightly winning. But you know, these guys, they don't pass up any little edges they can get, but
That's true.
actually behind.
And rather than slightly winning, Ivy is fully dominated. The deuce shows up, but it comes with a king, and Malinowski's got the ace of clubs, so this is trouble for Ivy.
Who's got the ace deuce here?
I do.
For unprofessional film. Could happen.
And in the end, Malinowski will make the nut flush as Ivy will ship him a double. That'll leave Ivy
He's back.
pretty shallow, by the way. Michael Soiza joins the fray here. Overall chip leader. 137 bigs. Just about 1.37 million. Malinowski's double will leave him with 33 bigs. Ivy down to 16. Not the shortest stack, though. That belongs to Espen Jorstad as we toggle back over to our other featured table where
I'm going to move these.
Vogelsang sent in the remainder of his stack with a king 10 suited.
King 10 suited. Look at this, he's spinning it.
Little. I don't know if you caught that, but Ivy and Limitless were chatting kind of about ranges just then after they got the all-in call. Like, heard Limitless say like Queen 9 suited, about the cusp and things like that. So it's actually kind of nice to see these like top pros, you know, chat about a little bit of strategy.
There you go. Ivy so mysterious throughout the years.
Do you mind moving that over a little bit? So
Let's see if we can make it four
Okay.
in a row.
you mind? Oh, do you mind moving the chips a little bit that direction? Is this okay? Yeah, just because it's hard for me to. Yeah. Thank you. Perfect.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably no improvement.
Kelvern's giving up after trying to negotiate.
Couldn't get the peppermint tea. Couldn't get the guy to move his
He's
chips.
running bad. No. And that is Vyacheslav Buldigan. There we go.
21.
We'll get it. And that is 2 black queens. No marbles in my mouth when it comes to calling that hand. 21K open from the hijack and a queen into the muck. Uh-oh. Morton Klein's woken up with aces, and this is bad news for Patrick.
I couldn't see, but if you keep looking like that, somebody might be able to.
Maybe I wanted you to see them.
That's good.
Kelvern's very classy, letting Morton know that the manner in which he was looking at his cards could be subject to some prying eyes. 3-bet to 81,000 from Morton is promptly piled on by Patrick, who's receiving the gut punch here before the espresso can even make its way to the table.
I know you lost aces against queens earlier here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Never happened twice.
The ugly twice.
Paint on the board, but not one of the remaining queens. Mateos folded a queen, as I recall. 10 is no help to Patrick, and the one outer does not materialize on the end. No sense in building drama there. It's always wildly improbable, and Morton Klein
You gotta protect.
will allow Patrick to maybe go back and get some rest.
Of course I change for you, no problem.
Because you have it.
It's going to be an expensive nap.
So I break it for you.
Yeah,
Do you want
got it
something
in last
red?
second.
For like 18 minutes after I went all in.
75K gone. But you know what? He won event with number 1. Not too bad.
Yeah, he's playing with house money.
CBS was about to have to call clock on him because the stream was catching up. It was like 5 minutes away from they had to call clock on him because of the stream.
अभी ये सीखता है मैं पोल कर दिया
You could have called the clock,
right?
Then you don't want to go away. You had a big hand, right? You can't call the clock. You want to win it like.
Did he call you?
Huh? Yeah.
What was the hand?
He had a trips with the check raise, right? Deuce?
No,
No, he had bottom pair or something like this. Huh? He had a bottom pair, but you had a trip.
I limped queen deuce off. He checks jack 4.
I am him.
Flop is 4 deuce deuce.
Grafton's
Check.
open with jack
1 big
10.
blind.
Takes
3
up
big blinds.
Artur
6 big blinds or
Martirosyan.
something like that.
Okay,
Like that 3 bet.
Dominated, and not in this area
Turn,
code.
whatever. Check, that's call. River queen. Check, jam. 18 minutes. Call.
I mean, what do you need 18 minutes for?
Because he tanked the last one, so you know.
Well, he came to the wrong decision as well after 43 minutes. I mean, that's like, if you're going to take 43 minutes, at least get it right.
The first all in, right? You jam once and you tank.
Yeah, the first hand was also a long
18
time.
minutes.
Yeah, and he pulled it, and then so enough is enough.
Yeah, jack for both hands as well, which is funny. Super long
Would that be the
time.
first time a television station has called the clock on a player at a table, though? That's great.
Probably would have been.
That means it's already something.
It's like the producer of a major network has called the clock on me.
I mean, it's for $4 million
Yeah,
or
but
whatever it
for
is, you know.
4 million
So
he can think.
4 million
If
thing
the
is
rules
not, in
are
my
allowed, he can think for whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Right,
And I think
and
they
it's for a lot of money, I
shouldn't
guess.
be allowed.
I would not call the clock.
Yeah, makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's $4 million, man.
It's the biggest spot of both of our lives.
Yeah, in most people's lives, you know. I don't know, like it's ridiculous, you know. And he called, so you know, there's a reason why he was tanking, right? It's not like he pulled it for no reason, you know. He actually called, so.
And he was playing super quick throughout the tournament. He wasn't like a notorious staller or anything.
Guys are very chatty here
Disclaimer,
to start the day, and Suvarna is very dedicated to this ace-10 offsuit. Off of a stack of 175,000, he jams it.
Both represent the same brand.
And
He used to come to
Malinowski,
Asia.
the one they call Limitless online.
So, what's different here is that Suvarna's actually open jammed, early position with 17.5 big blinds. Not a play you see too often. Limitless needs to kind of break down how the ranges might change.
Bet and jam the hand. I forgot which one it was, and the guy folded the king.
I think
like 2 tables left or whatever. That was a pretty cool hand as well.
You might be assuming that pocket pairs 8s and below wouldn't necessarily play it this way.
No, I'm gonna watch it back.
If we take those hands out of the range, which are the ones that we're crushing, then we know that making a call here, which Malinowski does by moving all in himself, we're likely to be up against 2 overcards for a full run out.
Yeah.
And in those situations, the edges are not so great. As you can see, a roughly 11% advantage for Malinowski, who does have Suvarna covered. Santos Suvarna at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series event, needing an ace or a 10 and coming up empty on the flop. Turn does produce a gut shot straight draw. Add queens to the mix, but take all spades out of there. And the 10 on the river will stick a big smile.
A little fist pump
on the Indian's face.
Suvarna, a businessman, playing the coin rivet later. Next event.
Indeed.
Okay. We got some big action happening here.
We sure do. 3 bets and then 4. As Kale Burns on the button made it 46,000 to go. Danny Tang with ace-8 suited out of the big has decided
because it took like 10 seconds to find his stack.
to 4-bet it.
Who is it?
Elias. Dalviti.
Oh.
All right.
He's a pro.
The initial raiser was Vogelsang, the min raised to 20K, by the way.
All
He's
in.
already out of there.
I remember playing
Quick fold from Danny Tang.
Fly me to the moon.
Yeah, Kale's 3-bet, met by the 4-bet, and then Tang knows what to do with ace-8 suited when Burns wants to play for it all.
Yeah.
But of course he's not a businessman. But I'm surprised you guys would want to skip the other stuff.
So back over to the other feature. Chip leader Soiza yet to get involved.
Ivy gonna open up Queen 10
So do you buy any sick shit after you won?
after losing that key pot against
Oh, you haven't got
Well, first of all, I
Malinowski.
didn't get paid, but no, I.
That's
What do you mean it's a
the
buy
deal is
this?
not done until the
Like,
money's in your bank.
like wine? Like nice wine? Like, you know when people say like,
Min raise gets through.
sick shit. What is this by sick? Like a car?
Yeah, maybe a car, house.
And maybe like some good whiskey or something.
Not whiskey for me. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, okay, so what else is sick?
House, maybe. I don't know. Like,
House, a car.
I have no alcohol bet for the rest of the year, so probably no
Oh, I
whiskey
thought
either.
that.
But
The year you won the main event, this is the year to give up partying.
how much is the bet?
How much to close down your
15K.
Instagram right now for the rest of the year?
Huh?
How long to close down your social media and not reply to any?
How much is
it would be like a big relief, of course, but it.
How much?
2 black kings for the chip leader now. Under the gun.
It's a lot. It's a big number.
Yeah, because I'm also trying to do all this blogging and
Sure.
social media. And
Yeah, no.
content and shit.
You're right. It's a project.
So
So
it's
it's a
like-
different thing. It's a different thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've got a goal in mind with it and you're not using it aimlessly, I think it's.
Yeah.
If you're in control of the medium, it's not controlling you.
I mean, it's a bit
And
of
it's a
both,
big
but-
cost as well if he's doing like
Yeah, of course.
relationship with this stuff. The better it's big, yeah.
Ivan on the button, gonna set mine by flatting.
Ooh, ace queen and ace queen.
He's got a squeezer in the small.
And you gotta look at the hood opener is Soiza. Massive chip lead. Yeah, he's gonna be opening
First 16, you're about-
hands worse than ace queen, so I'm not surprised Grafton's going for it.
Where you're like, okay.
Now it does present an awkward spot here for Suvarna. You got to raise a flat and then a small blind 3-bet.
Yeah, it's actually very awkward. So things you need to think about is the positions. The opener, although is the chip leader who will raise wide, is raising from under the gun, with just some credit. And for the small blind to squeeze into it, oh my!
What a beautiful development for Soiza as
You see that as like
Suvarna
massive-
had just doubled up to almost 40 bigs, jams over the top of Grafton's 3-bet. Soiza with the snapper, and these two guys are blocking each other.
Since this week began.
Soiza blocking Broadway.
What are we going for, bro? We're in this together. What do we need? We need a straight, right? We need jack. We almost we need a jack and 10 out there very urgently.
One ace still.
One ace.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, the
One
ace. right away in the window.
I had ace-8, by the way. That's pretty crazy.
I hope no one had a king.
So Malinowski advising that he had an ace. That means this was a one-outer to hit a pair for Grafton and Suvarna, who both have outflopped Soiza.
Nice doing business with you, sir.
Top two pair. The two shorties are going to shake hands.
100% of people at the table.
Except me, man. Come on. Except me, man.
Soiza can well afford to take the blow there. They'll do some accounting as both players will double through him. Meanwhile, back at the other featured table, we find Tom Vogelsang with Queen 4 suited, top pair on the Deuce 3-4 board, jamming it in there against Mateos, who has aces and a wheel draw. Jams in over the top, and now a little bit of an awkward situation, apparently, for Vyacheslav Buldigan.
It looks like what happened, there was a raise, pre-flop, Buldigan flats, Vogelsang calls, and Vogelsang open jam. It's 4-3-2, and he got a reshove. And you got the 2 9s here. Well, makes the call.
With voice, you'd be the least secure currency.
And it was always going to be dicey. And you saw the anxious moment where he was awaiting Mateos' cards to get on their backs, and the 2 9s are in a world of hurt here as the Matador, Adrian Mateos, stands to bust not one but 2 players if his aces can hold.
Of course.
8 of spades looked a little dangerous for a minute on the turn. And the river pairs the board, so aces up for Mateos as he will claim not one but 2 pelts, and not just the 380 on the side between he and Buldigan, but also the 366 from the main.
I must say very strong.
As it was a short-lived afternoon for the Russian and the Dutchman. They swing back over to the scene of the crime where 2 ace queens just took down kings.
For final table.
I fucking hope I can make it there.
That's what I always tell myself.
What am I going to do? I got
Films. Or
what am I going to do?
have one from like Second World War, which is like.
You had a good hand?
These are collectibles.
Yeah,
Do you have them on the wall, or
I
do you
don't
have
buy
them
them
like
with like
have chips.
due to like them increasing in value, and maybe they will. I buy them as in like they look nice, and a few like political ones as well. Of like old. Yeah.
Do you have them rolled up in
I
the cellar in like a
I haven't
fucking
enjoyed.
air-conditioned controlled room and like moist?
They're not that. If I got something insanely valued, you know, I'm not. They're not. I'm not getting them a case or something, you know. But I have them to enjoy them, you know.
Are you talking about art? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, but actually, yeah.
Aces for Malinowski, the opener. That's Grafton. Talking about his art collection, was it?
I think that's what he was saying.
No, only
8,
thing I could think
5.
of buying is like a place. I would
Yeah.
like to have
Big
like
blind.
my own place somewhere. Yeah, and like home gym and like sauna and like customize it to like what I need. That'd be nice.
So he's
I like
fresh
a
off
big
of getting
setup
his
in there.
kings crushed. Defense is big for the men.
Yourself as well, right? So you've got a place where you go and you're happy there to study or work out or whatever.
Little cinema room.
Should be an easy pot to get away from for Soiza as Malinowski has top set.
But I'm not that materialistic, so it's nothing that comes to mind that I really want that I could never afford or anything like that.
Yeah,
Quick
that's
check
why I was
fold.
thinking about it. I don't think there is much.
Onwards.
Tried to bet the minimum, couldn't get anything. But you know what's refreshing? This table is very chatty, Ollie. I like it.
I was just going to say both of the tables. Everybody seems to have gotten a good deal of sleep last night.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Just as I say that, just silence.
Yeah, you jinxed it, Randy.
Just ruined the viewing experience for everyone, huh?
It's like Malinowski's
Getting moved.
out of there.
Where do you live, Aspen?
I'm gonna be living in London now.
London, not the cheapest place to buy property, I guess.
It's not.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say, I think, like what's gonna happen there. Ah. What's your read on that, Sam? buying property in London now? Yay or nay? You're a bit more connected to it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it, but I would say no, I guess. I guess it's like you can never go that wrong in the long run.
Did you buy a place there or? No.
So I don't know so much. You can speak to Martin. You know
Who?
Martin just sold his place in London. Martin
Jacobson?
Yeah, Jacobson. So after he won, his house, he bought the sickest house, like very cool place, very beautiful, like
Second place finisher also bought a place in London.
right, yeah, and like amazing design, and he just sold it, so he would know something about. He obviously would have looked into the situation.
He sold it because he thinks this is the top, or he sold it like because he's going back to Sweden to live on a farm?
No. He's going to enjoy traveling a little bit, I think, but they don't want to.
I'm completely guilty right now of being riveted by Grafton's assessment of the British real estate economy in London.
But he's
But
like a good person.
it is time to
Probably a nice
pick up the
person to
action
speak
here
about.
as the 8 of spades on the turn provides Soiza with a flush draw. Suvarna was the party starter with ace-3 suited, had the backdoor hearts on the flop. No longer, however. Pair of fives for Ivy, currently in the lead.
He's a great
but
guy.
Soiza is reaching for chips.
Felix took him second.
Yeah.
Norwegian guy. He also sold this place in London last year or something.
Right, okay, yeah. We're getting out. He won the jackpot
Turn
as well,
bet
right?
earns it for Michael.
This is an unreal.
Like $1 million, just like hunting.
Just an unreal story, you know.
Who won $1 million in it?
Felix, what's his surname?
Stevenson.
Who got second in the main event. Then like 2 years later, I assume he doesn't even really play slots, but he just hit $1 million jackpot on the slots.
I think it was like Ultimate Hold'em or something like that in Bahamas or wherever it was. They were like hunting around.
Very sick.
I guess I should try playing some slots now.
It's very
By the way, no one's paid me to, I'm not Landon Tice, I haven't been paid to drop that information on the TV.
Martirosian asking for a count under
It's
the
all
gun
here.
here.
It's all here.
I suppose you
And
can
the
win $1
time back.
million playing slots.
Yeah. Where was this again? And which machine?
Yes.
I wish I had more
Visit
to bring.
Bahamas.com.
Give me a bit of a cut, man. I'm helping you out.
How we doing? All right.
25K open. Electing to go with something a little bigger than the adopted min raise here.
It could be a product of who's in the big blind, what their stack size is. So as you can see, it's a very short stack. You're trying to de-incentivize them to defend, because when you're really micro stack like that, you can pretty much realize all your equity pretty well if you defend the big blind. And that's why you will tend to see this larger sizing into shallow big blind stacks.
34.
Thank you.
So he's still going to call here, and
Yeah,
likely will. He should
Bunking down the
be committing here.
extra 15,000 of his remaining 49 with Queen 3, which was dominated, but now has outflopped. I take that back. It's aces for Martirosian on the ace tray deuce board, and it's problems for Jorstad, who can't even hit the queen. Just a couple of threes in this deck will rescue the defending main event champion from elimination. And the queen comes off on the turn just to tease him. Still needs a 3. Instead, it's a jack. So a short day for Espen Jorstad. He'll have plenty of time to get ready for the player party tonight. Although I'm not sure, has anyone
He's been invited.
selected him? Okay.
Rob Young has invited him to play.
Oh, there you go. Leave it to Rob to lay claim to the main event winner early. Meanwhile, Kel Burns, an opener with ace-jack.
Petrangelo.
All right, me and Nicky P.
He's still been having a tough Triton series, hasn't he?
Yes, he most definitely had. I never would have believed the statistic if you hadn't have shown it to me, but Petrangelo still yet to cash in a Triton series. He has played a tremendous
140,
number
right?
of events.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're counting them, Randy, but
20, I think. Just
not at
need to
all
win one of them.
insignificant number.
You
Yeah.
just got to win the main or something like that. Wipes it all out and more.
Well, good place to start is by flopping top pair on a 9-3-3 board up against Cale Burns, who is c-betting 13,000.
It's tempting to check raise. It's the type of board if you check call, your hand is really face up to like a 9 flush draw. Maybe you can get some worse hands to continue by raising. Your stack to pot ratio is kind of small. Depends if you would check raise bluff here. I believe Petrangelo does got some bluffs in his range, so he wants to do it with some value. Burns, ace of diamonds here. Pretty important card. 2 overs. Burns might think that Petrangelo would just call with a 3, so he can discount a lot of hands. Probably doesn't think he's getting check raised by a 9 all the time. So he's going to peel here. Ace on the turn. Burns gets there. I feel like he's just running so bad, Petrangelo. You see, check raises the flop, gets called by ace jack, and of course, drills it. Now what do you do?
Well, it is Burns who has drilled it, and in turn drilled this 10-9. And you see Petrangelo recognizing just how poor that turn card is for his holding, given that Cale called the check raise.
Got like 106?
Yeah.
Cale Burns trying to decide if he should be betting this turn card or checking to induce.
Ace of diamonds is relevant. Given that
Checks.
flop texture, he does choose to check back, and now Petrangelo hits the 9, and might his luck be turning?
Definitely turning here. Petrangelo, the boat.
Actually, his luck is rivering,
Mm-hmm.
as it were.
I guess the question is, do you jam trying to get called by an ace, or do you check to try to induce from a flush draw? Gonna go for the value.
I guess you reset
Burns.
the clock. How long do I have? 30 seconds?
Gotta be
How
sick.
much is the bet, please? I don't think I'm supposed to fold because I'm supposed to play a lot, but this is not the hand I really want to have. But let me do some math. So, how much is it? 104.
105.
Okay, I guess you still have a lot of. Fuck off. Why is that the river?
105 into 133, and you can tell Burns is frustrated here. Time bank being utilized. Nick left himself 1,000 back, Randy.
Yeah, just kind of a standard play he'll make. I wouldn't read too much into it.
I think I'm supposed to fold.
Wow. Burns trying to use some live reads here.
15 for value.
Something doesn't smell right.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
I think,
I just don't think you're bluffing for some reason, but you could be.
yeah. I like that he always
Could be betting
verbally
for value also. But could you?
talks out his thoughts.
Feels like a boat, mostly. But you're bluffing enough, so. Alright, I pay. You're bluffing enough, I think. A 9?
Not this time.
I have to be right.
And Cale Burns.
I don't have to call because he's not all incorrect. I don't have to show.
No, you don't have to show them.
How much is it?
105.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
Correctly identifying that he is not obligated to show his hand, given that Nick Petrangelo was not all in. So maybe there's a touch of a silver lining, but expensive was the proposition. And Petrangelo,
Fold button broken.
nice spin there. Still sub 20 bigs, I believe.
Thank you.
No. With that pot, he's started sub 20. He's now up to 34 bigs.
Getting there.
That's why I'm the recyclist. Always teaching me lessons. Fucking
You
garbage.
can also have these fruits. Yeah, the same.
Burns
This would not be a good time to
still
use
has over 60 bigs.
for my hand.
as Morton doesn't like the look of ace-7 offsuit up front.
Родная, я на ТВ столе играю, ты потом перезвонишь.
Yeah.
Ты перезвонишь, ты потом...
Always pay. How long are you married for?
Hmm?
Married, ring, huh?
Been
not married.
together with my wife for soon 30
Trentula.
years.
30 years. Bang,
Sliding
bang.
some of those newfound chips in there
Been
from the
married
small.
for 22.
So, chose right.
Yeah. You'll see the big blind
choice, huh?
check these middling hands a lot rather than try to pounce. You want to pounce with the really bad hands.
Players sharing a 9 here.
A little bit.
Trangelo's 10 high in the lead on this paired rainbow board.
It's tempting to bet because, well, if someone can have like 80% of his range, this just whiffs everything. Then again, you're kind of expected to bet. So some people stab, some people kind of go for a delayed bet. But Trangelo gonna start with a little bit.
Hey, look, did you buy this T-shirt here?
Oh.
Nice, it's
At the
Japanese.
Yes,
Look
from
at
Triton.
Mateos. Just tearing one off.
I like the new.
Kind of curious.
That's the thing I was saying is,
shirts also.
against a straightforward player,
did
you know, you
it,
just bet there. They're just going to fold. But against Mateos, it's tricky because they know usually you got nothing to just lead out here.
It's nice, huh?
And they can kind of float. And Petrangelo, he's going to be confused because it's easy for Mateos to have a random 8 or deuce just to call there.
Really good situational awareness from Adrian. And for Nikki P, it's just such a demoralizing spot once you get called on the turn because you know
Wow.
now you're going to have to keep barreling if you want to tell the story. That's exactly what he does, betting 15,000, and you see Mateos not really able to do anything as Petrangelo kind of took the opportunity away from him.
What?
You're PV right?
That second barrel takes a little bit more moxie than you give it credit for, right?
No, that's a lot of credit. He understood that he was going to get floated a lot because it's suspicious from the bet the flop. So he just needs to throw one more bet to get those high card hands to just lay it down.
You go for like a double check raise.
Yeah. Sometimes you can just decide.
Like it's such a small pot, but really, there's actually a lot of skill that went into that hand.
Yeah, it's really straightforward. Shorthand, one bet, one call, one bet, one fold. But there was a lot to unpack there, wasn't there?
I'm pretty sure it was your nickname. I'm like,
what 10K in the...
10K W coupe or a scoop, something like on stars.
On stars?
Yes, yes. I have a screen somewhere. It was a pretty sick hand. I think it was you or Bruno, but I think it was you.
What happened? I check raised with...
Oh, free bet pot, ace king X. I have pocket tens, free bet small. You check raise me. I call. Goes queen.
What was the board?
No, goes a blank. You check. I bet very tiny. You check raise again, and you bluff on a queen.
And he has 10s or 9s?
I had 10s, he had 9s. I have
This
a
guy's check raising 9s on the ace-king board.
No, I didn't do that.
Okay, then PVGar or Bruno's nickname? I forgot.
Sounds like Bruno.
I didn't do that. Yeah, probably.
Raise and take it for Petrangelo as he's looking to rally. Meanwhile, back at our other feature table, Talal Shakurchi has shown up here under the gun with an ace-jack as Martirosian in a way. Artur 3-betting him to 50K. At 8-9 suited. Might have otherwise liked to play on the button for Grafton, but into the muck it goes.
324 total.
Now Talal asks for a count. Does have Martirosian well covered. Makes the call.
Yeah, Talal is... I think he's like one of the best businessmen I've seen play. He's just relentless.
And plays nosebleed cash games against the best around in Vegas when he comes down to town.
And he's like tournament crusher.
Yeah.
Like crusher, like really good. Lots of championship. I'm not sure if this is his first Triton or not, though.
He
Did he play the
in,
million?
the Triton Million, of course, in London in 2019. That was his first event. He managed to cash in the 50K 8 max and the 25K short deck at that
Oh,
stop.
he played some short deck. Yeah, just give it a try. Well, on to this hand real fast. So we got a 3-bet from Martirosian. Flops top pair.
Talal made the call. Both of them hit the ace on the ace-4 deuce board. Martirosian
Oh.
C-bet for 35,000 gets called. And look at this card. It gives Martirosian the lead now with aces and tens, but it gives Shakurchi a jack-high flush draw. And doubtful that Talal's hand is going to find the muck here, as this one already has 195K in the middle.
Yeah, Martirosian. I think when he gets check called on the flop, gonna think he's up against an ace a lot. Can safely bet a pretty sizable amount. He is playing 24 big blind, so he'll consider that to see what kind of riverside he'll get. You know, it's small enough where, like, say, a pocket jacks would continue with a heart. Ace jack snap calls.
65 into 195. Shakurchi proceeds with caution, making the call and making the flush on the river as he gets back into the lead. Of course, King of Hearts or Queen of Hearts are better.
What a roller coaster here. Shakurchi trying to think, should he ever lead here with the jack of hearts?
Isn't it just asking to get blown off your hand, though? How much value are we able to get if we lead with the jack of hearts?
I think very little. I prefer checking to try to induce a bet. It looks like he wants to just lead out.
What did he come with, 100?
I'm trying to think. Well, when you check call 3-bet, check call turn and lead, like what bluffs do you have here? I don't think Martirosian's going to think that Talal has got like blackjacks to check call flop and check call turn. So it does look very value betty here. Maybe like an ace jack black. Would it maybe turn a 10 into a bluff? I don't know.
I feel like any ace X that doesn't have a heart in it would likely just check
and just pray
and pray, maybe bluff catch, decide based on sizing.
Yeah.
And obviously it's top 2 for Martirosian, so so much hand. The question just really becomes, am I up against a heart or not? What makes sense?
It's really hard to craft some bluffs for Talal. But then again, you're like, man, his price, you know, it's not so bad. Do have top 2. I think Martirosian will have trouble finding the bluffs, but you know, we are playing on a shot clock and it does come into play. Sometimes you feel a bit committed. You feel like I got there in the turn and I feel a little unlucky. You might be a little bit more married to the hand. Let's see. Artur makes the call. Wow, great lead there of ace jack.
Yeah, you have to imagine that Shakurchi's just made another 100K in this pot that he wouldn't have on the end. The check back certainly seems likely for Martirosian, given that Shakurchi called that turn, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so.
And you get a glimpse at just how deep the thought goes.
Well, we're moving up in blinds. 6,000, 12,000. So we lost Espen and we lost the conversation at this table.
I don't know that Espen was the sole driver of the conversation, but,
But it was the
certainly
London real estate.
the dynamic has changed. Grafton's still out there, but
It's got no one to chat to.
yeah, not yet at least. As we see Ivan Liao, 9-7 suited, looking interested.
Off of a 200K stack. Grafton picks up jacks at the right time.
Oh, he's going to do his talking with his chips. Just 155K behind. And in it goes. Will anybody wake up behind him with something they can get curious with? So far, the answer is no. And of course, the 9-7 isn't going to be a customer as Grafton gives Liao a look at the jacks or flicking them in the muck. And for Grafton, that'll be a nice pickup. Overall chip leader now is Yuri Zivalevsky, as Soiza has slipped to third. Morton Klein is in second. The short stack with 38 remaining here belongs to Artur Martirosyan. After losing that pot against Talal Shakurchi, he sits with just 6 bigs. Double that is Ivy, the second shortest stack, with 12. Queen 10 offsuit on the button for Soiza, mucked around to him.
He asked Talal how much these guys just like, just look at my chips, man. Use the Triton poker app.
Shakurchi currently 4th overall in chips, just shy of $1 million.
Okay, so Ivy, very short. You can see he actually makes a 3x raise, trying to not get that big blind to defend. Because he makes it larger, if he gets jammed on, he would commit. Ivy, though, not shaking with King 9. We got a big pot for some small stacks with this 3x open.
Surprised to see Ivy call the King 9 there?
I don't know. I'm surprised.
Just given how shallow he is
Yeah.
relative to the raise size from Soiza.
It's just kind of more annoying. But you do know that Soiza, with his sizing, will commit to a all-in call. So that's why he opted to just flat there, just not to get it in with like an ace-x. See what happens. Soiza, though, completely whiffs. He doesn't need to bet too much. And Soiza really does not need to be worried about the ace at all. Like, if Ivy had an ace with 10 blinds, he would have just committed pre-flop. So you can just bet so small.
Yeah.
Easy.
Good point. And Ivy, less likely to have defended such a significant portion of his stack with a deuce or a 5 in his range. So it really makes it
It's just, did you flop a flush or not?
Yeah. Still in the early stages of the day's action here in event number 5, the $75,000 no limit 8 max event, the 5th on the calendar here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus at the Merit Hotel Resort and Casino. New Royal Diamonds Tower playing host to this wonderful backdrop for high stakes action. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. We will take you down to a winner today. At some point, Randy and I will pass the baton to Henry Kilbane and Brian Rast for the home stretch. That just means we'll be able to hit the player party earlier, Randy.
That's why they put us first.
I wasn't complaining.
Yeah.
Yes.
Taking care of us. Henry was thinking he wasn't invited to the party. So that's why he's on the second shift.
I gotta be honest, I didn't get any sort of official invitation. I'm just showing up. I assume we're good to go.
I'll get you in.
Can
I've played some Triton events before. I should be able to get in.
I would love if I just showed up and they were like, why are you here? Are you a businessman? Are you pro? Okay.
How
this
about
is for businessmen and pros.
Can you invite me? And then, yeah, we'll try to get into the players' party and withdraw
We're gonna
our buy-in later.
Have a chain invitation to the player party. Shakurchi, 3 scoops off of King Queen. Takes it down, so he's nodding in affirmation.
Yeah, and they're going to do the lotto, which the raffle for the seat draw. It's always pretty nice, exciting.
No. It was big blind lost.
do like those draws. I think there's actually a lot of side betting that goes on at these draw parties too. Like just little prop bets, you know, about like last longer in the draw, just weird stuff. Put a little alcohol and some well-heeled, deep-pocketed gamblers in a room, Randy, and they're going to gamble. We should think up some good prop bets for when everybody's max drunk and ready to gamble.
Yeah. Okay. Think of something. You let me know.
Swim from the
25.
Merritt Royal to the Merritt Crystal Cove at night. You know the buoys that they have out there, they kind of cordon off the swimming area on the Mediterranean? They light up at night.
Ah, it's for this prop bet specifically.
Yeah. What you don't see, though, is all the jellyfish. No, I'm kidding. I have no idea if there's jellyfish in there. The Portuguese man of war. Soiza getting pushed on again. His ace-9 crumbles under the weight of both Ivy and Liao, choosing to raise. And note that Liao has an ace-9 of his own, suited but dominated. And this is a great spot for Ivy to double up.
It's okay. On this table, 2 outs is enough, you know? Like some people, you know?
Good news for Liao as he has Ivy covered. 6-6-3, opportunity. 215K in the middle. The turn is a club. Advantage Ivy. Even more so as the 9 of clubs falls off the board for Liao in terms of outs to a win. But the board does double pairs. So Ivy can't enjoy the double, and he and the other short stack are going to have to carve it up. Modest chunk of Soiza bucks. Oh, here comes the
music.
Somebody bring me a cobra and a flute. I'm ready to charm some reptiles. There's a look at your chip counts with the blinds going to 6 and 12,000. Talal Shakurchi neck and neck with Michael Soiza as a couple of the biggest stacks in the field, 3rd and 4th overall. A little drop off to Santosh Suvarna, the Triton first timer, who doubled early, has 65 bigs. Big drop off then to Grafton Liao, Ivy, and Marta Rosian as multiple short stacks here at this specific feature table. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, where the 2022 World Series of Poker Online carries on through September 27th. King 4 suited now for Soiza. And Talal is going to shoot it up with a couple of jacks here. Reasonable holding.
Grafton got ace-4 of clubs. Is a hand you could defend, but you could also bump it up if you think the hijack's opening pretty wide. He does. Gonna get snapped off.
I think it's 185, but I guess it.
Bad timing here for Grafton. But these jacks aren't out of the woods. Shakurchi obviously can well afford to give Grafton this spin, but it is Sam who is all in and at risk with this ace-4 in a 412K pot. Two clubs on the board, if not an ace. That presents some hope for Grafton.
Every flop, you know.
Well, a jack of clubs still works.
Turn is safe for Talal. Now Grafton needs the ace or the club. River is a black queen, but it's a spade as Sam Grafton is showered by the businessman, Talal Shakurchi. There's 2 jacks. Hang on and leave us with just 6 players here in this 8 max event. This particular feature table. Chances are we'll have some rebalancing coming up shortly.
That vault, Talasha Kirchi to the top.
Yeah, 1.2 million plus now after absorbing Grafton's chips. Grafton busted out in 37th, as we now have 36 remaining.
Do you know any of the Indian poker players?
Yeah.
You hang
Oh,
out with them
100
all the time.
bigs.
What's your name, by the way?
Santosh Suvarna.
What can I call you?
Santosh.
Santosh.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you hang out with like?
I know everyone in
Everybody,
India.
yeah. I know quite a few of them as well. Your guys, Laval, Kunal.
Yeah, I know everybody. I know. They knows me, everyone.
I went to India for the Poker Sports League a few years ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I believe Santos is our only player from India who's played a Triton event.
I can't recall anybody else flying that flag in an event, as we see Martirosian taking his vapors and inserting them with Queen 8 offsuit. Suvarna's going to give him a spin, not on the strength of Jack 5 suited, but more on the bargain basement pricing. Just a 100K pot in this here all in. Queen 8 does turn into a gut shot straight draw, but is up against top pair now as Suvarna jumps way out in front. The queen on the turn, and Martirosian kinks his head in approval as he now jumps way out in front. Just needs to fade the jack or the 5. And he's done it.
45.
Queen high supposed to be jack high, Randy.
You want to check again?
Supposed to.
Doesn't always
And
work
it's
that
done
way,
it.
does it?
Martirosian, not even 10 big blinds with that pot.
30 call करने 44 था.
The way the price of poker is going up to 42,000. Got to play fast because my bladder's small, remember?
What? 42?
Come along, come in, water warm.
Klein limped in from the small blind and has Cale Burns
Maybe 3 hands, I'll take
dominated.
50, so I can- Oh, sorry.
Danny, you've changed for me.
You have good cards in the way?
Nice minute.
Always.
42,000 to go. Morton isn't exactly feeling in the mood to chat. Look at this magical outcome as it's top 2 pair for Burns. Klein with just top pair, and you could certainly see a world in which we play a big one here, Randy.
It could be very big. They've got deep stacks. Burns, known to be very aggressive.
Almost my age.
And a lot of speech play.
Yeah.
As you can tell, look at these fucking luxurious locks.
What's a one-way speech? 32,000. Morton Klein. Try to make himself look weak, but he's actually in bad shape.
92.
Wow, he's check raising here, King Queen. This is the dream for Burns right now.
It is, but he's too deep to just get it all in there now. The question is, on this rainbow texture, does he want to put the third bet in or flat and allow Morton to be the man putting chips in from this point forward? The answer is the latter, as he does call the 92,000 up to 280.
I like this call. It's just, if you raise again, just looks so strong. 10 on a turn, making a bit connected is kind of kills some of your action against like the King Queen a little bit, but King Queen's still open-ended. It would put in another barrel.
Don't think there's ace queens and queen nines in Morton's range as played, so we're not so worried about the straight. And if we're not worried about the straight, really a set is the only thing that is of any concern to us.
Wow, check, check.
Oh, and there's a problem card on the end. Klein did turn that open-ender. A bit surprised that it went check, check, given that coordinated texture on the turn, Randy. But having check back now, maybe Cale is going to find himself getting a payoff he might not have otherwise.
Playing fast and smart.
Got the nuts.
Wow.
Facing a bet of 100K.
He's chatting a lot too, KO here. The question is what size to make it. I don't think he's going to... He doesn't think he's going to get called by worse than a king. So he doesn't need to make like a really small raise hoping a jack would
Need to
call.
piece, but the brain works
He
as
should be
well.
going sizable. The max he thinks a king will call. If he doesn't think his opponent has a straight too often, which I don't think he does, but not too many people check raise a queen nine ace queen on the flop and check it when you make it on turn. You know, maybe you go like 300-400K.
Oh my goodness.
Well, is that all of the chips?
It sure looks that way, doesn't it?
I'm not all in.
No, not all in. He did keep one chip back.
Wow, he's going for maximum here.
And this is uncomfortable for Morten, but as played, it's so tough to think of a world in which this king-queen doesn't perform fairly well against a decent chunk of Kale's range, right, Randy? I mean,
Am I allowed to go to the bathroom now? Is that illegal?
What's important is the turn was checked through very quickly.
but let's reconstruct it prior to that. Morten limps the small.
No, that's wrong.
Kale
I've
shoots
got
it up
more,
to
much
42. Morten calls. The flop comes king jack 5. Morten check raises Kale's c-bet to 92,000. Kale makes the call. The 10 rolls off. Morten pumps the brakes despite having picked up added equity courtesy of the 10 and the open-ended straight draw. And then Kale checks back. Now all of a sudden we have trip kings with a queen kicker. What hands did Kale check back on the turn and now shove on the river that we fall to?
Because Klein feels like he's probably going to assume that Burns would bet two pair a lot on the turn, like king jack and king 10, a set of 5, a set of jacks, a set of kings. These hands would bet the turn a lot.
Look,
so that's why he's very confused.
Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
I don't think you do that with a straight.
Yeah. Probably would have bet the turn if a straight.
Could bluff me? I don't think so.
I mean, I think Morten thinks his hand is strong enough,
You have
but having trouble
pair
thinking of
5,
hands.
pair of 10. You hit something on turn for sure.
Okay, Morton's trying to break it down. It's a very confusing hand. He's probably thinking that ace king wouldn't jam this way
You're
either.
not afraid that I have a king? Or you hope I have a king? That I can't fold?
It just doesn't add up, Randy.
Yeah, you can see him
I
breaking
feel
it
like
down.
you just got to
Sometimes
take
have
the
it,
straights
sometimes not, but I really need to piss.
out of Kale's range as you see
If he
him.
leaves the table, then I win?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Maybe if he plays piece on the table.
Threatening to soil himself as Kale Burns here.
What's he got?
Fine. Takes multiple time
You have
banks.
a good hand or not?
Yeah, I have a good hand. Absolutely. I wouldn't think if I didn't have the king.
The kicker would play. He's thinking about that too. If he was somehow up against the worst king, although I don't think that's the case.
No, you don't check on turn. That's
Yeah, the turn check is a key part of this hand.
Is there some ace-queen that checks the turn
I think not
as played?
with this stack size.
And even if
No.
ace-queen did check the turn, why would it go blasting off on the river for the full amount? Wouldn't it maybe come with something more value-ish?
Morten Klein did say, I don't think you would play a straight this way. Shouldn't you be worried that I might have a full house
Yeah.
myself?
How many time banks do you have?
This is number 6. Yeah. Okay. I fold.
Wow.
Fucking big.
So?
Somehow,
Stevie Taylor.
Morton Klein escapes the disaster of clicking call there.
Pay the time banks.
And it is better to incinerate time banks than chips, that's for sure.
That is a big laying down.
Ask good question, get good result.
Okay, ace 10 or ace jack?
I need to pitch, shut the fuck up.
I will see it in 30 minutes, so you can just say what you had.
It's true. So see in 10 minutes. Play fast, please.
And it looks like Burns is going to make Morton sweat.
Fucking 8 time back, it was fucked.
30-minute delay.
Can you tank me for me a little bit?
I mean, if you just announce, then we can, I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll wait my
20 seconds?
I
I'll
can
sprint.
I'll do the 20
wait 20,
seconds.
no problem.
I'll do it for you also.
Okay, I'll go soon, thank you. I'll tell you when.
Looks like Kale is negotiating for everybody to take the maximum amount of time available to them pre-flop to allow him to
No way, no heart, make bad fold.
answer the call of the wild.
30 minutes, who cares?
Come on, tell me what you...
Call.
Cool.
I'll tell you what, man.
But you can say 30 minutes.
I am really impressed by Morton Klein's fold there because really
All in.
not a lot of things added up as we see the Dutchman Luke Gilles with ace-9 moving all in from the big.
That's right. Doesn't look right.
And picking off the limp from Kale. But just to put a bow on that spot, I mean,
Did you come to the occlusion or get...
that was not an easy fold, Randy. It was one of those spots where you're like, this is such an insane move by Kale.
Normal. It didn't matter.
He really has to have something, right? And I've got a king in my hand,
That means you can't be forced.
so I'm blocking that. I really take the straights out of there.
I play one more hand and then I pitch.
But it just felt like nothing adds up.
Yeah, and that's why he used so many time banks. Then he was also like,
Oh, you're talking about this? Makes me.
you
I know
know,
what I
bluffs
need to
don't
do
make
also.
sense either.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing made sense.
Yeah, value and bluff didn't make sense.
I mean, to be fair, both of us were a bit surprised that Kale chose to check back with backdoor diamonds showing up and that coordinated board, the kings and jacks, which were very strong at that point, but obviously want to charge any of the draws and then maybe create some fold equity from some riffraff that might just get a free tug at the river.
If you want to go, a little bit, I mean...
But credit to Morton Klein. That was top shelf.
Right, 'cause you can...
Finding the muck there, sparing himself disaster. Morton playing in his second ever Triton series. His first was in Madrid.
Anybody selling a bladder? A buy.
And finished
Big premium.
9th in his very first ever Triton event, which was also an 8 max. It was a 20K. Finished winning 50,400.
Do you know
that
what my
9th
bladder
place.
bad? You piece under the
I'll tell
gun
you,
plus
these
1,
businessmen
100%,
know how to play.
You make a lot of money. You also hurt your bladder. It's just great.
Noted. Thanks for advice.
This is true. I do this in Macau. I did this in Melbourne. Yeah, no bladder.
That fold, by the way, lit our YouTube chat up. For those of you that are streaming our coverage live on YouTube, we welcome you to the party. Thank you so much from wherever on the world you may be right now.
Probably, and then do it.
Don't forget to subscribe and click that like button as we continue to do our best to bring you the
like, this Australian guy's super
finest in
super stupid.
poker streaming coverage. And humbly but genuinely speaking,
75,
those of us in the booth have very little to do with what makes this Triton series so spectacular. We celebrate the players first and foremost at all times, and
played with him in Barcelona for
they
one
reward
day
us
and-
with some pretty incredible stuff.
What?
I don't even see the hand on short bluff.
Bluff, you think?
Bluff, 5 seconds, short bluff. A little bit, you take bluff, right?
I'm not sure. You had king 9 or something?
Ah, better. Cool.
All right, we're
King, queen.
Yeah, I'm talking about the hand, king, queen. Limp pot here. 10 big blinds effective. Malinowski, 10-3 offsuit.
Yeah.
Wondering why Danny Tang is just limping into my shallow stack.
You could have like queen 10, I guess. Or queen jack.
That's it.
10-3 against 9-4, blind v blind. No pair anywhere.
If they had the other kind, I'd probably push on.
They don't have anything. There is a 10 of clubs, Malinowski.
You think he was bluffing also?
The line looks fluffy, but I don't know. I don't feel like he's bluffing when he starts talking and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
A lot of other players are confused at what Burns had as they discuss it. Checks around.
Jack pairs on the river now. 10 high will be good.
Is it? Are
Oh,
you
no,
sure?
no. The board double paired now. Forgive me.
And I'm thinking now I should have called.
What?
I think I should have called a little bit late.
Call?
I should have called it.
It's tough. It's tough. I'm not sure.
Still have 800.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm not have that problem for me because I don't know what to do.
Gentlemen. I forgot to turn that thing off, so congratulations to everybody on the screen.
Board. Board as well.
I was gonna jam. Fuck.
Don't have a board?
I have a board.
Oh, I'm a new man. Congrats. Awesome fruit, Danny.
Knuckled all the way down here, and
Soon I will see it, so you can tell it.
blinds
You can
will
see now?
carve it up.
I think ace 10 or ace jack, that will be my bet.
What's Danny think?
I think you bluff.
Who gives
Looking for more eventful waters, we move to our other feature table where Laszlo Boitas has joined the fray. Laszlo has done quite well for himself in the Triton series.
Yeah, he got his. He's got a title from.
From here
Madrid?
in Cyprus,
Oh, Cyprus.
I believe. Boitas actually was up against Andras Nemeth. Heads up in the Cyprus warm-up and bested his fellow countryman. That was in a 50K turbo, 8 max. Picked up 630,000 euros. Not a part of this pot as a flatter or a caller, but rather as a 3-better.
Suited ace. People like to 3-bet these hands. Oh my, Shakurchi.
4 scoops.
He's got game. Just knowing his opponents, these young guys with their solvers, 3-betting these hands. Boitas, ace 4 clubs, very deep stacks. He's going to make the call, and they've got a lot in there with these weak aces.
I mean, Boitas obviously the advantage of position from this point forward, despite being dominated. Let's see if anything interesting happens, and it's very interesting. Talal hitting top pair, no heart out there, while Boitas has the gut shot straight draw and the nut flush draw strap in.
Wow, they have such big holdings for a 4-bet pot on this board. This could easily get it all in. Here's the bet.
Nope.
140,000. Laszlo, gotta think, should I call or should I just jam? Try to get like an ace-king to fold, an ace-queen, ace-jack.
Difficult question to answer.
I can see it going both ways.
When all of a sudden it gets in there, you're left looking up at the situation and going, how on earth is my entire stack in the middle and I have ace 4 suited? Granted, we know the board warrants it to an extent, but it does begin to feel a little silly, and he does jam it. How will Shakurchi react?
600.
He's not happy about it, but I feel like you've put in so many chips already. You got top pair, top kicker. If you think your opponent might have like an 8-9 suited sometimes, club draw, you won't be able to lay this down. He needs to think about how often maybe he's up against an overpair that called a 4-bet, like a jacks, a tens, maybe a queens here and there.
That's a problem, and the lack of a heart on the board for the backdoor equity is a bit of an issue as well. That coordinated texture certainly could have hit 2 pair. Don't think Boitas is ever doing this with a straight. Those sorts of hands don't find their way into the spot for 4 bets too often. is such a draw-heavy texture, though, too, right?
Yeah. He knows his opponent. For him to 4-bet this hand, wow, he lays down ace-8. What an amazing play there. The ace-4 of clubs.
I think it's a tough call, Randy.
It is a tough call. I'm not going to lie. I'm just thinking, for you to 4-bet a hand like this, you must think your opponent is 3-bet bluffing. Kind of like these connected cards a little bit. That would... You'd be able to crush a little bit here and there. You know, like the 6-7 suit, the pair in the straight draw, the top pair with the little gutty. Like, I think these hands
Yeah, the 4-bet.
are in his opponent's range.
When you 4-bet, you stop. Yeah.
For him to 4-bet a hand like ace-8 suited. But, you know, like, I can see he might think his opponent has an overpair.
We play fast also.
Like 9s plus is very possible. He could even be slow played against the king's aces. It's possible.
Nines feel very plausible to me in that spot, right? It's an overpair, but just in case it's beat, it is a gut shot straight draw as well. Maybe with the 9 of clubs in particular working.
If he was ahead, he wasn't that far ahead, and I think that's why he ended up folding.
And if he was behind, he was way behind, it feels like, right? So
yeah.
No, huge hand.
25. You have a huge hand. Pocket 9s.
Oh, Note Soiza speculating pocket
wow.
9s.
That one's got it right.
Nice.
Well, you didn't have 9s in that pot, but he's got them here, as Soiza's open to 25,000 with ace-9 is smothered.
I have to raise now, yeah? Okay, so the minimum is already...
Oh, so I think he announced a raise. So he's forced to raise right now.
Oh, sorry. 38.
I think he's okay with it.
So that's why he's doing the minimum. He's
Yeah.
trying to make it seem like he wanted to call. Could be a very funny hand coming up. Because I think he thought it was folded to him. Hence why he said the word raise.
You think he would have rather flatted with the 2 9s in the cutoff against the Soiza open
Well,
up front?
if he was planning on 3-betting, I'm telling you, he's not going to 3-bet to 38,000 if that was his
That's
intention.
a good point, sure.
Oh, Soiza. So this looks actually pretty weak. Yeah, I'm not surprised he's going for a 4-bet here. If a guy didn't mean to 3-bet and he does the minimum to risk the minimum.
Yeah. The problem is that Boitas knows
that you know
that it looked like you didn't want to put the 3-bet in, and as such, these 4-bets might come in leaner than they would have otherwise. And so perhaps there's a 5-bet range. As we get deep into the weeds with this one, the answer is, of course, no, as the 2 9s will flat, and we'll go to the flop. 260 in the middle. Ace, King, 4. Soiza jumps into the lead.
Wow, what a funny hand. Hits the ace. Now he's thinking, okay, do I need to slow this down because you might have like an ace, queen, ace, jack? But he needs to think about, okay, he said raise, but he opted to choose the tiny min raise, so it can't be
the big aces
the
you
big
can
aces.
maybe take out of his range.
If he had like an ace queen, he probably would just, if he was forced to raise, make it like 80, 90,000. If he had ace king, he wouldn't do the little min raise unless he was on a whole nother level.
I mean,
knowing that Soiza was going to 4-bet.
That would be grimy. That would be really grimy.
It would be.
All right, back over to our other feature table where we find the Brazilian Gargnani with top pair and a better kicker than Mateos, who is
This guy's my boy.
firing in position out of the big blind.
Legend. You think so too?
Mateos does have the benefit of a gut shot straight draw in this pot.
How goes it, Seth? Good, man. How are you? Never better. Good to hear.
This pot was limped pre-flop. Now both players hitting trip sixes, Randy, and it's a bit of a problem for Mateos, who's just 16% to win it outright. 5 or a 7 required.
84, including 34 again.
You got Sam Graffin up on there.
Gargnani keeping it clean. just checks. Might he have ideas, though?
It's a big 60,000 bet. His kicker is actually pretty strong here up the queen. So if he's up against an R6, he usually will be scooping the spot. There's a straight out there, you know, the deuce 5, 5-7.
All considerations for Pedro Gargnani.
5 seconds.
See if he wants to raise or call. If you go for the tank call, kind of look like you got a 3 or a 4. Maybe your opponent will try to blast you off of it on the river.
Players and dealers in event number 5, the 75k, and competition on the hand you're on. You have a new blind level, 10,000, 15,000, big blind anti 15,000.
Reaching?
We are.
160.
So Pedro Gargnani is going to check raise this 60k bet from Mateos. And the Spaniard considers his options as Gargnani has 335k left behind.
It is a little worrisome. We are playing very wide ranges because it's blind versus blind, so it's easy to be outkicked. However, holding the 7 helps that you got that little straight draw for backup. Do you want to play it slow, or do you want to just commit the chips now? It's like, just call, see what happens.
And I think the just call is also potentially centered around the idea that Gargnani could be setting up a river bluff, and this would clear the way
Country, Netherlands.
for him to
Whereabouts in
pile it in
Netherlands?
there.
I
The
live in
9 of
Rotterdam.
hearts doesn't change
How
anything
far is Rotterdam from
whatsoever.
Amsterdam?
It's like 40, 45
Fast
minutes.
play.
45 minutes car, yeah.
I
You
would
also have
like
like
to
a
see a
really quick
jam
train
here at the
for-
queen 6.
in
I think your
Amsterdam or
kicker is
Rotterdam?
so strong.
Both, but I don't remember
I
how
would
far
not
it was
expect a
because I
6
was
to
doing a lot
fold
of
to
drinking
me.
at the time.
Yeah.
Go
That's
for
one
the
of those
maximum.
bus tours, but
Yeah.
I like the country. It's quite beautiful. People are very
Probably
friendly and
expecting
open-minded as well.
Mateos to not bet call
Apparently you're the
for
tallest
3 or
people in the
4
world.
too often on the
Yeah,
turn.
tallest,
Wow,
yeah.
he's actually checking.
Apparently 6'1"
He's
out
checking
now,
to
but-
induce from a missed draw.
I'm like average height.
Like
This
in my
is
country.
5x
nasty.
diamonds.
Some other countries.
This is
I'm
nasty
pretty
because
tall. Yeah.
you certainly could see Mateos ask for all of it here.
You have some
Wow, if
cities,
Mateos
like,
can...
some universities.
You know
that also
what?
Have, like,
If
rowers,
he thinks...
He's never checking
yeah.
back. Let's
So if
just
you
get
come
that
to
out there
city,
right
I
now.
don't want to say he's
You
never,
don't believe
because
what
you
you're
need to
seeing.
think
Like,
about
you see
what
all
hands
people-
can
I
check
thought I was
raise
tall, but I'm
you
short. Yeah,
and
yeah.
call
Yeah,
a
yeah,
jam
when you
all,
go to
like a
the-
big
the
bet all of a
calls
sudden.
and
Would be a
the
9x of
specialised in
diamonds.
basketball.
He would not
Yeah,
expect
yeah,
a
yeah.
3 or
Like,
4
I'll
to
say
check
that
raise
just
him, so
one
he
time
doesn't need
the
to
room
try to
next
get
to
those
ours
hands
was
to
filled
call.
with
Okay.
college basketball players.
His
crazy,
kicker
They just leave an esky of Powerades right
is
outside
weak,
the
so he
door.
could either...
Yeah.
He
The
might put his
average
opponent on
height
a
is so tall,
missed
I was
high
like-
card hand. They can't
like,
call a
mad
jam
off.
anyways.
Yeah.
There's no pocket
Old
fives in
boys.
Gargnani's range?
Also, they
check
they
raise
wear
a
those,
turn?
They wear those like
No.
white
I
pants,
would
right?
say-
I think I could fit
That would
in,
be a really
2 or 3
silly play.
times
Well,
in
he's
those
going to reach
pants.
for chips.
It's crazy.
How much is he going for?
man.
Yeah.
I told you
Doesn't look like all of it.
I don't know
most of
those.
1.85?
Yeah, something. Maybe 1 centimeter.
200,000
Quick call.
184.
Yeah. Tall.
and a snap from Gargnani, as that was the bulk of
I can
his
get you
remaining
to
stack.
1.85, I reckon.
Yeah.
A little bit deflating from Mateos there. You get flattered, you think maybe this 6-7's good.
If Gargnani thought that Mateos would always bet a 6 when check to, then his check is superior because he wins chips from a 6, and he also wins chips from a bluff, like the missed draws. Whereas if you bet yourself, you only win chips from the 6, and you don't win chips from the bluff. So it's actually a really nice check there.
Okay. Then it improves to 30 seconds 4 times a day. You'll get
Sounds
that
like a
stretch.
plan. Yeah.
I'll get you a centimeter. It's not much, but it's something, yeah?
No, it's something.
But it helps because we're sitting there, right? We're compressing.
Yeah.
So
Also,
you'll
like on
feel
the table,
better.
on the
Yeah.
table. Also,
You'll feel
especially me,
better.
I'm sitting a lot like this.
Yeah, of course, always.
Also, like when you're playing poker and you're in a tense moment, you tend to do like this, you know.
If you plant your
And back over to the other feature. Mike Haxton in the mix with 22 bigs. Christoph Vogelsang is also joined with 19 bigs.
Good luck, sir.
Laszlo Bojtas Min raise open with the blinds at 10 and 15K, and Ivan Liao picks ace-10 offsuit. Goes with it. Shakurchi with 2 red 8s. Is a customer out of the small, and Haxton with king 10 suited will bow out. Now back around to Boitas. Does he want to make the call and then play a dry side pot against this big stack of Shakurchi?
Yeah, see,
They both sit super deep.
He's thinking about it. Boitas thinking about how fast Shakurchi called there. Like, okay, if he had a big hand, would he maybe think a little bit, then call, try to induce? So, yeah, he doesn't think it's the premium of premium, so that's why he's calling here. And dry side pot is important. Changes whether someone stabs, because you don't want to bluff at a dry side pot if you just got high card, because you still got to beat Ivan Lau, who is going to have a decent holding to rejam all in.
2 deuces, 2 spades, and a 4. Shakurchi way out in front of the field with 50% equity. The other half divvied up between Queen Jack and Ace 10. Liao, of course, all in. And Shakurchi's flop bet does shed. Boitas's Queen Jack suited. And Ivan now gets 2 pulls at an ace or a 10. Turn, pairs the board, no help to him. And it's 6 outs once now. Bell tolls, and now it rings loudly. Ivan Liao, showered by Talal Shakurchi, who continues to compile chips. And as Randy mentioned, this is a man who knows his way around a poker game, regularly challenging himself against the best in the world at the highest stakes.
Yeah, I think the businessman side is in trouble with Talal.
They really are.
He's going to crush pretty hard.
Yeah. I think he's a big favorite to come out of that.
Like, if I could pick some businessman, like, who I think are the best in that field, I think he comes to mind instantly.
Tend to agree with you. You know who else has got a nice little game? Big Al DiCarolis.
I love Big Al from the Triton Million. Do you remember when he bluffed Timothy Adams off of that, I think it was pocket nines? He just went some gangsta all in just because, you know, Timothy Adams like, okay, you're a businessman, so you're not going to react to my little min bet block bets, and crushed him so hard at that final table. It was just lovely. Are we seeing Big Al here this week?
Not sure.
Yeah, I would love to see him play
He's a guy that can just show up. You know what I
just
mean?
like, I'm in.
Wheels down an hour before game time. And
it's like, anyone need a partner? Ooh.
Hang on.
Jacks.
While it wasn't particularly eventful for Martirosian's 2 5s under the gun, which have shipped it for 176,000, to be facing the all-in shove from Suvarna with 2 kings, Isaac Haxton waking up with 2 jacks makes things a little bit more interesting. And Haxton surveys the landscape.
What's important is Suvarna made this big rejam before with the ace-queen. So that might imply that he's doing a similar spot where, you know, jacks beats ace-queen, right? Some people just flat call kings and aces here against the 11 big blind open.
Looking to have somebody wake up behind them and hang themselves.
So this looks a little weaker for him to rejam, and Haxton might read into that, but it's actually strength, so he's going to make the call.
Yeah. So what a pro might deem the less conventional approach with the 2 kings is taken by Suvarna and done so to glory in terms of getting maximum value with these 2 kings pre-flop. But he's got to fade not 1 but 2 sets. So Suvarna and Haxton with the kings and jacks will play against one another for a 254K side pot. Martirosian in for the main.
Fire, yeah.
And is there a 5 on the flop? There is. Martirosian manages to flop the set for the main, but kings and jacks are still playing for that $250,000 on the side. And Suvarna sitting pretty to collect Haxton bucks on the side, and he has secured that rebate. Unfortunately for Isaac Haxton, however,
It's okay, I think you break even.
he's headed to the locker room.
Let's go white king this tournament.
King's no good, this table.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I don't think Haxton made any mistake there. He could be up against, you know, the 2 overs. He's got a slight edge against that. He could be up against 10s.
To be fair, though, if the Kings had flattened, I think Haxton puts the raise in
Still,
anyways.
yeah,
right?
I think so. But these are just some of the considerations you need to consider. It's because when Suvarna rejams the 650K, it's actually quite important because Laszlo Wojtas had him covered. Whereas sometimes you see the big rejam, but there's only like 15, 20 big blind stacks behind. It doesn't really matter. So you could maybe narrow down the range just a little bit more.
As it were, Suvarna gets a little rebate on the monies that he lost to Martirosian, who tripled up, by the way. Artur now sits with, I think this is updated. It's got to be more than 178K. That's what he put in, so let's 3x that. He's probably somewhere in that 40 big range.
Yeah, I saw like a 5-something chips. Vogel saying.
ये हमेशा किंग्स है ना, मेरा जान खा जाते हैं। वो आते ही डर लगता है मेरे को किंग्स। ट्रिपल अप तो।
I think he was just saying these kings suck.
Listen, I don't speak Hindi, but I think both of us have a good sense of what Suvarna was talking about over there on the rail to a buddy. As we see Wojtas limping the small with King 4, and he shares that 4 with Martirosian, who says, let's take a flop with his 4 deuce suited. Ace 10-7, all clubs. Wojtas, nut flush draw here. And King high. Gets busy betting it. 4 deuce, nowhere to go. Into the muck. I like Laszlo's game, Randy. He's young, but he's obviously in the lab. Always nice to have a fellow countryman and friend in Andras Nemeth upon whom to bounce some of your poker theory. It takes a village, doesn't it? A lot of these guys have, I'm not going to call them cliques, but just, you know, small groups of insular friends that, well, let's face it, gain a competitive advantage by not sharing whatever they think their, you know, info is with the entirety of the community.
He plays a very mean game. He's actually most known for his PLO, one of the best in that game.
Well,
Like
according
the
to Tony G, Laszlo is the winningest player on Coin Poker, which is Tony G's website. Somewhere to the tune of $20 million is allegedly how much he's winning on that site. I can only imagine how big the stakes are if that's the case.
So it's kind of like, it's not fair that he's also good at no-limit hold'em tournaments with, you know, a very good resume. Just literally one of the best players in poker.
But you know, the translation between no limit and PLO, not the type that just automatically makes you great. You know, I mean, PLO and vice versa. A great no limit hold'em player is not a great PLO player just automatically by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
And I would even go so far as to say, you know, we don't have those events here at the Triton series, but limit players are just a completely different animal to no limit players and the big bet players, and vice versa. Those big bet players come down, they want to play limit, and they struggle because they're not used to.
Completely different games. Just the hand rankings is the same.
Yeah.
That's the only commonality, really.
Now, I think we've touched on it before, but you and I, our first experiences with one another was way back in the Ultimate Bet days. And I believe you played 300, 600, limit hold'em with me, 6 max.
Okay.
With the likes of Patrick Antonius and Joe Cassidy, Thomas
Very,
Keller,
very long
Eric
ago.
Lindgren, very, very long ago. But I remember Nano Noko.
Yeah,
I remember that name.
I think it's a lot of times a lot of no limit hold'em players when they play these kind of limit games. Like, how hard can it be? You just bet the minimum. You make some pairs. You bet some flush draws. You know, but having played it, I'm like, yeah, this is a different game. Stay away.
Totally different. Boy toss raising to 30,000 from the cutoff with Queen 6 suited is facing resistance from Artur Martirosian, who's got enough chips now to make a few moves. And the move on this occasion is a 3-bet to 80,000 off of Ace 9 on the button, which gets through. Meanwhile, Garignani opening to 30,000 himself at our other table. Under the gun, Ace 10 suited.
Guess I'm on the break. What do you
Been
need?
for the last 15 minutes.
Only big pots.
Have you looked at your cards? Protect them because
The Queen 6 was still 6-12.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sometimes they think it looks like a fold because they're just, you know.
No, it was like 5 hands. 15 minutes.
Luke, King Queen.
They'll sneak up on you.
Feels playable off of 151,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in it goes.
Do you want some more watermelon?
No, thank you.
Total of 161. And for Garignani,
You
off
don't
of
love
another
it?
900K. Yeah, but
It's just still 10 big blinds as long as he's jamming some 9s, 8s, 7s.
it's just the bigger ace that you don't want to be shown, right?
Doesn't hurt your stack if you call and lose.
Yeah. It looks like Pedro agrees as he flicks a chip out there to signify the call, and we'll spin the wheel with Luke Gilles, the Dutchman.
Turkish tea, please.
Desperately needs this double. There's 352K hanging the balance, and a queen high rainbow flop
Good.
is all Gilles.
Or spades?
Oh, that's okay. 10 of spades.
Ooh, wait a minute. Stop the press. A spade on the turn, and suddenly Garignani with a monstrous number of outs.
As long as it's not an ace.
They don't come through on the river, though, as Gilles. With trip queens, we'll take a bite out of the Brazilian.
Thank you.
352K in front of him now. About 22 bigs. 23, let's call it.
Now you're chilling.
Hmm?
Now you're chilling.
I'm chilling.
Chilling. Chilling like a good boy from the Netherlands. They all chilling over there.
Chilling always.
Chilling always. Sempre chilling. How do you say chilling, Adrian? It's probably some word for
Fiesta,
free.
fiesta.
Fiesta party.
My team doesn't have.
There's no word. What about cold? Feeling cold. How do you say?
Feeling cold?
Yeah.
Tengo frío.
Huh?
Cold? Frío.
Frío, sí.
Kale's getting a quick Spanish lesson from Mateos.
Days, 33,000.
He's 5 off suit. For Burns, shoots it up to 33K. Seth Davies, the newcomer here. In the small with Jack 10 offsuit. Got himself a nice stack, 776K.
Yeah, had a dry spell, but had a solid run over in Madrid.
Yeah.
Multiple final tables.
Broke the seal.
Flat.
Frio.
Small blind.
Frio siempre.
Davies also
Sí.
cashed in
Cold
event
always,
1,
yeah?
8th place for
That's
109,000.
chilling, I guess, in Spanish. Korean word, stupid.
10, 8, 7. Top pair and a gut shot for Davies. Nothing cooking for Cale Burns. Davies has checked it, going with the flow of play. Now Cale mulls it over. Ace-5, just in complete no man's land. Check back from Burns. And now it's top 2 pair with 4 to a straight on board for Davies. 96K in the middle.
course, 2 pair is nice, but there's an obvious straight that you're worried about. And when someone flat from the small blind, this is the kind of board that smashes that flatting range. In general, I'd be a little bit worried if I was Burns. You can see he's thinking about getting creative, though.
And is Davies' check with the Jack-10 designed to do exactly this, induce air to fire?
It induces from air and also protects yourself from getting raised by a 9 and bloating the pot with a hand that can, you know, boat up. You don't want to kind of bloat the pot when you can kind of get, when you have outs to like a nutted hand. Does call. Trying to feign the weakness. Oh, the 9.
How is Cale Burns going to be able to chop this pot with ace-5 just so far behind at every stage post-flop? Not a given, however. Just because the straight's on board doesn't mean both players are going to check.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the most likely queen that Davies will have here is Queen Jack. Queen Jack makes a lot of sense to want to check call the turn.
Check.
Just checks it.
The flat pre also adds up. But it does go check, check, and look at Cale showing the ace-5 for half.
Yeah, the only way. Needed that 9.
Got book there.
That's where if you're Davies, you're just thinking to yourself, really, guy? You just got ace-5 dead. All right, did we just play that music and then show us a shot of Suvarna? Is that even remotely appropriate?
It's a coincidence, okay? I saw you chuckling.
Yes,
Ace-9 for Christoph Vogelsang. Opens to 30,000. Did Talal act already? No, we're
Not
still
yet.
stalled here on the small blind. Remember, Seth Davies did flat with a Jack-10 out of the small, and his stack was not as deep as Talal's, but you see the differences in execution as Shakurchi elects to fold. And now Danny Tang out of the big blind will defend, and unfortunately for him, he shares a 9 with Vogelsang.
48 without the ante or with the ante?
Without, with
the ante.
So now I...
Danny hoping to flop something. He's flopped pretty good for 9-4 clubs.
Flush draw, no waiting.
Vogelsang should be coming in with like a min bet. His opponent's got such a micro stack, you don't need to bet anymore. Checking just gives the big blind too much free equity. Let's see if Vogelsang agrees. The minimum.
Kind of board texture that does invite a bet like this to just show a wide range of hands the exit. But you did see Mateos a little bit earlier in today's coverage just peel. I believe it was against Petrangelo. And
I think the 9-4 clubs should chip this in.
yeah,
He doesn't have much chips. He can get better hands to fold, you know, like the Jack-10s, the Queen Jacks, King Highs.
yeah, the decision off of that size stack is fairly straightforward for Danny Tang.
So Vogelsang needs to figure out how many flush draws he's up against, how many 8s he's up against as well. Do the math, do the combos. With ace-9, you're unblocking the clubs, so that makes it a little bit more likely your opponent's on a flush draw, which is the hands you'd want to pick off on this board texture. Would have been nice if that 3 of hearts was a 3 of diamonds for a little extra equity, in case you are behind. 100K more to your stack is pretty detrimental if you're wrong and lose this pot, given you only have 300K behind. Vogelsang's wondering, okay, if Tang had a 3, would he check call sometimes? Or would he also jam a 3? Tough spot.
If our opponent shows us this club draw, we're calling with ace high, right?
Of course.
And obviously that is a big part of Tang's range in this spot, is it not?
Yeah, it is a huge part of the range. The other part he'd be up against is the 8x. The 8x would probably jam too, given how short he started the hand with. Having 2 overs is nice. In case you're up against an 8, you got, you know, more outs. If you held like an ace 5 of diamonds, you know, 5 wouldn't help you at all. I think it's... I would think it's a call. It feels like you're up against a flush draw a lot. But, you know, we are playing a 75K buy-in, so you got to think these through. And we are slowly approaching the money, right? Like 27 remaining. We're not quite close enough, but it is something to think about. Does lay it down. 9-4 clubs. Gets away with it.
I think Tang would have been okay with the call, but obviously not having the pressure to get there is always nicer. Takes the pot, flashing a big smile.
Yeah. I mean, you're the judge. You said 3 or 2. I mean, 3. Okay.
And we take a moment to remind you that GG Poker is the exclusive place where you can qualify for Triton events, as 3 players did in event number 1 here at the Cyprus series, including Thomas Mulacher, Artur Martirosyan, and Yuri Zivalevsky. Qualifiers available between $25, $250, and $2,500 to get into a 25K. Perhaps we'll see you at the next Triton event, courtesy of GG Poker.
Being what? Why?
World Series of Poker Online still rolling, Randy. The main event will be on September 26th, a $5,000 buy-in. And I suspect a good chunk of our Triton field will be somewhere.
It's a huge guarantee. 20 million guarantee for a 5K. All these guys will be playing it.
You can qualify for that event
via
a satellite.
Most certainly.
As cheap as $5.
Wow.
I mean, granted, it's going to be a big, you know, a lot of parlays probably
a lot
to
of
get
work,
there.
but
so is a qualifying things with 2 red kings here.
these guys don't strike me as the type to try to qualify for $5.
No, they'll probably pick a higher satellite if they even bother to pick a satellite.
Like a 1K or 500 or something. Like, okay, sure. They're quick. Laszlo. Put some defense.
I can't remember whether or not Laszlo had that watch before winning his title, but he certainly picked a nice one.
Picked up some hardware.
Yeah, and he picked up some ammo as well. Ace-10 offsuit, defends the big and flops top and bottom pair as Soiza with the 2 kings has a gut shot.
I could see a mixed strategy here of kings. Sometimes you kind of want to keep the initiative because this board favors your range. It feels a little bit more tricky if you check. Of course, if you get called, you know, you play cautiously on the turn, unimproved.
Sure.
Check call coming. Ace-10, while certainly usually the best hand, bloating it this deep is a bit of trouble in case you're up against like a king, jack, ace, queen, a set.
Wojtas continues to proceed with caution as a club draw appears.
I would like to see Soiza go for a check here. Could easily be up against an ace. Yes, he could be up against jack 10, queen jack. But you got clean outs to a straight. case occasion you get check raise. You want to spend more than you need to. So what's important here for Laszlo is there's no obvious flush draw on the flop. So him betting here looks very value betty. And it's actually why he opts for like this more smaller sizing. He knows if he goes big, like it's likely his opponent's got something. Gets a crank called.
And yeah, don't overlook that sizing from Boitas. That is nicely executed with the aces and tens, as you see Soiza paying off. It's the little things, Randy.
Yeah, because if there was like ace, queen, 10 with 2 diamonds, he might size up bigger and try to represent the missed diamonds, but it's unexpected to see Laszlo like just float like a 9 high or like a jack high with no extra, not clean out. So you need to think about, you know, is there a flush draw on the flop on what am I representing? What bluff am I representing in order to size properly to get certain hands to call?
Ace queen for Soiza. Remember, he came in as the chip leader today.
Well, he had that disastrous king spot right against the ace queen, ace queen.
And again, it was kings against ace 10 just now. Soiza currently sitting in 6th overall. Having trickled down the leaderboard.
2 8s. I mean, these guys play with each other for so long. Before they were playing high rollers, they were playing like 5Ks and 10Ks in Asia, I remember. So in a lot of history, of course, 8's going to rip it in. 8's is a very lucky hand, you know, for the Asian contingent.
I don't think Tang's all-in is predicated on cultural superstitions. It's
you never know.
A little straightforward, and he is going to spin the wheel against the 2 overs as Soiza makes the call. 456 in the middle.
Stable, right?
Really?
No.
Okay, it's my bad.
Hopefully.
But we have a new deck.
Well,
to the flop we go.
Oh no.
Oh, and there's an 8 and a couple of 10s. It's going to take 2 perfect runners here for Soiza. The 5 of diamonds ices it. So wonderfully timed all in there by Danny Tang. 456K will be headed his way, a little north of 30 bigs, and Soiza continues his downward trajectory, Randy.
Yeah, it's one of those days where, you know, he would be out if he didn't start with so many chips today, what, 1.3 million, but he still got a lot of chips to play with. You just got to understand, you know, you can't win every single one, otherwise this game will be way too easy. But very healthy stack, just play your best.
It's kind of reminiscent for me, and I can't remember if you and I were in the booth together or if it was Rast and I, but in one of the earlier events, Malika Razavi, the first timer, came in with a massive chip lead and then never picked up a pot, and it was just cooler and bad beat, whittled away, and then just gone.
Just lost 4 million chips.
As you see, Talal Shakurchi with 100 big blinds, your current overall chip leader. Cale Burns, by the way, second in chips overall. Sam Greenwood, another new arrival to the top 3. Zivalevsky in 4th, and Laszlo Boitas, who is second in chips at this table, sits 5th overall.
Ivan. Oh. Yes.
It's an uncommon event. That's an infrequent event.
Oh, yeah.
Ivan folding.
No, I think
it's tightened up.
I'm relatively happy with how he's playing this show.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. Is he doing good?
Like Madrid.
You know, I spotted in the lobby earlier today at the check-in
best
desk.
guy ever played.
Who do we got?
Rui Cow.
Ivan.
Everyone's been waiting for Rui Cow to show up.
I wish that we had a camera on Randy's face for the reaction right after I said those words. I knew you would like that. Rui Cow's one of those guys who comes in and makes it so exciting, doesn't he?
Have you seen that hand, that Lutuan yet? Oh, come on.
Is it cash game?
Yeah.
No, I
From
haven't.
you don't know about the 7 deuce hand with Dwan. You've got to see it on your spare time, Ollie. It is the most viral hand that you don't even know about.
No.
And you're commentating for us.
Shame on me. To be fair,
The best hand you'll see in a long time. I promise you.
after a full day of talking about poker hands, one of the lower items on my list of things to do after I get off is go and watch another one. But if it's legendary, I will take your word for it, and I will go watch it. I'm sure some of the folks in the YouTube chat are mystified at how it is I could not know about this pot, as they are such aficionados. Ace-deuce suited against King-7 suited here, as the deep stacks of Shakurchi and Boitas are squaring off on the 2-club, 2-jack, and a 10 flop.
Give me 5.
Shakurchi's follow through. Draws the curtain.
Yeah, I want to say Rui Cal might be my favorite player of the tour right now.
Rui Cal is a stone-cold gangster.
He really is. Like, he played professionally for a reasonable amount of time,
you
but
can buy them because I'm poor now.
he does
so
things professionals don't do.
Afford them.
I'll tell you what, he is consistently inconsistent, I want to say. You just can never really know what's going on with Rui Cal. In the short deck streets, in particular, I enjoy watching them because, you know, obviously short deck creates a lot more opportunities to try to bluff, and it's a gambler's game for sure, but it's a very technical one as well. And I'm certainly looking forward to the second week of our Super High Roller series here in Cyprus, where we will feature exclusive short deck coverage, as the Coin Rivet Invitational will come your way tomorrow. Splitting our calendar.
Give him 5 more.
Yeah, we got 2 main events, one for the no limit portion, 100K, and 100K short deck. Special Jacob and Co watches. Like,
Where's the Jacob and Commentator watches? That's the one that I want. You know, there's like a working microphone in the watch, like a working headset. I can just talk into my, like 008, something like that.
008.
What do you want?
MI7?
Shoots lasers.
No? I'm just pandering to our producer James. This British man out there swimming in the sea, soaking up the sun before the broadcast. He does deliver a mean iced mocha, though I will say an inconsistent one. That's my way of saying thank you, producer James, for running coffees back here as we're trying to stave off the jet lag deep into our series. Was it Jason Kuhn that said it takes each day after you arrive in a new time zone is good for 1 hour of time zone change? That's how long it takes you to adjust.
So you'll be ready for the short deck.
No, I'll be adjusted by the time we're leaving. 10 days? No, but somewhere in the short deck streets is probably when I'll pull it together. King Jack suited for Boitas here. Up to 30K.
It's your reds, Christoph. 20?
20 in red.
Soiza with the ace-8.
Oh, have a battle.
Defense is big, comes up dry. Can't say the same for Boitas, who's got top pair. Checked over to him, and he just flicks a biscuit in there.
Oh.
Eight of hearts is working, I suppose.
Yeah.
For Soiza, ace high is good some percentage of the time.
He definitely thought about that. You know, ace high potentially good, backdoor straight draws. So as it likes to make a tough big blind to play against, so you can't just blast away expecting folds.
I think there's, I'm really glad you brought that point up, Randy, because if you make a habit out of being super passive in the blinds, people are quietly going to notice that, and then suddenly you'll be facing raises more often than the average person.
Yeah.
A beautiful turn here for
You would
Boitas.
just see bet like every single board,
Yeah.
and just you know where you're at.
somebody's racking up. The distinct sound of our Triton tournament chips being plunked into a rack. Can we see who it is? Somebody leaving us?
Talal.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to the coin rivet party early.
You know what? That's actually a nice development for Boitas, because the departure of Shakurchi will allow him to be the big stack at this feature table.
Most certainly. They've kind of been battling a bit too, right? Of course, with that ace-8 suited versus ace-4 clubs. I thought that was a phenomenal hand. But now he's gone. Well, he's still here. He's racking up. Is he leaving, or is he just coloring up some chips?
Oh, it could be the latter. That's a fair point.
Number 5, the 75k in competition for the hand you're on. All players on a 15-minute break. It's all players in the 75k, 15-minute break. Just remind all players to sell up your 1,000 chips before you leave.
Yeah, he's just racked up the reds, so he's sticking around.
You always feel good when you're the guy coloring up. But 10s for Soiza, it's just been a disaster for him.
He's going to run into these two kings of Danny Tang.
Oh
And yeah, with a raise
gosh.
and a flat, you can't blame Soiza for ripping it here. The only silver lining, of course, the fact that he has Danny Tang covered, and Tang does make the call. A quick and easy fold for Martirosian, and man, the tailspin continuing for Soiza. Really got a feel for him. I mean, obviously, he could still hit a 10 here. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Don't say that.
Yeah, but so far, it has been a disaster. Flop. Clean.
Well, if you're Soiza, it's dirty. Oh, my goodness. On the subject of dirtiness, a filthy 10 of clubs rolling right off, and Danny Tang knows this is bad.
Unlucky.
Lucky done.
As you can't blame him for being a little bit disgusted here in the 75K. He was in such a good spot there to double through Soiza. And
but now get back some, so it's okay.
maybe Soiza is finally turning things around. What a note on which to end that particular level. As you get a look at the chip counts, Shakurchi still squarely in the lead, over 1.5 million, but Soiza, just like that, back over 1.1 after tail spinning for much of the day. Boitas in third, and Martirosian, Suvarna, and Vogelsang rounding things out. Nobody in that sub-10 blind danger zone, with the blinds at 10 and 15,000. Well, with the players heading to a break, we will welcome you back to our break desk here in North Cyprus at the Merit Hotel Resort and Casino. Ahlinejad alongside Randy Liu. And I'll tell you what, the thing that I was going to talk about with you, Randy, was, you know, the unraveling of Michael Soiza, but then suddenly a 10 on the turn and you realize it only takes one key pot and you're right back in there.
Yeah, you know, he was going to be down to like 150 or 200K, less about 10 big blinds or so. Like, it was just a disaster. He keeps getting in spots that are coolers, and, you know, especially that Kings against Ace Queen. I can't believe he lost that one. But sometimes you get lucky. He's over 1 million chips now, a big threat to the tournament scene. Danny Tang, well, you know, was looking good to make another deep run. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait for the next tournament. But yeah, Soiza got it feeling good. You're like, okay, waking up, maybe pick up some chips later.
Quietly eliminated Matthias Eibinger and Michael Adamo, much to the pleasure, obviously, of the remaining field, as they're not going to have to contend with those talents, as we have just 26 players remaining now. Once we get down to 24 players, we'll have 3 tables, and I would imagine there'll be some rebalancing. You see Mikita Badziakuski, who hasn't fared so well out here thus far, though one of the winningest players in the Triton series over the course of his career, 25th in chips. Luke Gilles, the shortest of all stacks, with 7 big blinds. Henrik Hecklin in the mix with 19 bigs as we continue to peruse the remaining stacks, courtesy of the Triton Poker Plus app, which of course is available free of charge to all of you at home. If you haven't downloaded it yet, we highly recommend doing so. If you want to follow along, just like we do here at the desk. So the average stack, 675,000, good for 34 big blinds. And Yuri Zivalevsky up toward the top, along with Boitas. Soiza back in the mix. Sean Perry, there's a name that we haven't touched on yet. Randy, one of the most talkative guys that you'll have out there in the field, to the point often, and I've experienced this, born witness to it back in the States and a lot of the high roller events that he plays, where he can get under some people's skin.
Yeah, I mean, I witnessed on the outer tables the other day, him and Cale Burns were just chatting away. They both with a big stack. I would love to see him at the same table later in this tournament. But first time I've seen him play, but he just makes it really entertaining for us.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, so on that note, Randy and I will cut you guys loose to take a quick break as well, but when we return, continuing coverage of event number 5, the 75K 8 Max from the Merit Poker Room. Keep it close. The 8 was in the neighborhood. The heart was never going to be the card. And the 6 keeps it clean. So Mateos is going to take a big chunk out of the Dutchman's stack as they were pretty close to start the hand. And that is going to leave Vogel on fumes.
I put pepper in there, let's see.
Not the way he scripted the start to the afternoon, Randy.
No, 260.
Yeah, I don't think pepper belongs.
Shallow stack is jamming into Ivy. 16 bigs. Ivy does have him covered and has an ace in the big.
Ace is pretty good here. Guy just registered. He's probably looking to chip up a bit. Usually you're not in love with it, but it's just the best hand a good amount of time. But can he find a laydown?
And even when it is the best hand, Randy, as you see Ivy making the call and he will be dominated, how well does it perform against a full run out and sort of the range that we would expect Malinowski to have? It's not.
It doesn't crush. It's just slightly winning. But you know, these guys, they don't pass up any little edges they can get, but actually behind.
And rather than slightly winning, Ivy is fully dominated. The deuce shows up, but it comes with a king, and Malinowski's got the ace of clubs, so this is trouble for Ivy.
Who's got the ace deuce here?
I do.
Well, unprofessional Phil. Could happen.
And in the end, Malinowski will make the nut flush as Ivy will ship him a double.
that direction. Is this okay? Yeah, just because it's hard for me to, yeah. Thank you, perfect.
Fine?
Yeah, okay.
Probably no improvement.
Kilburn's giving up after trying to negotiate.
Couldn't get the peppermint tea. Couldn't get the guy to move his chips.
He's running bad.
No.
And that is Vyacheslav Buldigan. There we go.
21.
We'll get it. And that is 2 black queens. No marbles in my mouth when it comes to calling that hand. 21K open from the hijack and a queen into the muck. Uh-oh. Morton Klein's woken up with aces, and this is bad news for Patrick.
I couldn't see, but if you keep looking like that, somebody might be able to.
Maybe I wanted you to see them.
That's good.
Kilburn's very classy, letting Morton know that the manner in which he was looking his cards could be subject to some prying eyes. 3-bet to 81,000 from Morton is promptly piled on by Patrick, who's receiving the gut punch here before the espresso can even make its way to the table.
I know you lost aces against queens earlier here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Never happened twice.
The ugly twice.
Paint on the board, but not one of the remaining queens. Mateos folded a queen, as I recall. 10 is no help to Patrick, and the one outer does not materialize on the end. No sense in building drama there. He's always wildly impressed.
The first all in, right? You jam once and you tank.
Yeah, the first hand was also one tank.
Yeah. So enough is enough.
Yeah, jack for both hands as well, which is funny. Super long.
Would that be the first time a television station has called the clock on a player at a table, though? That's
probably would have been.
That means it's already something. It's like the producer of a major network has called the clock on me.
I mean, it's for $4 million or whatever it is, you know. So
he can think,
4 million
if
thing
the rules are allowed, he can think for whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they would
a lot of money,
shouldn't be allowed.
I would not call the clock.
Yeah, it's $4 million, man.
It's the biggest part of both of our lives.
Yeah, in most people's lives, you know. I don't know, like it's ridiculous, you know. And he called, so you know there's a reason why he was tanking, right? It's not like he pulled it for no reason, you know. He actually called, so.
And he was playing super quick throughout the tournament. He wasn't like a notorious staller or anything.
Guys are very chatty here to start the day, and Suvarna is very dedicated to this ace-10 offsuit. Off of a stack of 175,000, he jams it.
Both represent the same brand.
And Malinowski, the one they call Limitless online.
So what's different here is that Suvarna's actually open jammed early position with 17.5 big blinds. Not a play you see too often. Limitless needs to kind of break down how the ranges might change.
And jam the hand. I forgot which one it was, and the guy folded a king.
I think
like 2 tables left or whatever. That was a pretty cool hand as well.
You might be assuming that pocket pairs 8s and below wouldn't necessarily play it this way.
No, I'm gonna watch it back.
If we take those hands out of the range, which are the ones that we're crushing, then we know that making a call here, which Malinowski does by moving all in himself, we're likely to be up against 2 overcards for a full run out.
Yeah.
And in those situations, the edges are not so great. As you can see, a roughly 11% advantage for Malinowski, who does have Suvarna covered. Santos Suvarna at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series event, needing an ace or a 10 and coming up empty on the flop. Turn does produce a gun. And welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 5, the $75,000 8 max no limit hold'em tournament. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Nanonoko Liu. The blinds will be 10 and 20,000 as things get back underway from the Merit Poker Room here in North Cyprus. And Talal Shakurchi, your overall chip leader with 26 players remaining of the original 88 entries that we got. Not a bad haul for a 75K, I'd say. Randy, of course, the payouts have now been published. We will bring you that momentarily. $1.73 million will be going to the winner, 1.2 million to second place, and we will be paying 13 places. It looks like 135K will go to the person on the inside of the bubble as we play down to that. Of course, we are going to play down to a champion today. This is the only event that will be in action, as tonight will be the player party, draw party for the Coin Rivet Invitational. Tomorrow, the 200K buy-in event, businessmen and pros. Very much looking forward to that. But in the meantime, the matter at hand is, of course, the 75K. We are at 26 players. There will be a redraw, Randy, when we get to 24. But for the time being, we do have a couple of new feature tables. As we take the Triton Poker Plus app, we find the first of them where not one but two Brazilians will be seated beside one another, Bruno Volkmann and Yuri Zivalevsky, then Henrik Hecklin. The main event winner from Madrid, along with Jonathan Jaffe, Paul Pua, Alexei Platonov, and then we peek over here at our other table where we find this is a really stacked table in Sam Greenwood, Fedor Holz, Linus Laliger, Mikita Badziakuski. Then you got the first-timers in Viktor Kudanov and Artem Vezhnikov, both Russians who have made their presence felt, and then, of course, Sean Perry. So very much circling that red feature table as one to keep an eye on as we send it back down to our featured tables. This not the red table, the blue table, rather. Where we do find Jonathan Jaffe, yet another one of the newcomers to a Triton series, made the trip out here to Cyprus to try his luck. And so far, he's doing okay for himself with 15 bigs and 1 million in chips.
Yeah, and you know, when I think of good Brazilian players, these two instantly jump to mind. And they both got some pretty big stacks. Jonathan Jaffe, the chip lead at this table, American. Triton debut, I believe. Don't recall seeing him at a previous stop. Yep, confirmed.
I think it's further in, no?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. No. Look, move your chips.
I move this?
See it here?
That's the little corner that you see, yeah?
It's like Alexei, first time playing feature table, doesn't know where to put his full cards with the RFID.
It's 40,000.
Yuri, 40,000. Came fresh off the heads up with Ben Tollerine.
Tollerine took that event down to 30K. His first title, his first Triton series. Same story for Zivalevsky. Second place, not at all a bad finish for him, just shy of $1 million. Was that the 50K?
It was the 30K,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, because yesterday was the 50K.
It's all a blur. Jonathan Jaffe's Queen 10 turns into bottom two pair on a king high board here, up against the boss. Oh, sorry. Up against Zivalevsky, who is a little bit of an N boss, if we're being honest.
He looks like
by all
one.
regards.
Like a villain in a movie.
No doubt.
Can I just fire a little bit? Just a pre-flop raiser. Try to rep those big cards. Bottom two. It's a great hand, of course, because it's two pair, but it's one of those hands where if you're playing deep stacks, you need to play it slow. Especially on a board where your opponent could have a straight, and if you check raise and you get pumped up again.
160.
Oh, he's actually check raising. I think the standard play is to check call, but he's got different ideas. Maybe because Yuri put such a small bet, he's thinking, okay, it's likely he's got either nothing or like a one pair hand I need to charge. But I think if it was up against a bigger bet, he probably would have just check called.
I think it does also provide him with a bit of definition if Yuri does decide to continue after the check raise, given that wet texture.
Yeah, I don't think Jaffe was looking to commit all 900K on that flop. Certainly could, but it's not like a fist pump.
Well, just get a look at that. In addition to the massive payouts and the trophies, we've got so many goodies for our Triton titleists, including Shambhala Jewels bracelets, which celebrate our winners with fine jewelry crafted with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold by hand in Copenhagen. There's our first look at Henrik Eklund. Jack 6, not enough for him to participate.
Jaffe in the small blind. King 8 up against Boss Man's. Boss Man, Paul Paul's got 13.5 big blinds. Is it a little bit too much to jam? Possibly, but some people do go aggressive. Gonna start with a limp. I believe that's a limp. Yep. Paul's got 10-5. Gotta be thankful. It's likely get to see a free flop unless he wants to go aggressive. Most people don't, just 13 blinds.
Proceeding with caution. Field checks back. Comes up empty. Same story for King High.
Yeah, there's always gonna be a lot of whiffs. One check. Paul can't really just stab randomly because each big blind means so much more to his stack than Jaffe. So we'll check. It's
And
10.
yeah, makes a pair and jumps into the lead.
Jaffe's thinking about that quick check back. Ping high, solid showdown. Don't bet yet. I'd be tempted to bet if I was Paul, but it seems he wants to keep it slow.
Deuce on the end.
King high, will check. Paul should be value betting this after he sees 3 checks to him. Try to get paid off by a random 6 or 4, maybe a deuce. Could look like you're taking a stab. It's reasonable for him to get called by worse.
Little value bet with second pair. Just how curious will Jaffe get with the King High?
I think Jaffe's thinking, okay, you didn't bet the flop or turn. Wouldn't you bet that if you had a jack or 10? Or would you really value bet a 6 or 4 against me? Is going to make the correct laydown.
Nice little pickup there for the boss, Paul Pua. His resume, one of the most decorated on the Triton Tour. Just shy of 15 million in earnings. His first title coming in Madrid. In the 30K 7 max no limit event where he won 740,000 plus euros. He has 24 cashes and he cashed in the first 3 events so far. And he's looking to make the top 13 here.
Alexei, ace queen in the cutoff, 15 blinds. I think raising's fine. All in, certainly a fine play as well. Some people min raise, try to induce some bets, and Jaffe's got pocket 6s. And the hand plays very differently when someone open jams 310k versus, say, min raising a 40k. Now you don't have fold equity because you're forced all in if you want to commit these 6s. You also need to think about the 2 guys behind you. Is going to make the call here.
So, Alexei Platonov is his first ever Triton event, first Triton series. He is going to need some help up against these 2 6s of the American Jonathan Jaffe with 670,000 hanging in the balance. There's the help he had in mind. An ace on the flop. Wait a minute. 3 of diamonds on the turn, and now Jaffe adds 4 4s to his outs for 6 total. Those are the cards that Platonov needs to fade. Oh my goodness, runner, runner, the 4 on the end, and that is it for Platonov, and you can feel the frustration.
Ouch.
They're redraw now? 24.
Yep.
Sweet. I mean, it's on my back mind.
Oh, yeah.
Dealers in the 75k,
Oh, it was
finish
me.
the hand draw
Ah,
and stop
yeah.
dealing, please.
Me too.
Finish the hand
It was
draw
me.
and stop dealing. Now a redraw down to 3 tables. We'll be doing the redraw and we'll be playing straight away, so there'll be no break and redraw next, gentlemen.
All right, it appears that we have already reached 24 players, Randy, and as such, we'll be doing a redraw. Platonov eliminated in 25th, and elsewhere, Mikita Badziakuski fell by the roadside in 26th. There's a look at the counts as we disband this collection of 5 players. Jaffe, 71 bigs after taking Platonov's remaining stack up to 1.5 million, and that's going to put him second in chips behind Talal Shakurchi. Zavlevsky and Volkman neck and neck. Same story for Hecklin and Pua, albeit with far less in front of them. The blinds at 10 and 20,000. So we'll shuffle the deck, see what we come up with in terms of a couple of new feature tables, and only one outer table. The money bubble, of course, will be at 13, inching closer and closer, but ICM considerations not quite yet upon us, Randy. And based on what we've seen so far today, it does seem like the attrition part of the event is kind of upon us. The remaining stacks, yeah, you got 12 bigs for Fedor Holes, the shortest of all. A couple of stacks at 13 bigs for Vogelsang and Petrangelo, Luke Gilles and Paul Pua. So a tight cluster, but you know, once you get into that 20 big blind range, you don't expect somebody to be ripping it in pre-flop. So we could be slowing down the pace of the eliminations from this point forward. And we work towards a champion right now. And Shakurchi, billed as a businessman, but how much longer are we going to be able to call him a businessman? Is poker his profession? No, but clearly, not just results-oriented from today where he has the chip lead, but the body of work he's put together in the Triton series certainly indicates that this is a man who understands how to navigate things. 273,000 in earnings, courtesy of a couple of cashes. Again, London, the only stop that he played, but if you look at his overall results in poker, he is a real force to be reckoned with. And as you mentioned earlier, Randy, he is one to watch as we go into the Coin Rivet Invitational tomorrow.
Yeah, he is extremely strong. He doesn't look like someone who plays online poker. He plays a ton of online poker,
Yeah.
many titles there. Plays all the high rollers. Came out to the Triton Million to play that £1 million event, and skipped other Tritons because it didn't have a bigger 200
big enough buy-in.
Here we got the 200K. He's back out. He's got a mean game. We witnessed him do a 4-bet bluff deep stacks. Did make the incorrect fold on the flop, but you don't blame him. He could have been up against that overpair. Really, I think he's one of the most talented here, and perhaps he should be playing with the pros during that Coin Rivet. He's extremely good.
There's still a lot of poker left to play. I was going to ask you about what you felt like was the hand thus far of our coverage, and I would say that 4-bet that he had, and that was up against Laszlo Boitas, was perhaps the most interesting pot that we've played so far. And leave it to him to really put people to the test. As you think about his willingness to do that, who else that is left in this field at present do you feel is going to be somebody who would stand up to Talal or potentially put others to the test in that same manner?
I will immediately look at our current third place player, Cale Burns.
Yeah.
Cale Burns loves to play post flop. He will call your 3-bets. He will flatten position, and he will put the drill into you. He will just always blast away. He knows how to navigate and be tricky. And you saw earlier when he had that King Jack against Morton Klein, right? He was tricky on the turn, made that boat, went for max value. He's going to be a pleasure to watch with a lot of chips. He knows how to ships tournaments.
One could make the argument that hand there, the King Jack against the King Queen, was the most interesting that we've seen thus far in our coverage, with plenty more poker left to go. Obviously, that check back on the turn was real grimy in terms of where it left Morton on the river after he tried to go for value with Trip Kings, Queen Kicker, and then face that all in. And hats off to Morton Klein. By the way, another guy who we're not bringing in under the guise of being a professional poker player, more on the businessman side of the spectrum, but top shelf laydowns there. And it really goes to show you just how beneficial having the opportunity to play against some of the best in the world who always show up to these Triton events can be, in terms of not monkey see, monkey do, but truly being able to appreciate people out there executing and taking note of certain situations, right? You have a front row seat to the best around.
Yeah, you know, getting to play and, you know, I'm sure if he asks questions, they're going to answer honestly
They
about how
do.
to improve.
Mhm.
And, you know, with world-class coverage, you know, we got whole cards up. You know, you can always review that for free. It's just, it's a great place to learn. You know, these guys way back when, you know, especially like Paul, right? Like he wasn't even close to being a great player in the beginning, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I've heard the rumors where like back when before Triton, when they were playing cash games, they would always have the pros shoulder cards face up so that they could learn, right? And
it was a mandatory element of
Yeah.
being allowed, pardon me, to play in any of these nosebleed cash games with these recreational players. Okay, that's fine. We understand that we're paying tuition, but you're going to show us what you got so that we can learn from you. And eventually, it has caught up to a lot of these pros, and they've only made the task that much harder for themselves. But to be fair, in spite of that, I think that the pros actually sort of appreciate. I think there's a little bit of glowing pride from time to time that some of them have with those that they have kind of mentored, taken under their wing. There's some real deep relationships between, you know, the recreational businessman side of the spectrum and the pros, which is nice to see. You know what I mean? I'm not going to call it father-son tutelage by any stretch. In fact, most of the pros are younger than a lot of the businessmen. But it really is kind of a camaraderie, a sense of fraternalism, and I think it does help to distinguish these Triton events from all others out in the field. It is special out here, isn't it?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And, you know, a lot of people like are willing to share the information. We see it all the time. Paul's always asking questions. You see, even Phil Ivey, OG, and I don't want to call him a businessman, but he was asking questions to Limitless earlier. Like when he got that jam, he called up the ace deuce, kind of wanted to know the ranges and knowing that he was in a close spot. And it's a pleasant pleasure to watch.
Yeah, very much so. And we are just about ready to send you back out to the field, which has been redrawn. We're going to have just 3 tables remaining here in event number 5, 75K 8 max. And there is a look at the new collection of 8 players where Cale Burns, who you mentioned, Randy, can always keep things interesting, is sitting just a couple of clicks in front of Talal Shakurchi, and another deep stack in Laszlo Boitas not far behind. This is where a lot of the chips in this tournament sit. You got 5 stacks over $1 million, so we could see some deep post-flop play, and this one's going to be interesting.
Yeah, this is a
It's on me.
a dream featured table for action with deep stacks. Like lots of guys who just kind of want to blast away. Laszlo definitely going to put some resistance, as we saw earlier with that.
I just saw a card that had a big like bend in it.
Which card was it?
They were playing a hand.
Fedor.
All in.
Ripping it in.
235.
This is pretty. This is part where the information's pretty important.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing. I hate when card.
Unlike the deep stacks, Fedor
I'll
needs
tell
to
you
get
this,
something
I
cooking,
know.
chooses to try to make it happen with King 6, and Soiza is a customer. 7-8 suited.
With the 5 of hearts.
Like in the middle indentation or on the edge?
No, it just had, it didn't have a Malco. It just had like it didn't sit flat. It was like convex.
Ooh. 10-9 tray, open ender for Soiza. King High still in the lead for the time being and blocking a 6.
All pretty bent.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pairs. That's
Yeah, it might
clean
just
for
be the
Fedor.
thing.
A lot of outs for Soiza, though. Ace of clubs. Not
Two
one of them.
very strong
So,
players, all in
King
against
High
each other.
will enjoy a helping of Soiza bucks.
235, yeah.
You want 250? What the fuck? I thought I had more. I must have counted my chips wrong.
Fedor on some deep runs, right? Oh, outer table action. Volkman, Brazilian crusher.
Ace 5 suited. Former tennis player.
That's right. Mateos, pocket tens.
Trouble for Volkman's Ace 5 suited. And Mateos is going to move the rest of his stack into the middle. 430K. Ace Jack crumbles. Ace Jack doesn't want any. How's Ace 5 going to feel? No good, as Volkman will concede to Mateos, who's got a little over $1 million in career Triton earnings. across a couple of caches for Volkman. He has 3 caches, and his time at the Triton series considerably shorter in length than Mateos, as his very first stop came at our last stop in Madrid. That's right, where he went 2 for 4, playing all the no-limit events. 6th in the 7 max 50K for 303, and 7th in the 100K main for 440K.
I want to see some Sean Perry table talk. You tell me he's chatty, right, Ali?
Oh my goodness. I mean,
Just
you
got
get
them
him going,
started.
you're going to regret having done so.
Paul's got pocket 7s, 16 blinds. I like that he's jamming. I feel like it's when you raise, you're not sure if you're folding the best hand later, possibly. Extra fold equity by ripping it in. Leave it up to variance. Oh, but Suvarna picks up pocket 9s, and he is not shy of getting chips in pre-flop.
Problems for Pua, and Suvarna does have him covered ever so slightly.
325. 220. No, 325.
I like to think that 9s is just a bit too strong to lay down. Yeah, you got to think if you're up against a bigger pair, sometimes they just min raise rather than open jam 16 blinds, so you can feel a little bit safer about getting it in.
Pua, fate hanging in the balance, does not improve on the King-6 tray board. Does have some backdoor straight potential, and there's a card that will help him get there. Now he needs a 4 or a 7 on the river, and instead it's an ace. And the boss fails to cash in his 4th straight event here in the 75K, but still has done well for himself in Cyprus thus far. His departure will allow him to get ready for the player party, and of course, tomorrow's Coin Rivet Invitational action.
Sean, nice to meet you.
Meanwhile, we find Sam Greenwood with 2 aces, flatting a 3-bet from Soiza out of the small blind over the top of a Shakurchi open.
Wow, sneaky. We're going to get a 3-way huge pot coming.
We sure are.
Just calls. I believe because he raised from early position, if he had 4-bet, it would just look way too strong. Soiza has got to be a little bit worried with 2 guys and that board connected.
So Soiza's got himself the Broadway draw and backdoor spades. Greenwood, the over pair, same Broadway draw. Shakurchi, bottom pair, and an open ender.
I'll tell you, when I slow play aces and 2 people call, this is a scary board. It's very easy to be beat here. Pocket jacks, king, queen, jack. I'm not really sure what to do here with aces. If you bet and get huge resistance for deep stacks, I'm not very comfortable.
Very coordinated texture that does fall right into that board smashing range of the opposition.
Looks like he does want to bet. I think he's not as worried against Soiza. If a Soiza to check this flop looks a little weak, because you would want to bet like a set, a 2-pair on this flop. Talal. He doesn't think the jack's the best hand, but he's getting a great price with open and a straight draw and a pair of jacks, backdoor flush draw. Just call, kind of see if you hit your hand, see what develops. Lose Soiza.
And the 10 now gives Greenwood the Broadway all to himself, as Soiza's departure will leave Shakurchi to do battle heads up with bottom 2 now.
This should be a mandatory bet with the straight. If you check here, I've never seen someone bet 2-pair on a turn. You gotta charge those 2 pairs. You gotta charge the occasional diamond draw. What? He's actually checking. I'm very surprised here, Ollie. Trying to make it look like he's got like a set or 2-pair that wants to get blown off of. Huh. Seems like you're giving your opponent a lot of free chance to take you out.
But The kind of hands that would check because they're worried about the four-liner on the board are also the type of hands that could certainly continue, you might imagine, the sets in those two pairs that you mentioned, drawing live against the straight. The check back from Shakurchi now brings the inconsequential 4 of hearts to the board.
Now that goes check, check. Greenwood. Oh, I'm trying to think, what can you get value from? A 9x is really hard for Talal to have. Besides like a 8-9 of diamonds. 10-9 of diamonds. Huh. I probably wouldn't size too big, I think, for Greenwood, just knowing it's so likely that Talal's got a weak hand. $300,000. Fastest fold he's ever seen from Talal. Instant. Yeah, I feel like he kind of gave Talal a free chance to just win that pot off.
Yeah, I was thinking 150 in my head.
And then realized he didn't say
and
it.
then he didn't say it. And I was like,
Come on, Sam, you're a professional. You can't be making these kind of mistakes. Not on TV, you know.
How can we get a deck every hand? That deck's being used for one hand, right?
No, I think they
Rotate.
not
Well, if you haven't already, connect with us via the Triton Poker Plus app. We talk about it during every break desk. It is exactly what Randy and I use to keep a firm finger on the pulse of what's happening out there. The players use it in real time, and you have access to it free of charge. Available on both the iOS and Android platforms, the Apple App Store, and the Google Play Store.
Like she gave a wash and everything.
Switching back over to our other feature, where Sean Perry has yet to go to the speech play side of his arsenal.
Mateos to ace-10.
Raise 110.
A lot of guys like to 3-bet ace-10 offsuit, maybe call ace-10 suited because of the playability. We tend to 3-bet the offsuit hands a bit more. Bogle saying king-queen. 10.5 blinds. It's a good holding, but when you see the 3-bet in front of you, you're thinking, for sure this is going to show down. I don't even beat ace-5 suited. It just depends on how light he thinks Mateos would 3-bet Suvarna. Could he potentially play the king-queen in this spot? Bogle things out. Action on Jaffe, trying to decide if he should fold 4-bet. He's wondering, wow, this is a monster play. Aggressive.
Jack 10 suited, showing a lot of gusto here, and look at that ace-10 offsuit. It's just gonna crumble.
That is one heck of a read. Just thinking that Mateos is trying to punish the businessman. And you know what? If you have ace-king, you get called. I'm not doing so bad if Jack 10 suited.
You're not wrong about that.
That moves Jaffe to second place. Current chip leader is
Our
Sam
stakes are
Greenwood.
pretty big. In theory, you just won 75,000 that hand. Starting 200,000 chips.
Yeah, plus that.
Oh, I want to hear more, Sean Perry.
Perry's going.
Send us back.
You're a chill dude, my friend. I need to take up bike riding. That's what it is, yeah?
Yeah, or just, yeah, you just play a lot of high stakes poker. It really keeps you calm.
I mean, the poker's not doing anything. It's just talking, right?
What's that?
Well, I mean, whatever. It's not like I seem the least interested in the poker of everyone at the table, to be honest, right?
Boitas with the 2 kings, raising to 45,000.
Waitress.
Hoping for action. Petrangelo's ace tray, not enough out of
45.
the small.
It's a bit connected. You got deep
Fuck that
stacks.
lies, bright.
A lot of people defend 6-4 offsuit.
Excuse me. Can I get a
That's the
waitress?
odds.
Thanks.
Greenwood's defense will bring a flop with 120K in the middle. He's flopped an open-ender.
I mean,
Boitas
depends
content to
what you understand
check
of
back
pretty
with
close.
that pesky ace
We-
hitting the board.
Decent
I would
spot
say
to go
right
for a
on the-
bet. Greenwood.
Yeah.
Like, definitely close.
People would check like middling pocket pairs. An overcard
Like, it's
to those types
obviously
of
a bit
hand that
different
rolls
when
off,
you
so
don't
probably wouldn't call
see each
bet.
other, right?
And make it sizable
Yeah,
enough.
'cause you guys live in
See what he wants to do.
You guys have some cool hypothetical
Just
chats?
got 6 high. Don't really want to check call this type of hand, so it's better to just bet
Can I please have
with your equity.
Hypothetical.
a green tea?
High level shit.
100K
Nicky P is such a cool dude, man.
sizing.
Sorry?
I just talked to Nick.
I think I like hypothetical chats with Rory.
That's a fast call.
I don't think I've had any.
Price was right, deems Boitas. Now Greenwood has just 6 high with 320K in the middle, 200 of which slid in there on the turn.
Yeah, he got called so fast. A lot of people do check back like weak aces on the flop to balance their checking back range when they got a hand like kings, 7s, and 8s. So that's gonna be tough to bet again. But wow, he's found a way to potentially win the spot. Reading the snap call is possibly a medium strength hand like a king queen. Wow, well done.
Yeah, the 280,000 on the river earns Greenwood the pot as Boitas puts the 2 kings into the muck. And you're starting to get a sense of just why it is that Sam Greenwood is so
Must have
feared
a lot of money in the bag.
Would
Full
this
blast.
on high stakes streets.
Would this have been the amount?
Over and pick it up, and I got
No,
it
it's-
back.
I'm saying it's heavy because there's a lot of money inside.
There's no money inside.
If he puts in the
Money's
chips and then
Greenwood
when they're in, it says
playing under
280,
the Canadian
this
flag with
is the amount he has
7.4
in
million
hand, or
in
is
career Triton
Not in the
earnings,
months that you carry.
courtesy of 13
On the what?
cashes. His
Not in the
most
months that you
recent
carry.
9th place in the 30K 6 max.
Yeah, but he put it in and then said 280
event
after.
number 2 here in Cyprus.
I'm just curious if it's I don't know.
Yeah, I have hypothetical chats with Rory, I like it.
Whatever.
Of course.
I try to have it with everybody.
Of course, and this I don't.
50% of people just give me nothing. They're just like,
We play friendly. I don't.
this card.
It's a waste of time.
I really thought I thought I
Sometimes.
grabbed like
He gives me
at
something.
least like 275 or 250, and then I was kind of
Rory
going
gives
that
me
and even fucking close.
What did you have in your head?
So what did you
Most of
have?
my-
Like
What?
All my close friends have
175?
At 175.
I think you learn a lot from.
Yeah, now I see that's a bit of an issue.
A little bit, but sometimes just don't take it too far. Because then you're just wasting time.
I gotta get the I gotta start climbing, you know, start doing like grip strength stuff, get so I can do the big reach.
Not enough, you draw some black and white.
Did the turn go check?
As long as they're relevant answers, you know.
Ace
At the river?
4
You caught me there.
for
How much did you
Fedor.
bet?
Opportunity to open the
like
pot.
300 to like
I
900.
haven't got COVID yet.
Neither.
You need it? You use it? Are you sure?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Me too, apparently not.
I reckon I already had it, and I got a false negative. Apparently I haven't had COVID yet.
So why is it taking his time here?
Because Burns keeps chatting to him. Come play some poker.
Did you
Raise to
drop it, like,
40K off of
much
the
money
suited
on your mailbox?
connector is ill-timed as Greenwood
enough.
with
If you
the
do it enough,
ace
it's worth
king
it.
suited on the heels of
I
having
spent
just
like 1K and I realized I
successfully bluffed Laszlo Boitas.
So much better than mine.
You get in like with
135.
It's actually much better to get like you know how the
Raises it up to 135,000.
But against this sizing, it wouldn't surprise me if Soy's an opposite call of 8-7 suited.
If you're like trying to not spend as much money, you want to
It's a very playable hand. There is some stack to play for.
You can trade the components.
It's a big stack 3-betting you, so it kind of looks like they're trying to muscle you a little bit. This doesn't surprise me.
The process of riding the bike is way more enjoyable. Way better. Because you're like, kind of
like if you have a
So Soiza will make the call, has a little over $500,000 left, and outflops the ace-king courtesy of middle pair on this 10-high, 2-heart board. But of course, Greenwood with 2 overs in the nut flush draw won't be going anywhere. He does have the initiative. First to act with 310 in the middle.
Yeah, I like just continuation betting here. You can put so much pressure on middling strength hands on a turn, especially if an overcard rolls off. Soiza against the 100K bet. There's 400K in the middle.
I'm not.
Call's probably the normal play here.
Trip with my dad.
Occasionally you might think about trying to raise to close it out, but I like the call, see what develops. Hand is not that strong. Oh.
Stand corrected.
It was awesome.
For Greenwood with the nut flush here, there's not that much stack to play for. I'd be pretty tempted to check because the Queen of Hearts, like, the hands that call you on the flop would be very scared on the Queen of Hearts. Like, you know, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, 1 heart. I don't know if they're calling another bet. Jack 10, black. Yeah, I like this check. There's just not enough stack to play for where you need to keep betting. Maybe you can induce from like an 8-9.
Germany, Austria, like a triangle basically. And there.
Yeah.
It's like unbelievable. Like this, because
I think I would take this free card if I was Soiza.
Wealthy.
It is. You are getting
still basic. So
letting a random heart get a free shot, but your hand is so vulnerable.
That's how it is up in.
Unbelievable.
So the trap is laid, but the King of Diamonds might be additionally dissuasive towards Soiza putting any more chips into this pot.
It's just so organized, so well marked. That's the
The
thing about
king
Slovakia, it's a little raw.
It's very unlikely for Soiza to have.
Yeah, it's safe. So the bike.
You know, of course, you holding the king, what, king 10.
Ideally, you
Probably might not even call your 3-bet depending if it's suited or not. King, queen. You can see he's reaching for chips, just hoping for some kind of call. Yeah, small bet.
But I was
very small bet, just hoping for any crangle. But also, when you put the 20% pot bet out there, you invite players to turn their hands into a block, thinking you're trying to block bet. And I think that's what he was trying to do there.
7.1 is like
a quick fold.
That's what we're talking. But yeah, it's way too all the different.
But both was
So the nut flush with a nice pickup there for Sam Greenwood.
How do you call it when you change the gear system? Or like
Can you place here?
The derailleur is a big thing, and then the.
I'll give you some money.
Back over to the other feature, where it looks like Suvarna is hauling one in. At one point, he was all in for his tournament life early on in today's coverage and got very lucky to spike a card. And ever since that double.
Yeah, that was against Soiza, and I believe someone said they folded an ace, so he was like a 1-outer to chop. With Grafton, it was.
Fold.
Everyone folds around to the small blind of Yuri. Queen 8 suited.
Up against 9 blinds, suited queen. Just try and take down what's in the middle. Leave it on Vogel saying to make a mistake.
Any of the new today?
Thank you.
Good luck.
How you doing?
When you deal, do you tell your friends at home that you're on TV? Never?
I confess that a lot of me holding back there was just waiting to see whether or not Sean Perry was going to step up and do something to break the silence, which he did. As we get a look at the chip counts here, brought to you by Merit Poker. 1.6 million for Jonathan Jaffe, good for third in chips overall, as Seth Davies has slid into second with 1.7. Sam Greenwood at the top with 2.1 plus.
Nines. The chattiest player remaining in the tournament.
That flashed.
1-9 busy in the muck.
Not sure which one locked, but could play an important role in his hand. King 7. Marginal, but playable. Get some min raise. Is against under the gun, something to consider.
Ace, queen, deuce. 2 overs to the 2 nines now. Jaffe defended his big with the king high.
Nine's pretty vulnerable. Then again, if you bet and get called, you most certainly beat. Take one off. Pairs the ace, which is good for the nines.
Yeah, not a complicated development.
You might, if it checks to parry, you might see him bet the turn because he could get counterfeited by the queen. And you want to deny equity against, you know, 10 jack highs, king highs, have outs. But he's actually going to keep checking, so it's just going to pray no big card comes up. But that's one of the cards you don't want to see when you're just playing slow with the 2 nines.
Third over card.
It's really hard for Jaffe to bluff at this, though. Perry's line is very in line with the queen. The queen most certainly won't be folding to most sizes. If he's betting, though, he's trying to... Wow, to min bet. He's trying to fold out these little pocket pairs that are checking down. And while it is credible, it's also such a small price that there's a chance Perry's just like, look, you probably got
Just
me.
flicks
but
it, yeah.
Hope.
I only got to be right 1 out of every 6.5 times.
Yeah.
And yeah, sure enough, he does make the call. You see Jaffe rolling it face up. And when your opponent reaches for his hand and throws it face up like that, you just assume nines are going to be no good. But on this occasion, they are, as
I didn't like
Sean
seeing
clicks
the 9
call and takes down king
get
high.
flipped over.
Yeah, the 9 got flipped up earlier. Yeah, I would like to have seen Jaffe if he was going to take a stab, but just a little bit more, maybe one more big blind, and put those pressure on those medium hands.
They made her leave because they realized she wasn't telling her fans that she's on stream. You tell your friends you're on stream when you're here? No. Never? Oh man, they're gonna make you leave too soon now. I don't believe that.
What are the odds we lose another button on that shirt before the end of the stream,
right?
Randy?
It's pretty high up there, I think.
Just a second.
The longer I watch him play, the more he goes up in my rankings of favorite players to watch.
Well, as entertaining as we might find him, I certainly know that he can be a real earful at the table when others are just trying to take a moment, think, make some decisions, playing for the big money.
Bogle. King deuce suited. 8 blinds, suited king. Not bad. The deuce is not ideal. That card gets counterfeit a lot.
This card here is marked, in my opinion, here. Can you see?
Okay. Can you see? Check that later.
Christoph
You can see it, right?
suggesting that we have a marked card on our hands.
These I can't. Like this I can.
It's big stack versus big stack. Already got some history developing with that last hand. King 7 betting into the 9s for the minimum. Do they want to kind of take it the next step? Push it up? 10-3 offsuit.
Well, we're starting to see what Sean Perry's capable of here. Newcomer to the Triton series. Has been playing some cash games, as I understand it. Elsewhere.
Dude, I've
on
never
property.
played in any tournaments where there's more marked cards than like out here. You know what I'm saying? I feel like these cards are so fragile. So many times it's been marked.
Impish comment there from Sean Perry, to say the least. Maybe that's why we've gone to the music and the wide shot. It's the Sean Perry mute effect.
He's trying to find, he's like, I gotta talk about something. I'm gonna talk about these marked cards.
Yeah. Sure, Sean, whatever you say.
It's like, I don't want to talk about the 10-3 offsuit I just raised.
Well, we'll take the opportunity to talk about GG Poker, which is where you can qualify for Triton events. To learn more, head over to GG Poker's website. Could have your shot at being the next Triton champion.
Bruno Volkmann, ace-10 of hearts. Been quiet so far at this featured table. King Queen reaching for chips. It's always an interesting dynamic when you see a player with a good stack 3-bet and under the gun range, because you would think they would want to play a little bit slower if they had a hand like 9s, 8s. So it becomes a bit more polarized. Volkmann suited.
It's a lot of hand, but obviously Bruno knows he was under the gun when he opened, and nevertheless, Yuri decided to 3-bet him. So the two Brazilians are going to square off as Volkmann makes the added investment, 300K in the middle. And Jack is the one Broadway card not represented by these two holdings.
With King Queen, you got the King of Clubs, you got 2 overs. I like a C-bet. Maybe put in some multi-barrels depending on what rolls off. Put some pressure. One hand's like ace-10 suited that would call your 3-bet. These queens. Have a lot of trouble continuing. Easy.
Nice work there from Yuri. Did Yuri and I reach for the same shirt this morning?
Exact same color.
It's a little scary.
This looks like it costs a bit more, though.
Listen, Randy. He makes a lot more than I do. It should cost more. How's that?
Hairdo is better. A lot of things. Poker is better. Outclassed.
You know what? I'm going to live with it. Ace Queen suited, something that Christoph Vogelsang can live with off of 160K. He's facing an open to 40, and I get the sense we're going to hear those two little words.
Yeah, if it gets back to Yuri, I think he's just going to have to call off. You know, you don't want to get in and get with 6s, but if it's only 120K more, pot odds play the hand for you.
And as you mentioned, it's a numbers game.
Hi to Queen.
Zivalevsky will make the call
No
of
good
the
news.
jam and play a 370K pot.
Didn't have an ace though.
Ace King Trey leaves Vogel out in front. Things looking good for his double prospects as the turn remains clean, and so does the river. So we will not lose another player as 21 still remain.
too much.
Thank you.
I think
Just the sound, but
different type of
I
Eminem's
spent
like
a lot of effort on it.
Eminem's obviously a big natural talent, but a grinder, I think. Whereas Biggie just showed up and had it, I think.
I just watched the Defiant ones.
The Defiant ones.
Like it?
The Defiant ones is so good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's entertaining.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
So 25K big blind. It's gonna up the stakes a little bit.
Recommended by a friend.
Shrink those stacks.
It's just me and Simon here.
Any techno Fedor?
No, I'm not a big techno fan.
You like more chill vibes. That's too intense. You want to chill. You don't want to be at a party where everyone's not talking. You want to be talking.
No, I can appreciate something a bit harder, but I don't like when it's repetitive. I don't like when let's say for a minute it's kind of the same beat. I don't like that. I like something more melodic.
All right, have you listened to Carl Cox?
Or Ways to 250.
Carl Cox.
Yeah,
I've heard of
He's
him,
techno,
but
but he can do whatever. He's a G. He's like a
No.
50-something-year-old man. He's just a kid.
I don't
Because under
remember.
9.
I can't connect music right now.
King 9 offsuit.
I know you'd like Rufus to Soul. You'd like them, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You would like Duke Dumont.
Big raise.
Yeah, I can tell the type of stuff you like. That's good stuff. That's in my relaxed beats playlist. What are you laughing about, Nicky?
Nick, you don't strike me as a playlist guy. You strike me as an album guy.
Yes, I go through periods of just listening to the same album.
I was gonna say, you don't seem like a relaxed playlist kind of guy, you know.
You shut the fuck up, Sosa.
That's why he needs it. That's why he needs it.
Exactly. You're gonna learn that somewhere, bro.
What would he be like without the relaxed playlist, you know?
I mean, as long as you all know I'm joking, it doesn't matter. Seriously, one more fucking.
Like in Madrid, I just listened to Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers.
You know I'm joking, so it's fine. Yeah.
I did the thing where I listened to it in Madrid. Was like, okay, it's okay, whatever. Then like waited a month, listened to it again, and I'm like, eh.
Really?
I started to think, yeah.
Oh, everyone. Yeah, a lot.
I think it's the PLO.
I think
how goes it?
People think it's like the best he ever did. A lot of reviews are like 10 out of 10, best ever.
Nah,
What?
The new Kendrick album. But then a lot of people.
Accidentally
It's pretty
deleted my
polarizing.
relaxed beats playlist.
Kendrick is
When I
Kendrick's
was
one
like
of my
not sleeping.
biggest like
It made me
I would
very
do
non-relaxed.
flexes because when Section
Because I can't
8
remember all
came
the
out,
songs.
which was like his album before.
I know what it is.
Yeah, on 2+2, it was like a music credit. And I'm like, this is my album of the year. It's like it's Frozen in Amber.
What year?
Oh, Fedor, let's share some
Whenever
songs we
Section
started on
80 came
Spotify.
out. And then I went to see him in concert
Maybe the start of something
when
good for
that
us.
city came out.
Okay.
And like a
Shakurchi
venue with
defended.
like, you know, like 500 people.
He's not going for it.
That's
Check
like my
faults.
all-time like.
I mean, I can send you.
I'm never going to get another one of those in my
Can you
life.
send me one?
you know?
I'll have a
I'm not going to be in the cutting edge of like some act or whatever.
Maybe
When I lived in Montreal with John,
Why after?
TJ, one big ace.
Can't have me relax now.
Me and him. I mean,
Actually, maybe we need you to
we just
relax
listened
now.
to only Kendrick for like 3 years.
Good man.
My other,
Listen to the Sex Pistols.
my other one like that, Nick, is
Not much.
Sex Pistols, Nicky?
No, not much.
Now's not the time to bring up them.
Pretty much never.
But I did anyway, sorry. Metallica.
Ace Jack.
But don't love them.
Fedor.
Not bad, but don't.
You like some of their songs, but a lot of them you don't like, right?
Yeah. I would
50?
never. I would never ever put it on my own.
Yeah, I wouldn't choose.
Metallica, man, they're very good. Misunderstood.
They're good.
Their
for
lyrics
sure.
are deep
I
as
mean,
well,
they're
man.
good. Yeah.
I saw them live, 3-hour show, fucking epic.
Yeah, I do like their music, but it's just not my go-to, you know.
They do the national anthem at San Jose Sharks game I went to.
Wojtas
Was it
mulling
good?
it over in the big with Queen 9 suited.
Yeah, dude.
And eventually
Dude, have you
comes
seen
with
their
the
show in
call.
Russia?
No, I don't
The
like
sea
it.
of people is so fucking big. Like, literally look it up. It's like, it's the biggest crowd of people I've ever seen, mate.
Ooh.
Ever, basically.
Flush draw.
I'm not.
It's like, as far as the eyes can see in every direction, it's
Top
just
pair for holes.
Because Russia's a
Wojtas
big
does
place.
check
I don't
the
know
heart
what it
draw.
is now, but I think in Russia,
Ace high
probably
board.
150 million people, right?
I have no idea.
And they're
You
like
will
metal.
see flush draws tend to check call, especially the earlier the
I think it would be
position
a
the
high
razor
150
is,
million
since
stuff, yes.
those are more heavily weighted to ace X. And most certainly will
Ask
not be
Keating.
folding with shallow
Bid man.
stacks.
How many people in Russia?
150 million.
I think I'll guess 158 or 157. I'm adding some COVID babies to my estimate.
Kale
the
driving the
Let's see.
conversation here at this featured table.
I think I take over 150.
I'll take over 150 for sure.
Yeah.
But like, would you take over 154 and a half? Like now we're talking some Russia population. What month is it?
That's the flop.
September.
Still enough of a hand to continue betting the turn, given how shallow he is.
Dude,
Be able
Exodus
to
out of Russia.
take out the ace queen.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Pre-flop, ace queen off and jam.
Guess I'm a little
Beat all the
stupid.
other aces to 10
146 now.
X's.
Gone down.
Pretty safe to bet.
Everybody went to
On the back of the check call on the flop, the unimproved queen high now faces another barrel, 145K.
Yeah, they did. Saying good night to
Yeah, so
the
sometimes when you have like a high flush draw
point.
here, you want to think of, oh, I was just going to go for it.
And a call.
I believe he jammed because in case his opponent was barreling like a queen jack, king queen, they wouldn't be able to call a shove. So
Tato didn't even think.
Well,
strong
he
play.
also jammed because he knew that Holes only has 340,000 total. So this isn't going to be putting Boitas at risk, but rather putting Holes at risk, who has one heart to block the flush draw, and yet the heart rolls off. So Boitas taking the aggressive line and in the process managing to dispatch Fedor Holes, who will not cash.
Pretty sure I keep
Laszlo.
It covers.
You're a bad boy.
Fedor is just having a rough time on these day
What's that
twos.
song?
It looks like things are going well. Brutal.
You heard Nicky P say, Laszlo, you're a bad boy, as that line was certainly more designed to get a fold than it was a call and then force it to get there, but get there it did as we swing back over to find Bruno Volkman suited and connected, opening, and Yuri Zivalevsky flats him.
Yeah, before Yuri 3-bet the king queen was against an early position raise and position, but now he's out of position with more shallow stacks, opts to play it slow. Volkman sees his opponent flat from the small blind ace high board. He might think that big aces will 3-bet him a good amount, so he might come for c-bet. Trying to fold out those broadways that whiffed, or he'll delay. Okay, we'll start now. Targeting those king queens, queen jacks, jack tens. No pair.
Such a dry board though, and nevertheless, Yuri wants to tear one off.
It's a big call. Ooh, outdrawn.
Yeah, Volkman binks the 7.
Hey.
I don't think Volkman thinks the 7 is good, but it is
What's up, bro?
enough showdown value to
20
beat
player
the
left.
occasional
First
king
prize
highs.
is 2 million, 1.7 million.
I came here to support.
Yeah, I will call Reddy also. Ah, you saw.
Bruno checks back the turn. That allows a jack to roll off on the river in this 270K pot.
With the jack rolling off, Yuri might have been thinking about checking down. He might consider turning his king queen into a bluff now, because the hands he was trying to pick off, the jack tens, queen jacks, beat him. And for him to check call the flop on such a dry board, looks like he's got something. Mainly an ace, like an ace 10, an ace 8 suited, ace jack, very credible. I don't really see how Volkman could call here.
Sizing tells the right story too.
Yeah, very credible. Even if Yuri had a hand like a jack, if he just almost impossible to call for Volkman. Well, nice. That's a good demonstration of having one game plan, which is probably to check down and then changing your mind based on what cards roll off.
You don't
That
wanna
might
miss a
actually
hand.
hit your opponent, but they won't call because there's that overcard.
Your friends came from India with you?
Yeah, that is India, that is Israel.
What's up?
Israel, from Israel. That,
Oh, Israel?
yeah.
Oh, I was
they are
just in
there.
Israel. Shalom, Mani Shema. Best place in the world, man.
Queen Jack offsuit for Perry. Under the gun, the best place in the world from which to try to look strong. And a suited iteration of the same holding in the cutoff for the Matador.
Queen Jack suited, thinking about his options. I could really see it go either way about playing aggressively or call. He is going to go all in. Your blocked ace, queens, ace, jacks. Base king calls you, you're still doing okay.
Jaffe folds a queen. Perry asking for a count.
The thing about jamming from the cutoff's a little bit better because you still have 3 guys to act behind you, which could be troublesome if you flat call there. Just burn your hand.
Nice execution from Mateos. Queen 10 now in the small blind
You gonna give
for
me respect
Jonathan
here?
Jaffe, who has it folded around to him.
I feel like it'd be like a 6x raise would be a respect.
Is Sean Perry negotiating the raise?
Choose these sizes.
Jaffe comes with 80,000, north of 3x.
With deeper stacks, you'll see slightly bigger raises from the small blind. These two got some history going on. Mainly one guy doing all the talking. Connection.
Jack 9-7, an open ender for Jaffe. Perrin a gut shot for Perry.
If Jaffe bets this flop, he's going to have a lot of intention multi-barreling, putting pressure on weak middling hands. $60,000 mid pair, inside straight draw.
Understandable election.
Keep the pot contained. Just call likely to play to come from Perry. I like to think that Jaffe will be betting large on most turn cards. Got lots of equity. Perry's going to defend pretty wide. And if, you know, say Perry's got like a king 7, ace 7, like 9x. Oh, he's actually going to check. I think he might want to put pressure on those hands, but something about Perry's making him play a bit more on the defense.
And Perry will check back and make trip 9s on the river. 305,000 in the middle, and how hungry for it is Jonathan Jaffe?
He really shouldn't be betting this card. It's very likely Perry actually has a 9-2 call flop bet and check back the turn. You're going to put Perry on mid-range. Wow, he's actually going to go for it. How much is he betting?
95?
Yeah, 35.
Obviously, that's not going to work. And in fact, it's so small that Perry could certainly consider raising it off of a million behind.
Yeah, a peculiar bet. Maybe trying to fold out a 7, try to make it look like you're milking them.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that Jaffe would think that a draw would bet the turn a reasonable amount of time, so him trying to fold out a better draw hand, high card.
295.
Less likely. Perry gonna go for the raise. A small raise. You want kind of look
Mini
like
race.
like, you know, if you got a jack, call. If I make it too big, you'll probably hero fold against me. It's a good size.
Queen high, never in the market to call here, but let's see how Jaffe perceives this raise. The thing we know when we bet kind of downsize like that is that we invite every now and again our opponent to be making a play.
Yeah.
And if they are, it's not to say that Queen high wants to call and show down, but it certainly could play back.
Yeah, but I think the likelihood that Sean Perry has a 9 there was so high that playing back is almost charity and giving away your chips.
Reckless. So Jaffe does end up laying it down.
Jaffe's opening Queen 4 offs in the button. A little out of line.
A lot out of line, I would say. Might have a little something to do with Suvarna in the big blind as the newcomer. Not from the professional side of the spectrum, not to cut you off, Randy. I apologize. Ace-Jack off-suit for him here. Go ahead.
No, I think you're 100% right. He thinks that Suvarna is not going to defend the big blind properly and play post-flop less skilled than him. I think he might be underestimating Suvarna, though. Suvarna has not shown any signs of playing reckless or making any mistakes. So, yeah, I don't know. I think Queen 4 is it's a bit weak.
6, 7, 10. Doesn't connect with either of these holdings as Suvarna's choice to just flat from the big does open the door for Jaffe. Maybe take one shot at this pot.
If you're opening Queen 4, you're not going to connect too often when you get called. You need to look for some spots to take a step. 10-7-6, however, does smash a big blind pretty hard. So if you bet and get called, you don't really know what you're up against. It could be a 10, it could be a weak hand. It's just a bit of guessing. He's going to start with a bet, hope for the best, but Ace-Jack, I don't know, can it really call? Wow, that's a big call here of Ace-Jack. 10-7-6, like no connection.
Suvarna taking a pull at the turn, which does give him a gut shot Broadway draw.
Jaffe's got no equity with Queen 4, but the king is pretty tempting to maybe multi-barrel. If Suvarna, okay, quick check. On the river. Well, Suvarna's got the best hand of Ace-Jack high, but he might try and represent those middle cards, thinking it's not.
A little scary for Jaffe to barrel once more, obviously, once Suvarna did check call. Now 4 to a straight on the board.
Try to take it to showdown. It's really hard to try and bluff with Queen 4 here. Suvarna really looks like he's got a pair. Suvarna might have like a 2 pair that's a little bit scared of the 4-liner and just keep checking. Gives up.
Yeah, shutdown on the turn and river allows Suvarna to get this Ace-Jack on its back, and in doing so, he will collect the pot. Well, a special shout out to Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series. Our players are the best at their game, which means spending long hours seated to perfect their play. And Secret Lab's research-backed chairs are extensively tested and engineered for optimal sitting health. Award-winning features like an integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrests, and more help alleviate pressure from your wrists and elbows, and ultimately leave you with a healthy sitting posture. Over 2 million users have a Secret Lab in their own homes, but the latest Titan Evo 2022 is the preferred choice for many leading brands around the world. If you haven't already, head over to the Secret Lab site. Take a look at what they have to offer. Meanwhile, we take a look at what's on offer at this featured table, which shows Sean Perry in the chip lead ahead of Santosh Suvarna. The shorty belongs to Christoph Vogelsang in a fairly tightly packed cluster on that chip count.
Ace 5. I mean, if you're raising Queen 4, I don't see why you wouldn't raise this one.
Raise, 55.
Good point. 8-5 suited for Perry on the button. Boss stack.
I'm thinking about playing this 8-5 suited.
5 seconds.
Nope. You wanted to. Then it was like, wait again, this is 8-5 suited. Suvarna, King 9 of Hearts. Definitely a reasonable hand to maybe flat call, maybe 3-bet, depending on your style. You got deep stacks. But he's going to lay down, doesn't want to play out of position from the small blind. That leaves Volkman. Suited Brunson. Not bad.
Tendu suited. Good enough or no?
I think so. Suited hands tend to play pretty good against a practical min raise, but I think he might be reaching for chips. The man is
like the let's take it upstairs kind? Yes, indeed. 160,000. Volkman putting Jaffe to the test.
3-betting off 22 blinds with 10 deuce suited. Close to the money.
I mean, but he's leveraging those realities to his advantage, right?
Yeah, it looks insanely strong.
We have a hand.
And he's opting to use a hand. It's polarized because no one's going to call your 3-bet when you're playing so shallow. It's kind of a 4-bet jam or fold. So you use hands that you don't really mind. It's just like aces, kings, and those kinds of things. Like the middling hands are quite good, like queen jack suited. You'd rather just see a flop or 3-bet all in.
Meanwhile, 3 players have seen this queen 6 deuce flop where Cale Burns checks top pair.
I didn't ask for it. This is a bit.
Also, Boitas is a better with second pair.
You know, they have something on the room service menu under dessert. It's called the Peanut Special. Something like that. And Steve kept, like literally, because he's been here since the party tournament. For like a week straight, he called and said, "Can I have the Peanut Special?" And they're like, "We don't have it." And then finally, they have it. And it was just a tray of like warm spiced nuts. And but there weren't peanuts. It was every other nut under the sun.
So Burns now going to lead out, pairing the top card. Flush does get there. He doesn't want to give a player like Boitas a free card because of the 3 spades, in case Boitas is betting like, you know, 8s, 9s, 7s with a spade.
Trip queens. Does get his man drawing dead and making the call. Now, fourth spade on the board is a little bit of an issue for both players. And a bet here from Kale Randy would be turning your hand into a bluff regardless.
And yeah, or maybe a block bet so that you don't have to worry about a bigger sizing is possible. Normally, I don't think you would see a queen laid out, but he might go for like that mini bet or something tiny. No, Burns is quite a creative player.
How tiny is the question?
See, he's thinking about what to do. He check called flop, led tiny on the turn, and is going. Very small. Less than 10%.
45K. This is extreme blocker downsizing here.
Yeah. I've seen Burns do this play before, you know, with big hands and more block bet holdings. Now, Laszlo doesn't think he's got the best hand. He's just wondering, can he get a better hand to fold? Would queen block bet this way on a 4 flush? Wow, he's reaching for chips. This is some pretty advanced poker coming here.
Oh, this is nasty. So the danger of these cutesy sizings is obviously that we do invite the opposition to maybe ask us a question. However, anybody that is out there downsizing their bets like this has to recognize that reality, and every now and again, you give your man the answer.
How much is it? 300. Yeah, thank you. So.
Wow. So, Burns like to talk about how to think about this hand. It's just the hands he beat. Okay, it's like a 6x, but there's not that many 6x's that flat in position. 6-7 suited, 6-5 suited. He beats a pocket pair that doesn't have a spade. 7s, 9s.
I think you're bluffing enough. That's what I think.
Wow.
I don't know how much, but I think enough, you know, like enough. How much does it need to be? Enough. You're bluffing enough.
Wow. Look at the sniff on Kale Burns here.
It's important that this was also through it. Wow, he called Queen Jack. What a play.
Gut check.
Was that King 6? Queen Jack.
Wow, nice call.
These are momentum
It's a big
builders.
heart.
These are turning
See?
points.
Just like your friend Tony G. Nice. It's all play money, so who gives a fuck?
Come in here to tell us something? Just hanging out.
And Kale put Laszlo on notice there.
I gotta talk some shit because who knows, I might take another 2.5 years off after this, so fuck it. So fuck it.
Must be nice.
I
2.5 years off?
Buddy.
Just trying to get 2.5 hours off out here.
I want to listen to some Biggie now, get my headphones out. It's all juicy. Baby, baby.
Amazing
King
call.
6. It's a good play. The wrong
Doesn't
villain.
seem like.
Good play
Yeah.
though. It's all good, baby, baby.
Well, we certainly hope you were enjoying
I need some sleep.
this
Too much to
coverage
fuck
of
with. I wouldn't even like myself today.
some of the best around,
I'd be like, who's this guy?
All right.
battling
He's all
against
shit
one
talk.
another,
It's 2.5 years,
creating
you know? I'm getting it
tremendously
all out
entertaining moments like
one
that
day,
one.
then we'll see after that. I picked the rest of the tournament, so I don't know when I'll be here again. We'll do some shit talking.
Hold in.
There's some shit talking, he says. I like it. You don't see it too often.
Please.
275.
Oh,
Gotta mix it up.
another King 6 has entered Burns' orbit. This time it is Soiza off of the short stack. And Burns is going to move all in from the small blind.
Not quite. I'm at peace with what happens. What about you, my
The
friend?
big heads into the muck. And Michael Soiza's really had a roller coaster ride
75.
of a day, Randy.
You thought something, should I do the Michael Stairs toys and stand up?
Round 2 against King 6 of clubs for Burns.
Not stand up.
See how he
forward fade.
fares.
Well, you already did so.
So just 1 6 on the board.
Oh, 2 sixes.
I think I saw 2 6s.
Uh-oh.
But
you can't leave. You're not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere. There's 2 sevens left. I'll just try it. I never tried it, so let's see.
But it doesn't work when you're not the one all in.
But I'll try it anyway. Fuck it. Experimentation.
Oh, it's going to be sad if a 7 comes out.
Is there any sevens? No, there isn't.
I mean, come on. Putting the chips in the pot.
Soiza
putting the exact
astutely
amount in
pointing
the
out
pot
to Kale
before
Burns that
doing
when
like
you
the
are not the
flop,
man
you know,
at
like,
risk, you are not the one who stands up. Kale says, well, I'm just experimenting.
Businessman side now.
It's been proven.
Who's having more fun than Kale
I took a big
Burns,
enough
huh?
break. Can I deserve to be a businessman?
It's not a professional move, you know? Putting the chips in.
But I did that the last
How
time
long do you have to take off before you're a businessman? You tell me. Is 2.5 years adequate?
No.
RFID interviews with the cards. Oh, yeah.
I heard Kale Burns
Other people had it on the table. What were they doing?
say that he
Other
really
people had
wants
it
to
on
play the
table.
coin
Were they
rivet.
interfering?
Nobody has it on the table, Kill.
Well, he's angling. Randy, let the man operate.
I was on that table there. 4 people had it on. They got lucky. Ah. No, I think you're smart. I just wonder why it didn't work before.
Sometimes they're not lucky at the
Always a strong.
secondary. They're not always lucky at the secondary table also.
Yeah. That's fine. These guys are all consummate professionals. Just complete silence. 6.5 minutes.
Shakurchi under the gun with ace queen suited. Makes it 55 to skate.
Playing 800.
Kale flats with the pocket threes as Petrangelo thinks it over from the small blind. And for him to be thinking with the 7 of spades face up, Randy, but the other card a mystery. What would you give him?
Me and Mr. Sugachi.
Not a7 suited.
8 of spades.
Yeah, maybe a little suited connector.
It's all right. You teach me one lesson, I teach you one back. It's no problem. Give and take.
So
2 sixes.
the 6-6-7 board favors Kale Burns, whose threes are still in front. Let's see how much heat will be applied by Shakurchi into 170K, a very modest 45,000.
Seems lately Burns has been every pot. Pocket threes in position. Why not? Could be the best hand. Little hearts.
A 9 on the turn after Kale calls. This hand in a real no man's land for Talal, and it would just take brute force.
Brute force is coming.
Sure is. Ask yourself if you have it in you. Ace, queen of clubs, no flush draw, no straight draw. Look at that coordinated board with a lot of texture that anybody who calls on the flop may very well have some interaction with, but
wow, he calls again of pocket threes.
Talal has built a 510,000 chip pot as we go to the river, which is a jack. Heart's getting there. Now, surely, Talal must respect this evolution.
He should respect it. It's also getting a little bit less credible if he keeps betting. If he had like an overpair. An overpair would be a little bit scared now the flush got there, I would think. Check, check. Man, Kale Burns is just getting in there. Battling. Chipping up. 1.9 million. Moves them to second place.
When's break? 43 minutes. Can't bluff. Full button broken.
At the right times.
Look at you, see cards.
Say what? Oh.
King 6 strong.
And what you gonna
The
do?
answer today is just play King 6 mirror position. Almost.
Now the threes sliding over to Boitas under the gun. Will be the razor.
King 4 of clubs. Not the hand you usually play, but it seems like he wants to play some pots.
He sure does.
On a
Kale
roll.
getting sticky.
Yeah. And Kale likes to play pots in position, try to outplay opponents. Gets them in trouble sometimes, but sometimes that's how you become chip leaders. Not by just waiting around.
Shakurchi with the pair of queens has been outflopped by Cale Burns as both he and Boitas check in front of Burns.
Kale's got to feel pretty good about this King 4 clubs. Against two opponents, you got more incentive to bet, charging those Queen X's, those inside straight draws. He's going to get Talal to continue. Queen 7.
And now it's trip kings for Cale Burns.
I wonder if Kale is going to bet against the king or try to induce. Kale shouldn't be expecting the queen to pay off two further streets. Let's see. He knows that people know that he's been playing a lot. Yeah, he checks here. I like this check. It's like if he's up against the inside straight draw, give him a chance to blast away.
Oh my God.
Get value.
Look at that river card. The 3 would have given Laszlo Boitas a full house, but really never was a path to him arriving on the end.
It's a block bet. 80K.
Into 275.
Kicker is important here, and sizing as well. Burns might expect the king to bet bigger. Talal had it. So now he's thinking about raising. A sizable bet he would have just called. But here, there is merit to raising against a queen block bet, like a queen jack, ace queen. Of course, if he's up against a busted, yeah, going to raise it up. Man. Snap fold.
Yeah, Shakurchi didn't make a meal of it whatsoever. That 3 of diamonds obviously didn't look like it changed the texture whatsoever, because it didn't. And another one of those spots where the raise makes so little sense based on the card that showed up or the line that was taken at that point in time. You know, a lot of times you tell yourself, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe this queen's good here as played, but for Shakurchi, he understood it was time to find them up.
We have seen Burns check the turn with some strong holdings, like before, like the king jack suited against more inclined. So maybe people are starting to realize that his river raises, could be just a slow played hand that wanted to play a bit cautious. But normally, you would be like, this raise is really random. Like, wouldn't you bet a king on the turn a lot? And I like his style. It's really refreshing to watch. Mixes up well and confuses opponents and try to use that to his advantage with a little bit of table talk.
You want to 8 on the break bid, man?
Greenwood gonna flat with king-queen suited on the button against the Burns open. That does invite Boitas to the party, so 3 players all in the same neighborhood here. Only one of them manages to make a pair. That is Cale Burns, the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, you're going to see a little bit more flatting because of the deep stacks, very approaching the money. Burns here from the hijack. Gonna throw a c-bet out there, clear the field, get some value. Just seems to be in every single pot lately. Laszlo, inside straight draw. Let's see if he check calls or check raises. Try to hit that 8, maybe pick up a pair.
Backdoor hearts working as well. So the 70K bet call, and the king of hearts is just what the doctor ordered for this Jack 9 suited. If you're not going to find an 8, that's the next best thing, as another gut shot materializes along with the flush draw. Note that Greenwood would have hit the king.
Burns trying to figure out.
875.
Bet the turn, check back river, or maybe take one off with that overcard. King favors Burns' range more as a pre-flop raiser. If it does improve Laszlo, it would
255.
Be like a king X of diamonds. It is going to keep betting. His kicker is quite good with the 10 that he could get called by worse, especially with the history that's building by like a 10-9, Jack 10, 7X of diamonds. Laszlo. We saw him check raise all in with that flush draw before. It's definitely a play he could do here. He can get better hands to fold.
255K the bet from Kale. In position. Into a pot of 340.
He's got so much equity. In case he's wrong. Just jack high.
How much?
Just wondering, does Kale have a King X type hand that would call jam? Or is Kale on a multi-barrel bluff with like an ace, jack, ace, queen?
Well, while the hand isn't a bluff, as it was top pair on the flop, it certainly is vulnerable. And
it's 2, but I'll let you do 1.
I don't need them anyway.
It's okay.
Makes the
I'll
call.
let you do it. I know your intention.
And on the river, he hits a 9 for the second best hand. That wasn't the plan. Queen 8 or a heart was what was on his mind. And now he's playing an 850K pot, still out of position against Kale Burns.
Yeah, the 9's, you know, this gives you the showdown value. The flush does get there. I guess he's thinking about open with it. No, just check.
Yeah, the diamond draw showing up. He unblocks it with the hearts, obviously, but Burnsy.
That is some nice value of Queen 10.
Super happy to just check back after 2 nice helpings of Boitas bucks there in that pot. And Kale has been active, talkative, and ascending.
I mean, you did ask me earlier, who's to watch, and Kale, entertaining.
Very much so.
Splashy. And he's got very tricky lines. It's, you know, he's taken a lot of chips of Laszlo. He's taken a lot of chips of Talon, kind of turned them into more medium micro stacks.
Kind of gutsy lines,
Yeah.
where maybe other people would elect to take the conservative approach.
Right.
He's telling himself, go for it.
And of course, with that kind of style, you either make big stacks or you bust out quick.
Yeah. It's a live and die by the sword affair, for sure.
We're approaching the money, right? Top 13 pay, 18 remaining. You know, if you bust out here, you know, it's a little bit annoying, but if people are trying to hang in there, you're going to collect more chips, lines, and antes.
Damn on
Good
Kendrick,
point.
Damn. On our blood.
I'll give that a listen just because
540.
I don't even know if I probably heard it, but I'm not sure.
DNA. That's the song, sorry.
DNA. Oh, I know the song.
Dealers in event number 5 for 75K, finish the hand you're on and stop dealing, please. Finish the hand you're on and stop dealing.
Sick. Let's do a little double KO.
Double K. No, they're redrawing. Oh yeah, double.
Boitas limping the small with king, queen suited. And every now and again, Randy, we see the bottom end of the range decide to just try to take a pot in position, but Soiza resists the temptation, maybe because he's been fairly snake bit so far today, and he comes up empty on the queen nine deuce board. Can't say the same for Boitas, though, who has top pair.
Oh, 2 people busted at once, isn't it?
What? Redraw.
And it looks like it's time for a little break as we redraw down to 16 players. You see Cale Burns, the boss stack, at that feature, which will be rearranged. Nick Petrangelo with 10 bigs, 305K in that danger zone, blinds at 15 and 30,000 here in event number 5, where just 16 players remain of our 88 that started out in terms of entries, far less in terms of uniques. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and the room is quiet, Randy. Sort of an atypical situation. We're used to having another event in progress right now, but of course, with the Coin Rivet Invitational happening tomorrow, we've decided to put a pin in the stacked events, and so we will play down to a champion today. From what we have seen thus far, it looks like our attention needs to be turned to the Aussie Cale Burns, who really has been impressive.
Yeah, I know Cale Burns. He told me he came from a nosebleed cash game background, played some in Macau, transitioned into the tournaments. He's just a big crusher, and I know he's won a lot online, been very well versed in tournaments as well, many titles. He goes for the win. I don't know if sticky is the right word, but he's sticky in a sense that he likes to see flops and try to outplay you post-flop. And if you don't got game, you're going to get run over a little bit. And sure, potentially he may bust out sooner than normal, but he knows that the big prize is at the top, where the prize difference is much larger, as well as the trophies. He could get it done.
In terms of putting together a responsible body of work as a tournament professional, do you condone the sort of approach that Cale takes and that others take? And it's not exclusive to him. We've seen Fedor Holz. He came into a final table, yeah, granted, got himself onto the inside of the money bubble, which is really the first task at hand, but then ended up busting out first and 7th place. I didn't watch that final table. You did, so not certain entirely whether or not it was a collection of coolers. But just going back to the point that I'm seeking to make is, can one responsibly undertake the task of being a tournament poker professional and also playing that higher variance game, or is getting rid of some of that higher variance initiative sort of part of the disciplinary evolution of a player?
I mean, you definitely need to be disciplined. It's so risky going this very aggressive style. I mean, you saw what happened to Fedor. He actually went relentless with a 10-6 suited and lost almost all of his chips at that final table. And, like, there's 1.5 million up top. You need to do it with finesse. You need to know when to slow it down a little bit. Getting splashy does give you many opportunities to find more chips, and you need to know how to leverage that big stack. There's nothing wrong with being a player who doesn't want to be aggressive and be a bit more disciplined. There's a lot of crushers out there that don't do things like that. Tolerine comes to mind. He shipped a tournament. You just gotta, different styles is what's nice about poker.
I think also what's nice, and I'm kind of overlooking this when I pose the question to you, is the fact that you don't need to subscribe to just one school of thought, right? And each situation can warrant a different sort of approach. So it's not to say you have to be one of these higher variance guys that is willing to like press constantly, put everybody to the test and be splashy, nor do you have to be one of these guys who is hyper conservative and feels as though they're just looking to get on the inside of the bubble. Feel free to stick the clutch in, shift gears when the situation warrants it. And I think that's where we find the most dangerous players in the field, because just when you think that you're going to be able to say, this guy's a maniac, this guy's willing to bluff and be crazy all of the time, let me approach him accordingly, suddenly that's a man of the past or a woman of the past. They've since shifted gears, changed it up. They're on the inside of the bubble. They're no longer doing that, or whatever the turning point is in terms of landscape or why it is that they make the choice to do that. But that is a more difficult undertaking, isn't it? To really be able to not only have both skills, but then understand the discretion and when to deploy each side of the spectrum.
I completely agree with you. That is like the perfect player. The one that knows when to take a step back, be cautious. And the thing is, sometimes, yes, everyone's a professional. They make the wrong adjustments. They think, oh man, this guy's so crazy. Like Adamo comes to mind. You know, he knows when he needs to step back and be a little bit cautious, and he'll get paid off huge. He'll be like, well, I've been overbetting a lot. Why not just do it for value for a bit, collect all the chips, and ship some tournaments? Kale Burns is one of those players that can change gears.
We talked about Fedor as well.
Fedor, of course,
Who else comes to mind in terms of like really being able to get aggro and then all of a sudden rein it in just when you think you're able to peg them as somebody who's going to be spewy, that you see a whole different side of them?
From the names I'm looking here,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know immediately Bruno Volkmann is one of those players. You see him 3-bet that 10 deuce suit. Not too many people know about him, but I've watched a lot of his whole cards up, and he really knows how to change gears.
And Bruno's still relatively unknown to a lot of the players in the field, still out there right now as you're looking at the remaining players, and he's got 33 big blinds, 980,000, as our redraw is complete, and Bruno's going to be sharing a table with 7 others, as are the other folks over at table 1. So we will send it back down to the field with the redraw complete. Here is a look at the chip counts at what is our red table.
That bad beat last trip.
Oh.
Who else? Linus.
Come on, man.
Big stack here, belonging to Sam Greenwood, the Canadian, who has King Jack offsuit up front. $70,000 to go. An ace-4 into the muck behind the open. And an ace-8 for none other than Bruno Volkmann, who we just touched on, Randy, in the big blind.
So we are at the final 2 tables. People should be a bit cautious, you know, like a 5 from the money. But then again, some players use that to their advantage, thinking, okay, I should be pretty, you should expect me to be tight, and then they try to make some plays. And Volkmann is thinking about doing this with the ace-8 offsuit. Oh, using a time card, ace-8. Normally you look at this and you're like, oh, standard call, let's just see a flop play. He's thinking ace-8 would look insanely strong if I 3-bet you from the big blind against under the gun. Perfect timing.
It's almost like he was listening to you on the break. And that 3-bet to 270,000 does shed. Greenwood's holding, and you know, it's specifically up against under the gun and the big stack at the table that can shower you. That those sort of moves require some real guts. As a former athlete, tennis player, Volkmann certainly knows what it means to dig deep.
Yeah, and the Johnny.
Yeah, I used to watch a lot of his final tables, and I did not know the guy the first time I watched it, and I just became a fan as I watched him. I was like, wow, he's got these really tricky moves.
When you 3-bet or when you 5-bet?
I 3-bet. I thought it was like a 30.
Yeah, okay, and then you 4, yeah.
And after 4-bet, I thought, I'm here, you know.
Yeah, that's
I
go for it.
arrived.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
No, I wasn't saying anything. I was just saying you gotta maybe a little double. Maybe 3-bet full.
I got by with an ace queen in that one too. A different Pablo.
10-3 suited for Volkmann in the small blind. And what was that hand you touched on that he got creative with? 10 deuce suited?
10 deuce suited it was.
This time he's just going to limp, and he shares a 3 with Greenwood, which is good news for him.
You know, Green was like, I should be raising some of these garbage hands, but this guy might just limp re-raise me or something. And to be fair, that is a play they will make.
King 9-7. That's a unique flop delivery on this particular dealer. Left-handed and then the flip and slide. I mean, I see it all.
Yeah, we've got appreciation for the unpoker related things.
I'll just take a quick beat. Granted, it's no limit hold'em, not exactly the most complex game to deal, but in terms of staff and in terms of immaculate professionalism, yeah, we always talk about it. It seems like we're just playing for the home team, working for Triton, but really top notch. And it's important. These guys are playing for a lot of money.
Yeah. Even little things like trying to find like the best tournament director. You know, I know there's a lot of thought that went in
We're
there.
still working on it.
You kids. Oh, is he coming over right now?
No, I thought Luca might be within earshot. He's not. But Luca Vivaldi and his team absolutely administer a top-class product and always listening to the players, taking feedback, looking to do what is best for the group as a whole and kind of whatever it is that they want to do. Right on cue, Luca in the background, working the mic.
I love Linus's Love's wardrobe. He just has the flashiest Versace every single time.
He's dripping. I couldn't pull it off, Randy. I'll just tell you right now.
Me either.
I feel like I would just look like a poser, but he pulls it off. You got to own it. That's what fashion is. He doesn't look like a man who's uncomfortable in a silk shorts and shirt combo. He's queen suited here for Greenwood. That's a hand that's not going to make anybody uncomfortable. Certainly not as an opener.
Yeah, I like raising here. As you approach the money, you shouldn't expect the big blind with less chips in you to raise your limps that much, so you're better off just opening up.
It's way too early.
3.5x, Jack 8 offsuit. Playable. But you're just risking a lot of your stack making it this big.
The dinner break's at like.
Yeah, you can see Jaffe normally would probably play this hand in most circumstances, but with 16 remaining, he's like, let's just not create a situation where I'm out of the tournament.
Yeah, those implications are beginning to creep in as only 13 places pay. 1.73 million going to the winner, 135,000 going to 13th. Christoph Vogelsang.
Oh, might be go time soon. Gonna eat the big blind. Not the best holding 8 max. 6 max certainly would be going in. Looks like it's a little bit too weak.
Queen 8 offsuit for Jonathan Jaffe.
Stuck by limping. Hope he gets some checks. Line is 7-4 offsuit.
900? 940.
I'll tell you, if there's someone that's not scared, it's this guy. I'd just be terrified if he was on my left.
7-4 offsuit on the King 9 deuce board where neither player has connected. Each has a spade working.
Queen high's got showdown value. Then again, you could bet, deny equity. Linus. Wondering if he should stab. How often does Jaffe bet the flop? What would he do with his air? Would he ever check? Gonna reach 45. For chips with 7 high.
Why not? If you're not interested in this pot, I will be. 45,000 the number that Linus comes with.
Wow, Jack, just Queen AI hasn't folded yet. Does he really think he's got the best hand? He does. Oh my, he's calling Queen 8 high. This is a read.
And he's doing so out of position, Randy, which is what makes it even more difficult. Does pick up the gutter on the turn.
Yeah. It'd be pretty hard for him to continue, though, if Linus can find another bet. The 10 overcards the 2 bottom cards, which is important in a limp pot, blind versus blind, where ranges are wide. It would make it harder for those hands to continue. Does give up.
And
Pairs.
hits the 7 on the river to make the best hand. Is he going to be given the opportunity to get to showdown, though? Jaffe could turn the hand into a bluff here.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. It kind of looks like maybe Linus hit some random piece. It's possible. Just would they fold to a bet? You'd have to size up.
We are blocking,
large.
though, with the queen and the 8.
120.
Yeah, I like this sizable bet.
2/3 pot.
Oh, this will be a tough call. Pair of 7s. Linus is thinking, okay, if you had a 9, would you really bet with 2 overs out there? Is it possible if we have a 10? Maybe. You
Well,
check
some of
call.
that inside straight draw stuff.
Yeah.
10x, right?
10 jack, queen 10. And you gotta think about the sizing as well. Linus holding a 7 of spades doesn't help. Lays it down, the best hand. Nice. Oh, we synchronized that nice.
Yeah, we did. So Jaffe doing things right here.
You know, like doing the TV stuff, and you can like hear them. I was at Fedor's table, and they were like, Fedor came into the final table at the chip lead, like after he busted it. I don't know if he heard it, but I like Holt had 5 million chips.
He was a little rattled about that hand, he said.
Yeah.
Greenwood alluding to the fact that our setup here, this particular Triton series, involves our broadcast desk being within earshot of the action.
If I played that hand, that would be pretty rad.
Every now and again, we get a little excited. Boys can
That stuff happens when you go
230 behind or total.
tune their ears to what we're talking about.
To be fair, I mean, I believe on his Twitter he was saying he feels that he misplayed that hand that you didn't get to witness, the 10-6 suited. So, yeah, it was such an unexpected outcome. Looked like it was going to ship the tournament. It was out, but onto this hand.
Sunday Million final table in
Vogel
like
saying,
2008.
and Linus in a spot that's just going to get it in. Look how short they are.
We play like a monster.
Linus.
One of them is.
I like
Jams,
with, like,
200K
king six
effective,
suited, and
Vogel,
was inducing with 10.
thrilled.
And like I flop a flush draw and a straight draw, and we get it in.
This stuff doesn't happen.
Was it before ICM was invented?
Nick wins, and then Nick busts everyone at the final table, and then he comes second. Anyways, we had like 10 blinds left.
Ace in the window puts Vogel saying in front.
And then that was the
2008.
That was the money we started going to play live high rollers with.
Yeah.
Sharing notes at the table.
Turn clean and the river as well. So Linus Lolliger will be sending over a package addressed Dear Christoph, choke on it. No, come on. No, Christoph, by the way, one of the nicest guys on tour.
I agree.
I played like for all my life playing the Sunday media and never dip run. Like
Great smile.
Every Sunday for 8 years.
A lot of tough players in there.
I had that. Then
Is it wrong that my first thought when the only thing I've ever seen of someone is them being happy is I'd love to see them enraged? Like I just want, like what is a completely steaming, stark, raving mad Christoph Vogelsang look like?
I don't think it's It's not possible. Literally impossible.
No, come on. He hasn't hung out with me enough then.
Probably
I'll
true.
get you there.
Big stack Greenwood. Looking around. Bumping it up.
I have 245 back.
Yep. Did you have a straight in the 3-bet pot hand, Sam? The multi-way with 3 of us?
I had the best hand in poker pre-flop.
You're lucky. You were gonna get stacked.
Yeah.
Right? What'd you have?
Ace-5 spades.
Oh, you weren't gonna get stacked.
Maybe.
Maybe I clicked. No, I mean, we
If
would've
it bricks out,
we would
yeah.
have chopped.
No, but if it bricks out, maybe I get stacked because maybe I just bet in.
Yeah.
550? 475, I think.
I'm not looking to jinx anything, Randy, but I do want to turn your attention, and for that matter, everyone who's out there streaming right now, to the fact that Nick Petrangelo is currently the shortest stack remaining of the 16 players, with just 8 big blinds. We touched on earlier how snake-bitten he's been in the Triton series, 0 for 20.
Mm-hmm. You think this is the one?
Once you check,
It's going to need a spin. Probably more than one, as we see Volkman's ace-king suited.
One guy down, one guy to go, right? But when Talal called, you're like, oh shit. And it turned bink. Oh, it all's good again.
No callers for Bruno.
I'm big blind, man.
Yeah, Petrangelo actually. It's their short stack. Vogelsang's in 15th with double his stack. Don't think those 18 big blind stacks are looking to get it in soon. I mean, the bubble is huge. You get a minimum of 135,000.
Well, to be fair, you bought in for 75. You might be in for 150, right?
Yeah, but you want to get 135 back if you can.
Yes,
You think
no
they're just
doubt
going to be
about it.
reckless, just going for the 1.7 up top?
Some of them
Burns
might be.
will be.
Some of them might be. Although reckless is an unfair way to describe it, just higher variance. And Vogel, king, queen offsuit in the cutoff, digs in. Nicky P doesn't make a meal of the ace-4. Shakurchi with king-jack. Not interested. Neither is Soiza. Tidy pickup there for Christoph. Vogelsang was out there in London at the Triton Million event. He does have 478,000 in career Triton earnings across 3 cashes. Failed to cash so far here and also in Madrid. Never mind the warm-up, so it's been a bit of a dry spell for him of looks to be 11 events since he cashed in the 50K 8 max in London pre-pandemic.
3-bet hand, yeah.
A 14th place finish for 87 grand.
10 the nuts, huh?
Yeah, he got close
Yeah,
in
I'm not sure if I
the
should
Triton
defend the
Million,
hand.
but did not cash.
Pretty close, I think.
Had to wear that suit for the final
Could have.
table.
Thank God I did
You got to
not.
look the part when you're on the businessman side. No, he was.
Yeah, I remember it was
He
like
was a pro though. There.
he was a pro.
Yeah.
But I guess not everyone
Tricky
at the
little-
final table cashed.
Tricky little bet in the river, huh? It just got worse and worse for me, so you know, nothing much I could do.
Here he is
I
with
was
ace
like
5
in the
suited.
river, I'm just like, give me like a blank or something.
Not even a black. I mean, like, hope I hit a king or something. I don't know. You know. I wouldn't have a king, I guess. King 10.
Let's see how Bruno Volkmann navigates this king-queen. Vogelsang opening ace-5 of clubs. Looks like he's going to call. Doesn't think Vogelsang is opening wide enough to 3-bet jam, given the circumstances.
Some of these decisions are going to be the product of a little bit of balance, and others are going to be player dependent. Vogel has flopped second pair, but the bad news for him is he's up against top pair, and Volkman has checked it to him.
A lot of people will continuation bet the 5 here. Vulnerable, usually the best hand. People don't check raise the king high boards too often in the big blind.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
A very small bet. Almost a minimum. Now, Volkman would strongly consider committing the rest of the chips with king queen. The question is whether it's better to check raise or check call. Looks like he's going to go for it. Check raise. Like I said earlier, you're not expected to check raise the king high board too much. So when you raise, you do invite people to play back at you a bit. And ace-5 of clubs could be the best hand. It's a really tough spot for Christoph.
But what sorts of hands are just going to defend the big blind and then check raise this particular flop, especially given that there is a lot of texture out there? I mean, I suppose some of those draw hands from time to time would decide to raise it instead of realize equity with the check call.
Some inside straight draws like a 6-8, 7-8. I could see these hands going for a check raise. Maybe even a pure bluff occasionally, just because we're close to the money. Vogelsang really can't continue unless he's got it, given how short he is. 6 of diamonds get there.
That is sopping wet, as Vogel did call the check raise. And Bruno does not have a diamond, nor does Vogelsang, but Bruno, the man who check raised, might feel compelled to continue to tell a tale.
Yeah, that's an annoying card, but for Volkman, he might be like, well, there's only a pot-sized bet remaining. Let me just protect my hand. I could still have the best hand. I beat those king jacks, the king tens. These are pocket pairs. Normally, he should be cautious, but given how much stack's remaining, I like that he continues to fire. Vogelsang really can't do anything with the ace-5, no diamond. It'd be too reckless to make a play on this board. Price is good, but these chips are so important. If you make a play and you're wrong, these chips could be used for ammo to maintain your stack or reshove later as we approached the bubble.
So 90 into 375 obviously was an attractive price, but not an attractive board after the check raise from Volkman on the heels of the flat defense. So Vogelsang will send the second best hand into the muck. No Volkman. Fix one up.
Don't like just having one big chip. Yeah, like to have the stack.
Back at the other feature. The only 2 tables remaining.
This is an advertisement to the new merch. Both color choices.
Yeah, yeah. Artem Veshnikov's ace up front, inadequate. Queen Jack for Seth Davies. One of the deeper stacks remaining at last check, and indeed, he is second biggest stack.
Yeah, he's just built his stack. I don't even know how he got him. He's also solid.
I don't know what it was, but it's probably a small card.
अभी राजा गुलाम था छोड़ दिया.
Yeah, I know, but if I see it,
525 1110 था 1170 था.
something small.
525 कॉल
not
कर.
pain. Guess I'm just giving some empathy out here.
KO Burns, 6-5 offsuit. Tournament chip leader.
Yeah, all good one.
0 chance he ever folds this hand. This guy loves to play post flop.
As prophesized, Burnsy does defend. will go up against Davies, who has flopped trips. Lucky for Kale, he has flopped nothing.
Queen Jack expected to see bet these boards, so might as well bet when you got it. Occasionally you can do some funny plays from your opponent. You want to go small. Give your opponent the next chance to do something silly. Really small, 40,000. Oh man, this Burns gonna do something. He's got try and rep a queen. You see, gears are spinning on how can I win this pot.
180.
180 is the play.
Oh boy. That downsized bet from Davies was really an invitation for Burns to target it, and unfortunately for Kale, he accepted.
Davies. Queen Jack should take his time. Try to make it look like you got some medium pocket pairs that maybe Kale can try to blow you off of by the river. That's the call.
The cage match just begun.
And that flat does produce a 9. Kale suddenly has a straight draw.
Burns want to continue the story. He knows Davies started this hand in second place. Might not want to play it a huge pot. Inside straight draw is pretty tempting to consider barreling again.
350.
Oh my, 350.
And now the wounds are self-inflicted and deeper for Kale Burns.
Davies is gonna take his time. Contain the pot, just call again. Leaving Burns to hang himself. There's the call. I think Burns has got to be a bit scared soon. Quick calls, no time banks used.
Now the 9 will be a bit of a relief to Davies as it counterfeits pocket 7s. I guess you can't really call it counterfeiting, but you know what I mean.
I understand.
And no longer is the Jack a kicker concern in the event that Kale slow played something like a king-queen. Diamonds don't get there.
Well, Kale is thinking about betting again. Trying to fold out pocket pairs and ace-high flush draws, king-high flush draws. That could call check raise and call turn bet.
Well, that double-edged sword that you and I discussed is on full display here.
He's wondering, did Seth Davies really bet just 40K with a queen on the flop? And he's reaching for chips and he's put him out.
$250,000 chip bet into almost 1.3.
The bet is designed to fold out the flush draws. Also, some pocket pairs I might got counterfeit, like pocket eights that would have to bluff if it got checked too.
Yeah. But the thing about the flush not getting there and somebody betting into us is, you know, if you were up against a flush draw, the flush draw hasn't hit yet. So you don't need to get that flush draw out of there on the end unless your hand is so weak itself that you can't go to showdown.
Yeah, and 6-hide qualifies as one of those hands that can't get the showdown. Davies has got to feel very comfortable. There's no reason not to raise. It's impossible, I would say, for Burns to have pocket 9s here. I've never seen a player check raise pocket 9s on this board.
Well, to his credit, Kale Burns Snap folds after Davies says all in.
Nice time of use. How many times Bank City was won? Yep. Can I get 4 change?
Nice pickup there for Seth Davies. He really orchestrated that by downsizing that flop bet, kind of inducing Cale Burns to get after it. And on the topic of getting after it, that is exactly what I would expect those of you at home who have the poker bug to do, and do so by heading over to GG Poker. The World Series of Poker Online still going through September 27th.
I've seen this guy just lose every all-in for a year straight.
The $1 Million Mystery Bounty event I commented on with Jeff Gross. And
what's up?
33 total
he never complains.
bracelets.
That's true. He just
Will
says
be awarded.
my life and leaves. Gentleman about losing bet.
Never say my life.
He never says my life, but I like to think that he says what is my life in his head and walks away wanting to hang himself every time.
I don't think that's what happens.
No?
I think he acknowledges that he could run better, but his life's not too bad, if I had to guess.
I wonder who we're
Mr.
talking
Davis,
about.
I fucked up the hand. I know. I only fucked
That's
up
a
by
big secret.
19.
Worst kept, perhaps, but still a secret to at least you and I.
I mean,
इसमें
kind
दो
of.
लोग बाकी हैं.
Yeah, that's good. But like, there's a lot of rivers you don't want. Whoa.
Bro. Just
1
put it a
second,
bit back.
sorry. Yeah, thank you. Anyone raise? No. How much do you have?
हाँ?
1 million. 1 million.
हाँ.
Burns lost a lot of chips
15
that
लोग
last
गए
hand.
तो 14 लोग गए तो
Still in second.
How long? Who knows? I was due to lose a hand. Due to brick it.
Both players sharing a queen. Burns with the spade on this monotone Broadway flop.
I mean, the ace, king, 10, he's got some equity. 5 with spades, queen. Vashenkov would certainly raise holdings that would smash this flop. So I think it's pretty safe to lead out.
Just 30K. A lot of times the issue with that 30K bet, as we just briefly saw out of Adrian Mateos at the top of today's coverage, is that it's so small that off of a stack as deep as Bezhnikov's, a big chunk of range can just plunk it out there and call and see whether or not you're going to come at me on the turn.
Exactly.
It's a gut check of sorts. Neither player improving as a brick turn rolls off the deck.
Burns knows that his small bet does get some lighter calls. Does have a lot of equity in case he's up against a hand that could continue, like a 10. He's going to reach for more chips. He's just blasting away.
Undeterred.
Overbet.
So from the super small size to the much bigger one. .3x pot gets it done for Cale.
It's food on the third. You're chilling now, can you?
Yeah, this is great. This is great. Let's keep it up.
You know what would help me chill so I can piss you off less?
What's that?
Apologizing to me.
I'm sorry, man. Sorry I offended you.
Do you mean it or not?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry you are offended.
Yeah, I understand why you come at me. So. Okay.
Yeah, I do stand by it.
You should probably should have told him to just go fuck himself so he keeps dusting chips to you. Comes at you angrily.
Sean Perry, a real diplomat.
See, he's got the good savage responses. He's a pretty smart guy.
I mean, if I was in his position, I would just tell you to go fuck yourself and have you as pissed off.
I didn't dust any chips.
You said you made a mistake.
Yeah, but the mistake wasn't a dust. I'm sorry.
Not immediately clear what the situation in question is that apparently created some strife between Burns and Davies. Far be it from us to attempt to adjudicate it without complete information.
Yeah. Just speaking out loud. We're actually down to 15. I'm not sure if you noticed, Ollie. Did lose a player.
And that player. Oh no.
What did you do? What did you do?
I didn't do it.
I wanted to. Yeah,
It's just not meant to be, I guess, for Nicky P. Finishing in 16th. Out of the money. His 21st Triton event without a cash. You made me, you knew. You made me be the one to go and
You
look
were the one
and
who
read
said
the
it.
thing. You knew Nicky P was the guy that busted. That was one of the more conniving, manipulative little moves you've ever been guilty of, my diminutive friend.
150.
You did say might have jinxed him.
That was grimy.
I need to pay, by the way. That's just me being honest.
I'm going to remember that at Christmas.
All right, onto this hand. Burns has actually put a pot-sized c-bet in on the ace-king board. Trying to put pressure against the guy he gave a lot of chips to not too long ago. Davies calls.
Pre-flop, Kale made it 70 to go. Davies defended. And I'm not trying to make a meal of anything here, Randy, but you did hear that exchange between Seth and Kale. It seems like perhaps there's a touch of history there. I'm not suggesting that Kale's going to go blasting or playing a hand in a manner that he wouldn't otherwise in consideration of whatever his grievance is with Seth, and worthy of note is the fact that Seth did appear to apologize for it. But something to keep in the back of your mind. All of us have been guilty of maybe emotionally charged decision-making at the table.
Of course.
Did go check on the turn, however.
Davies thinking about value betting this against a hand. I might make a random pair. Betting small. Hoping Burns has got like.
Oh my goodness! Did he jam? Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't you hear all in? I could have sworn I heard those words.
I heard something.
So Seth Davies getting the better of the boys here, up to 111 big blinds, good for 3.33 million in total. And that is your overall chip leader here in Event 5, and it isn't close. Kale Burns, coincidentally, who just sent a little package over to Seth, sits in second as 15 players still remain in event number 5 as we welcome you back to the break desk. Boy, I hit a high note there, didn't I? Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Pleased to have you with us from wherever you may be streaming today's coverage. And it is coverage of event number 5, the $75,000 buy-in, 8 max no limit hold'em event. Blinds are at 15 and 30,000 with a 30K ante currently as the players are taking a break. And Kale Burns continues to be the center of attention, I would say, Randy. And he's ridden the roller coaster. As we take the Triton Poker Plus app, you can kind of see his trajectory there. And for those of you who may not have explored this portion of the app, it is pretty incredible as you can click any hand that you want and go back and look through the actual history, the action at each street. You see, this is the one where Davies moved all in on him with the Queen 997 board. As Kale's out there battling, and you got to respect it. You know, we talked about it at the last break. It's the kind of approach that is a little bit feast and famine. He could easily find himself on the outside of the bubble, but of course, if he's on the inside of it, oftentimes he's there with a big stack.
Yeah, and you know, he lost like 700K in that hand, and he had a big chip lead, now still in second place. And you know, these are just some of the things with aggressive style, like you've been mentioning, is that you could run away with it, or you can just lose so many chips. But still, you can see that he's not giving up. On that last hand, he put a big pot-sized bet with the 9-8 on the ace-king board, trying to just keep putting the pressure on. But Seth Davies has been collecting chips, courtesy of Kale Burns.
And we've been collecting interview guests, and none other than our Lulu Yang is the person doing it, handling the duties out there. We're going to toss it over to her. On the back end of that, we'll go to a break, and we will be back with more coverage. Here's Lulu with Linus Love.
Hey, Linus. So this is not an official interview. We're not going to ask anything about poker, but something else. So do you remember my name?
Lulu.
Oh, you remember?
That's correct, right?
Wow. Thank you so much. That's amazing. I mean, because you look like you're doing nothing besides poker. Like you are focusing on poker so much, spending so many time in it, is it?
Yeah, especially when I'm here, I like to only play poker, and I do go to the beach spa sometimes, but mainly poker. Yeah.
But what do you do in your spare time, like when you're not in a tournament?
I like to go do sports, go rock climbing, or even do holidays in the nature, stuff like that.
Yeah, so you like nature. You don't like maybe clubbing or anything like that?
I do like clubbing, but not too wild, you know.
Okay, so how are you doing so far in this tournament?
I'm doing okay. I have average stack. I don't know, anything can happen. I'm feeling comfortable though.
Do you start to have more attention on like fashion? Do you change your fashion style?
Yeah. I like to show up with some crazy outfits. You know, Triton is.
You think it's a crazy outfit?
Flashy. Let's call it flashy.
Designing clothes.
Yeah, but just flashy outfits I like.
And you definitely influence some of the players. Now we see more and more like flashy outfits in the venue, isn't it?
Yeah, actually Victor is the one that started the trend, and I liked it. Victor Malinovsky.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I saw that you are in the same outfit with him today.
Yeah. But it was coincidence. We didn't talk about it.
And you noticed that Fedor was wearing a jellyfish similar outfit yesterday.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice. Even Fedor, yeah.
And we asked him if he pick it or you pick it for him.
No. It was just
so you
coincidence.
guys didn't buy it together?
No.
All right. So, you know, since you like clubbing, tonight there's a players' party, and we're going to do the coin rivet seed draw for tomorrow. So you're going to be there, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So good luck for the event, because you're still in, and it's about to get in the money. And hopefully you get your first trophy in this trip.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
It's for $4 million
Yeah,
or
but
whatever it
for
is, you
4
know.
million
So
he can
4
think,
million
if
thing
the
is
rules
not, in
are
my
allowed,
opinion.
he can think for whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Right,
And I think
and
they
it's for a
wouldn't,
lot of money,
they
I
shouldn't
guess.
be allowed.
I would not call the clock.
Yeah, makes
Yeah, it's $4 million, man.
It's the biggest part of both of our lives.
Yeah, in most people's lives, you know. I don't know, like it's ridiculous, you know. And he called, so you know, there's a reason why he was tanking, right? It's not like he pulled it for no reason, you know. He actually called, so.
And he was playing super quick throughout the tournament. He wasn't like a notorious staller or anything.
Guys are very chatty here
Disclaimer,
to start the day, and Suvarna is very dedicated to this ace-10 offsuit, off of a stack of 175,000. He jams it.
Both represent the same brand.
And
He used to come to
Malinowski,
Asia.
the one they call Limitless online.
So what's different here is that Suvarna's actually open jammed, early position with 17.5 big blinds. Not a play you see too often. Limitless needs to kind of break down how the ranges might change.
Check raise, bet, and jam the hand. I forgot which one it was, and the guy folded the king. Like 2 tables left or whatever. That was a pretty cool hand as well.
You might be assuming that pocket pairs 8s and below wouldn't necessarily play it this way.
No, I'm gonna watch it back.
If we take those hands out of the range, which are the ones that we're crushing, then we know that making a call here, which Malinowski does by moving all in himself, we're likely to be up against 2 overcards for a full run out.
Yeah.
And in those situations, the edges are not so great. As you can see, a roughly 11% advantage for Malinowski, who does have Suvarna covered. Santos Suvarna at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series event, needing an ace or a 10 and coming up empty on the flop. Turn does produce a gut shot straight draw. Add queens to the mix, but take all spades out of there. And the 10 on the river will stick a big smile.
A little fist pump
on the Indian's face.
It's a big number.
Yeah, because I'm also trying to do all this vlogging and social media. And
Yeah, no,
content
no,
and shit.
You're right. It's a project.
So
It's
like,
a different thing. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
If you've got a goal in mind with it and you're not using it aimlessly, I think it's
Yeah.
If you're in control of the medium, it's not controlling you.
I mean, it's a bit of
It's a
both,
big
but-
cost as well if he's doing, like, you know.
Yeah, of course.
It's just really this out the bet.
Ivan on the button, gonna set mine by flatting.
Ooh, ace queen and ace queen.
He's got a squeezer in the small.
And you got to look at who the opener is. Soiza, massive chip lead. Yeah, he's going to be opening hands worse than ace queen, so I'm not surprised Grafton's going for it.
Where you're like, okay.
Now it does present an awkward spot here for Suvarna. You got to raise a flat and then a small blind 3-bet.
Yeah, it's actually very awkward. So things you need to think about is the positions. The opener, although is a chip leader who will raise wide, is raising from under the gun, which is some credit. And for the small blind to squeeze into it, oh my!
What a beautiful development for Soiza as
You see that as like
Suvarna has just doubled up to almost 40 big. Welcome back to North Cyprus for continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, where event number 5 is now down to 15 players with only 13 paying. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, pleased to be bringing you this continuing coverage. Seth Davies, currently your chip leader, followed by Cale Burns, Sam Greenwood, Bruno Volkmann, and Sean Perry. That rounds out your top 5, 33% of the field, with the blinds at 15 and 30,000 and a 30K ante. Well, Randy, right before we get back to play, I suppose now would be the time to maybe ask you for a pick.
Mm-hmm.
Have you thought about it? I assume it's going to come from one of the bigger stacks,
Yeah,
right?
definitely
I mean,
coming from one of the bigger stacks.
you know how I do it. I tell you, you cannot take the big stack. So Seth Davies is off the board. Are you willing to take Cale Burns in
I
his
am
sort
willing
of
to,
like up and down
I am
style?
willing to pick Cale Burns because I want someone that's willing to go for the win, be bit variance. Also, I think he's a great player, fellow Aussie. How can I not pick him?
Oh, so you're playing the nationality game over here. I'll tell you what, I'm willing to go below that average stack of 1.2 million in search of my pick. And the newcomer, Jonathan Jaffe, has been incredibly composed. I really think he's somebody that we should circle and keep an eye on here. Currently 7th in chips, but obviously 1.1 million and 37 bigs is plenty off of which to operate at this point. And Sean Perry, 5th right now, has actually kind of had the, he's been upstaged sort of by Cale Burns, who's been the chattier person left in the field. Cale's just been entertaining, obviously not just with the lines that he's been taking, but also with a lot of that speech play, and we love to see it. It keeps things interesting for us out here as we send you back down to the felt for our 2 remaining tables where action is just about to get underway once more after a player break. And on that break, we bring you the chip counts. There they are at this specific table. Shortest stack belongs to Yuri Zivalevsky as the Brazilians are bringing up the rear here with the blinds now up to 20 and 40,000 with the 40K ante. Prior to the break, there were 15, 30, and 30, so obviously the deeper stacks do dwindle a touch. Could see, I don't know, it's the money bubble, right? You could see some of these stacks really whittle their way down as it's kind of that war of attrition.
Most certainly. I mean, we've seen that in the past too. This is a huge money bubble, 135,000. You know, while these guys can afford to play it, it's still, you don't just give away 135,000. You got to play for it.
Listen, you want to talk about amounts that don't just get given away of this 6.6 million total prize pool. How about the 1.73 for first and 1.2 million for second?
That
earned,
would be
not given.
A nice payday indeed. But you know, as I look through this lineup,
Well, when I asked him, he gave me a weird answer. I was like,
we have a lot of favorites in here. You know, Linus comes to mind. Bruno Volkmann.
3 hands is a lot.
A lot.
For that amount of money.
Like four something.
Let's see. Talal spin it up.
You know what? That was an oversight on both of our part, I would say, is Shakurchi. But granted, 14th in chips, 15 bigs.
Or just tell any waitress an
Pressure's on.
espresso shot would be great. Legend. Thank you.
All in.
Wow.
And we have our first all-in at the new blind level. It is Seth Davies, who it's an effective stack situation against Pedro Gargnani, Triton first-timer.
You know, Davies, we mentioned it before, had a dry spell for a while, but Madrid just came out final table and everything. And even then, I feel like he ran a little bad in his final table spots. He should have got a deep run. On pace, though, to really capture a big one.
Well, if for some reason he decides to hang up his poker cleats, I actually just did commentary for the first time with Seth Davies. We were doing post-production for the Madrid series, and oddly enough, we ended up doing commentary on a
I
table
wouldn't know. I've never made it
that
this
he
far.
was at. So it was a unique opportunity for him to kind of walk us through what his mindset was at any given time. But you don't see that every day from the booth, do you?
Yeah.
A7 suited here for Sean Perry. Off of 1.4 million up front. Will open. 80K.
Queen 8 of hearts, so Burns. Not gonna play this time.
Nothing interesting developing as yet. Couple of deuces for Gargnani, deemed inadequate. Suvarna.
25 blinds. Just lays it down because we're close to the money. Normally you would play 7-6 offsuit to a min raise, but there's a lot of pressure here and doesn't really want to play out of position.
No, I don't.
Well, a couple of guys that did want to play find themselves taking a 7-5 deuce flop at our other table. Sam Greenwood firing from the big blind at Bruno Volkmann, who was in the small. Bruno has flopped the wheel draw. And is there any card in the deck that you could pick out and ask for more of an explosive development than that one? The 4 of hearts gives Volkmann the wheel, but it gives Greenwood the open-ended straight flush draw. And Volkmann now checks with 240,000 in the middle.
Yeah, that is the ultimate card. 2 multi-barrel. I wouldn't mind if
They've got that
Greenwood
little
goes
line and you're
big.
gonna
They
be
got a
above
lot
it
of
in the
stack to
app.
play for. Put a lot of pressure on these weak pairs with some ace-high type hands. You can see he's reaching for a good amount of chips here. So you've got a straight on a flush board, close to the bubble. You mainly just call here and just say, please no heart, please no 6, please no. There's a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you don't want to bloat it up in case your opponent does have a flush and you commit way too many chips.
Volkman tends to agree as he calls the 125,000 and the pot swells to almost $500,000.
I got it wrong. It's 1.115.
And the back door. 10 of hearts, now giving Greenwood the flush
1.1 and 15,000.
as the wheel just comes right off the Volkman bus.
It's taking a turn for the worse.
Yeah, that is annoying for Volkman. Just trying to tank, hope it goes check, check. Maybe contemplating block bet. Some people do this. We saw Burn do that and actually call big raise after. Let's see what Volkman wants to do. Maybe it looks like he is going to come in with a little min block bet.
What is Greenwood going to make of this with just the 6 of hearts here?
I feel that the 6 of hearts is too weak of a flush to raise. You could be value owning yourself.
8, 9, Jack, Queen, King, Ace, all of the available hearts that would make for winners. And Volkman was always demoralized after Greenwood made the call. Wasn't proud of his wheel, and sure enough, Greenwood did have a heart for a flush. And takes that one down, but the thing to pay attention to is the fact that Volkman's willingness to block bet there, as he sought the opportunity to show his hand down, maybe cost him less than if he would have checked and allowed Greenwood to bet. Well, on that note, we talked to you about Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series, who are responsible for the incredible timepieces on your screen. Truly works of art. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, KT has that Astronomia Casino watch. Allegedly paid $400,000 for it. It's got a working roulette wheel inside it. And let's not forget our special collaboration pieces that will be awarded to the winners of our main events. Lolliger shoots it up with King Queen. Looks like Talal was stretching it out. Feeling the pressure perhaps as one of the short stacks.
Over to Jaffe, ace-3 offsuit. Not a great hand, but you know, it's playable. $25 blinds. Maybe he thinks about some crazy 3-bet against undergun. It's possible. Some people like to use these offsuit aces. They don't play too well, and wow, he's going to do it. You're right, this guy's got game.
We saw a little glimpse of it earlier. Unintimidated by Lolliger's position, let alone the depth of his stack, which is really neck and neck with Jaffe.
And this looks really strong. Big blind versus undergun. Close to the bubble. But these guys know the strategies they like to use with these ace rags in these situations. Linus hasn't folded yet. Thinking about calling, thinking about making a move.
Well, a lot of times what we see is when somebody is put to the test in terms of this being the bubble, maybe some ICM considerations of some sort, they think to themselves, well, wait a minute. If you're able to stick me in this spot, that also means I can put you in the same spot when your stacks are level like this, and in comes that 4-bet as you just sort of redirect the pressure.
For the big blind to 3-bet the under the gun, it's very polarized. I mean, you also think, why isn't Jaffe just 3-bet jamming? Like, wow, he is 4-betting king, queen offsuit, blocking the ace, king, and the ace, queens, the kings and queens. This is practically a min 4-bet. This is next level poker.
But just look how gross it makes things for Jaffe. Ace-3 offsuit. You probably really didn't want to put the 230 in there. Do you really want to stick another 150 in behind it in a spot where you could very easily be dominated?
All in.
Oh, and
All
now
in.
the jam from Jaffe.
No way.
This is jousting at its finest. This is two guys who are really going to battle and leveraging the same reality upon one another right there. That was top shelf stuff. And do I need to remind you why Jonathan Jaffe might be somewhat significant to the two of us, Randy?
He is absolutely sick to make that play. Didn't even use a shot clock. How did he jam ace-3 offsuit? 5-bet jam, big blind versus undergun. 2 away from the money with 22 big blind effective. I don't know how he did it. Respect.
I don't know if you've ever been to the horse track, Randy, but my strategy there, as they march the ponies through the paddock prior to a race, is to find the stallion that looks like it's not happy to be there, like the one that's kind of fighting with its trainer. One that's got a little bit of wild blood in it. And that's what we just saw there. That's my horse. That's Jaffe. With that pot, he's got himself up to 4th in chips and 38 bigs, taking a nice little chunk out of Linus Love's stack, which now sits at 18 bigs in 10th. That was a nasty pot.
That is just the sickest read ever. Wow. Loved it.
Round 2 upon us. Ace-5 suited for Jaffe in the small.
All in.
Jams it. There'll be no 4 and 5
All
betting
in.
here.
Yeah, I'm trying to just think back about that hand. And I guess he's wondering why Linus didn't jam with such small effective
Why the clickback for
yeah,
that?
why the clickback?
Yeah, right, because we've got enough in there at that point, but I don't know. The stacks were really deep for him to jam. As the 4-bet, weren't they?
No, they weren't.
At $1 million, when he's 3-betting to 230,000.
Yeah.
So a 4-bet jam for the $1 million. Yeah, not too ambitious, even given the bubble looming and whatnot. It would take such a specific hand class for him to be willing to do that with.
Yeah. That's got to be one of the sickest. I don't know how come we have such a sick hand in every single tournament we've run here at the Triton to
I
watch.
know, because you got some of the best out there, and then you sprinkle in some of these kind of wild cards as well, and I mean, it gets no more entertaining. As we see Shakurchi's small stack, 15th out of 15 right now, waking up with an ace-king, looking for patronage, and not getting any, but that'll be an orbit's worth of tokens acquired. And a reminder to those of you who are streaming us live on YouTube, do yourselves a favor, subscribe to the Triton Poker channel, and go ahead and hit that thumbs up button. Let us know that you're enjoying what you're seeing. The price is certainly right, as free of charge, we bring you the best in televised poker production. Pleased to do so.
Kings for Soy's at 12 blinds under the gun. You got that stack size where you're supposed to be just open, ripping it in, and you got this such a strong hand. You're like, I guess I maybe try and min raise and look like I've got to raise folding range, which some people do. We've seen it in the previous Triton events.
All in.
Well, the trouble becomes, as we see Soiza opting to jam, that when we do min-raise, sometimes we end up playing a multi-way pot and things get a little uncomfortable. Lolliger waking up on the button with a couple of sixes here, Randy. He'd rather be the man jamming against the blinds than calling it off, so into the muck it goes. Well, Shakurchi, 460K with ace-8. Doesn't make a meal of it. Well, the climate out there now, at least at this table, Randy, appears to have changed a bit in acknowledgement and recognition of the gravity of the money bubble.
Volkman on ace-10 of hearts. Let's see, Greenwood's up to something. Re-raising chips. Pocket queens.
Ooh, this is a big one here against the under the gun open by Volkman. He will be 3-betting.
He's got that stack size where it looks like he's bullying people.
Lolliger not making a meal of the king-queen, and suddenly Vogelsang wakes up with 2 jacks. He's got sub-10 bigs here, Randy. Does it go anywhere but all in?
It has to go all in. It's just Greenwood's got that stack where he would be 3-betting a medium stack as a bluff oftentimes. You know, those ace-x suited. Yes, you're gonna have a fade 5 cards, but Jack's just too strong here, I think. Maybe there's a case to fold if we were on the literal bubble, but everyone's waiting for you to bust out.
He feels very much on edge about the decision.
Yeah.
Reluctant even.
All in.
But eventually he does decide to jam. The decision becomes easy for ace-10 suited, and the bad news is revealed as Greenwood has Vogel covered. And Christoph is in bad shape here. Ten-4 deuce. Couple of diamonds, unfortunately for Vogelsang. His diamonds are covered. No jack on the turn. There's got to be one on the river. Otherwise, that's it for Christoph Vogelsang. And the 9 of hearts makes it official.
With the 3-bet.
Was considering shoving.
Always a difficult element of being a professional tournament grinder.
I'm asking you personally, can you help me help myself?
Those nights
If you're going to say no, that's not very nice.
where you bust on the bubble. And now we are on the stone bubble with 14 left and 13 paying. As we turn our attention to Sean Perry.
He's reaching for chips. He's in the hijack. Opening jack 2 of clubs. He's not even the table chip leader. Not even close.
Try telling that to him.
Kale Burns in a small blind with ace-8 off, so he's actually thinking. Oh my, look at this. Burns has jammed ace-8 offsuit for 30-something big blind's effective.
Look at the timing, by the way.
How does he know?
I'm not sure, but that was downright disrespectful. And did he show an 8? I think he did.
Folding.
I mean, if you had air, you would have showed both. So.
Wasn't very good.
What?
Wasn't very good, my friend.
Oh, this is good.
But I had to do it to you because you didn't give me the middle ground, which I asked for.
What's up?
Seth asked me to be quiet, so I'll try my best, and I asked you to help me help myself, and you didn't. So you deserve to get punished. Right, Seth? Just shut up a little bit. You can talk, but a little bit shut up.
I was never criticized for outrageously talking.
All right, good luck, boys. Good luck. Seth's getting moved?
Good luck.
Okay, see you, Seth.
Good luck.
This is perfect. You moved now, you don't have to listen to me. Now I got to deal with this.
What's up?
I don't mind dealing with you.
Who said who? No, he wasn't talking to me. I think he was because there was
He wanted me to shut up.
What's up?
Just 1 second, listen. He wanted me to shut up, right? Not you. Me.
Oh, because you know why? Wait,
I can't
real
shut up.
quick. He always wants me to shut up. But after a year, dude, you think I'm going to shut up?
No, because you're the
Never. I'm a confident man. You think I'm going to let some dude, when I pay my own money to be here, I will do what I want to do.
I know.
You should have told him the same answer.
I know and I respect it. I'm as confident as you, but I'm fair. If he asks me nicely, I'll try my best to meet him in the middle. I'll never give him 51%, but I'll meet him 50. Fair? So I asked you, can you help me give him 50?
Oh, my answer is no. Obviously.
See, that's rude.
What do you mean? I'm going to do what I want to do. I was not rude at any point. I think it was rude what he asked you to do. Because you weren't being rude either, right?
Which is fair.
So I think if we were screaming at each other, or there was like something, you know what I mean? We were talking in between hands. We went to the side table. Why is he telling you to shut up?
I don't know, but I like him. I'm friendly with him, and if
I like him too, but I just feel like what he asked you wasn't justified.
Fair.
In that situation. And you also agreed with what I said, because you also asked for an apology, so you didn't think it was justified either.
I think he misunderstood me. But he's fair to ask. If he says, can you please be quiet for a second while I think that's a fair request.
Are we hand for hand?
Yes.
And we welcome you back to continuing coverage of the Real Housewives of North Cyprus, where we have a little bit of a quarrel between Cale Burns and Sean Perry, but some insights perhaps into what actually motivated Cale to make that move with the ace-8, and he claims it was because Sean deserved to get punished. He kind of had it in for him.
Yeah. I mean, it sounded like Seth Davies asked Cale to be quiet in some hands. Because he does talk a lot, but, you know. I like the answer that Sean Perry gave, is that I paid my money to play. I have the right to talk if I want to.
Let's see if there's any short stacks. Dude, this app is so insane. Isn't it like the best thing ever?
It's so good. They spend a lot of money on it. They deserve all the credit they get for it.
There's an 11, 12, 12, 15, 15, 20, 21. A lot of little shorties and all tied. I'm helping you out here. I'm telling everyone.
I know the information because I'll run to get it, but you're telling me from the app. You're a smart man too.
Next step, please. Deal 1.
Oh, Sean, who am I?
Note the ace-8 up front for Perry. Not good enough to open. Whereas when Perry did open, that same ace-8 offsuit was good enough for a jam out of Cale.
If you raise and you start doing that, then your Vogel sank.
Wrong, I'm Cale. What you have? And you guys got, yeah. All in.
Jack 10 suited wants to jam, as Burns showing a very aggressive side of himself here on the pure money bubble. Obviously, the effective amount is...
What would you just Vogel say?
1.1 million.
The stacks behind him.
But my name's Cale.
Well, you asked who you were.
Yeah, well, my name is Cale, and you know the answer.
I'm not smart enough. See, I thought you and I think on the same like next level thinking.
No.
But I guess you're just not as superior as I am.
I'm a little ahead of you. I moved
No, you're on the face level.
Well, let's pick up the action here where Greenwood and Jaffe find themselves involved. Jaffe's 2 aces way out in front of Greenwood's open-ender. On the turn, the board appears to have paired. We'll bring you up to speed momentarily here, courtesy of the Triton Poker Plus app, on exactly how we got to this point.
Diet Coke as
In the meantime, we know that Greenwood has checked.
Diet Coke. Coke Zero?
Yeah, it should have been check on flop, pre-flop raise. So check again. 2 straights. Greenwood. Is he going to take a stab here of 8 high, thinking Jaffe's on an ace high or like a little pocket pair? They can't handle the heat.
Pre-flop, it was Jaffe who min-raised. Greenwood defended as big. As you mentioned, Brandy, both players checked the flop in the turn. Here we are at the river, and Greenwood appears to have given up.
I like to think Jaffe will throw a value bet in now. Checked him twice.
145.
Jaffe gets after it on the end. 8 high, can't call.
Here's a look at our 2-table setup.
You asked them to try and keep him off.
Oh, we're doing hand for hand.
I'm
So
like
let's get
scared
the
to
little
say
view here. I like it.
Gotcha. Like I don't want to become the guy with the target on his back.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Like he honestly sounds suicidal too.
10 of spades.
Let's find out. Yeah, just over 1.65 plus that, so 1.7 total, just under. If they give me a good hand, I'm willing to use it.
Jaffe threatening to deploy his tokens against Greenwood in battle here. These couple of offsuit 10s are going to square off. Let's take a look at the flop, says Jonathan, after Sam limped in. And hits an 8 against the gut shot straight draw and backdoor diamonds of Jaffe.
These are 2 of the bigger stacks in the field remaining. 10-8 gonna go for some value, try to clear the situation. But with 10-6, you got a piece. Inside straight draw, a little diamond. Maybe your opponent's just taking a stab. I'll steal it from him later. We know Jaffe's got a lot of game after watching that ace-3 hand versus Linus Love.
See Jaffe peel. Min bet from Greenwood. Pot at 200K now.
I mean,
Me? Sure.
so he's gonna bet again. Keeping control of the hand. Not letting the turn get checked through. He's on Jaffe. Just inside straight draw. 1 over. He might try to read into a smaller bet size as potentially weak, and Jaffe is continuing 2 straights.
4 double pairs after Jonathan called again.
So is Greenwood gonna go for the block bet? Or the okay, maybe you actually do got a big hand. I need to start pop controlling and checking. It's hard to imagine Greenwood being able to get worse value on 3 streets. But he's gonna try and block bet a bit.
And into 360K comes 125,000, just north of a third pot.
And Jack's like shaking his head.
Do you mind giving me the 5 seconds,
Did you
please?
not take a break on his hand?
I thought you had the best sense of it. I've seen you like 3 times drop it like at 0. It's been perfect.
Buzzer beater.
Yeah.
That hand was weird.
Wasn't from my perspective. I'll be interested.
No, the only thing that's weird about it is I had a 10 in my hand. And then like I saw the 10 was a choice, and like, can I raise this hand? Like, was it too shitty?
Fair.
Like, I'll just keep the pot small with the dead 10.
Yeah. But if I raise, he'll never put me on a 10. Let's go. Seth knows that's how I'm going. All
Yeah,
day.
exactly. Yeah. I just raise and it's like 10, 10, 2, and I'm like, God, I'm
the best.
Yeah.
You're capped at aces.
I mean, it's also going to make a big difference the other way, because then, like, like having a 10 full, like, then you make big folds with the 10, too. If I'm bluffing, like, having a 10 in my hand, yeah.
Well, I had a 10, so it
did
find its way into the
all of us
pot.
had a 10.
Yeah.
Right.
Wasn't banking on the pair.
Having a lot of chatter lately. There's Volkman opening it up. Linus.
Yeah, let's count these cards up, man.
Getting short.
55 card deck.
Literal bubble. With a playable hand. Is there enough ICM pressure to fold? He thinks so. Man, when you get Linus to lay down suited king in the big blind for a min raise, you know there's a lot of pressure on.
135K on the inside of the membrane and $0 on the outside, Randy.
And Linus was pretty short, but there's actually multiple players who's got less chips than him. So it makes a lot more sense. He needs to just wait for a better situation.
Next step, please.
Hand for hand here in event 5. Current short stack belongs to Yuri Zivalevsky now, as Talal Shakurchi has slightly more than Yuri.
It's go time. Ace queen suited. This is when all the short stacks just anti-sweat each other. It's like, come on, someone call him. We'll get it through.
No customers.
Check napkin, baby.
And that's bad news for Yuri, because he definitely doesn't want to be left alone on the island of short-stackedness.
What is out here? You notice how in this thing here? King of spades, 6 of spades.
Oh, yeah.
They always have it, like the other cards.
I've never noticed.
Okay, back to the other table. Burns opening queen 3 suited under gun. 2 nines. They've got each other's outs.
Let's call it 4 nines.
Yeah. Laszlo. Pocket nines. Normally this would be a squeeze all in spot.
Do you think that it has anything to do with the fact that it is Burns who opened up front that leaves Perry flatting the 2 nines, as opposed to maybe 3-betting off of his stack depth?
Yeah. Wow, here we go, but both red nines versus black nines.
Yeah, boy toss.
Have something? Nines.
Jamming.
Really?
And getting called.
You? Same. You have nines? Oh, 4th one. Yeah. We chalk his money.
Whoever doesn't have the heart is doing good.
Wait a minute.
do you want to do something and switch cards right now? Because I'm so lucky I'm going to play.
Really? Wait, who's got the heart?
Sure. I have the hearts.
Having the heart
Let
is
me tell
bad.
you, let me tell you. Do you want to switch 9s right now? I will do it.
Blacks
You
are
take
good.
the heart.
Blacks
I folded 2 hearts.
Laszlo shows 2 black knights.
That's crazy, huh?
2 red knights.
99.
And who folded red and black hearts? They wouldn't fold 2.
I folded 2 hearts, I told you.
2 hearts?
Yes.
Good news.
What odds do I get on hearts flush coming? Oh no.
9s on
Flash
9s. 2
How
diamonds
many you turn
flop.
diamonds here? Tell me.
Now Perry
Too
has the
much.
free
I'm not
roll.
feeling it right now.
A spade's fair, just chop it up.
I didn't feel it here. I felt black cards. I'm not winning.
Bang.
Do you see what I see,
Hey, brother.
Ollie?
So,
Oh, do you mean a flush draw for Sean
You want to
Perry?
see how good I run? 9s versus 9s. I have a flush draw.
Wojtas needs to fade to stay alive, and he's done it. So we will chop it up.
Get out of here, man! You
As we're
jinxed
supposed
me.
to.
Get away!
he's a robot. Are you feeling
He
nothing?
comes and jinxed me.
Oi, do you know what his heart was doing then?
Ivan, let me tell you something.
This is nothing compared to the PLO games, huh?
No.
We're just having
But
fun.
I was nervous. But
Sean,
not so
I
much.
felt his heart. Guess how fast it was going? No, not at all. Didn't give a fuck. That's the truth. He was just like chilling.
Well, I told him it wasn't coming. Did you not hear me say it? It's not coming.
What come on the river? Was it a club or a spade?
I didn't even look at the river.
So sick. I fold 2 hearts and you just get 3 diamonds. You're the best.
And on the heels of that pop, we take another look at the chip counts. Brought to you by GG Poker with the blinds at 20 and 40,000. It is Cale Burns with 53 bigs. Currently 3rd in chips overall, the leader at that particular table. And the danger zone is where we find Yuri Zivalevsky, the Brazilian.
I couldn't give you
Put it like
a
this:
number.
I wouldn't trade my life for anyone's life in this tournament.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't because you're Sean Perry. You have to be Sean Perry. You don't know how to be anybody else.
I wouldn't trade. I don't think there's a. Dude, I'm 25 years old, man.
All right. Play your hand, my friend. We'll talk later. That was cool that you just both have 9s. The chance of that is so small.
Is it? You know what would have been cooler?
What?
Diamond on the river.
Huh?
Diamond on the river.
You know what would have been cooler? A 9 on the river.
Yeah. Then you would have got your money back.
No, the whole world would have exploded. Walk. Damn it, I sent spades.
Wow.
How does he know this is real? That's a good song for you.
Hey, what's up?
You ever listen to electronic music?
Electronic, yeah. Pop.
Oh, you're from
R&B.
Hungary, yeah?
Yeah.
Good techno.
Oh
you
yeah,
like
that'd be
techno?
awesome. If they have like
Not
the
so
beat
much.
too with-
You like trance?
Friends, yeah.
I got a song
Armin.
Armin van Buren, yeah? I wrote a song for you. It's an old school one. An old school one. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
Little secret. You sure we go hand again?
Appreciate you, Kate. Man, this place is so awesome.
You have to listen to it though. You promise?
Yeah, what is it? Is it Armin but an old one or what?
It's Andrew Rayel.
Ah, yeah, I know.
No, but it's old school.
That's the name of the song.
How do I know?
I know.
Listen to it 10 times in a row.
Wait, do you guys? Did,
I have it in
on
my
the
list,
bubble,
I
the
think.
clock just
You
runs,
like
they
it?
don't take 2 minutes
Yeah.
off each hand?
How do I know? How do I know, Laszlo? How do I know? How's
I
the
don't
rest
have
of
it
it go?
soon, but I know from the I know from the
How do I know
patterns.
this is real?
Really?
That's how the song goes. It's a good song. I like it. You gonna listen to it?
Yeah, but I know it for sure.
You send me one back. Sean thinks he wants to raise. Let's let him ponder.
Back
Snap
to action.
those
Sean
off, yeah.
Perry opening up King Deuce. Spades. He's getting active.
You got like 1.2?
Pocket 3 straight into the muck for Yuri.
What did your mum say again? Can't talk. Why not? I thought you were confident.
I'm in a hand, man. I already told you earlier. I don't like to talk.
Fold.
Playing.
Are headphones allowed now or not? No.
How much did you start the hand?
I'll have to use my memory.
20 big blinds.
Just going to defend here. As we are playing on the bubble. Flopped it.
Sure did. Vezhnikov has really been a spectator for the most part as we've approached this stone bubble. His patience is being rewarded as Sean Perry has top pair here and continues to follow through. Just a min bet of 40K.
I wonder if he's going to check raise or check call this flush. I think check raise is a pretty standard play, but he might think it looks really strong given we're on the actual bubble that maybe check raising is just asking to get no action. So that's why he just calls here. Nine on the turn. No reason for Perry to think he's behind. It's pretty connected. Thinking about whether to bet check back river or maybe check and see what develops.
Well, Perry could certainly get the sense that there's a lot of hands that are just one club and not much else in Vezhnikov's range that he's tearing one off with, and as such, he feels these kings are worthy of barreling once more, and of course, having Vezhnikov covered, if you're on the stone bubble, there is some of that ICM pressure.
Yeah,
oh, beautiful, thank you.
Perry could be up against like Queen Jack, offsuit, these types of hands that you want to deny equity to. I like this call. Just, you know, these guys are trying to blast away a bit, so just keep slow playing, make it look like you can't handle the heat going into the river. Queen.
Wow, Vezhnikov coming with a third check now, and you see Perry kind of starting to wonder, what kind of hands am I going to get called by with 570 in the middle here? Is this King Deuce even worth betting?
I'd be pretty happy to check here. No
Me too.
kicker. I
Yeah.
could be up against King Jack, King 10. Does he really think like Queen Jack or Queen of Clubs would call bet? I like to check.
Alright. And basketball? No. Don't know how to play. I got food. How'd you do that?
When you're a VIP, man, VIP things happen.
So ask and you shall receive, huh?
There we go.
That was
This
probably
thing
a
has
little
fallen
bit
off like
more
2 or 3
rice than
times.
I
I
would
think
have
I'm
tried
gonna
to
have to go to
shovel
my
into my
shirt soon.
mouth at one time, if I'm being honest, but you know, do what you got to do.
He's a VIP. He can eat how he wants.
He's a confident man.
You're a winner. You born winner or trained winner? My friend, I said you're a winner.
Yep.
Are you born a winner or are you trained to be a winner or both? He's not even listening to me. This guy's born a winner. I can tell.
Asked him the same question twice. Ignored. Perry going at it again. Queen Jack of Diamonds.
You have to be careful when you squeeze your cards, Laszlo. I did not see your cards, but if I want to see, I could probably see. How much you playing, Mr. Perry?
Aces for Burns, and these guys have been chattering, going at it.
How much you have? 205.
Just hoping Perry's got enough and just splashes more chips into the pot. It kind of looks like he's getting picked on based on what's been happening. Perry has been active at this table, and he's going to take a flop.
All of the context here, and this is trouble for Perry. Jack 5-5.
Against the guy who's just splashing, showing you an 8 when he jams all in.
I mean, Perry's going to be far more inclined to lose more chips in this pot because of what's been going on between him and Kale, is my sense. As we see Burns light the fuse with a bet of 140,000.
I mean, Perry's got to expect this bet was coming. Check call.
Yeah.
The only way Perry's going to be safe if ace or king rolls off. I don't see how he doesn't lose all his chips given what's been happening so far. Three on the turn.
This is the kind of run out that is not going to spare more chips from Perry's stack.
Does Burns bet again? Or does he get tricky? He's been tricky on turns. He's trying to construct what hands he might call 3-bet and check call, like 9s, 10s.
I mean, is he worried about a 5 realistically here in the spot? If he's not, then maybe he can go for 3 barrels, because what else is Perry calling with? Yeah. Turn bet, 255, and note the milkiness of the sizing into 790.
Yeah. And, you know, for Perry to call the 3-bet in the first place means he thinks that Burns is up to no good a lot. I don't think he can start laying it down yet.
No, heck no.
Yeah. Is he potentially thinking about committing now? No, just call?
No, no, you don't want to do anything like that, I don't think. Perry recognizes that obviously Burns could wake up with a hand from time to time, but note the SPR for Perry. He's got 500 back with 1.3 in the middle, and if Burns asks for it all with a dry river, how's he going to find the fold?
That is dry.
Ace, deuce of clubs. The only world in which
you count your stack, please.
this 4 hurts.
500.
Well, this shove is coming soon.
It sure is. And where is that going to leave Sean Perry?
Against arguably the most aggressive player remaining in the tournament. Using a time bank, trying to pretend that you're making a move against a jack or like a 10s, 9s type hand that might continue.
All in.
Perry knew this was a possibility. You can see the discomfort here on the stone bubble. The difference between $0, a trip to the exit, and 135K.
Yeah.
That's what's at stake here. And it had to be these two guys, didn't it?
To get this far, yes, of course. 3-bet pot. Bet flop, bet turn. Perry did raise an undergun +1. So a little bit stronger for a range. Just so much history. It just seems that Perry knew bet jam was
and he's made the call.
Nice thank you.
Unlucky, Sean. Today's my day.
Take it down.
So Sean Perry
At least I got a nice fresh plate.
Congratulations, everyone. You're rolling the money.
is the bubble boy, but
Hey, where's my fruit?
at least he's got a free
Did you
dinner.
take my fruit? Did you take my fruit? It's okay, you take it.
Well, I think it's only fair you took his chips, Kale. And you took his shot at 135,000, didn't you?
Nothing ever gonna bring me down. I'm the best.
What's the saying is?
But apparently I wasn't confident then.
Two rabbits in. What's the saying?
Two rabbits?
Is that I don't know if in
You tell me. You finish it. You're Australian. You're a machine. You tell me. Two rabbits what?
Two rabbits in one.
Kill two birds with one stone?
Kill two birds with one stone, yeah.
That's not the same. I only killed one bird.
No.
And I didn't have a stone. There's my fruit. What's your name? You find me later, I'll give you $20. Will you find me later? Find me later, I give you $20 for the fruit. Just come find me later because I don't have it at the moment. I'll change it, but find me.
We get more time banks at 9.
Find me later might be an ambitious request considering that he ordered peppermint tea and received pepper with tea. But you know, English not the first language spoken here in North Cyprus. Meanwhile, back at the other feature table, I'm sure the news has reached the boys that the bubble has burst, and that will create some comfort as some of the shorter stacks can sort of grease the path to the all-ins. Here we see Jonathan Jaffe up front with the King 10 offsuit. And Greenwood going to defend, dominate it. These two have had some battles. And the King High board is a troublesome one for Greenwood as he is outkicked.
Can I use some of that again?
So now that the bubbles burst, people are going to be, c-betting a bit more, willing to put multi-barrels in, not as afraid to create a bigger pot. So both players with top pair should be able to get multiple streets in. 70,000 to start. Greenwood top pair. Starts up a call. And that's a very connected middling card that both players shouldn't be too happy about. Although it does improve Jaffe for extra equity in case he was behind. A lot of times you'll see a player check the King 10 here. Hands like 9-8, Jack 10, 6-5. Plenty of hands that could take you out. Got clean outs to a straight. Cautious seems best. 10-eye straight is good. Action on Greenwood, deciding whether to block bet this.
Beautiful run out, of course, for Jaffe. You can rest assured.
I like a check here, I think. Well, actually, Greenwood does have a lot of block bets kind of in his game. So he's going for the block bet 2 blinds. I was thinking a lot of players don't really bluff, try to rep that 10 as a bluff from under the gun. So it would seem a bit safe to check a little bit more often, but no, block bet's fine. Is in his overall game plan.
Of course, we know it's unlikely to work.
You do trick yourself sometimes with these blocker bets. You get raises and you're like, oh man.
You're like, did I create this? Is this my fault? And has Jaffe acted, or he just put a time extension out there?
Should be a time extension. Okay. Thinking about the size to make it. Okay, first he needs to break down what hands would do this block bet.
445.
And he thinks it's maybe like a 5. King 5. Maybe some 2 pairs. Quick laydown.
Yeah. That texture is just not the type that King 4 wants to get to showdown with, so. Greenwood would have been happy to check call 80. Instead, he kind of got his answer by putting the block bet out there and facing the raise with the 4-liner. test came back positive, and Jonathan Jaffe continues to be impressive here, Randy, and I'm not just saying that because he was my dark horse.
Well, my horse is doing pretty well too. Knocked out Sean Perry to burst the bubble.
You're not wrong. But he was second in chips when you picked him, you know what I mean?
I got you. True.
My guy was several furlongs back.
My guy was on pace to potentially bust out.
Ooh, Kale?
Yeah, it
I
should
mean,
be
he did
25-50.
lose
Yeah.
some chips and he jammed ace. Say,
It's
imagine,
not-
what if he woke up with
He
kings?
was not on pace to eventually bust out, but you just never know whether or not your horse is just going to jump over the inside rail and into a lake as opposed to complete the race. That's, you know, you got a wild Mustang on your hands.
Tens.
What's that? Well, it was because
Shakurchi.
And he said
More than
Lucas
happy
said we had
get
one
it all
more
in
hand
here.
at 2040 because of the hand for hand.
And might be in a
So
good
that's why
spot
it's so
given that
deep.
Jaffe's in the big blind, and certainly Jonathan's going to give him the spin. And you got to love being up against the underpair versus the 2 overcards, which tends to be the case more often.
Here's why I'm feeling pretty good. Good flop.
Yeah. Talal will take it. 940,000 in there, by the way. Turn stays clean. And so does the river. So Talal will be climbing
Bright color too.
the leaderboard. Jaffe takes a bit of a blow.
How much?
440.
He's going to pay off with Greenwood chips, though.
Yeah. He's like, all right, I kept the stack on this side on purpose.
Yeah. I'm your guy. Thanks, buddy. You're my guy too. Oh, man. You're my man too.
Playing with him tomorrow, or?
No.
You are playing tomorrow.
I am playing, yeah. I'm playing with Eric Warray. He's like the American guy who, like new American guy. Who, yeah, new face, yeah. You're with Viking. Don't play stupid games, Daddy wins. But he played anyway. He said that he knew the rules of the game and he played. What's going to happen? Simple life lesson. Oh, I should stop talking now. Everyone's happy now. No one gives a fuck when they're not in the bubble. Everyone just made 135k. Now I can be as stupid as I want.
Pocket deuces. Yeah, we are in the money, so
I should tell my
maybe these
brother
deuces
to
start to
thing.
play
I
again.
never tell anybody. And then I go see. I'm playing with
Savannah's a little bit too deep to go ripping anything in there. And
Australian.
let's face it, there's
100.
a lot more money to be made. 13th and 12th are both flat at 135k. Same story for 11th and 10th at
How do I do the Brazilian
145k.
accent? You teach me. You don't know. Just speak.
Laszlo, king, queen, solid hand to reshove with.
Yeah.
Things are different when you're in the money.
670.
Don't need to pass these spots
we
up.
confirm that it's 670?
Oh.
Or is it 600?
Burns
I don't wanna touch
getting
my
hit with the deck all of a sudden.
Yeah, this ace king
We count it.
has Boitas in a bad way.
I'm all in.
And if he were to jam over the top, he clears Suvarna and then ends up in really good shape.
I feel good about this one.
Me too.
I feel so good about it.
Boitas understands the straits are dire.
Bricks.
King in the window.
You got a spade, nobody. You got the 14
Burns
center?
has the kicker advantage.
3 is not too bad.
Board pairs on the turn. Another 3 would allow for a chop. A queen is a clean winner, and instead, it's the jack. And Cale Burns has busted the last 2 players. First, Sean Perry on the outside of the bubble. And now, Laszlo Boitas on the inside. As Laszlo will collect 135k. Back at the other table now.
Ooh, this
Got
is,
one brewing, blind versus blind.
yeah, I think this could easily go in, depending on how Linus wants to play it.
Off of 720k with the blinds at 25 and 50,000. Linus begins the hand with about 15 bigs.
Is he gonna limp? He's gonna jam or raise? All options. Pretty solid. All in. We're gonna get a call from Davies.
Yeah, 2 red 7s is going to be a little bit too much hand for him not to give Lolliger's 720 a spin.
My hand.
And the
I hate
fact
to
that
see it.
Linus has an undercard to the 7 is very bad.
Hate is a strong word.
It's your hand, but it's your tournament.
It's true. I bet Mikey had aces when I had ace 5 suited. Maybe one earlier. Who? Mikey, Adamo. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, flopped it.
The nuts on the flop for Lolliger. As Davies could draw dead on the turn. It's official, he does. My gosh.
780, right?
As the accounting gets done there, and Davies Bucks will be passed over to Linus, much to the dismay of the remainder of the field, given how dangerous Linus is.
I don't want to be on the
We
camera for this
return
one.
to the Cale Burns party.
Yeah.
115?
Oh no. Gargnani's got pocket 10s against kings. People are flying potentially, unless he can hit one.
Another blind versus blind situation. Bezhnikov trapping him by limping these 2 kings. And Gargnani raises to 115,000.
It's a tiny raise. Just gonna call here.
Oh man, this is a path to an escape for Gargnani perhaps if the board texture brings a lot of overcard stuffs.
Oh, you cannot do set over set with 10 big blind stacks, can you?
Good game, sir. Pedro Gargnani, middle set on a king high flop where he's up against top set. So improbable. It is curtains for the Brazilian.
Just smashed it. Just put as little as you can. Stack to pot ratio is so small, 75K. You're just sitting there with top set and you're not expected to have it. He limp called pre-flop, blind versus blind. You gonna put him on kings? Given how hard he smashed it, I think you're gonna see a check call a lot. Top set. Oh. Dicey.
Third club comes off as somehow the chips haven't gotten all in pre or post. Bezhnikov still slow playing, and now these 2 10s kind of need to protect themselves, Randy.
Yeah.
This texture just doesn't really allow for a card to come off.
You don't want a queen, you don't want a jack, you don't want a club. You've got so much to protect in there. You know, you don't need to control the pot because you only got 400K behind. Really, just got to put it in or put most of your chips in there. Just wondering whether to go all in or maybe bet smaller to, get some maybe non-club hands to continue. He might be thinking the ace wouldn't improve Vishenkov to play it this way, and maybe his opponent has a king or 10, and if he bets too big, those hands will fold. So I actually think that's why he's not jamming. He just thinks his opponent's got to be pretty weak, although he's just actually sitting there with a set of kings.
Did I break it? My friend.
Just 135K. How do you feel about the sizing from Gargnani here? Obviously, he's treading lightly.
He's trying to get paid off by these middling hands. The ace is near impossible for Vishenkov to have, given how shallow they were pre-flop. A lot of times he would either just jam or limp jam after the raise. Gonna call. This guy's just the master trapper. There is cards out there that could save Gargnani. Mini cards, actually.
club comes to mind, but that card is way too dry. The red 3, and don't tell me, Vezenkov is going to check one more time. Not another milky sizing.
No, I mean, you only got 265. You can't bet smaller than that when there's 700K in the middle. It's definitely going in, and Vezenkov is just waiting. When are you willing to just exit the tournament? Just looking at that shot clock, trying to time it. Gonna bleed through one time bank. Trying to make it look like you're on a decision. From Brazil. In the tank. I don't see a world where he ever checks this.
Weirdest feeling ever.
Oh my god, he checked a set of
He
tens.
just said he has the weirdest feeling ever, and I don't think anyone at this table can believe their eyes. Somehow, Pedro Gargnani avoids elimination. It doesn't get in pre-flop. It doesn't get in on the flop. It doesn't get in on the turn. Vezenkov allows him to dictate his own fate on the river, and he decides to check back.
What the fuck happened? Cheater. These Brazilians, they know some shit that I don't know. How the fuck do you do that? What happened? I have no idea. As long as you don't know, I'm okay with it. If every Brazilian knew something, then I'm gonna feel like an idiot.
Would you jam the river?
I don't know what happened, but I don't know how they know.
Let's check that.
It was blind versus blind.
Well, a stunning turn of events there will give us a moment to remind you that the Triton series is accessible through a multitude of platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube. Follow us across all of those to get updates on the biggest high-stakes action around.
You can, like, seconds. You can take seconds. Like,
That has to be one of the sickest hands I've seen
Yeah, like, he's
in
gonna
a
be
long
now,
time. I don't know how he I don't know how he did it. I really don't know how he did it given the stack to pot ratio.
X-ray vision? I mean,
about
it's
you?
just,
Why can't you
what
win?
were the odds for him to
Show
not
some
bust in that pot?
No,
I thought it was 0%.
You were a very
I thought there was a chance, it needs to be a club, a jack, or a queen on the river for him to save himself. And when he said it was the brickest card in the
I just want to
deck,
bet on my friend in the main event, the same as everybody else. They say you're allowed to bet $59 and go fuck yourself. That's what the email read. Party poker? Anybody? What's your response?
Gargnani checked back a set of tens after the 3 of diamonds rolled off there.
That's good. You gave me the same
Yes.
response as party poker. Nothing.
it was so hard for the tens to ever be beat there.
That's the response I got.
Queen Jack just rips it into you pre-flop a lot.
Am I on microphone? Bad luck, party poker.
Clubs check raise all in to flop a good amount too, given how short they
jam.
were.
Now you have some chance to win or not?
Sure, no. I still think I have a chance, but
So what? So
after
answer
this hand,
answer my last question.
Poker.
yeah.
You haven't
There's
seen
high-level
like,
poker, and
I've
then
done
there's
0
this.
bets, I had a camp for
This
10
is
years.
higher.
I want to bet on someone to win.
But I don't work on the, like, you mean, I don't know how to.
You're not in the admin department.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I have no idea.
That's a good answer. My next
That's
question is,
what
do
he-
you have
that's
any
what he thought.
opinions?
On this?
No, in general. Have you ever had an opinion?
Yeah.
What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I don't know the whole story. Like, you could.
No good.
Yeah.
You've been trained well. Well done.
You could tell me the entire story. Like, I could.
I just
hear,
did.
I could
I just-
hear, but I'd like to hear their story as well, their side of the story, and then.
You've been trained well. Well done. A+.
I think Kale is recruiting supporters in the Sean Perry debacle. Yuri, ever diplomatic, asking for all the evidence.
Yeah, he wants to hear both sides. Smart man.
Make a great judge.
Oh, you were jamming, man.
There's the man
You're
who
free
should
rolling
have
from now on anyway. That was
Yeah, this
Mate,
is
be
like
careful.
been 6 feet
Be
deep in
careful
this
when you
event,
do
but
this because the cards bend.
somehow still is in his chair.
Because you don't want
I
to
feel
make
like I'm looking at a
accidental
ghost.
win Because
I
you
mean-
already have to get the new deck, all that bullshit.
Makes no
Alright, me
sense.
and Raid a lot. Raiden.
He said something interesting when he checked back. He's like, I don't know, I just have the weirdest feeling.
Yeah.
And he
did.
just knuckled back. What? What? Meanwhile, 8-6 and 5-6 are looking up at a queen high pair 2 club board.
All right, so back to the action. Burns, c-betting here. Talash Kirchi hasn't let go yet. 6-5.
No, I'll tell you who hasn't let go yet. Me. Of the fact that Pedro Gargnani is still in this event. Nothing against the man, but he literally,
I thought you were about to tell me
literally,
how to do it, and I
that
was
like all 9
is gonna
lives
be
of a
a hard
cat were
sell,
exercised in
but-
one pot right there.
Certainly can have it.
I know. And I have to come along and then see if you have the 2. Hard sell though.
Yeah, you're right.
What was the
You
line?
raid a lot, you find some 2 sometimes. Yep.
What was the line on him being alive after the flop came out?
I would
Even pre-flop.
Pre-flop. If you told me they were going to get it, and I could see the flop too,
I've seen you get me.
I would have bet my whole bankroll,
Oh, we've done some good ones versus
and I would be on the streets after that.
You've done a lot of raiding. You've probably done more raiding.
No, you could stay with me.
Pre-flop.
I don't know. I don't know how
They
much.
could have got in pre, whether it's jam, limp, call, okay, short in the flop.
Cash game person.
Check call, the turn. Could have check raised. There was very little left on the turn. 5 big blinds remaining. Drawy board. It makes sense that you would check raise all in with 2 kings. Just calls.
That was not even real life, what we bore witness to there.
That's the craziest check I've ever seen. It really is.
I support what they're doing right now.
Like, we're in the money too, right? Like, if you're on the still on the bubble, yeah, sure, maybe there's a case.
Is there any difference to the rate we play hands now or not? There is? At the moment, there's no difference.
Burns up front with the ace-10 suited, picks up Yuri for the ride, and Zivalevsky comes up empty. Three, 4 deuce. Backdoor hearts and a wheel draw for Kale.
Yeah, Kale is really running away with it right now. Yuri with just no chips.
You got like 220? Jack.
Wow. Check it back. And he's let Yuri get there.
Yeah, the 8 of clubs smacks Zivalevsky for top pair.
I'm surprised by that check back. Might regret it after he sees what's about to happen. A minimum bet. It's all about betting 50,000 with 170 in your stack.
Real technical support. Responded with an email with 50,000. Sir, that's going to be 50,000, but your limit's to $59.45. Oh. Hello, party poker. Should have treated me better.
Yuri's bet of 50,000 does get called, and Burns is unable to improve on the river. $120 left for Yuri.
I would like to see Yuri value shove this Jack 8. No point trying to induce.
Check.
Wow,
King five.
actually check.
Jack 8. Ooh. Where's your ball,
Just to be
party
safe.
poker? Take me to the cleaners.
Obviously,
That's 8, right?
having a stack is so precious, and if he happens to be wrong, if there's some ace-queen that he's up against.
I don't think he would have folded the Jack 8, even if Burns had put in his last 2.5 big blinds.
Yeah, that stack would have just been too small to operate off of moving forward, so in that case,
4 minutes. That's what I want.
suppose he's all right.
Yeah. This guy's got some creative lines.
Randy, remember that time when Pedro Gagnani had 2 10s against 2 kings? and somehow didn't bust. What was that?
Over and under how many more times you mentioned it before we gotta go?
I can't get it out of my head. I genuinely feel like I saw a ghost.
It's just the craziest check back I've ever seen, literally. I don't understand.
570 total, right?
Yeah, I'm still standing in disbelief, stunned at
I'm
what
all
we bore
talking
witness
about
to.
how he's using shot clock to pretend he's making a bluff. He's there sitting there thinking about checking it back. Oh man, just two different wavelengths. Blind versus blindo. Davey's gonna jam into Soiza, who's gonna call here with ace queen.
I've seen one cut. Calls. Ace queen.
Queen jack suited?
Ace queen.
All right, I can live with that. King offsuit.
Kings? Wow.
Yeah, and Seth have ace queen.
So Michael Soiza with ace queen. Wakes up in the big blind against a shove from Davies, who asked for it all, and now he's up against top pair, top kicker. Soiza. Oh my goodness, all he needed to do was dodge a king, and then suddenly the turn delivers one as a gut punch, leaving him with the
GG,
5
Mike.
outs.
Really is.
And consider the improbability of ace queen being busted here versus the improbability of 2-10s still being in the event with middle set against top set. Yet it is Soiza who is showered.
How did you know?
Huh?
Only showed the king.
I mean,
I didn't think
some
I was
people
going to
have
win
been
with just a
saying
9.
The Seth Davies tournament.
I think kind of a back-to-back Tony, but it's ended in tragic fashion.
For Soiza?
No, Almo.
He got fucked in another tournament.
In the 50 on stream, he had he gets aces, 4-bet shoves, wins. Next hand gets kings with Stevie's aces, loses. Next hand gets kings,
Speaking of
calling
kings.
with ace-6 suited, loses. Next hand gets the Western with king 10 suited versus ace 10, or ace 10 suited versus king 10 suited and loses.
Jesus, Mikey, poor guy.
Well, look at king 10 of hearts. These two have got history. There's been so many sick hands this broadcast so far for today's event, Ollie. Like, you gotta remember the ace 3 versus the king queen, mini 4-bet, 5-bet jam. Like, this has been a delight.
It really has. I mean, there have been some spots here that caught us way off guard. And here's a bad one for Lolliger. King 10 has decided to flat and flop a gut shot straight draw up against King King. Jaffe is covered by Lolliger in this 300K pot.
Trying to decide whether he should see bet or check. Cut off flat does have some broadways. Can't hit that jack. Of course, can have medium pocket pairs. Gonna play it slow. Lolliger trying to decide if he should consider multi-barreling his king 10 of hearts. Trying to move some ace highs down or small pocket pairs. We'll start with a bet. 85. Now, King's just going to check call here. Raising really doesn't accomplish too much. You get worse hands to fold and better hands to put more chips in against you when you're drawing slim. I don't know. He's pretty creative, Jaffe.
Well, that's demonstrated by his choice to check call the 85,000 here. Obviously, there is some Jack X in Lolliger's range, but this turn is quite clean for the two kings, which Now must navigate the 470k pot. A second check out of Jaffe.
Extra outs for the king high flush draw now.
Yeah, it's a big card for Linus.
Let's see if Linus wants to bet again. If he bets sizable, I mean, we know kings won't fold, but he would be trying to get those ace queens to fold, pocket eights.
75.
Yeah, it makes sense that he's going big just to put maximum pressure on these weaker hands. 275. I thought he said 475, but still enough of a bet to get ace highs and little pocket pairs to probably fold.
And Jaffe obviously needs to keep an eye on the fact that Linus has him covered. And off of 1.2, if he calls the 275, which he has, he will be sitting with sub 1 SPR. River is maybe a little pesky insofar as Queen 10 has gotten there.
Yeah, well, if King 10 suited is in Linus's range, definitely Queen 10 suited is possible. Linus now sees his opponent has raised pre-flop, check called the flop, check called the turn. Is he gonna go all the way and rep it? He's not.
So the check back from Linus as he waves the white flag, and Jaffe will get a nice infusion of chips. Why is it that I try to be so culturally correct about a lot of my pronunciations, and yet with Linus I'm willing to say Lolliger?
I've been saying Lolliger because you've been saying Lolliger.
Okay, but it's like Loliger or something, right? It's gotta be.
Loliger. Loliger? Loliger?
I want to say in Switzerland they do speak French.
Okay.
So
we got to go find out. Can you find out for us?
I'm fairly confident it's not actually Lolliger. But to be fair, as an American, I don't walk around saying Los Angeles or San Francisco. You know, you just pronounce it along with whatever the appropriated and an ignorant manner is.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I thought you knew how to say his last name the whole time. All right. Lolliger, I never knew.
I heard someone else pronouncing it that way, so I just went with it.
I don't know. You don't know. No, I just had a raid.
Oh.
That's his card.
He's still
Look at that. There's a corpse with cards in its hand.
You saw my card? No, on your tattoos. Oh. Of course I don't know your cards. This is impossible. I would have already busted as you. I would have just been like, I had set. That was the end of my thought process. I'm Simple Monkey. I had set.
I'm pretty sure I've never had a spot like this before, but...
Talal Shakurchi waking up with two kings. His big hands have found their way to the inside of the bubble. And some big checkbacks too, Randy.
Well, he's got deuce 4 with 3 big blinds behind, a big blind and a big blind ante in there. And he's thinking about taking the flop here, given how shallow he is. If he gets any piece, he would continue. But this hand is so bad. Is it enough?
It is so bad. It's no set of tens, I'll tell you that much.
Use 2 shot clocks to decide whether to continue with these pot odds. Enough to see a flop.
How many comeback? 1? how many time bank he used then. 2, maybe. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Top set. Okay. He's up against a set of kings.
Can he get away?
I mean, he's on a nublet. He's got fours. Talal obviously going to slow play it here. Yes, I think he can get away.
I mean, he would have committed on flop if
we were on
bet.
Earth, where poker is played a certain way that we used to think it was played. Not being critical at all of Gargnani, because obviously at the end of the day, he came to the right decision. But it just seems so improbable that he would have been able to do so. And now, Talal, obviously, with the delayed barrel, and you see that little grin coming over Pedro's face, he might be thinking, listen, I was supposed to be dead a while ago. No, lays it down.
So 2 time banks now. I think he played good.
Is Talal going to show?
He's thinking about it.
Oh, you can spin. You're playing good.
I would have done
You
it.
should
I would have been like,
put
dude,
him out already
what
twice.
is it about a set of kings that you have a nose for?
Sure, man.
Give me some cheats, please.
No, we're close.
Shout out to the YouTube chat, by the way, who come together to advise that a decent chunk of Switzerland actually speaks German. And Linus does hail from the German-speaking part of it.
You drink beer ever?
Some folks advising that we're saying it for the most part, right?
So it's not.
Man, I think you can
I think
drink
it's
a beer
low,
well and
low
have a
ligger.
conversation.
I don't know, man.
You said lowly J.
I definitely
I'm
can, man.
I suspected that it was
Low
Frenchish,
This
and
guy, I think, can drink
low
a decent
léger
conversation
was
too,
the
but I
way
think
to
this
say it,
guy's
but
like
I don't know.
conversation. Look at that beard.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He just lets the beer rest in it, doesn't give a fuck. A+, guaranteed. It's just like my other friend.
Can't get Linus Love wrong. Can I go with that?
Yeah, I guess we could just call him Linus
He's
Love,
like
can't we?
him, but
He sold out early.
female.
Another good man down. Just kidding. I got a lovely girlfriend too. She's great. What about your girlfriend?
I'm married.
Oh, holy fuck, married. These guys don't fuck around. This guy? No.
Not now.
Maybe later, huh? Good luck.
It's time.
I give you some good
Gargnani.
luck because I like you. I want you to stick
King
around.
9. Going to be dominated by Yuri, who opened to 100.
Okay. 6-4.
Suvarna. Going to sort of team up with Yuri here to try to dispatch Gargnani. I'd imagine there'll be a decent amount of checking between those two into this dry side pot. And what has the flop brought us? This is suspenseful. There it is. Jack 8-5. Good shot straight draw for Suvarna.
Yeah, there's so little in the side. Don't really think it's worth betting just 20K.
And remember, Yuri wants to get rid of Gargnani, and allowing Suvarna to continue to take cards is to his benefit in that regard. Given that the side pot is as small as it is. Big card for Yuri, though, as he now has the Broadway gut shot and the flush draw. Maybe too good for him to continue to check.
He would bet if he thought he had Gargnani's hand beat with the king high and can get like a little pair to fold from Suvarna. So that's why he's betting. It's because he thinks the king high has enough showdown value to take out Gargnani. If he had like a little high card, then he wouldn't do this.
So the barrel does shed 6-4, and the bad news is delivered to Gargnani.
I have a big draw. I'm not drawing that.
Never. What does 8 do?
I have 8 is a split.
Could be, yes. 5?
No.
Good game, man. I like
And the river card, the 7 of diamonds, makes things official as Pedro Gargnani busts out.
Wow.
in
So we got a
11th
three
place. Kings again. And Jaffe is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, Lolliger 3-bet pre-flop. Jaffe called. C-bet. Raise. All in. Turn card is a 7. This is getting dangerous.
Yeah, an open ender now for Jaffe as suddenly his outs balloon. Are they there on the river? No. The jack means that Linus is going to double. Do we have the chip counts right? It's showers for Jaffe, isn't it?
No, no. Unless I looked at it wrong. But I'm pretty sure Linus had less chips. Yeah, Linus had 1.2 million during that hand.
Okay. To start, what did Jaffe have?
He had about 2 million, so he's down to 740,000, 12 big blinds. But Linus is he's in third place.
Sure is.
Yeah, when you've got a pretty aggressive image, you get paid off when you got the goods. And we saw Burns get paid off as well against John Perry earlier today.
Unfortunately for Jaffe, that pot puts him 9th in chips with just 12 big blinds as we come back to the Cale Burns show. Looks like he's taken a breather, which allows Vezhenkov to
Jam me some Queen Jack, King Jack suited here and there. Not doing too bad against like the Ace Rag suited. I wouldn't fault for Shenkov to put in more chips here of King Queen if Talo was just making some moves.
Shakurchi does have a snug image, I'd say, Randy, as this jam from the big blind is for a big chunk of Vezhenkov's chips. And he decides he wants to make the call. The only good news at present is that he has Talal covered. The rest of the news is bad, as Ace-King has him smothered. Seven, 6 tray, no help to the King Queen. Ten isn't going to do it either. And has event 5 found another victim? The answer is yes, it has, as Shakurchi will double and leave Vezhenkov with just 350K. That is less than 6 bigs.
How much is it?
7. Talo's been pretty patient, actually, the last hour or so. You can actually hold on for one more player. You're going to get a 40K pay jump from 145,000 to 185,000.
Okay, man, you can spin just like him.
Cale Burns, current chip leader with about 3.5 million in front of him. Good for 58 bigs with those 30 and 60 blinds. Seth Davies, just a click back, 57 bigs, second overall. Linus Love, 44 bigs. And then it is Greenwood and Shakerchi rounding out the top 5. Average stack currently 1.8 million. Burns, King Jack offsuit, opens.
Ace 10 gonna go for it with his remaining 6 big blinds. Gonna be a slight favorite.
99% sure I'm not folding, but I want to see how much it is. It's like 400, right? I'm 99% sure I'm not folding.
Cale Burns making sure the opposition knows that this isn't the product of some sort of nit roll. This is just him taking a moment before saying call. And King Jack. 2 clean cards for Cale Burns. Ace 10-4. Bezhenkov looking good. Top 2, but Burns does have outs.
Looking for that queen.
Ooh, this is strong.
Instead,
Oh, you can spin.
the queen wouldn't work anymore. So breathe easy, Mr. Bezhenkov.
Okay, how much do I owe the gentleman?
Pass the
This one's
sugar,
100, right?
as Joe Hashem used to say.
Okay, so
The
200,
former
275.
Australian main event champion. And
350.
So you
no
think
problem.
Hashem just shows up? Hey, Kale, pass the sugar to
Give me 100.
Bezhenkov.
Yeah, right.
I give 200.
And then just
Give
leaves.
300.
Just flies home.
350.
No.
I haven't won many of the pre-flop all ends.
You don't come all the way to Cyprus and then fly right home after saying pass the sugar.
All right, you spin, see?
You stick around for a week just to let the jet lag wear off.
Okay. I have to put my hoodie back on. It's running so much hotter than the shirt. I'll take it out. I manifest some bullshit.
Bezhenkov, worthy of note, did cash in his first ever Triton event, which was event number 1 here in Cyprus. 10th place, $167,100. Also played in events 2 and 3, but did not cash there. Here we are in event 5.
What's the next page on? 40? Or 60? 40. 4? 4. They're not even paying attention. They said they're watching. I think this table's playing faster, but it should not be. What's the hand differential? Who's ahead? They're ahead. They're 3 hands faster. How much is that? 8 limps?
Cale inquiring about the payouts after Gargnani collected $145,000. There is still a $145K payout at 10th. Boitas and Soiza in 13th and 12th collected $135,000. The jump, though, between 10th and 9th is $40K.
Yeah, gonna take this free flop with the ace-6.
And flop himself top pair, but it is kings and a flush draw for Zivalevsky. I mean, it almost feels scripted.
60? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Burns is not expected to have the ace too often as well.
No, after checking back in the big blind.
With a massive stack, yeah, like, he's just thinking, okay, maybe I look a little weak here and let you just try to barrel into me. Normally, you wouldn't see Burns raise in this spot. It just wouldn't make any sense. Any kind of hand stronger than 1 pair would have raised pre-flop. Club.
Now, suddenly, Yuri Zivalevsky hits the flush after it goes back call. Cale Burns drawing dead. Is there a path to an exit?
Probably not. But for Yuri,
He needs to be thinking about what hands he can get value from. Him holding a king makes it less likely Burns got the king. A 10 makes a lot of sense for Burns.
200.
Some ace rags.
Yeah.
Most likely the hands can get some value. But 200K.
You got 1.2 behind?
A little bit more.
A little bit more.
Burns here, top pair. He's got the 6 of clubs. That doesn't help. Might think it's less likely your opponent's got a flush in very wide ranges, which is a very important card to have.
So the 200K does get called as another 400,000 slide into the middle, courtesy of that 2/3 pot sizing from Yuri. Ace is up on the river, and now the path to an exit feels very obscured.
Pretty much impossible.
Don't say that.
I know, right?
We've seen it.
We have seen it. But he's going to lose a lot of chips here. I guess the question is how much to bet for Yuri. A lot of people just barrel off on the sport texture if they were bluffing too. It just seems like Burns often has like a 10 of a club, maybe a king of a club.
450.
Going 450,000.
It's a good bet from Brazil. Do I believe Brazil? Question I must ask. 450? Is that my timer? Thing is, my hand's so good, I don't give a fuck if I believe Brazil. Is Brazil nervous? Knowing that I don't give a fuck. You could be betting worse for value.
He could. Be
How
like
much
king 10.
I
Ace
feel
deuce.
nervous. Call. And I got 2 pair with the club, can you believe?
Really?
You was nervous you were going to fold.
450?
So Burns flicked 1 chip over there.
Wow, I'm supposed to go
First
broke.
installment.
Every hand I'm supposed to go broke. Never win. Pay the man his money.
Zivalevsky climbs the leaderboard here.
Okay. That's the exact river I wanted and I still lost. Alright. Fuck, look too calm. I didn't know what was going on. I was just never folding.
I'm not sure how to tell Kale this, but Yuri always looks that way.
So we got to play a couple of hands.
Not a nervy player by any stretch.
Chip counts. He's lost a chip lead, Kale Burns.
Sure has. Seth Davies has inherited it, as Zivalevsky has inherited Burns' bucks. And in doing so, he now sits 4th in chips overall, as you see the chip counts at our feature table, where Santosh Suvarna is the shorty with 10 bigs.
Brazil playing me well.
Jonathan Jaffe
1.5, 1.9.
at our other table,
Yeah.
also with 10 bigs.
So now I only have 2.2 or something. You cannot look at your phone while you have cards.
Can I see the stats? Or
Not while you have cards.
Oh, really?
No.
And Yuri's got king 10 of
You can go
diamonds.
for a walk if you want.
Pocket 8s for Vishenkov.
Off
Good
of
enough for a rejam.
730.
How much is it?
Just a standard open here with the king 10 suited from Zivalevsky, using those newfound chips, and now asks for a count as the Russian.
If he can get king 10 suited to lay down, this is a big win for pocket 8s, given how close the percentages are. I mean, it's tough to call king 10 suited. 13 blinds. You put in 2. Wants to make this call.
Earlier today, yeah, but before today, I don't know if we played before, right?
You need to ask yourself,
Playing tomorrow.
what would Vashenkov do? You know, Jack 10 suited,
Yeah, yeah.
Queen 10 suited.
Who are you playing with?
You rejam these stands,
Oh, yeah.
then maybe calling's not so bad.
It almost feels like you're the mouthpiece for what's going on in Yuri's mind right now as you saw him looking off into the
Play
distance.
with Patrick quite a bit in Coffee Street. You play cash normal?
If you're up against any pair, of course you need to call.
No, I've tournaments. I know. UK.
I mean, it's not an insignificant amount left to call here. 665K of his remaining 2.3.
Yeah, 2.3 is a very healthy stack, but if you lose 800K from it, then it's not so good. You're at risk busting out early. Calls.
Yep. And the wheel will spin for Vashenkov, who just finished accumulating these chips, and now he has got them all in the middle. Sitting on 2/8 with the full board to come. And he's got middle set, but that coordination does yield an open ender for Yuri.
How's Brazil feel?
The turn, a 5. And it is a jack or a 6 that Vashenkov is anti-sweating here in this 1.67 million chip pot. Can he fade? Yes, he can.
I told you can spin.
7-9.
Can you spin? This guy, you ignore me every time, huh? Okay. You be mean to me?
It's a key pot. Vashenkov actually takes the lead on.
The TV will be turned off in 1 minute due to the
Yuri's
TV's
stacked.
auto power settings. Guys, better save a bit of battery. What?
Indeed.
That only says it on that TV. Someone press the
Artem,
button.
now 6th. Yuri, 7th.
Were you nervous on the flop?
A little bit.
A little bit. Un poquito.
Current short stack in the event belongs to Santosh Suvarna, along with Jonathan Jaffe. Somewhat remarkable. Granted, the pay jumps aren't massive, but just how frequently we've seen considerably larger stacks be willing to get in and play for their tournament life in spite of the presence of the shorties.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the pay jump is still significant.
Well, from 10th to 9th, it's 40K.
Yeah, starting to get much bigger. It was a 10K pay jump originally.
Yeah, from 135 to 145.
Barnes looks like he wants to make some plays. Gonna defend here in position.
2 clean cards. Suvarna in the big. Is this maybe the moment?
Wow, nice play.
The answer is yes in this jam. There's only 400,000 more, but neither of these guys have anything that is really worthy of a call. Burns asking for a count nevertheless.
What do you have? Ace king.
What a takedown for ace-5 offsuit.
Happened to be the best hand, and that really is a healthy dose of chips going to Suvarna, who will now leave Jonathan Jaffe all alone on Short Stack Island. Back over to our other featured table. Things are getting pretty lean. Note that this is an 8 max event, Randy, and we are playing 5 and 5-handed with 10 players remaining. Do we know if we combine at 9 or at 8?
I believe
want to
we
say
combine
9.
at 9
Yeah.
because it's unfair.
Unfair for the 4-handed table.
Exactly.
Yeah.
These guys are hanging on.
Is 10-3 suited going to be enough for Jaffe? The answer is somewhat predictably no.
Volkman limping the small blind. Greenwood seems to have lost some chips since last time I've seen him. Under 2 million. Take a free flop. It's the type of hand you want to raise and get jammed off of.
And Greenwood flops the joint. Unfortunately for him, Volkman has nothing doing. Every now and again, you'll see the pro bet out of a 6-5 here, just thinking, well, the upper crust of the deck in an unraised pot by my opponent in position doesn't rate to be in his range.
They're fun.
Yep, so that's why he is betting out.
Yeah, so do I.
Those hands. All the big cards, they're going to raise you when you went pre-flop.
Right, yeah, for sure. It's the worst.
Queens, king, queen. So, I like slow
From time
play
to
here.
time, I really like them.
Yeah.
Sure, there's a decent amount of
Super
stuff to play for,
stimulating,
but
right?
raising
Yeah.
just lets these
I don't get bored
6-5
ever.
offsuits get away, so just call.
For sure, yeah.
Hope your opponent just tries to barrel you
So
off.
much different.
10,
stack
not the card you want to see for
distributions and all
Jack
that.
10.
It's fun.
But sometimes people get creative. Like, oh, there's a 4-liner out there. Maybe I'll try to move you off a queen.
The flat by Greenwood brings a 10 on the turn, and that card surely
That's what I meant.
will
with the
slow
dinner break.
Volkman down.
Might still be on
See,
time.
he can check.
Right, yeah. I need some food. I'm so hungry.
Backdoor diamond draw has shown up. Greenwood decides to check.
Trying to look weak.
Yeah, might induce as the 3 rolls off.
It's a really nice check. He's hoping that he can represent like queen, maybe a 10 to have him call for a gut shot impaired, and maybe have Volkman try to stab at it. Volkman is reaching for chips, so he's going to lose more.
Well, the bad news is inbound.
Yeah, what a great check by Greenwood to get that extra 2.5 lines.
Can't really blame Volkman for taking a shot here because the check back on the turn by Greenwood leads him to believe that he can maybe bet a little upsized. Rep the jack credibly.
Greenwood did use one time bank. A little mini raising, right? Or is he gonna go bigger? He's actually going bigger.
$150,000 turns into 600 and then turns into dust as Volkman puts it into the muck. Hand for hand action here on the bubble. Took a moment, but eventually we burst it. Now we are in the money in event number 5 of the $75,000 8 max no limit event here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus. Ali Nejad and Randy Liu with you here, and a set of 6s with Talal Shakurchi up against top pair.
That's a huge bet. 515.
And
To
we
roughly
will
600.
bring you that action momentarily.
Backdoor Hearts got there, so Yuri's got to be worried about that hand as well. Calls. Man, he's on a downswing.
Sure is. Payday for Talal Shakurchi,
Found that 6.
who's on the opposite end and on an upswing.
You deserved it. English lot, right? Ran a lot.
Sorry?
English man, right?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting on the hand history. Help us understand how it is that we got to that spot in the pot.
3 6s. There's a bad omen about that, but you didn't give a fuck. Put the 575.
Gonna get moved up to 3rd place with that pot.
You watching the stream, huh? Yeah. This is why you never talk to me. Too busy. Yep.
2.5 million in chips, good for 42 bigs with the blinds where they're at right now. Our apologies, we weren't able to get you that specific hand history. Meanwhile, we have Greenwood just stealing with 7-3 offsuit. Jaffe knows a thing or two about that.
Six, 5. He's sitting on 9 big blinds. Actually, a little bit less, 8.5. Thinking about whether to defend or not. Don't tell me he's thinking about even a crazier move.
We know he's capable. Remember, this is the man who came with the 5 bet against Linus Love earlier. But here he decides to just let it go. And these little pay jumps don't tell the whole story, Randy, because this is a 75K, and it is a little top heavy. We have 2 7-figure scores available in 1st and 2nd. So there's a lot of foresight going into maybe the way in which this situation is being navigated in contrast to other events where you don't have 2 $1 million paydays and massive pay jumps still ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if you get 3rd, you still get 815,000, which
right,
more than 1st place in the event number 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
There's 825,000, I believe, that Patrick Antonius took down for that event.
yeah, I mean, you don't want to just bleed away onto this hand.
Monotone Queen Jack deuce board where Cale Burns has middle pair up against Talal Shakurchi's gut shot straight draw. Shakurchi on the button is following through with a bet of 125,000.
2.25 behind.
Burns asking for a count.
Lots of stack to play for. Turn is where it usually gets interesting. 4 clubs.
Neither player with a club.
Burns has got some interesting lines on these kind of 4 flush boards. We've seen him lead, but usually it's on the river. You can see he kind of wants to put out like a little donk bet. Frees up the action.
And he's done exactly that. And little was the right adjective. Just 70,000. And Talal with the easy fold. As we swing back over to Jonathan Jaffe's all in with King 8 suited against Linus Love's Queen Jack, which turns into a gut shot straight draw on the 7-8-9 board. Pair of 8s for Jaffe.
Say 6.
Ace is safe on the turn.
6.
Jaffe needs to
It was
fade
the indecision. You got to
Jack
pick one
or
and stay
queen.
with it. That was. He was all over the place. 2 spades.
Spade, 6, queen, jack, 10, 10, 5.
Kate says, oh, your room, they found your bag, it's in your room. So dinner break, I'm like, people are like, oh, do you want to go eat? I'm like, no, I'm going to get my suitcase. Go there with no suitcase.
Oh.
I immediately text Kate, say, no, the room. She sends me a picture, which I guess is from a bellhop or something. But like, look, here it is, it's coming up to your room. So I wait the whole fucking dinner break. Like, yes, I'm wearing fucking fresh underwear. And I like get down here with like I eventually bail, get down here with like 30 seconds left.
This is just the worst suitcase trip of all time.
I think I got the fucking email from the airline that's like, how did we do it? I'm like my flight was on Monday and I called me back on fucking Tuesday. You know, like, and like the whole time they had it located the whole time too. They were like, don't worry, we know where your bag is. And I'm like, cool, just give it to me then.
Yeah. Can I have it? It's my stuff.
Travel War Stories by Sam Greenwood. Looks like a lost luggage situation. You ever had your bags stolen or lost, Randy?
No, I run good.
You're not buying nice enough luggage.
Jeez,
Just
Ollie.
kidding, just kidding.
All right.
2.3.
What luggage do you use?
I use Rimowa. Randy, thank you for asking.
You know what? Well, what color?
No, I'm not telling
And
you
what
because you're going to
size?
show up at the carousel and steal my stuff. And look at Davies. He's got the right luggage. 2 red aces in the big. How's he going to approach this, Randy? It is certainly not compulsory for him to try to bloat the pot right now. He's so nutted. Could under-rep the heck out of this holding.
I think he's
with
gonna
a flat or a mini 3-bet, you think?
No, he's gonna go big. They're playing deep stacks. He's trying to also create a situation where like, oh, you're kind of messing with me. I got 2 jacks or something. I'm just gonna rip it in and just stack them completely. If you did like a smaller 3-bet, like, you know, of course it gives his opponent more odds to make a play. But when you go for big sizing with bigger stacks, you're pretty much polarized a lot more to like, you know, the ace rag offsuit, ace 5 offsuit, like aces and kings.
I mean, obviously, the very standard thing is for him to 3-bet, but depending on whether or not he thinks Greenwood has a frequency of barreling away, as deep as they were, I don't know.
I mean, you know, I totally get where you're coming from. Most of the time, you're just gonna pick up that pre-flop raise, and that's it when you 3-bet pretty big. I suppose you need to think about, okay, when I get all the chips, is it worth more than if I just slow play and I try to pick up some C-bets and turn bets here and there?
Yeah,
I don't think Greenwood's been barreling off
Yeah.
enough from what I've seen so
I
far.
tend to agree. I think he has been fairly snug. So maybe not the right customer to take that line with, but I do think Davies is very capable of it. I don't think it was 100% compulsory to come with a 3-bet in that spot, especially, you know, he is the overall chip leader right now, and you've got
way to go, Tom.
some shorties that you could kind of let bleed out
What?
Yeah.
instead of taking a risk, you know?
I guess, I know a lot of poker players always think about how can I get it all, and the only way to really get all is if you 3-bet pre-flop.
No, agreed, agreed.
I mean, look, what, you call and the other guy has a set. We've seen top set versus mid set, you know, just not get it in at some point.
And it's funny because the way I characterize that situation is we see Davies asking for the rest of Volkmann's chips is he doesn't want to take a risk. Well, flatting is taking the risk.
100%. And, you know, you might make a good hand, but Greenwood just hits a random trips. Who knows? Action on Volkmann. Wow, Volkmann has flicked in a time card with 12 blinds and Queen 8 suited. This would be a pretty sick call. Final table bubble. He knows Davies is going to jam so wide of a huge stack. Does lay it down.
Now back over to the Cale Burns show. Ace-5 suited. Cale currently second in chips behind Davies.
Yeah, he's been chipping up a bit.
Standard open.
Pocket nines. Gotta be a standard rejam here, especially into Burns.
Serious now, okay? Okay, this is a close one. Count, please. Fucking hell. My hand's very good. I need to figure out how much you have. What do you have?
12 lines of the solver special, but I feel like it's a little bit too much to call.
2 nines for Suvarna, the jam.
12 blinds.
Out of the small.
Touch your neck, but your hand could be ahead.
Suvarna has been a little snug, but I mean, maybe not, because he did jam that ace-5. I didn't really expect that earlier. So maybe Burns from the cutoff. He's trying to figure out how many suited Broadways he's up against versus better aces.
Fold, but my hand's pretty good. You like that, don't you?
These chips are oh so precious, and ace-5 suited
Fold. Fold.
doesn't perform quite well enough.
A little bit better.
Burns decides.
My hand was pretty bad, but I was close to calling.
Not a terrible lay down there.
A proposal.
Yeah, you want to be the aggressor with the ace-5 of hearts, not start the caller.
Oh, so you had a proposal. Why isn't there just rules? I'm not attacking you, by the way. But you should not respond to proposals. You should have rules. I'm fine with 9-2, but it's not really the point. The point is you can manipulate the rules then if you respond to proposals. And certain people can manipulate the rules in their favors. That's bad.
Is it okay to have a break at 1 o'clock?
It's fine by me.
Yeah.
But I want... Here's the thing. No, I want a 5-minute break in 1 minute, and then I want the dinner break. And I'm not budging because I need to pee. So you tell them.
Okay.
Fair is fair, right?
The world revolving around Cale Burns' bladder for the time being, but
Fold.
I think he's just sticking with what the natural order of things was anyway.
Yeah, you know, rules are rules.
Oh, guys.
I get his point.
Kidney stones are kidney stones, and they're not fun from what I understand, so better to get your drain on.
Dinner now. Oh, I thought you guys wanted to do dinner at 9. That's why he said you...
16.
Here we go. Tala.
Yep, Shakurchi jamming the Jack-7 in this spot. Zivalevsky wakes up with what he deems to be enough to make the call. King-10 offsuit for his remaining 630,000, just north of 10 bigs.
TNT.
Calm and collected with the best of it. And hey, everybody, relax.
You are strong.
Everybody relax.
Fuck around. I fold a 10.
Obrigado, dealer. King's full.
Yeah, 6:30.
Ship the sherbet.
Dollar. La. You said la? Dollar. 200K.
Shakurchi can well afford to take that blow to his stack, but as you saw Cale Burns perform, the 125K open, okay, I can deal with losing that. But if you want me to take this ace-5 suited in and put another 6 big blinds out there when...
No, refuse.
10 big blinds, actually.
It was 10 big blinds, yeah, you're right.
45 minutes.
When we're not particularly deep as an aggregate field,
At least 40.
it's a bit more than I'm comfortable with.
I need to eat. I haven't eaten all day.
Ah, so we lose one player? We lost one player?
The original plan was
So 10-handed action remains the order of the day from here at the Merit Poker Room as you get a look at the Cale Burns show table, where his 2.83 reigns supreme and has for quite some time. He really does seem to have control over his environment there. Santosh Suvarna has staved off elimination and just picked up a few of Cale's chips with those 2 9s that he moved in with, sitting on 16 big blinds. Those blinds at 30 and 60 with the 60K ante. Back at the desk now, Ali and Randy, and it's been some cool stuff here, Tan-handed, but I think we are witnessing something that we didn't see in the events prior to this one. And granted, 75K and 50K, you're thinking to yourself, not too big a disparity, but in terms of payout, it's on people's minds. And every one of these chips at this point, oh so precious. And in calls that maybe you would have more comfortably made as you realize that, oh, even if I do manage to win this thing, it's not so far off from what the current payout is. A very different proposition here in Event 5.
Yeah, you know, there is so much on the line. The aggressive people have been aggressive, but, you know, the shorter stacks have been a little bit cautious. Been a lot of cool hands. You know, I don't want to name them all because there's so many, but...
Oh, you mean the set of 10s against the set of kings, like from complete outer space?
Just one more time you had to throw it in there, huh?
I mean, it's just one of the most unbelievable things I think I've ever seen. I literally said it was a dead man walking. I GG'd him, threw him in the shower. I was like, good night. And then all of a sudden, there was just a ghost sitting at the table for how many more orbits before ultimately Pedro Garignani did concede. So overall chip lead right now belongs to Seth Davies, Cale Burns in second, Lolliger in third, Greenwood in fourth. Those are the 4 stacks above the average of 1.8 million as we take the Triton Poker Plus app, and then it goes all the way down the line to Bruno Volkmann, who sits with 12 bigs, but they're going to be nursing those stacks because, as we mentioned, the payouts are not at all insignificant, and the jumps will begin to get big very quickly. Currently 145,000 on tap, then the jump of 40,000 to 185. That's all the time that Randy and I have. We are going to pass the torch now to Henry Kilbane and Brian Rast, who will take you to the home stretch as Event 5 will conclude tonight. And then, of course, tomorrow we'll be back for the Coin Rivet Invitational, a $200,000 buy-in. Appreciate you guys joining us for this evening. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion of event number 5 still to come. Stay close.
How often does Jaffe bet the flop? What would he do with his air? Would he ever check? Gonna reach
45.
for chips with 7 high.
Why not? If you're not interested in this pot, I will be. 45,000 the number that Linus comes with.
Jaffe just queen AI hasn't folded yet. Does he really think he's got the best hand? He does. Oh my, he's calling queen 8 high. This is a read.
And he's doing so out of position, Randy, which is what makes it even more difficult. Does pick up the gutter on the turn.
Yeah. It'd be pretty hard for him to continue, though, if Linus can find another bet. The 10 overcard is the 2 bottom cards, which is important in a limp pot, blind versus blind, where ranges are wide. It would make it harder for those hands to continue. Does give up.
And hits the 7 on the river to make the best hand. Is he going to be given the opportunity to get to showdown, though? Jaffe could turn the hand into a bluff here.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. It kind of looks like maybe Linus hit some random piece. It's possible. Just would they fold to a bet? You'd have to size up.
We are blocking,
large.
though, with the queen and the 8.
120.
Yeah, I like this sizable bet.
2/3 pot.
Oh, this would be a tough call. Pair of 7s. Linus is thinking, okay, if you had a 9, would you really bet with 2 overs out there? Is it possible if we have a 10? Maybe. You
Well,
check
some of
call.
that inside straight draw stuff.
Yeah.
10x, right?
10 jack, queen 10. And you gotta think about the sizing as well. Linus holding a 7 of spades doesn't help. Lays it down, the best hand. Nice. Suited, so yeah, it was such an unexpected
Nick and
outcome.
like,
looked like it was going to
before we
shift the
started, like,
tournament.
playing
It was out,
live,
but
got
onto
to
this
the
hand.
Sunday Million final table in
Vogel
like
saying,
2008.
and
like,
Linus
200K
in a spot
before
that's just going to get it in. Look how
and
short they are.
we play like
Well,
a monster.
Linus
one of them is.
I like
Jams.
with, like,
200K
king six
effective.
suited, and
Vogel.
Nick was inducing with 10s,
Thrilled.
And like I flop a flush draw and a straight draw and we get it in.
This stuff doesn't actually.
Was it before ICM was invented?
Nick wins, and then Nick busts everyone at the final table, and then he comes second. Anyways, we got like 10 blinds left.
Ace in the window puts Vogel saying in front.
And then that was the
2008.
That was the
Thanks,
money we started going to play live high rollers with.
Yeah.
Sharing notes at the table.
Turn clean, and the river as well. So Linus Lolliger will be sending over a package addressed Dear Christoph. Choke on it. Well, he's flopped nothing.
Queen Jack expected to see bet these boards, so might as well bet when you got it. Occasionally you can do some funny plays from your opponent. You want to go small. Give your opponent the next chance to do something silly. Really small, 40,000. Oh man, this Burns gonna do something. He's got try and rep a queen. You see, gears are spinning on how can I win this pot.
180.
180 is the
Oh
play.
boy. That downsized bet from Davies was really an invitation for Burns to target it, and unfortunately for Kale, he accepted.
Davies. Queen Jack should take his time. Try to make it look like you got some medium pocket pairs that maybe Kale can try to blow you off of by the river. That's the call.
The cage match just begun.
And that flat does produce a 9. Kale suddenly has a straight draw.
Burns want to continue the story. Knows Davies started this hand in second place. Might not want to play it a huge pot. Inside straight draw is pretty tempting to consider barreling again.
350.
Oh my, 350.
And now the wounds are self-inflicted and deeper for Cale Burns.
Davies is gonna take his time. Contain the pot, just call again. Leaving Burns to hang himself. There's the call. I think Burns has got to be a bit scared soon. Quick calls, no time banks used.
Now the 9 will be a bit of a relief to Davies as it counterfeits pocket 7s. I guess you can't really call it counterfeiting, but you know what I mean.
I understand.
And no longer is the jack a kicker concern in the event that Cale slow played something like a king-queen. Diamonds don't get there.
Well, Cale is thinking about betting again. Trying to fold out pocket pairs and ace-high flush draws, king-high flush draws. That could call check raise and call turn bet.
Well, that double-edged sword that you and I discussed is on full display here.
He's wondering, did Seth Davies really bet just 40K with a queen on the flop? And he's reaching for chips and he's put him out.
$250,000 chip bet into almost 1.3.
The bet is designed to fold out the flush draws. Also, some pocket pairs I might got counterfeit, like pocket 8s. That would have to bluff if it got checked too.
Yeah. But the thing about the flush not getting there and somebody betting into us is, you know, if you were up against a flush draw, the flush draw hasn't hit yet. So you don't need to get that flush draw out of there on the end unless your hand is so weak itself that you can't go to showdown.
Yeah, and 6-high qualifies as one of those hands that can't get the showdown. Davies has got to feel very comfortable. There's no reason not to raise. It's impossible, I would say, for Burns to have pocket 9s here. I've never seen a player check raise pocket 9s on this board.
Well, to his credit, Cale Burns snap folds after Davies says all in.
Nice time of use. How many times banks did he use? 1? Yep. Can I get 4 change?
Not immediately clear what the situation in question is that apparently created some strife between Burns and Davies. Far be it from us to attempt to adjudicate it without complete information.
Yeah, just speaking out loud. We're actually down to 15. I'm not sure if you noticed, Ollie. Did lose a player.
And that player... Oh, no.
What did you do? What did you do?
I didn't do it.
Yeah, I wanted a... Yeah,
It's just not meant to be, I guess, for Nicky P. Finishing in 16th. Out of the money. His 21st Triton event without a cash. You made me... you knew. You made me be the one to go and
You
look
were the one
and
who
read
said
the
it.
thing. You knew Nicky P was the guy that busted. That was one of the more conniving, manipulative little moves you've ever been guilty of, my diminutive friend.
150?
You did say might have jinxed him.
That was grimy.
I need to pee, by the way. That's just me being honest.
I'm going to remember that at Christmas.
All right, onto this hand. Burns has actually put a pot-sized C-bet in on the ace-king board. Trying to put pressure against the guy he gave a lot of chips to not too long ago. Davies calls.
Pre-flop, Cale made it 70 to go. Davies defended. And I'm not trying to make a meal of anything here, Randy, but you did hear that exchange between Seth and Cale. It seems like perhaps there's a touch of history there. I'm not suggesting that Cale's going to go blasting or playing a hand in a manner that he wouldn't otherwise in consideration of whatever his grievance is with Seth, and worthy of note is the fact that Seth did appear to apologize for it. But something to keep in the back of your mind. All of us have been guilty of maybe emotionally charged decision-making at the table.
Of course.
Did go check on the turn, however.
Davey's thinking about value betting this against a hand. I might make a random pair. Betting small. Hoping Burns has got like.
Oh my goodness! Did he jam? Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't you hear all in? I could have sworn I heard those words.
I heard something. $25 blinds. Maybe he thinks about some crazy 3-bet against undergun. It's possible. Some people like to use these offsuit aces because they don't play too well. And wow, he's going to do it. You're right. This guy's got game.
We saw a little glimpse of it earlier. Unintimidated by Lolliger's position, let alone the depth of his stack, which is really neck and neck with Jaffe.
And this looks really strong. Big blind versus undergun. Close to the bubble. But these guys know the strategies they like to use with these ace rags in these situations. Linus hasn't folded yet. Thinking about calling, thinking about making a move.
Well, a lot of times what we see is when somebody is put to the test in terms of this being the bubble, maybe some ICM considerations of some sort, they think to themselves, well, wait a minute. If you're able to stick me in this spot, that also means I can put you in the same spot when your stacks are level like this, and in comes that 4-bet as you just sort of redirect the pressure.
For the big blind to 3-bet the under the gun, it's very polarized. I mean, you also think, why isn't Jaffe just 3-bet jamming? Like, wow, he is 4-betting king, queen offsuit, blocking the ace, king, and the ace, queens, the kings and queens. This is practically a min 4-bet. This is next level poker.
But just look how gross it makes things for Jaffe. Ace-3 offsuit, you probably really didn't want to put the 230 in there. Do you really want to stick another 150 in behind it in a spot where you could very easily be dominated? Oh, and now the jam from Jaffe.
No way.
This is jousting at its finest. This is two guys who are really going to battle and leveraging the same reality upon one another right there. That was top shelf stuff.
I'll have to use my memory.
20 big blinds.
He's going to defend here. As we are playing on the bubble. Flopped it.
Sure did. Vezhnikov has really been a spectator for the most part as we've approached this stone bubble. His patience is being rewarded as Sean Perry has top pair here and continues to follow through. Just a min bet of 40K.
I wonder if he's going to check raise or check call this flush. I think check raise is a pretty standard play, but he might think it looks really strong given on the actual bubble that maybe check raising is just asking to get no action. So that's why he just calls here. Nine on the turn. No reason for Perry to think he's behind. Is pretty connected. Thinking about whether to bet check back river, or maybe check and see what develops.
Well, Perry could certainly get the sense that there's a lot of hands that are just one club and not much else in Vezhnikov's range that he's tearing one off with, and as such, he feels these kings are worthy of barreling once more, and of course, having Vezhnikov covered, you're on the stone bubble, there is some of that ICM pressure
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
and
Thank you.
Perry could be up against like Queen Jack, offsuit, these types of hands that you want to deny equity to. I like this call. Just, you know, these guys are trying to blast away a bit, so just keep slow playing. Make it look like you can't handle the heat going into the river. Queen.
Wow, Veshnikov coming with a third check now, and you see Perry kind of starting to wonder, what kind of hands am I going to get called by with 570 in the middle here? Is this King Deuce even worth betting?
I'd be pretty happy to check here. No
Me too.
kicker. I
Yeah.
could be up against King Jack, King 10. Does he really think like Queen Jack or Queen of Clubs would call bet? I like to check.
All right.
This bet was coming. Check call.
Yeah.
The only way Perry's going to be safe if ace or king rolls off.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth here in Cyprus. We are down to the final 10 players of event number 5, the 75K 8 Max. Brian Rust, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Brian, we were scheduled to come in for the final table, but from what I heard, all the short stacks just kept surviving and surviving, getting it all in, finding doubles, and we find ourselves on the final table bubble with 10 left. And note, an average stack of 29 big blinds, somewhat shallower than yesterday's final table. And I wanted to ask you, coming in, you know, with such a short average stack, what's the play here with Seth Davies, you know, chip leader, overall chip leader with pretty significant chip leads, 60 big blinds. Is he going to be able to just really apply a lot of pressure on the likes of Linus Slolinger, Sam Greenwood, Artem Vazenkov, who find themselves in the middle of the pack, or is it not that clear-cut?
Looking at these chip stacks, it doesn't look super clear-cut. I mean, first we have Kale, who has almost 50 big blinds and really doesn't have that much less than Seth.
He doesn't.
Right, and then, I mean, even, yeah, Linus and Sam, I mean, they've got 2 million. So, yeah. And also the ICM itself, it's a bit of a game within a game of gauge. Part of it at any point is gauging how much your opponents are respecting ICM or to what extreme they believe ICM exists. Because, you know, you can only push as far as your opponents give. If you go too far one way, then you end up burning your own EV, regardless about whether or not your opponents are playing quote unquote correctly for ICM. So, I mean, it's a complicated question. I don't think there's a clear answer. And, you know, we're going to find out.
We are indeed. Well, 145,000 locked up thus far for these final 10 players as we head on down to the main stage here in Cyprus. And here are the chip counts at said feature table. It is Hale Burns, the chip leader, with just shy of 50 big blinds, but then a huge drop-off to bottom of the pack. Santosh Savannah sat on 16 bigs. And as Brian already alluded to, we're going to kind of see just how much Savannah is ICM aware, whether he's just going to, you know, go for it, given the spot, whether he's going to tighten up. Artem Vazenkov on 25 bigs, Talau Shakurchi on 23, Yuri Zivalevsky on 22. So really tight in the middle of the pack there. And we are on the final table bubble. So one more elimination before we set the stage for event number 5 here, the 75K 8 Max, as the players take their seats. And worth noting, Brian, that everyone else is at the players' party for the Coin Rivet Invitational seat draw. Be giving you guys...
Yeah, we're just going to miss that today, huh?
We are indeed, pal.
Yeah.
We've been
no players' party.
Given the hot seats.
Wow, this is it's like that moment when you realize you're really just a commentator, not a player anymore. Like, here I am. gonna be doing this with you. But I'm excited for it because, man, I think this is the first time here in Cyprus I'm actually doing the final table.
I'm
I
really
feel like I
looking forward.
haven't done a final table yet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to unpacking this one with you.
So,
someone that is obviously sat,
India, we've got England, we've got Brazil,
you know,
Australia.
at the table in
I
these
don't know where you're from, but you like
big
the music.
spots
Yeah, I
throughout
just-
your career.
Yeah, I just had dinner with Jeff and Fedor. Jeff Gross, who just got here today, and then a lot of discussion, whatever. Jeff ended up leaving at the very end, even though mostly wasn't about poker.
2.4,
I did
2.8.
speak for 5-10 minutes about poker stuff with Fedor, and it delved a little bit into ICM. And I don't really want to give specifics; it's a private conversation. That said, one of the interesting things about the conversation was kind of the dynamic. Not only the dynamicness of ICM, but how about the fact that, it's a new theory that who knows exactly how correct ICM is. So I think it's something that's very interesting. I think it's something that there aren't clear answers. We as commentators and everybody as spectators shouldn't be too quick to criticize, because I think different people are going to have different theories about how applicable ICM is and how in each spot, based on all the different factors and how big the effect is. And yeah, so I'm pretty excited to right after that get to do a final table with you and just bam, dive right into ICM spots.
I think one of the things that I'd like to really hone in on that you mentioned was being aware of who at the table is ICM savvy, and then making deviations and adjustments for players that maybe aren't as aware and are going to have a little bit more gamble in them.
They want to play down to a winner. It's punishment. Very good for me, though.
5 seconds.
All in?
You risk. All in.
Fold.
Yeah, aware is a tricky word, because I'm pretty sure everybody still in this tournament is probably aware to some degree about ICM. I mean, listen, I don't know anything about Mr. Suvarna, so it's possible he's not. I'm pretty sure all the other 9 players are, and I would even guess Mr. Suvarna probably is aware on some degree about at least the idea behind ICM, that it's worth something moving up the ladder, and that changes the chip value. I'm sure he's at least been exposed to the idea. If not, knows a lot about it. I'm just saying at the very least. So, but yeah, it's like, how much credence do you give that shift is the question.
For sure.
The answer about how much you should give, I don't think is clear, and much less, how much each individual player will.
Zalewski with the jam, getting Shakurchi to fold the queen 9.
But yeah, just to tease out that question more and to give a very clear example to everybody who's listening. It's like when you take one of these ICM calculators that you can buy, and I don't know what people might have privately, but you'll see on it, it says future game simulations. In other words, how many hands in the future does it calculate? You'll be pretty shocked to see how small that number is on the ICM calculator. It's like 2 hands. It's okay. I'm not trusting a solver that goes 2 hands into the future. There might be 80 more hands at this final table. Like your solver is going 2 hands into the future to calculate what the ICM effects are. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure that's not a exact science at this point. All right, let's just leave it at that.
Just leave it at that. As Burns with the raise and take, one of our chip leaders up to over 3 million, second in chips actually.
Cricket. Coming to Australia.
On the final table bubble, as already mentioned, everyone guaranteed 145,000 for efforts so far. As we get a quick look, sneak peek at the Shambhala Jewels, one of the official partners of the Triton Poker Series, where our poker champions in all of the events, bar the mains, are going to be walking away with a Shambhala Jewels bracelet. One of the talking points, and one of the added bonuses to taking down a Triton event. Managed to speak with Jason Kuhn. He's a big fan of giving out, these things to commemorate a win at a Triton series. Davies facing a cutoff open from Linus Love. Opts to flat on the button with the sixes. Volkman out of there. Greenwood in the big. Suited king. See what Greenwood comes with. He is currently sat third in chips. He is facing a flat from Davies on the button. Does have him covered. And he only has 10k more than Linus should he collide with either two.
This is 10.
It's an
So 1.7.
interesting.
1.78.
I mean, the only thing of note pre-flop, I guess, is Davies' decision to flat the sixes. You know, I think, given that all the other stacks involved in this hand aren't too deep, yeah, like Volkman only had 550k. I think he maybe could jam. Just trying to. I don't really like 3-bet. Yeah, I guess at 25 blinds, sixes is a big majority call. So, yeah, this hand's pretty standard pre-flop.
Checks round on the ace-7-5, 2 hearts, 1 club.
Yeah, really bad card for Greenwood, who does get some leads at this board, but I don't think wants to lead his particular holding ever, I would guess. And now this is a spot Davies can check back and realize his equity, or bet with sometimes the intention of betting river as well. Now the sixes blocker mostly only being relevant against the big blind, who's the only person who can have 6-9 or 6-4, I think. It's not nearly as relevant as in a deep stack cash game.
Checks down all the way to the river. What does Greenwood come with here, Brian?
Check.
Gonna knuckle it over.
Check.
Yeah, I mean, his hand seems to me too weak to bet for value and much too strong to bluff.
That's 210.
I mean, I guess if you bet, you're betting for value there, but that seems bad. So I like his check.
Linus with the double delayed C-bet comes with 1/3. Action back on Greenwood, top middle pair after defending his big.
The king is not a great card for him, the king of diamonds. I mean, some of the hands he's hoping Linus might be bluffing with are basically hands like king 10, queen jack, you know, king 10, etc. that just waited to the river to bet. He's gonna look him up anyway.
Does pay him off. Million chip pot. Going Linus's way up to 2.7 million now, third in chips. Greenwood now dropping below average stack.
Yeah, and I don't think blocking ace-king is as relevant because I think Linus is much more likely to bet ace-king on the flop, right? So I think the king is actually like a net bad card for Greenwood to have, would be my guess, right? Because like ace-king, I think bets flop a lot as opposed to ace-10. And Linus didn't bet the flop, right? So the king is blocking more bluffs, but not really blocking the value of ace-king so much. I mean, you could maybe say he's value betting kings on the river potentially. It's definitely thinner than ace-10, but possible. But yeah, I think Greenwood's call there, well, not unreasonable, is a bit on the thin side. And yeah, I'm not sure I love the king of diamonds as the side card, but you know, I mean, he's getting 3 or 4 to 1, so it's definitely a reasonable call.
Bruno Volkman says run it.
Could definitely be a call on the solver for MDF reasons.
Oh, Brian, jumping back into this. Volkman with the open jam for 6.5 big blinds. Greenwood in the small. Looks down at ace-king and 1 seat over
Counting the big blind.
Jonathan Jaffe, who played one of the best hands of this tournament, in my opinion, with the 5-bet jam earlier on. against Linus Love.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot here. I mean, I think for chip EV, this is a play, but again, a spot where ICM effects exist for sure. I mean, he's 7th in chips.
For a count there.
Yeah, you can do
And if the chip EV is close-ish, it's definitely a fold. I mean, his stack is like worth a lot here, and yeah, I'm curious to see what he ends up doing. I mean, this is kind of a peek, in my opinion, into how important we think Jaffe thinks ICM is.
He does make the call. Did he make the call?
Yeah, he did.
I heard call. He has indeed. Huge spot. Greenwood way out in front with the ace-king.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I wonder if he underestimated how strong Greenwood's range is, because Greenwood's in a spot there where after Folkman shoves, sure, it's not that many blinds. That said, he's covered by Linus in the big, and Jonathan has a lot of chips behind, so it's not a spot where Greenwood can just call pure plus EV hands versus Bruno.
Yeah,
he has to shift it up just a little bit because it kind of traps him in a lot of bad spots with having to get through 2 hands behind him. So yeah,
a long way home for you
don't
guys.
know what the right answer is with ace-jack. It's a tough spot. And
How about this for a flop, Brian? King, 8, 7, 3 spades.
GG, boys.
Greenwood has Jonathan and Volkman dead on the 8 of clubs turn, and just like that, we go from 10 players left down to the final 8. If I'm not mistaken, Bruno was covered by Jonathan, meaning he'll be getting 145,000. Jonathan Jaffe will be going home with 185.
This
jump back out into the blue table.
This looks like a pretty bad spot for Kale here with the 0% equity on the turn and on the river. No card he could hit. Give him the best hand.
Is there an avenue in which he
Does that mean I get 5 more
finds
now or not?
a win here,
So I have 8
Brian,
now.
on this run out?
I mean, I'm not sure exactly the way this hand got played.
For sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a blind versus blind battle. I mean, whether Yuri limped. But, you know, Kale, yeah, wants to just show down the king there. It has some showdown value and probably a little too weak, strong to bluff.
Damn it.
Kale just, he hated the river.
Man, imagine ace.
Maybe saved him some chips, jack of clubs, rolling off. And
Kale hated the river maybe because he was going to bluff otherwise, which probably wouldn't have worked. So probably a great river, because the only way you hate that river is if you planned on bluffing.
That's true.
Right?
Clearly had
and
some
I'll
plans.
tell you what, Queen, Jack, Jack, 8, you know, on a 4, good luck. Yuri's probably not full. I didn't see how that hand got played, but I wouldn't bet on aces getting folded, you know? What do you think?
I don't think so, Brian.
Yeah.
Yuri Zivalevsky up to 26 big blinds. And well, final table has been set in the form of a double eliminations. Sam Greenwood's ace-king holding against Jonathan Jaffe's ace-jack and Bruno Volkman's ace-6. And we'll be going on a short break, but quickly, I'm going to come back into the broadcast booth. Brian, I mean, we're down to the final 8. Everyone's guaranteed 245,000. We're playing for 1.73. And just a quick look at who is leading the pack, none other than Seth Davies, with Sam Greenwood just behind on 42 big blinds. And I believe we're going to be taking a 2-3 short break, couple of minutes. When we come back, we're going to be going over all of the chip counts and the payouts before diving back down to the main stage and crowning our champion in event number 5, the 75K 8 Max. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you all shortly. Well, as promised, a very swift break as the final table of event number 5, the 75k Amex, has been set. Brian Rust, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And Brian, a stacked final table, and first time having you in the booth for a final table. A lot to play for here. But I wanted to just quickly hone in on the quality of this lineup, if we could take a quick look. I mean, Seth Davies, Sam Greenwood, Linus Love, Cale Burns rounding up the top half of the chip counts. Someone like yourself that has experience battling for 7-figure sums and playing against, you know, players such as these. What can we expect from a final table like this, Brian?
Yeah, I think this final table is going to be a very interesting one. I mean, some of the things that stand out to me right away is that definitely not a clear chip leader. And in fact, if you go down from 1st to 8th on the chart, there's kind of like, you know, you chunk down from level to level. There's not clear clumping. You know, you go from the 3.6 of Seth down to the 8 of Suvarna, and that's 800K, 3.6. And there's kind of people with chip stacks, you know, at every point along the way. So, you know, I think that's going to lead to a different kind of final table where I think some dynamics are going to develop. You're going to see some people take some chances here. There's not going to be a clear, oh, hey, like this guy's the chip leader.
Yeah.
Let's get out of his way. Like I'm trying to get second right now, right? Like what you see develop sometimes when you get that runaway stack. He has half the chips with like 6 people left in play. Now, obviously, that could develop and that would change the dynamic, but I don't think that's the way it's going to be here at first. You know, I think it'll be a situation where people will play pots and then up to the point where, you know, you're the one who goes all in, and then you kind of lay the ICM hammer down. But that point comes kind of, like you said, it took a long time for us to get here and get started, and we even got started with 10. So the stacks are kind of short. Like, one of the things you have to realize is anyone with like 30 big blinds or less, I mean, you can shove over and open. You don't even have to 3-bet.
And all of these players capable of taking those rejam spots, right? They're not going to be scared money when it comes to taking a spot that they deem plus EV.
Exactly. So there's just a lot of ways this can go, and it kind of just depends on the strategies the players take. I feel like it's hard to just, oh, hey, I'm going to call this ahead of time. You know, I mean, I have a pretty good feel after doing all these Tritons and having played with some of these guys, what some of their styles are. You know, like obviously Linus comes from a bit more of a cash, like now he's played a lot of tournaments, but Linus is known as being, you know, one of the best cash players, not as much for his tournaments. So, you know, he's probably going to think a little bit different about ICM than, say, Seth Davies or Sam Greenwood, who are known a lot more as like specifically tournament guys who probably, you know, focus on ICM a bit more than Linus does, right?
And with those two you mentioned there, Seth Davies and Sam Greenwood, note the way that the final table has been set. Greenwood with Davies, who has him slightly covered on his direct left. Is there any, like, are there any major adjustments that Greenwood's going to have to make due to the fact that Davies is on his direct left, or does Davies not have enough of a lead for that to be a major concern for Greenwood, where he can just play his baseline strategy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point looking at the table configuration. I mean, if you look at that right now,
yeah.
I mean, all 4 of the guys who are top 4 in chips are basically one after another on the right side there, with Sam obviously having the worst seat and Linus kind of having the best seat.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's very relevant. But again, with the chips kind of spread out, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I would say Sam probably has the worst seat on the table, and that is going to affect how he plays.
It's going to affect him how he plays in the sense that he's just going to have to play a few pips tighter, or?
Yeah, I think so. He's in a spot where his opens, like all the guys behind him, they can find some lighter 3-bets, right? Because they can still 3-bet fold, and the stacks are such that they definitely might take those shots.
For
you
sure.
know? Because I mean, like, imagine Sam opening the cutoff, right? Seth can basically, you know, I'm not saying it's a pure bluff, but like, you know, take a hand like ace-10 off or ace-9 off and 3-bet the button. He obviously doesn't want to get that in for like 40 big blinds at the beginning of a final table. That said, he can 3-bet those hands, and the 2 players in the blinds who have well over 2 million, if they like shove or Sam shoves, basically any other players in the hand shove, he doesn't have to call. Whereas, like, if you have different situations and now you have Talal or Artem or obviously Suvarna who are somehow in the hand and you 3-bet light, if one of those players goes all in, you might have to call them because they're way shorter. So, yeah, that's part of the reason why his seat is so bad among, you know, just being out of position to deep stacks.
Well, let's see how he navigates this final table, given the rough seat draw. A couple of stacks, you know, Talal, Shakurchi, Santosh, Suvarna, going to need to find spots sooner rather than later. But with this 40-minute clock, 8-handed, still a bit of breathing room, although both of them will be keen to find a double as soon as possible. Seth Davies leading the pack here, event number 5, 1.73 million for first. Everyone currently guaranteed 245,000 for their efforts, and here we are, day 5 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. This time we're offering 2 7-figure paydays. Runner-up going to walk away with just over 1.2.
I'm looking on Hendon Mob, and Santosh Suvarna appears to have $18,000 worth of total live earnings. So it's possible that he's an experienced online player, but he definitely has not played many live tournaments. So this cash is basically going to be for most of the money he's won after that. And I can say, you know, another player on here who you might look at him and say, oh, Talal Shakurchi, he looks like, you know, a pretty older gentleman. Like, what is his experience? All right, his name on Stars is actually Raid-a-Lot.
Yep.
And Talal, despite being a wealthy man who definitely is not playing poker for money, he's made a lot of money in his other ventures in life. You know, for years now, dating back to like 10 years ago, he would go on like Sundays and he'd be grinding like 200 rebuys and like the, you know, the 200 main and all this. And so
That's what she loves.
he's just a man that loves poker. And if you look at him and judge him a book by a cover in his particular instance, you might underestimate actually how much poker experience he has, right? Because, like, you know, obviously sometimes people do this. You look and say, oh, like an older guy at the poker table, that's great.
Yeah.
Listen, Talal, despite, yes, being a little bit older and yes, not making his money in poker, is a lot of poker experience, way more than you think.
I've seen a lot of him over the years, and a quick apology as the chip counts is glued to our screens. We'll get rid of that as quickly as possible. We saw Suvarna just getting an open jam through with the kings, and Suvarna, who, as Brian noted, doesn't have heaps of live cashes, but he's going to be in the mix in the 200k coin Rivet Invitational. He's clearly here to play, and he finds himself at the final table of this 75k.
Man, and look at Yuri here. Not only with 2 7s, but I mean, this is his first Triton. He's having a pretty good go at it so far. He got, I mean, basically chopped the tournament Ben won and flop middle set here, and has made another final table. So, you know, things are working out splendidly.
Yeah, he's one of our online qualifiers for the 25k, qualified over on GG Poker. First time coming to a Triton series and really holding his own, as Brian already alluded to, in the proving grounds of high rollers.
Yeah, he got, in case anybody doesn't know it already, he got second place in the 50k Poker Players Championship to Jungle after a very long final table. So, I mean, you know, this is not even a guy who just only plays like no limit hold'em tournaments. I mean, he can play, you know, play a lot of different poker games quite well. So a young guy, a little bit new, I guess, on the nosebleed tournament scene, but already making quite the mark, I would say. And so Shama, Yuri, let's go, Brazil.
I must say, Yuri, widely regarded as one of the best to ever come out of Brazil, has a lot of fans as well. Easy guy to root for. Flops middle set against Burns. +1 the small blind. Did check through on the flop. Jack of clubs rolling off on the turn, and
so Yuri checked back.
He did indeed.
Yes. Now he's betting. It's gonna be hard. I mean, fours isn't really a great hand for Kale to continue with. But he might be suspicious of the check back.
Difficult hand to try and keep Yuri honest with, though, right? You think of some of the hands that barrel turn King Queen, King 10, Queen 10, maybe even some Ace 10s of the world in there.
Yeah.
Let's peel one off.
He doesn't want to see a 4, and it's actually quite a good card for him because a ton of Yuri's bluffs, many of which you just listed, all got there. That said, Kale sort of has the absolute worst hand he can have at this point in some ways. So as you can see, he asked, and the reason why is he's considering turning it into a bluff. You know, 4s has pretty much 0 showdown. I mean, the only hand you're probably beating is King Queen, literally, which probably bluffs you if you check. So, so he's considering bluffing, and this play makes sense to me a lot. I think the turn call is dicey with 4s. Not saying it's bad, but tough. This bluff makes a lot of sense, and I kind of think he's actually just taking his time to figure out the size. He's probably going to do it.
He is reaching for chips,
Yeah.
Brian.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically taking the stone bottom of his range, and he's turning it into a bluff, and he's using a small size. I think he's targeting some one-pair hands, such as, here's the hands he's targeting. Think Yuri raises and checks back flop. So we're talking about hands such as maybe like ace-jack, ace-9, ace-7, ace-5, all those same combos with a king suited, etc. He's targeting all those hands to fold. Yuri has a much better hand than that, and versus this size, it's a pretty easy call because you could potentially come up with some 2 pairs you're beating for value.
Yuri with the first blood.
I think in order to try to get Yuri's hand to fold, I mean, Kale would have to go big and be repping a straight. You know, bigger than, 30% pot or whatever. And now, you basically have to convince Yuri that a set there is only beating bluffs, and then, Yuri has to come to the determination that you're probably bluffing enough to fold. So I'm not saying he would fold to a large size, but very interesting hand, despite it not being big. Yeah, what do you think, Henry?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those river sizings, as you already alluded to, that are targeting, like you said, those one pair type holdings, I believe. And
it's just targeting a hand weaker than what Yuri had.
Yeah.
And that was because of the flop check back. So the flop check back actually earned Yuri a pretty easy call on that river versus Kale's hand. So I'm not even saying, like, I see people in chat and they're like, oh, the bet's too small. Yeah, you're right. It's too small for Yuri's particular hand. Yeah. But those aren't the hands that bet is targeting to fold. And, Kale can't see Yuri's cards. So, it makes a lot of sense that he would target hands that check back flop, like one pair hands, such as like ace-7 suited, for example. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah, Yuri moving up to 3rd in chips. Kale Burns down to 20 big blinds now. Average stack 27 bigs. That's our chip leader, Seth Davies, popping things up here from the cutoff. Pocket 10s. Shenkov going to defend with the King 9-0. Artem starting the hand in 6th. Some real legends at this table, Brian Vishenkov, someone who we've seen already on our screens over the past 5 days. Did cash the 25K, actually final table bubbled that one, 67K. Vaya, online legend. Won the Sunday Million 3 times, I believe. Brian. Just a small C-bet from Davies gets through. Yeah, can we talk about Talal Shakurchi a little bit, Brian. I mean, you mentioned his online screen name Raidlot, someone that, you know, has been around and seems to have been competing at the highest level for quite some time. Do you have, I mean, are there any memories that you can think back to during some of the online series and whatnot where you battled against Talal and...
So I've never been an online tournament player. I mean, I don't want to say never. There was a period like 14 years ago where for 2 or 3 months I did play before going back to cash, and had a really nice 2 or 3 months, and then was like, okay, whatever, I'm back to cash games. And it was a nice little starter, but I don't remember playing against Talal. That said, I do have some memories battling Talal. He comes every summer for the World Series of Poker, and mostly to play tournaments. That's his focus. But in between playing tournaments, you know, and it could be 5K tournaments or 2Ks or, you know, he plays whatever. He will come in and play like the super nosebleed mixed cash game at Bellagio or Aria. Like, let's say, you know, he's going to reg this tournament later at like 3 in the afternoon. He'll come in at like 10 a.m. He did that this summer, and he'll play for, you know, like 3K, 6K mixed for like 5 hours, and then like leave to go reg like the 2K no limit shootout that day. Like
just loves
on
the game.
time.
Just
so,
absolutely loves
so
the
he's
game.
playing some like massive, high stakes cash game where it's like, if he does really well or lose, it's, you know, like final table or like winning money for the end type of deal. And but like quit it to go play, because he loves the, I think he seems to love the competition of playing tournaments and what tournament poker is. And in general with poker, I don't think it's not about the money, like, so to speak. You know, he'll play a $100 tournament, he'll play a $100,000 buy-in cash game. You know, he has a lot of money. He's not playing poker for that reason. It's for the love of the game and the enjoyment of the competition.
That's something you see a lot of high-stakes regulars talk about, where they get to a point in their career, where, as you already mentioned, you know, they just love the competition, and it really doesn't become, or it's really not about the money. The money's just a really nice byproduct, if you will, of
nice byproduct, a way to keep score. You know, I mean, it's kind of not the situation most poker pros are in, right? But yeah, you know, I mean, Talal's not a poker pro, so to speak, in the sense of if you say a professional is whatever they're a pro in is like how they earn their living or whatever.
Final table, huh? I mean, I went to.
Should get some viewers right now.
But I'm sure it's cheaper. You know, I'm sure it's cheaper than the top like U.S. private schools, and I also bet the top. I also bet you at least in like Toronto and like, you know, the high schools, they were better than like your average U.S. one. But yeah, I'm not.
Sam and Kale exchanging a few words over the table.
Tim's wife is involved in the. Tim's wife's a teacher.
Davies, chip leader, thought about it.
And how about Seth Davies here?
Oh, yeah.
After he broke the seal in Madrid of a very long stretch of maybe like 20 Triton tournaments without cashing, with a 3rd place on May 18th in the 75K 8-handed no limit, then cashed 2 of the remaining 5 tournaments in Madrid, and now 5th and 7th, so final tables. Then got 8th with the final table in the first 25K no limit 8-handed, and now has final tabled this with a lot of chips. So after 20 with no cash, he's gone, what, the 6? He's gone 5 for 10. There we go.
That's strong.
With all of them being final tables.
That is very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
Going to show one time.
5 for 10. 50% final table rate.
Take it, especially in the high rollers, pal. A lot of money up for grabs. Seth Davies looking to win his first Triton trophy here in Cyprus. However, he has a very tough lineup to get through. Sam Greenwood, Yuri Zivalevsky, Linus Love, I mean,
Yeah, but how many of the lineups are easy?
it's true.
Really is the other one that's
I mean, I feel like there are some.
I don't feel like there's too many when you get to the final table. Not since I've been doing these Triton ones.
Oh, I was talking about the £10 nightly down my local pub back home, you know, in the UK. That final table, that one's a bit soft. These ones, however, I mean, really is, you know, I know I keep saying it, but it's the proving ground. It's the place where you come and you compete against the best in the world and try and establish yourself on the super high roller scene.
Let's go. Jack 9 off. We're going to take these blinds down.
You're safe.
He's not only interested in laddering.
Oh, raid a lot. No shot.
Raid a lot.
Yeah, no shot.
I can feel his heart.
15 blinds. Little dealer button shove.
As the players settle in to this final table. $245K locked up. That Coin River Invitational 200K starting tomorrow. Maybe some people out here treating this like a satellite, if you will, warm up. Although I believe all 8 of these players were already confirmed. That 200K starting tomorrow.
Linus shoots it up with the king queen off. Solid holding. Ooh. So versus UTG +1 8-handed, I think this is probably a fold here on the button. It's probably close, but I mean, I would guess maybe ace-10 off plus. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Linus is opening.
Is he that much? I mean, 2.3 UTG +1. Nah. No, Linus isn't turning up the jets.
No, and I also think it's really important to note that Linus is opening into the blinds of Sam Greenwood and Seth Davies, who both have him covered. Linus comfortably in the middle of the pack. But Savannah says run it.
Yeah. I just looked it up. 10 blinds versus UTG +1 min raise. I mean, this is chip EV. It's ace-10 off plus. And I know he's short. There's probably not that much ICM on it. A little bit. So maybe you still do ace-10 off or not. But this is a little wide. But and Linus probably has to call it. I don't think he really has fold equity here. We'll see. I mean, the good news is that he's actually up against the hand he's a small favorite against. Yeah. Which is usually not going to be the case.
Always pure to fade the snap as well, and
yeah,
Linus does eventually flick in the call. Savannah
might have looked over at his guy, and even though I can never really get any reads off of Linus other than I feel like he's about to shoot lasers out of his eyes, maybe he got some kind of feeling.
Queen in the window, followed by Jack-9 in the kitchen. 10 no good for Savannah. Going to need an ace and an ace only in order to survive. Otherwise, we will have our first elimination in event number 5 in Cyprus. King on the window. King on the window? King on the river, rather. No dice. Savannah, we will be seeing him tomorrow in that Coin River Invitational 200K. Let's take a quick look. Savannah's run here in the past couple of days. Down to the final 7, Brian. Everyone now guaranteed $315,000. Savannah with the rail, pal.
Yeah, you're right.
He's got the whole squad out. Nice little warm-up for him. Day before that 200K. Get a quick look at the chip
Down to 7.
counts.
Yeah, I mean, this final table's kind of short. of short. It could easily be down to like 4 people pretty fast. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you already alluded to, you know, that even someone like Yuri, 34 bigs, these guys are going to take the 30 big blind rejam spots as and when they come. And
yeah,
looking at this lineup.
And Paige actually speaks Spanish. Like,
lose half the field in
she
just
took it in
a couple
like,
levels.
I guess university or something.
Yeah, I guess your missus is a boss with the language.
Artem Vazenkov now the shortest stack.
What's your missus do?
15 big blinds.
She's an accountant. She's a internal audit manager for auto parts manufacturer.
Poker audit manager.
Action on Greenwood. Pretty grim seat draw for him at the start of this final table. Came in 4th in chips with the chip leader on it. Sorry, came in 2nd in chips with the chip leader on his direct left, Seth Davies. Davies just going for the open rip for 21 bigs with the ace 7-0.
Is this okay? Okay.
Goes into the muck.
Thank you.
Just wanted to give a quick shout out to all the viewers at home. Been keeping both myself, Brian, Ali, Randy company over the past 5 days.
3.5.
Still plenty of high stakes action to come here at the Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus.
I can just ask you this, that's all good.
And as always, if you are enjoying the content that Triton is providing you, make sure to press that thumbs up button over on YouTube.
Yeah, you know, you saying like
Drop us a follow.
There's the airdrop in timings and like multi-way 3-bar parts. Same thing for like
the bad levels.
For like 8K big blind or 80K, they just like give you like an extra 3 seconds on the clock for every decision.
Remember when Party Poker did the 35K big blind for a while? 1535 roll.
The nerd guy, Yuri, opening things from +1.
No live, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, Party is wild.
Oh, chip leader, Davies on the button with pocket 8s. See what he comes with. 30 effective. See, come with call. Does flat in position. Man's going to get out of there. Linus in the big with pocket 6s.
Started 2.7, right?
Yes. So Linus just confirming with Yuri. Start the hand with 2.7. Expect this to just go multi-way to the flop, Brian. Yuri with the open, Davies with the flat. Linus defense. C3 dealer.
Yeah. Looks like it makes a lot of sense. I think 8s versus UTG +1 here. Yeah, for that many blinds at a final table, you're kind of like, let's just realize some equity. Don't know about 3-betting. A little dicey. I think I'd rather take some slightly different hands, a little more polar. So, makes a lot of sense. Davies flat. And this is a board which nobody's going to be happy with, but Yuri probably ends up winning. Kind of has the best board that favors his hand, which you can see with the equity percentages. Not a board that mid pairs are very happy with. And as the pre-flop raiser, it's a board he will see bet a lot, which he does. Sizing, it's curious that he chose a size this small to me, because it's, you would think, at least directly, that what you'd most want to target would be like mid pairs to fold, and that bet was small enough that we can see Davies felt encouraged to call with 8s. So what I'm curious is if at this point he double barrels. Well, I mean, now he just made a great hand, so we don't get to see if he would have bluffed. But I wonder, like, with a sizing that small on the flop, if he's planning on barreling. So he's sort of like, okay, yeah, let's let 8s or 7s call me because I'm just going to bet again on the turn.
Is that what that bet size is set out to achieve? Keeping in Seth Davies under pairs, maybe even some hands that we still have dominated in the form of, like, you know, ace-5 backdoor spades?
Yeah, possibly. And then betting again to realize some more fold equity later. Yeah, I'm not sure. It was a curious size. I would feel that just in a vacuum, direct flop c-bet size, probably like slightly bigger with his hand. But maybe he feels like that's a better range bet size on Queen Jack Jack. Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate part, guys, is that we don't actually get to pick these brilliant players' brains when they make the plays they make. We can speculate, but true knowledge of exactly why we won't necessarily have. And looking at this, it's just an opportunity to learn and work on your game by getting direct insight into a bunch of the best players in the world's thoughts as expressed by their poker actions. So Yuri raises it up here under the gun 7. Min raise size, ace-10 suited. Kale thinks about it and decides off 20 bigs. It's too short to flat deuces on the button. Don't blame him. Maybe if he had more like 30 or so, he speculates in position. And yeah, pretty standard big blind defend here with King Jack off, solid hand. Veshnikov, of course, as we can see, quite short with only about 12 big blinds behind in the stack. And overall, we have a stack to pot ratio of just over 2 to 1. And a very good flop for Veshnikov, who has to decide how he wants to play it now. It's a hand that can kind of check raise pressing equity and value, or a hand that can check call. The benefits of check calling are that you keep in some of your opponent's very low equity hands, such as red ace-10 here.
I got long reach too.
When you check raise, you do win the pot quite a bit. That said, when you get it in, you're very rarely to never a favorite with Veshnikov's hand. You can easily be flipping a lot. Or now, the ace of diamonds on the turn, kind of gin here for Yuri, who had like 15% equity and is now shifted to 70%. So you can see with that equity shift what a crazy good turn card that was for Yuri. And despite having all that, despite such a good turn card, Veshnikov still has a lot of outs to win. That said, he obviously has to be sick about the way this pot has developed, but I think that bet sizing by Yuri is small enough that I think Veshnikov probably continues. This is also a spot where he's going to have some ICM pressure, but with the king of clubs and getting that good of a price, 4 to 1, like you only need to be good 20% of the time. We can see he's actually 30% to win.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that doesn't include times he might get bluffed out, but clubs are pretty easy calls on the river. So are 10s.
Exacto.
So are jacks, kind of. So, I mean, his outs are pretty clean. The king's the only out that's, like, pretty tough. And we can see it's actually not an out versus ace-10.
Well, we do have a new chip leader now, Brian. Yuri Zivalevsky from Brazil moves up to the top of the chip counts after an already successful start to his Triton Super High Roller Series career. Came second in the 30K 6 max, finishing runner-up to Ben 86.
He eats a lot of protein. He eats a lot of meat. A lot of fish.
JK, Ben Tollerine on the rail there, supporting their boy Seth Davies. It's one of the things I really love about poker, man. Making FT, got the team on the rail.
What's that?
Maybe some 5 balls here and there, some swaps.
5-10.
Yeah, swaps, pieces.
Yeah. There's nothing quite like busting a tournament and you've got the swaps still alive, and especially in multi-day tournaments as well. You bust day 1, you wake up in the morning, you've got the text in the group chat, bagged chip lead, you know, 18 left or whatever. I've had that a couple of times where you're just like, okay, potential month saver, maybe even a year saver, who knows, depending on the size of the swap.
Yeah, certainly.
What's the biggest sweat you've had in your career? Don't have to say who, obviously, but any swaps that have got you out of jail? Any pieces?
Yeah, there's not one that like stands out.
Okay, so there's a few, is what you're saying.
No, there's not one that's just like super huge, bigger than everything else.
Okay.
Definitely had pieces come through, but nothing that was like you know. I mean, I've had some sweats where I'm like, oh, you know, have some amount piece of guy crushing the main.
Yeah,
I think the closest was like I had like 10 or 15% of like Tommy Cannoli 1 year, like, I don't know, 7 years ago when he made the main event final table, but he ended up getting like 7th or something. But yeah, like if he won, it would have been like the biggest piece I ever won in poker for sure, like of someone else.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that's the potential. Like,
yeah, I've never like just like crushed with pieces or anything. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I've had some sick main event sweats the past couple of years.
Yeah, I used to like take pieces or put this with like a number of guys, and me and actually Jeff and Antonio had like we each kind of got some people and we had our team and chopped it up, but now we haven't done that for a couple years. It was fun, but it's like kind of a lot of work, and we're just like, whatever.
I think New Orleans is a good combo.
Everybody just keeps getting better at poker too, so like giving people free rolls in the main seems like not quite as good. We're also not, like, our group of people isn't like, oh hey, like young internet crushers who have no money. Not that there's like that many people like that, but you know.
Oh, there are a few.
Like dusty live pros, maybe not like, don't have the money, maybe not the best like main options always.
My dad's name is Noel. Cool.
Linus, by the way.
But the main is the tournament to like sweat.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
it doesn't get better than
10K, 1,000 exit to 10 million.
Yeah, yeah, it just doesn't. You got to have, you've got to have like a spread of, you know, 2, 3, like even 2, 3K, just having, you know, a few 5 balls. Great sweat.
They just like chop the bait off. That's like, all right, that'll do.
And Kale's a good.
Ace 6 off, not going to cut it under the gun.
Yeah. The only other Kale I know is
Linus with a Versace shirt that belongs in a Drake music video.
He's just like
Poker doesn't work out for him.
brick shit house. Yeah, he's a boss. He's
always got that to fall back on. Strong shirt game.
Tough son of a bitch. Yeah.
Talal with the reshove.
1.23.
Here we go. It's only 12 bigs, but I mean, again, this is now maybe enough for Linus to fold. His hand's a little weaker. We can see the position's a little bit different, and gets it through. Huge pickup for Talal there.
Linus saved.
I mean, 400,000 represents a third of his stack, so got a 30 plus 33%. And Talal rating a lot of his opponent's chip stacks here.
Got him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christopher Nolan, right?
Yeah, you did that, or was it accidental?
No, that's accidental.
We'll take it.
Oh, 16 left with 1.7 million for first. You look down. Pocket kings with 16 big blinds.
And you find a raise.
Anyone behind?
Yeah, this is definitely the stage of the tournament where it's nice to pick up big hands. I mean, 16 blinds, 8 left, and, you know. Ooh. Yuri with ace-jack off here decides it's good enough to call. Didn't want to raise, get it in. And I think Seth is going to feel like 9-8 off is enough hand here. Call getting 6.5 to 1.
Burns with the
Yeah.
ace magnets. See what the flop brings. So we go 3 ways. Burns way out in front at this thing's stand.
And quite a good flop for 2 kings. I mean, with Kale being as short as he is, I don't think Yuri has many sets here. I mean, definitely not deuces, but maybe 6s and 5s. It's hard to say. Oh, Kale's just has to be ecstatic at a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio to try to get those chips in. He has to figure out how to do it. He's going with check. So the idea here is that kings is high enough that there aren't many overcards that can come, which is the most likely way you lose. Only an ace. You know, maybe you get Yuri to bet versus a bet. You have all the options. Check call, check raise, check jam. It's great. And Yuri does go ahead and bet, which is going to happen a lot. Cut off flatting range. Going to bet a lot. Decent amount on this. And Davies now even has a decision. 9-8 off. It's a pretty good flop for him. He could even, a lot of options on the table here. Check call, fold, check raise. Goes with fold, which, nice little fold there. Let's be honest.
2 overs, gut shot.
You know, probably sussed out that maybe Kale's not always folding this with that check. Gets out of the way. I mean, you know, I don't care what a solver says about it. Not that there's really one with all the ICM that can compute it, but in this particular hand, he saved those chips because no matter what he did, Kale was going to go all in behind him. So, well played, Seth Davies.
And the option for Kale, always check jam here.
Well, I
trying
mean,
to get max value from
if Seth had
7s
put
through
in
10s.
chips, it's definitely a jam.
For sure.
But now that it's heads up, he does have the option about whether to check call or check raise, and that's actually what he's thinking. So, I mean, Seth continuing makes it very straightforward. But so he's still check raising, and he's choosing an amount which, you know, okay, so he's making it like 450, is that? Or 550? An amount where, given his 1.4 behind, he could, theoretically, this could be a move.
but effectively jamming.
No, not necessarily. Like I said, he's risking. Okay, from a pure, he could. Let's say he has, I don't know, Jack 10 suited. You could make this play with Jack 10 suited and fold your last 850. Like if your opponent moves all in, Jack, Queen, high, whatever, no good. Like pretty easy fold. So by playing it this way, he is saying, whether or not you believe him, that in addition to good hands like kings or aces, or maybe like a set of sixes, maybe he just calls sixes, I don't know. But like some hands like that.
Wow, Yuri coming with cool, Brian.
Yeah, see? So I don't know what Yuri's going to do on a blank here. I guess we're going to find out. You know, if this is an ace, it's a pretty sick card. But I'm going to feel bad from my buddy Kale. All right, so now here's a total blank. Really. I mean, no one really has fives very much. Given Kale only having 16 blinds to start the hand. I mean, Kale with less than a half of what's in the pot goes all in here. I don't really see him doing anything else.
1.9 million in
So
the
what
middle.
does Yuri do, though? I'm curious.
450.
Well, he comes with a
Wow, he comes
non-all-in
with
sizing.
non-all-in.
I feel like we have dove headfirst into a very intricate part of the game tree, Brian.
Yeah, yeah. It's so interesting. Kale chose less than all in. I wonder, realistically, how many bet folds he has here. I don't know. I mean, because like the thinking being, hey, I'm betting 450 instead of going all in because maybe I can bet fold, right? But realistically, does he have any at this point? Like, I don't know. I mean, I would actually, in Yuri's shoes, assume no. What is he bet folding?
Well, Brian, that really changes the dynamic at the table now, especially at the top of the chip counts.
Maybe he's saying like, hey, I could bet fold like King Jack suited. If for some reason I had like King Jack suited with a backdoor flush draw, I'm just bet folding it. But even then, it's like, what if your opponent has just like nines and goes with it, which is totally reasonable. Like, you now have 400K to call to win, I don't know, 4 million, and you have 6 overcards, you might not even be able to fold. King Jack suited, right? I don't know. I don't know, man. It's an interesting hand. That turn bet, I'll have to ask Kale about it later. Why 450 instead of all in?
Is it?
Yeah.
He's just marking it.
Greenwood now chip leader with 33 big blinds. Davies in second with 32. Zivalevsky in third with 31. Linus Love with 30. And Kale Burns with 28. Really tightly packed at the top of the chip counts. Artem Vazhenkov, the immediate short stack with just 6 big blinds.
By the way, talking about all these players, let me also say, Kale's a very good player. Kale's an excellent poker player. So his
How much is it?
he plays a decent amount of cash as well.
450.
Believe so.
Yes, plays a lot of cash. So, and one of the things I find for sure is that guys who play a lot of cash, I mean, they're very good post flop. Tends to be a bit of their strength compared to tournament players who will tend to be better sometimes pre-flop, just due to the nature of being deep in cash. The big important streets are happening post-flop, and the pot gets bigger, and you're generally 100 big blinds plus deep, so etc.
Yeah, I'll pay it. It's no problem.
All right, so I'm not too sure
That's right, yeah. 450.
what's happened here. I think Burns thought that Vazhenkov was all in, just flicked in the one chip call, went to expose his hand. Davies stopped him, letting him know that Vazhenkov had chips behind. Vazhenkov in great shape to get the double here. Burns with just 15%.
100.
Some very peculiar hands being played, Brian.
Nobody wants to put all of their chips in. It's the art of going as close to all in as possible in a pot without actually putting all the chips in. It's the game within the game within the game. It's like a shell game.
And somehow Burns has
Picked
picked
up
up
equity.
a ton of outs from 3 to 11 outs, in fact. Queen at 9 or 7 would send the pot his way. And well, would you know it, Brian? Queen of clubs on the river, and we are down to 6. Chenkov not able to initiate the spin here in event number 5 at 75k 8 max. Another strong performance for the Russian. $315,000 going his way. Down to the final 6. Cale Burns leading the pack. 34 big blinds.
Yeah, now we actually have a situation where there's some clumping. We have these top 5 guys, Cale to Linus, all between 3.45 and 2.97 million, and then Talal with about half what that pack has at 1.6. Anyway.
I'll put a pin in that thought, Brian. It's the Triton Poker Plus app. Live data at your fingertips, and something that, I mean, we've obviously spoken about in the commentary booth, but a lot of the Triton fans at home have enjoyed sweating along the outer table coverage. Can sweat it in real time, or sorry, on a delay with the stream, and especially tomorrow, you know, the Coin River Invitational, that's going to be one that people are going to want to have.
6 or 2.
The app.
One of the
So
others.
if you're
like,
watching
he saw the 200 back.
this,
That's what he
and you
calculated.
aren't using the app concurrently, listen, man,
I mean,
you're
maybe
making
I
a
missed
mistake, or woman.
but I
You're just
thought
making a mistake.
I think you did that.
Use the app while you're watching. I mean, you want to know how many chips they have?
Nah, I probably don't.
Look at the app.
All good.
You want to see the table position? Look at the app. Especially, I mean, the final table, maybe it's like not quite as good because you see the chip counts every hand and you see but when it's like multiple tables, like earlier in the tournament, like not the final table, app crush. Like this app is amazing. You should just download the app. That's it. Triton Poker Plus. That's all.
There
If
we
you don't
go.
have the app, you're in the Stone Age.
Yeah. You're not.
I think one of the things that's sickest about the app is you get to see hand histories from some of the best players in the world, like people out there that are watching the stream, studying these players, looking to, you know, get the notepad and pen out and write down some hand histories from the best players in the world. There's not much more free content when it comes to study material out there available. Straight away.
Precisely.
Potential hand developing. Davies opening the button.
Yeah, I mean, this is a flop both players are going to be interested in. I mean, Cale with an overpair and Seth with ace high, gutter, backdoor clubs, which we can see isn't good. Cale is a bigger club. How will they play it? Seth, my guess is that lookup was probably because he's randomizing better check. Because I think you can kind of do either one, and comes with check. Okay.
Okay. 8 of hearts on the turn, giving Davies a double gut shot. Burns turning top set.
And he's going to be glad he probably randomized check on the flop because Cale wasn't going anywhere. Now he's a set that also gives the other double gutter for Seth. So don't think Seth is going to go anywhere on the turn, especially not to what is essentially a third pot sizing. Kind of just seems like call, right? Third pot sizing, so you're getting 4 to 1. You have ace high, which might be good. Definitely have a 3 or a 6, which you got to feel pretty good about those winning you the pot. So why raise? Maybe get blown off your equity. You know, could raise, but ooh.
And that turn sizing designed to keep in the ace-kings, ace-queens of the world as well, Brian?
Yeah, it'll definitely keep in some weaker hands like that. Maybe he wants to induce getting raised sometimes as well. Now Kill with the interesting decision here, whether he value bets or not. And Seth with the decision about whether or not, I mean, at this point, probably
665.
only way he, don't know how much you see, but yeah, no, for this size, I mean, call here as Seth is pretty dicey. I mean, I think if Seth wants to win this pot, he has to try bluffing at it, which would require a big move and probably won't happen. He does happen to have the 5 of clubs, very relevant blocker in the sense that it blocks 5-6 and flushes, but yeah, I mean, folding kind of seems the most prudent.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll mark that for you.
But he could, I imagine 2 in 100 times, maybe we see somebody turn Seth's hand into a bluff there on the river.
Tomorrow's the 300.
If our man Vladi was there, maybe it's
Oh, wow.
half the time.
Yeah. So is it a single rebuy?
Absolute legend in the making.
One rebuy, and you need to.
Triton
grab
Super
from
High
the
Roller
start.
Series.
Yeah, production. I think so, right?
I didn't have the pleasure of commentating on our man, but I heard he went from 1 of 18 to out in 18th.
Yeah, one out of 18 to bubbling in 18th. Yeah, stone bubble.
Stone bubble. Absolute legend. Cale Burns leading the pack here. He's managed to separate himself, give him a bit of a safety cushion. Sam Greenwood, who we haven't seen much of yet due to the fact that he's had chip leaders on his direct left for the entire final table. Let's see, Talau Chikachi, bottom of the count with 16 bigs.
Santosh, I think.
I actually think that was mine because I used to be there, but it doesn't matter. I don't think that much.
Well,
I'm quite sure that was mine actually, so I'll just do this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they probably need
I'll
to
just
play
finish off
ready
this
to-
level,
to
okay?
prepare it.
No, thank you. How much do you have? It doesn't matter. Not 13.
And 2 fairly dusty ones in the blinds. Does Yuri turn this into a bluff here?
It's like a solid candidate, right? Looking down at raising chips.
It's not the worst. Everybody loves this play.
It's with a 2.75x. A snap fold from Linus. 6 left here. Event number 5. 75k, 8 max. Everyone guaranteed 400,000 for their efforts so far. Cale Burns with 2 million in Triton earnings, 3 cashes, pre-pandemic. Couple of final tables in London 2019. Came 3rd in the Macau main event back in 2017 for 1.3 million. His biggest Triton cash. Looking to go one better than that today.
I mean, it's a good hand to steal with there. Good old 10-4 off, 25 big blinds versus
Right there, yeah.
small blind limp. Modern poker, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yes.
That is one that you did not see much 10 years ago. Like almost none of that. Yeah, and it's an even better play at 30 big blinds. It goes up from like 65% to, I mean, it's actually at 30 blinds, it's like one of the best bluff hands. It's like 83%. Here we go, 375. Middle set for Talal. How can I win the most? Let's start by checking it over to Sam. Now this is a flop that actually favors the big blind range some, even though Talal's not calling so wide because of how short he is and only having
I was just wondering
15 blinds. He's still, I mean, Sam's going to have very little of that. Under the gun, 6, Sam might not be opening deuces, 3s, 4s. You know, definitely not suited connectors that low or one gappers. So, whereas Talal can definitely have some of those type hands. And yeah, it's a good card for Talal in the sense that I think Sam probably continues here with his big ace-x hands for their showdown value and because the deuce gives them a gutter. And I mean, a gutter is only 9% versus a set, as we can see. So Talal, the small bet, which entices those ace-highs in as massive dogs.
I hear what you're saying, Brian, but it feels like with a hand like ace-jack, it's just really difficult to get to showdown. Sure, we want to keep him honest on the turn, given the price and the fact that we may have 6 outs once.
You could have as many as 10 outs for ace jack against hands like a 7 or a 5 or whatever. So
true, I do apologize. Yeah, that is.
And now this is a bad card for Sam.
Parts on the river. Talal with 1.1 million behind, knuckles it on over to Greenwood.
And this is a spot where Talal is certainly calling, in my opinion. That was the trap, and Sam does not fall into the trap.
What's his name? Amit?
Santosh?
That's not him. It's some guy called Amit.
Greenwood dodging one.
And a check there does make some sense, right? From his range should theoretically have a lot of hands that he likely has way less aces than Sam, right? Ace-X hands, ace-king, ace-queen, all those. He jams pre. He probably doesn't lead many of those on the turn, whereas Sam has a lot of those hands the way that the hand got played. So it makes sense that he would check the river a bit. I think between the fact that the 4 is a 1-card straight and the flush getting there, it made Sam just a little hesitant about wanting to bet, you know, ace-jack for value, and that hesitancy in that particular case ended up being right on because Talal was laying the bear trap.
I'm not used to having blacks.
So in like chess notation, you would put check, exclamation mark. Okay, it's a nice check.
Can I move backwards a little bit, please? Where's my...
Oh, it looks like Talal hasn't used a single time bank
One second.
over the last 2 days. Just snap decision making. It's got a wall of them.
Did he just move all in?
Can you two split this between
Holy
yourselves?
mackerel. I don't think Yuri can call the king jack off there. What a beast.
We all need him.
That one's not on any game charts there, folks. I don't think the queen 9 off reshove. But Talal is going for it again.
Shakurchi.
Mr. Raid a lot, folks.
Yeah, that seems pretty out of line, not going to lie. It's just, you know, just animal. Well, good luck finding that one on the charts. Chip leader, ace king. Kale Burns, by the way, the only player at the table with more than average. With 6 left. Folds round to the blind. Seth Davies in the big.
Yeah, I mean, I just checked it at chip EV, small blind at 20 blinds versus a big blind min raise. Queen 9 off is just pure fold.
Yeah.
But not when you are going for it.
Not when you raid a lot.
I love it though. Sometimes aggressive play, taking advantage of ICM, you know,
Yeah,
things can
2.4
work
by
out. When you're the last one to put chips in the pot here, like you're just all in and the other guy has to call a large amount, and we're talking about the difference between 400,000 and 1.7 million. I don't know. Sometimes people fold hands. It happens. So.
Absolute savage. 10-9-6, couple of diamonds, gut shot for Davies and the best hand. 2 overs, king of diamonds to boot for our chip leader. Does come with c-bet in the form of 1/3.
He has that king of diamonds working for him. It is a flop, which, I mean, I'm trying to think 6 max under the gun versus big blind defend range.
Chip lead as well.
It's probably a somewhat EV neutral flop.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't want to make any definitive claims on that. But ooh. Now this is a card, if you're Kale and you bet that flop, I think you double barrel a lot. I mean, it's a card that's definitely better for your range than sets. Now you probably have a range advantage, and you're pretty clearly bluffing with ace-king off. King of diamonds blocker is still a good one to have. Very nice blocking king x diamond draws at this point, because king x diamond draws have, you know, a gutter along with the diamond. So I think Kale double barrels here a lot. And so far, having watched Kale play, he seems to identify whenever I'm like, yeah, this is a good double barrel spot. He's done it like 100% of the time. So here we go. And it looks like he went with 2/3 pot, which I think is a pretty nice sizing, targeting 1 pair hands, as we can see. Beast, let's go.
Pretty quick fold from Davies. Started off this final table of 8 as the chip leader.
Keep going.
Worth noting again that it was pretty tight at the top.
I mean, I hate calling things mandatory, but I mean, you know, when you're good at poker, I feel like that's kind of a mandatory double barrel spot there. If you decided to bet the flop with the ace-king. It's one of the reasons why sometimes you probably mix there, and the bet the ace-king with the diamond especially, because it's nice to have like good bluffs on, say, that offsuit jack turn card, right? So it's like, yeah, maybe ace-king likes checking back a decent amount on the flop, but it's nice to have in your range as a good double barrel on stuff like jack and queen turn. So.
Davies now 6 of 6. 22 big blinds.
That's 2.1, Seth?
Yep, just over.
He's probably shipping it here.
All in.
Yeah. I mean, just that's what you get to do with 5s, blind versus blind. Like, let's go. I'm the chip leader. I got a good hand.
Kale Burns almost seamlessly moving up through the gears. Now, a considerable difference between him and second in chips, Yuri Divalevsky. Kale playing 4.7 million, Yuri playing 2.9 million.
Yeah, it's interesting. We had a situation before where it was like the top 5 were clumped and Talal in last, and now it's like the bottom 5 are somewhat clumped and Kale's in first. So now it is the, I kind of hinted, joked, whatever, alluded to the 6 left, 1 player running away with it. Sort of starting to edge towards that.
Not quite there, though.
A little bit. Like more than halfway there, but yeah, not totally there yet. He probably does need a little more separation to be totally there, but he's, yeah, most of the way there. But yeah, it's still close enough at this point that any of the other guys can reach him, like, still. Like,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
within
one
striking.
double,
Yeah, they
sure.
double and they catch him. So, but he's definitely, there's some separation. I mean, he's like 2 million above the average of those 5 stacks. And Linus.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Bad timing.
Yeah.
Mr. Love comes with the King X rejam for 21 effective and runs in to the Kings of Davies.
Look how good he takes the worst news ever, though. That's why he's so good.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a
At least
sincere
give him the 7 of diamonds, you know?
Maybe he deserves a gut shot or something, but the heart.
Talal showing some admiration for his table mate.
What's that?
Yeah,
Linus.
Talal just jamming the
think
queen
we
9
deserve
off
it.
is like, yeah, king 7 off, you know.
Ace
Let's
of
go.
diamonds on the turn.
Why not a king of diamonds?
Looking at my
That's even better.
chippy V chart right now in that spot, it shoves king queen off and then pure calls all other offsuit kings
think
other
I'd
than
jack
king
7
7 off, which it
diamonds.
shows shoving 23% of the time randomly.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, so Linus is just dialed in, pal.
Yeah.
Linus
you know.
is just in there.
Well, I mean, it is the minority play, but yeah, it according to this chart, it is a thing. But
Wow.
I'd like to see that one
you know, I don't know about like ICM being factored in. How does that change this? Clearly, they have ICM there. Does that make it more likely to shove or less likely? I don't know.
I know it's
Probably
hard
more
work,
likely,
double
I
shot.
guess, from Linus's
I
perspective.
think like the,
That's
you know,
okay.
the spectrum of like the king 6 suited ones, but the king 7 off don't have the house.
Linus, as always,
Be a real superstar.
taking it on the chin.
We chipped.
Ill timing. Seth Davies up to second in chips, 4.4 million now. And Linus the immediate short stack with just 4 bigs.
And for a man that very rarely shows emotion, Linus did look displeased there, which I feel like I've almost never seen on him. Like a bit of a lip curl grimace,
What time is it, by the way?
which is understandable. I mean, that was that
10:18. It's actually not too late.
the result of that pot
20
was
past
not
10.
friendly for his tournament
I see
situation.
2:30 to 3 a.m. finishing time. But it starts at 4 tomorrow, so they actually, Triton's pretty smart, huh?
Yeah, the schedules are great, man. They're really,
Perfect. Give me that.
they don't kill you.
At this level, it got shorter, 35 minutes, something wrong.
Yeah, they just
No, that's how they do it.
they do it to get it.
They want to go to bed, huh? Thank you. Okay, so how much do I owe? Oh, 1 hour and 7 minutes. So that's 67
How much you
minutes.
playing,
That's
Linus?
$134, right? Give me 1 second. I'll play my hand and then I'll pay you your money.
Greenwood just getting a count from Linus. So he is 4th in chips, 27 bigs. Linus on just 4.
270.
Comes with the 2.7x. Brian, what's the thought process behind coming with the larger open size, given that Linus is incredibly short?
Yeah, I'm not.
Apologies for throwing you in the deep end on that one. Just
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the chips.
So,
Not
134?
honestly, I'm not sure why Greenwood's going big here, as big as he is, because I
134.
mean Linus is 430k, so it has nothing to do with Linus's stack, really,
No,
because
67
he has to
minutes.
call Linus no matter what he raises.
it would give him
67
a
minutes.
step should Linus jam,
I
so
mean,
maybe kind
this
of
100?
a
No,
reverse sizing tell,
Do
if
you
you
have
will.
$50?
I mean Linus only has
Linus.
430k, so even if he min raises, he has to call Linus.
That's what
No,
it's
but
like.
I'm
Let's
saying
see
it
what
would
I have
give
here.
Greenwood
I
a
might have
step
for
to then
you.
come back over the top should Davies or Kale flat behind him, behind his
He
open.
can do that either
And
way.
then
If he raises min, he can still do
Oh,
that.
true, that is
Yeah,
true.
so
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe there's something about the current
Can you do
game
me a favor?
situation and his stack size
You
where
bring
he
me back
feels like
15 later.
it's better
Yeah.
for him to
Okay.
open large.
15.
I'm sure there's some like.
I find you.
For every reason.
Where I could just,
Bye-bye.
I could just figure it out, you know.
Yes, the incentivizing Yuri's defend in the big.
Decentivizing big blind defend.
Yep.
His range is
25 now?
tighter. He's discouraging
61,
3 bets,
25, right?
maybe,
we have
with
5
the
games,
larger
bro. I think
size.
it's 61.
Since he's opening with the 2 chip leaders to his
Maybe we're not
direct,
budget.
who are directly in position to him,
Probably budget fellas.
How much do you have
who
for?
would
Yeah, maybe on the
probably are incentivized to 3-bet his stack and put pressure on it.
It's like the poverty structure.
So maybe a combination of those reasons, maybe some other that I'm not thinking of. But I don't think it really has that much to do with Linus's stack. That much I feel somewhat confident with.
Kirchi with his favorite hand in the big.
No, it was offsuit when he jammed the small blind.
I stand corrected.
Give me 1 minute. 1.5, 2.1, 1.6, 3.8, maybe 4.6.
Well, here's a question. Are we sure the blind levels hadn't gone up last time? 270? Because it's 125K now. Wow, dude, Talal just folded the queen nine suited in the big blind.
A byproduct of Linus being sat on two bigs, one would assume.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a pretty good hand to not defend with, though. Like,
I'm seeing a flop.
Yeah, but I mean, we're just seeing, I guess, what Talal thinks about ICM there a bit. I mean, I can't imagine any other reason. Yeah, I'm seeing a flop as well. I am.
No, 100%. And then I'm just
I mean,
showers
if I end up getting it all in, hopefully I win, and then I go on to win the tournament. You know, whatever. I mean, there's still a long way from getting all in, calling the 150K there. But
Some protein.
yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Oh, okay, man. Thanks. I got a full stomach still.
Like, I 100% get the argument behind big blind defense tightening in these spots because you under-realize due to ICM pressure. That said, man, queen nine suited is good. Like, that's reaching way up the hand ranking chart in tightness.
As things stand, Cale Burns and Seth Davies out in front. Pretty big drop off to Yuri Zivalevsky in the middle of the pack. Third in chips with 30 big blinds. Linus with 2 hands to find something before he's going to be forced all in the big blind.
A nice little pickup. We're going to see him shoot it up. All right. A little chip lead v number 2 action. Now, this is a board I think Cale should win a lot. King high, king low, low, offsuit. He definitely has a range advantage. He bets a lot. Usually people bet small in these situations. Yeah, he's coming small. I mean, this is a spot where occasionally you see some continues, either check raise or check call, but kind of like Seth's decision here, OOP to the other chip leader to let that one go. I mean, the 9's not really the best blocker for it because Cale might not be raising the king 9. I mean, probably won't raise king 9 off. He might, but probably not. So, I think if you want to get jiggy with it as Seth, you'd rather have like queen jack suited backdoor flush draw. Queen 10. Blocking both of your cards, working to block like king, queen, king, jack, king 10. Plus, a little bit easier to pick up backdoor straight draws, and then obviously the backdoor flush draw.
Linus coming with the min open, 130k behind. Eight of spades, and well, Burns is going to say run it, one would assume, in the big blind with pocket fours.
And then you got maybe 170 behind, Linus, 180? 135.
70.
Thank you. How much is it? 250?
I guess the only decision here is, do you stop and go? And Kale says yes. I am now assuming that everything other than maybe a 4 being out there, he will bet.
Linus flopping best on the 8-6 straight.
Interesting. Checking the 8-6-3. Suppose he figures any 2 overs call. Linus is so short. But like maybe hand like king deuce or ace deuce suited like might fold. You keep those in or get them to bet. I love these like 3 big blind games. It's so fun, so interesting, in like a weird idiosyncratic way.
I'm not prepaying.
Burns saying he's not prepaying. He's not going for the additional 10% equity that we all know gets picked up when you go for the prepay. Linus 1 card away from doubling. Needs to fade a 4. He does.
175 or 170, Linus?
I think 170.
And Linus is present. Is it safe? Am I safe in saying, Brian, that it's a bit of an aid in regards to the ICM pressure that Burns can continue to, quote unquote, apply max pressure and kind of keep the handcuffs on those middling stacks?
No, I think Kale would rather have won the pot. I mean, we're talking about 800,000 in chips or whatever. So, yeah, 900,000 in chips. Yeah, Kale would rather win the pot.
Well, if you guys and girls at home want to come to future Triton events and test yourself in these high roller fields, come on over to GG Poker. We had 3 qualifiers for the 25k with satellites running for as little as $25. And one of the main talking points of the action going down on GG at the moment, the WSOP Online, started running back August 14th. We had event number 8 bracelet winner Peter Ayerts shipping the 50k 6 max here yesterday. That's going to be running through to September 27th with the 5k main. September the 26th, 20 million guaranteed. You can qualify from $5 into that main event. We are offering a new player sign-up bonus offer. Promo code Triton 2022.
So yeah, you have a situation there where Kale wins the pot. He has 6 million. There's 5 left. And the others have between 4 and 2. Or he loses the pot. And he has 4.9 million or whatever, and there's 6 left between 1.1 and 4. Right? I mean, there's ICM pressure on all the stacks either way, but you know, it's a 1 million chip pot. I mean, yeah, everybody else ladders up to 510, but the difference between 510 and 1.2 for second still considerable, right? Like I think the pot's just worth way too much to say like, hey, let's lose it. I think you can only start finding situations like that when Kale has a much more runaway chip lead type situation. And then the person who's short, the pot is like the total pot size is relatively inconsequential compared to Kale's number of chips. And that is just not the case there.
Brian Rass,
Anyway.
ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate the breakdown on that spot. As we see Kale all in against Linus. Linus going to go from potentially having just a 3 big blind stack to 15. 1.9 million out there, needs to fade a jack or a 10.
No.
Jack of hearts on the river.
Good luck tomorrow.
Showers for Linus Love out in 6th. And, well, Brian, with that elimination, we're down to the final 5. Means everyone is now guaranteed $510,000 for their efforts. It's the Australian Kel Burns. Roffle Shove, I believe. Great name. Out in front, 60 big blinds, leading the pack.
We gotta enter the password.
The internet must be connected to use AirPlay. Do you want to move to network settings?
GG's, Linus.
No, that's a lot of outs.
In short deck, it's like all of them.
Yeah, in short deck, you just win if you have 6 outs.
Like
in short deck, if you
they don't even deal the river, you just get the pot.
In short deck, if you flop the best hand and it's not like a set or something, you're just fucked. Like you flop top pair, now you're just fucked. Maybe you can go run about.
You've just gone, fuck. It's hard.
I mean, it's short
You
deck.
sit there and be like, yeah.
I don't know. It's you can't even get mad at short deck because it's just like
you have to be immune if you play that game because otherwise how could you play around?
it's just a carnival.
You're
big by myself.
Seth with 2 3s here in the cutoff. He has the chip leader to his direct
Really bad
left and decides to pass. You can see a bit of deference on that fold.
He had like 90%. I'm like, nah, I can't be right.
It's not possible.
I'm a big Seth Davies fan, by the way. He's an extremely composed kind of presence at the table. Stoic. Difficult to read.
Yeah, in a pot where there's no small blind, just the one big. Kale comes with button limp.
Burns just keen to play hands against the big blind in position, covering stack.
Yeah, in position covers. There's not only the big blind, but he's getting 2-to-1 on that call because of the ante. So probably would play tighter without the big blind ante. Might not play the hand he's currently playing, but with the big blind ante, felt it was worth it and will almost certainly win this.
These types of spots, Brian, really, I mean, to me at least, to the untrained eye, is what separates these players from everyone else. Some of the best players in the world. Kale just
Rate it or don't rate it?
realizing that he's getting 2-to-1 on the call, limps button, takes it down post. A spot that I would have passed up on, personally.
You're just saying that 8+ they did before. I asked for peppermint tea. They bought me tea, then they bought me pepper and mint. All separate. And Adrian Mateo said, what do you think your chances of getting peppermint tea? Before it came. I said, maybe 50-50. He's like, let's see. When they bought the pepper, I was like, Jesus, this is too good to be true. Like, they've outdone themselves in this role.
Sounds like Kale asked for peppermint tea and got brought tea with
pepper.
It's
an interesting one.
Language barrier.
On.
Kale with the open jam.
Into basically 2 20 big blind stacks. There is 300K out there to pick up.
Quick and efficient.
It's not insignificant.
Yeah, increases his stack by 5% by getting the jam through. Kale getting close to that spot, Brian.
Yeah.
He can really run away with it.
I mean, he's in a nice position here where Seth is the person who was separated in second, and he's directly in position to Seth, so he does, you know, get spots where Other than when he's under the gun, all the people to his left are shorter, so he can, you know, open jam instead of raising, taking away other people's opportunity to rejam on him, should he so desire. Much more difficult with Seth is in position with the 30 blinds. Now you're open jamming into somebody with 30 blinds, which is a altogether different proposition.
I was about to say it's Cale Burns' world and everyone else is living in it. See how Yuri proceeds. The ace-10-0, 21 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Cale jamming the last few hands, and he opened this one, so it kind of represents, in some ways, a more polar range of like weaker hands and stronger hands that are trying to induce. And so Yuri 3-bets versus it with a hand I'm pretty sure he's folding to a 4-bet shove, but it's pretty good and has that nice little ace blocker, as well as the 10 blocking 10s. So pretty good 3-bet.
Never a world, Brian, where
bluff candidate.
He's 3-bet inducing with the ace-10, high fives the dealer, and fist bumps all around should Burns come over the top.
I mean, it's not inconceivable, but I think it's extremely unlikely. I mean, you'd have to have a pretty sick live read.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you shouldn't be calling it off with the ICM and everything. I mean, I'd be surprised if Cale moves in with the jack-8 off also. Yeah, it's definitely not a hand that's supposed to do it. So it would require, this particular hand would require 2 people doing things they're not supposed to do to get there. Cale rejamming the jack-8 off and then Yuri calling. But it
Yuri
would be
saddling up and saying, let's run it. Nice little pick up there. The nerd guy.
That's his online name?
Yeah, sick name. I want to see, maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe he was top of the Pocket Fives global leaderboard at some point this year. As you already mentioned, he had a very strong WSOP.
Congratulations.
I don't see him here, but
Those are hard to come by.
51-25, a little easier.
2-5 doubles.
You really realize with 51-25, it's keeping it the same cost per round as 61-20, right?
That must be why they do it.
Yeah, it's like exactly 300.
Yuri also, you can see passing Queen 10 off the hijack there, which I believe is good enough at chip EV to open off of his stack, but with the ICM pressure and everything, very reasonable hand to tighten up and fold, as it's one of the weaker opens from that spot. I mean, definitely one of the adjustments you'll see from players who believe that they have ICM pressure will be to open tighter. It's one of the most basic adjustments, and we've already seen it a couple times in the last 10 minutes there with Yuri folding the Queen 10 off in the hijack and Seth folding pocket threes in the cutoff.
allow the hand, they'll be more than happy to run it with.
Oh, but not versus this monster.
Is it a given that the chips always find their way into the middle here? 5 left.
I think so. I think what happens is Seth can be 3-bet bluffing here, right? Putting pressure on Talal's stack. And so Talal kind of has a hand that's good enough to go with. You'd love to take it down versus the 3-bet bluffs. But, I mean, Seth doesn't have one of those hands here. Now, again, I think that's the standard way the hand plays out. Can Talal look over at Seth and be like, this guy has it right now, I'm just going to pass? Sure. But I don't expect that.
He's giving him the stare down, flicks in the call.
Oh,
we're going to see
goes with
3,
call.
Brian. SPR 1.
Goes with call.
1 ace already dead. And wow, Shkurchi potentially saving himself from elimination here, Brian.
Yeah. Which call can do? Call is dicey because if Seth is 3-bet bluffing, you end up getting bluffed off the best hand
True.
a lot. But if
Yeah.
he's not 3-bet bluffing, maybe you save your chips. So, you know, I think given the fact that Seth definitely can be 3-bet folding, I think a lot, you see some jams there, but I mean, with ICM pressure, maybe call is good or better. It's an interesting spot.
Good for the players, and it makes sense.
And so now Talal again has that question, like, is Seth 3-bet bluffing? This isn't a great flop for me. I don't even have backdoor space. That said, most of Seth's 3-bet bluffs miss this flop. You know, maybe you could give him like ace-3 or ace-2 suited, but
it makes sense. So
and he
that
gets
no
out of the
matter
way,
what he wants to do,
which
the game is
against
done in a good
20%.
way, do you know what I mean? A good way for everybody.
I mean, he lost
It's a good
pretty close to the
experience.
minimum there. A lot of people would be out.
It's not perfect. That's why I told that before, but it's very strong.
Seth Davies. Could have felt like he should have an additional 1.3 million in his stack. Talal can dodge bullets, baby. Well, maybe not bullets. Stays in, 11 bigs. I'm out of the tournament in 5th, personally, Brian.
Yeah, probably me too.
Seth's certainly good enough to have 3-bet bluffs at those stack depths.
But that's why Talal's still in the tournament.
That's why Raid a lot. It's just an absolute legend, mate. Legend of the game.
Oh, this one, yeah, this is a pretty easy shove here, and you set hand
I get a count.
too good to fold.
Well, he's going to get a count.
Yeah, I wonder if he even waits for the count to finish here. Ace queen off.
No, it's 1 point.
Or that's what I meant, 1.2. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I thought it was like 500 game one.
Seth makes the call. We are off to the races.
Here we go.
Yeah. 10 big
Talal
blind
with the,
spin.
I mean, we can see it's a pretty sizable equity thing here. 55.45 is a solid 10%, but 45% is, you know, not too hard to come in. But and there it is.
Ace on the flop, running hearts. An option for Shkurchi. And
Ooh.
well, how about just turn him dead? 8 of diamonds on the turn.
2.230?
And Talal
1.230.
surviving with the ace queen against queens the previous hand, now gets the full double the very next hand. You said there's no justice in poker, Brian.
There we go. I mean, the benefits of staying alive.
On the flop fail. I wasn't even thinking the 8.
I mean, Talal's played well so far. Just taking these pre-flop spots, chipping up.
Survivorship bias?
surviving the ace queen suited.
I don't know about that.
And yeah, I mean, you got to win all ends. But certainly got it all in very reasonably there with the eights.
Well, I remember on day one when we were covering the 25K, you're like, Henry, look, you run that spot 10 million times, you're a very wealthy man, you know?
Yeah.
55, 45, the fake flip. If I'm not mistaken, not to misquote you, said casinos were built on smaller edges than that.
Yes. Yeah, you know, looking at the chip count, which you can see on the Triton Poker Plus app, I mean, definitely, obviously Seth, who lost the pot, but definitely Yuri and Sam definitely wanted Seth to win and get to four-handed. But Kale, despite not moving up, is probably okay with that, because now he's in a situation where he kind of has 2x the chips of everyone else, with 6.3 and everyone else being kind of 2.3 to 3.6. So, I mean, it's a spot where, yeah, even though Kale didn't ladder, it increased the power of his chip lead and and of his ICM effect. So I think he's probably fine with that. So just providing a little analysis of kind of like how the players probably felt about who they wanted to win that pot or not, which is an interesting way to sort of think about the EV at the table and, you know, what's good for the different stacks.
Talal just re-jamming the ace-5-0 for 21 there, by the way, over Burns' open from the cutoff. I mean, he's here to win. You said it from the start, Brian. Radel is he's out there.
Like physically?
Yeah, he's not sitting around. But I mean, definitely a spot where, listen, I mean, Talal is the man knows about ICM. When it's a spot where he's the one putting his chips in first, he's all in, okay, right? Doesn't necessarily, with the ace-queen suited, all of a sudden he got careful. A spot your opponent shows some strength. Yes, he could be 3-bet bluffing, but he could also have a big hand. Played that pot carefully. But versus opens, especially from Kale, who's the chip leader and probably opening wide.
Yeah.
You know, let's go. Queen
Seems
9
very
off,
aware.
ace 5 off.
$510,000.
Very situationally aware. Very situationally aware, and let's just say directly has made great decisions against his opponent's actual holdings.
Certainly one to watch. It's going to be out there in the 200K tomorrow.
1.9 and then whatever. I'm short there. 1.99.
But for now, these final 5 players
The
focusing
app
on
had
the task at hand.
2.05, and it was like, oh damn, maybe
1.7 million for
maybe we
first.
got 19 stacks or something here.
Pardon?
Now the app had me having slightly more chips, and it was like.
The app's pretty good though in general. In fact, it's fantastic.
Oh no, I know. I thought I was just saying I wouldn't be like, oh.
How much you have? You got 3.2 is 2-ish, right? Yeah. 250.
Players just complimenting the app. Kale Burns saying it's the absolute nuts. We didn't even need to do shout-outs for the app. Just need a compilation of all the players hyping it up.
Yeah.
Have that one edited and cut down.
The players playing for millions of dollars love it. Don't you think it would be good for you too, watching at home?
Uh-oh. Queen, Jack, 8.
This
Couple
is
of clubs and a heart.
This is a little something for everybody type of flop. Bottom 2 versus double gutter. Does Yuri c-bet? He does. On a board that definitely favors his range some. In the sense of those big cards really hit a lot of Yuri's hands. Ace, queen, king, queen, queens, jacks, 8s. you know, queen jack suited, queen jack off even he might have. Probably has. Now Kale comes with call. Gonna let one roll off. A king would be a bad card for him for sure.
And well,
yes.
Just like that, Brian.
This is a danger card because, I mean, it's a card that is definitely better for Yuri's range. And Kale has 2 pair and is beating some value that bets the turn, but not a lot. But, you know, on a blank river, he has a pretty good hand, probably pays off a lot. You definitely can put Yuri on some bluffs, some ace-x hands that bet flop.
King ball corner pocket, 925 in the middle.
Wow, he goes big here, which...
Setting up a very natural river jam,
Yeah.
right? SPR is just going to be a pip over 1. Should Burns stick around.
And I don't see Burns folding turn. But versus this size and river jam, I mean, he can definitely fold river. I'm not saying he will. I'm not saying he should, but he definitely can. At that point, he's, I mean, bluff catching, realistically speaking, with bottom 2.
Burns somewhat nonchalantly just flicking in the old 100k burger.
And now it's flipped for Yuri, and 8 or a jack would be awful because he's still going to realistically think he has the best hand and still shove. No, ooh, now that card definitely could save Kale because at this point it's pretty hard. I mean, I don't think check call is much of an option. I mean, actually Kale is starting to get towards the bottom of his range. And if he's thinking right now, he's thinking about turning his hand into a bluff, which probably won't work against Yuri's hand. Because, yeah, with ace-10 especially, yeah,
With block, 10%.
Interesting. So, yeah, this isn't a bluff, but it's a curious, because a lot of Yuri's bluffs have an ace in them and are probably 1 pair, and doubt they feel they can call this, so might raise, right? I'm not sure what hands he's really targeting here.
You'd have to take a hand like, what, ace-king with a club and turn it into a bluff? Or
Yeah, but like, what if... Yes. Well, but what if Yuri... Well, I guess when he bets big... If he bets... How often does he bet 2/3 pot on the turn? Yeah, I guess ace-king.
Burns also capable of bet 3-betting with flushes here, inducing raises.
Yeah, pot. Yeah, definitely pot. That's definitely a possibility.
Note the sizing of the raise from Yuri. Little 3x with the nut straight.
6 how much?
Yeah, given the turn
see
bet
the rest of
size,
the
I mean,
I
it's
can't see that
possibly
bet
only ace, king, and aces being turned into
Thank you.
bluffs here that Kale's beating. I mean, I'm trying to even come out with other bluffs. Maybe like, okay, maybe a hand that was bluffing the turn would be something like
King 10, ace 10.
ace X suited that isn't clubs and is now bluffing. You know, would he bet the small, like ace 9 suited, etc. Ace 5 suited.
2.2. I mean,
But I
don't see
mean,
how I
Kale
ever fold.
is definitely bluff
Ever.
catching.
I actually think you could be bluffing this time for once. But you have outplayed me every hand. So.
Burns just thinking out loud. And saying that Yuri's
You're gonna
outplayed
show
in
me
every hand.
ace 10, aren't you? Call.
Show me ace-10 and
Bluff?
Yuri going to oblige.
Ace 10, right? I can answer that. Yeah, it has to be. You should be so much more greedy. 425?
Yes, 450.
I mean, I could get stacked anyway if I check raise flop. 425 more?
450.
So Burns does eventually pay him off. Says show me ace-10.
I check raise flop, I just get stacked. You just stacked me a couple of times.
So we have a new chip leader.
No club, right?
Right, and his name is Yuri Zivalevsky. Up to over 5 million in chips. I believe.
Brazil, let me feel like I outplay you one time, please.
Can we back break? Because, yeah, but can we back?
Oh man, I'm a big Birds fan. She says, hey, listen, Brazil, let me feel like I've outplayed you in at least one spot, you know? There are thousands of people around the globe watching. I don't want to get run over all the time, but Brian, look at these chip counts as we head into break. Blinds going up to 75,000, 150,000. Even Greenwood, no, bottom of the pack, should he double through Burns or Yuri, moves up to second in chips. I mean, this isn't over yet. This is still anyone's game.
Certainly. Yeah, and I mean, you can see by the big blind counts there that, I mean, stacks are pretty short. So that said, given that it's the end of the turn in the ICM, you can see that despite short stacks, players have been choosing some small sizings and certain things to actually allow the pots to get to turns and rivers, despite the fact that, you know, these players actually only have like 20 or 30 blinds.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's been fun so far.
They're really showcasing just how much room there is to navigate these post-flop spots, even given the fact that, as you already noted, we do have several, you know, sub-30 big blind stacks. So it's been incredibly entertaining to watch. Just a quick look at the payouts: 1.7 million for first. Everyone guaranteed 510,000, but it just feels pretty sick, Brian, that there's a 1.2 million difference between busting in fifth or taking this down, and the fact that it is as tight as it is makes it all the more exciting. You know, 5 left coming back from break. We're not going to be away for too long, and we will be crowning our 4th champion here in Cyprus. When we return, Brian Rouse and I will be coming back into the broadcast booth, calling down the action all the way to a champion. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys shortly.
Oh, Sean, who am I?
Note the ace-8
no,
up front for Perry. Not good
Oh,
enough
no,
to
almost went
open.
off.
Whereas when Perry did open, that same
Where am I?
ace-8 offsuit was good enough for a
Well,
jam out of
if
Kale.
you raise and you start doing that, then your Vogel sank.
Wrong, I'm Kale. Unless you have. And you guys go out. Yeah. All in.
Jack 10 suited wants to jam, as Burns showing a very aggressive side of himself here on the pure money bubble. Obviously, the effective amount is
Why would you guess Vogel saying?
only as deep as the stacks behind him.
But my name's Kale.
Well, you asked who you were.
Yeah, well, my name is Kale, and you know the answer.
I'm not smart enough. See, I thought you and I think on the same like next.
And I'm willing to use it.
Jaffe threatening to deploy his tokens against Greenwood in battle here. These couple of offsuit 10s are going to square off. Let's take a look at the flop, says Jonathan, after Sam limped in. And hits an 8 against the gut shot straight draw and backdoor diamonds of Jaffe.
These are two of the bigger stacks in the field remaining. 10-8 gonna go for some value, try to clear the situation. But with 10-6, you got a piece. Inside straight draw, a little diamond. Maybe your opponent's just taking a stab. I'll steal it from him later. We know Jaffe's got a lot of game after watching that ace-3 hand versus Linus Love.
See Jaffe peel. Min bet from Greenwood. Pot at 200K now.
Sure.
So he's gonna bet again. Keeping control of the hand. Not letting the turn get checked through. He's on Jaffe. Just inside straight draw. 1 over. He might try to read into a smaller bet size as potentially weak, and Jaffe is continuing 2 streets.
4 double pairs after Jonathan called again.
So is Greenwood gonna go for the block bet? Or the, okay, maybe you actually do got a big hand. I need to start pot controlling and checking. It's hard to imagine Greenwood being able to get worse value on 3 streets. But he's gonna try and block bet a bit.
And into 360K comes 125,000, just north of a third pot.
And Jack's like shaking his head.
Do you mind giving me the 5 seconds,
Did you
please?
not take a break on his hand?
I thought you had the best sense of it. I've seen you like 3 times drop it like at 0. It's been perfect.
Buzzer beater.
Yeah.
That hand was weird.
Wasn't from my perspective. I'll be interested.
No, the only thing that's weird about it is I had a 10 in my hand. And then, like, I saw the 10 was exposed, and I said, like, can I raise this hand? Like, was it too shitty?
Fair.
Like, I'll just keep the pot small with the dead 10.
Yeah. But if I raise, he'll never put me on a 10. Let's go. Seth knows that's how I'm going. All
Yeah, exactly,
day.
yeah. I just raise and it's like, 10, 10, 2, and I'm like, God, I'm
the best.
Yeah.
You're capped at aces.
I mean, it's also going to make a big difference the other way.
I wonder if he's gonna check raise or check call this flush. I think check raise is a pretty standard play, but he might think it looks really strong given we're on the actual bubble that maybe check raising is just asking to get no action. So that's why he just calls here. Nine on the turn. I mean, no reason for Perry to think he's behind. It's pretty connected. Thinking about whether to bet check back river, or maybe check and see what develops.
Well, Perry could certainly get the sense that there's a lot of hands that are just one club and not much else in Vezhnikov's range that he's tearing one off with, and as such, he feels these kings are worthy of barreling once more, and of course, having Vezhnikov...
He's not even listening to me. This guy's born a winner, I can tell.
Asked him the same question twice. Ignored. Perry going at it again. Queen Jack of Diamonds.
You have to be careful when you squeeze your cards, Laszlo. I did not see your cards, but if I want to see, I could probably see. How much are you playing, Mr. Perry?
Aces for Burns, and these guys have been chattering, going at it.
How much you have? 205.
Just hoping Perry's got enough and just splashes more chips into the pot. It kind of looks like he's getting picked on based on what's been happening. Perry has been active at this table, and he's going to take a flop.
All of the context here, and this is trouble for Perry. Jack 5-5.
Against the guy who's just splashing, showing you an 8 when he jams all in.
I mean, Perry's going to be far more inclined to lose more chips in this pot because of what's been going on between him and Kale, is my sense. As we see Burns light the fuse with a bet of 140,000.
I mean, Perry's got to expect this bet was coming. Check call.
Yeah.
The only way Perry's going to be saved if ace or king rolls off. I don't see how he doesn't lose all his chips given what's been happening so far. Three on the turn.
This is the kind of run out that is not going to spare.
And a warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here in Cyprus. We're down to the final 5 players in event number 5, the 75k 8 max. Brian Rust, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, calling the action for you viewers at home, all the way down to a winner, where the winner will eventually receive 1.73 million, and it is none other than fan favorite Yuri Zivalevsky leading the pack. Brian is coming in with 40 big blinds. Cale Burns still comfortably in second on the back end of break, losing that big pot after flopping bottom 2 against a turn straight against Yuri. But one of the talking points for me has to be Talal Shakurchi. Just seems fearless out there, Brian, and just really just going for the win here.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, we've seen him already take a number of rejam spots.
Ace
right?
5, Queen 9.
Yep, and I believe we're even leaving one out. Maybe it was Ace 5, Queen 9. No, there's one more. Anyway, there were 3. Oh, King, whatever. He had 3 times he rejammed with pretty weak hands, and then and actually dodged the bullet with the Ace Queen of spades in a spot where he definitely could have gone broke. So some nice play from Talal. You know, Kale has been in a number of pots, you know, on both the winning and losing side. Some nice bluffs, tough spots. And then Yuri, I mean, the guy's played really well. He's number of runs. Even we have Kale in there doing our work for us, talking about how this guy just outplays me every hand.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, a lot of great play. You know, up and down the board here. All these guys.
I'm a big fan of Burns's verbal jousting, and he's just like, "Hey, Brazil, let me win one." You know, it's thousands of people watching. Sam Greenwood, bottom of the pack with 13 bigs as we jump on down to the main stage. As already mentioned,
Sam's been a little handcuffed by the deck. It feels like haven't really gotten to see him play too many hands, but he's staying alive. So, and not out of it yet.
He also had the nut low seat draw at the start of the final table with the chip leaders on his left. But still plenty of time. Blinds going up to big blind 150k.
On.
Sam with 13 bigs. And talking to Sam, first hand, straight out the gate. Moves all in for 13. With the ace-9. Pick up the blinds and the big blind ante. So average stack, Brian with 5 left, 23 bigs. Everyone guaranteed 510k.
Brazil favourite for World Cup this time?
Yeah, one of the favorites.
I mean, for sure one of, but do you know who the favourite is? It probably is Brazil. Yeah, I think so too. You know how I think so?
Sorry? Canada. Canada's the favorite.
For the World Cup.
Canada's actually, it was Australian. Canada's in for the first time in my life.
Australia are favourites to not make semi-finals by a huge margin, right?
Yeah.
We made a semi-final run one time and the whole country was like, what's this soccer thing? We all got into it. I think that was the year Italy won. 2.7, 2.8.
The first thing that came up on Google has Brazil as the betting favorite, plus 450, followed by France, then England, then Spain.
I feel like France is definitely the team to beat.
Yeah.
Was that snus or something?
Well, not according to this.
Be careful, Brian. I'm going to open up a can of worms over on Twitch chat and YouTube.
I might follow suit.
Goes Brazil, England, France, This one, Brazil, England, France, Argentina, Spain, Germany.
This is how you don't get COVID. Have you had COVID?
I've never had COVID.
Yeah.
Haven't, like, you know, maybe I had it asymptomatic or whatever, but...
Yeah, I haven't had it either, apparently.
But this is more about the fact I just sneezed in my hands and I'm playing with all you guys and, you know.
No blind v blind confrontation. Yuri completing from the small, king 9 of hearts, flops best on the queen jack 9, bottom pair and a gut shot. Talal, however, open-ended after knuckling back the 10-3. See what he comes with. It's gonna call. See a turn. And it is the king of diamonds giving Shikirchi the second nut straight. Yuri turning 2 pair. Against the range of hands that wouldn't fault him for calling a bet here from Talal. $750 in the middle.
Yeah, folding kings up here, not going to happen on the turn. Well, I don't want to say it too definitively, but probably not. I don't really see any reason to raise, so with Yuri's hand.
There's a card in the deck that sends Talal home, and, well, that's not it.
It's not it. Now, this is like blind versus blind, so yeah, like Yuri has the 2 pair kind of blockers, but And I believe this was limped pre-flop, right? So it's like, you know, your range is so wide. You can rep it if you want to as a bluff here, but and he might consider it. He's probably going to consider all three options here. Calling, in case Talal's bluffing. I mean, there was spades on the flop, and spades and diamonds came in on the turn. He's going to consider raising in order, essentially, if you think, hey, can I get Talal to fold a 10, which is possible, and then folding, because like, hey, you know, kings and queens with a jack kicker, because the 9 doesn't play anymore, just might very well not be good here. And this is a tricky spot.
Facing a half pot bet on the river. Getting 3-1 on the call. Needs to be good just 25% of the time. Oh boy.
Yeah, so he is going with the bluff.
Yuri with the river check jam. With
Now,
the boat blockers.
The idea here being that Talal doesn't have very many boats. Any pocket pair that would make a set here would raise. And even probably like king, queen probably raises as Talal. Like, so Talal can't have many boats. Yuri could limp with any of those hands as a trap, right? 9s, jacks, kings, queens, etc. And could end up deciding to limp some of the other queen X hands that make boats here. And would definitely might play those hands this way. Bet flop, check call turn, check shove river. It's very believable. Now that said, in a blind versus blind spot, his range is wide. So even though, yes, Yuri has more of these hands than Talal, Yuri also has plenty of other hands that aren't boats. So this is a tricky spot, but at this point, Talal, and I believe he's aware, is aware that he's only beating bluffs.
Wow. Take a bow, Yuri Zivalevsky with the river check jam. Gets Talal to fold the straight and moves up.
And so, yeah, Talal is aware he's only beating bluffs, decided Yuri isn't bluffing enough, and folded. And incorrectly, Yuri, nice play, sir.
Great. Burns was saying to Yuri prior to us going on break that Yuri's outplayed him in every pot thus far. Yuri just proving why he's one of the best in the world at present. It's Talal to fold the straight. Considerable chip lead now. Moves up to over 40 big blinds. Cale Burns in second with 27. What a gangster.
2,075,000 back.
Very next hand, Shakurchi moving all in from the small for 12 bigs. Greenwood just gets to click call with the ace queen. Sees that he's somehow flipping. Fine.
He's all in.
How do you just not get shown ace 5? Doesn't matter. Ace in the window, and it's not the first time Talal's been drawing to 2 outs. No help on the turn this time round. He's a deuce and a deuce only. Taps on the table. GG's all round. Shakurchi out in 5th. Ryan receiving $510,000 for his efforts. As we take a quick glimpse at Sir Raid-A-Lot. Talal Shakurchi. Strong performance here in event number 5. 75k 8 max. We'll be seeing more of him in the upcoming days in the 200k coin River Invitational. Just saw Jason Kuhn in the background.
People let rabbit out of the hat twice, that would have been
Yeah.
Riding his man, Seth Davies.
The ace 10-6 flop you did.
rabbit toys in the hat.
What's that?
What's the rabbit toys in the hat?
Can't always be in there.
GG's to a true legend of the game, someone I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of, not only this series here in Cyprus, but future Triton Super High Roller Series.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See the card flip over? You might as well just flip it to everybody.
I didn't see it. I was looking at my chips.
It was really fast. I don't think they saw anything.
I trust the guys.
Yeah.
Well, I have a
Like
foil,
if there's 8
so
people at the table, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I was looking at my chips.
Sorry.
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
What was it, out of curiosity?
5, I think. Or a jack? I don't know.
Yeah, it's so fast you couldn't see. Good answer. You playing 200 Brazil?
I'm sorry?
You playing the 200?
Yes.
Of course you are. You win every hand against me. You have to play.
Are you gonna play?
Apparently I'm playing now.
Yeah,
Yes, I'll turn it back on. Okay.
All of you? Are you guys?
Yeah.
You were gonna play, right? Seth? Are you gonna play the?
Yeah. I think all 4 of us are, yeah.
Yeah, all 4 confirmed.
Seth got
computer sent to my friend?
invite.
Yeah, I was in there early.
Yeah, on the break, because you look. It's like 90%. You look like him.
Went to work.
He'll see it.
To work early.
I got invited yesterday. So.
Yeah? Who invited you?
Of course. I actually, like, a friend of mine invited me. I don't know who is the yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, but that's what I told some people. They were like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, once you get here and people see how big the tourney's going to get, they'll drum up some.
I didn't have time to meet him yet.
So Yuri apparently got invited today into that 200k coin rivet invitational, which would mean we have over 86 players confirmed in that one.
Wow, this is a potential problem spot for Seth here if he takes it, because it won't get through and 1-3 is gone. I mean, it's 20 big blinds, reshove, passes it up,
4.4, but like, where is it?
which is likely an ICM decision there, because I think a chip EV versus a button min raise open, the small blind does probably reshove all pairs. Yeah. So Seth, we can see that that's an ICM adjustment. Passing 3s versus the button min raise.
How much do you have? You must have like 5, right?
Well, I mean, either an ICM adjustment or he
that's
feels
why.
like Greenwood opens the button too tight. One or both of those, but.
How about Queen Jack Jack, Brian, when you've got queens on the button? Unfortunately for Greenwood, Burns with just 4 high.
It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. You have it on lockdown. I mean, I guess you just decide whether you check back flop or go ahead and c-bet. I mean, there's arguments for both.
Got some now. That's why I don't have anything.
Brian, I think we're going to get to mute our mics, pal. Just let Kale Burns do all the talking. Saw some new announcements today over on Triton's Instagram and Twitter. A couple of new teams. Vazdim Godstanker inviting Limitless into the 200k. Sinan Unlu inviting DP, David Peters. Some of the few announcements were made today.
Hate when you look up and you see your fucking mug on.
No fucking luck. I'm fucking I don't like seeing mine either.
It's opting to check. Queen high, backdoor hearts. And Yuri outturning him. 4 diamonds. 9-1 favorite, unless, you know, I mean, there are other ways where Burns wins this. Not just in the form of a queen or a 5 on the river.
Burns, so far, seems pretty happy to try to show down his queen high. Wow. Running 4s. And at this point, I don't really see Burns doing anything other than checking a 3rd time. Not really sure what a bet would accomplish.
Potential payoff spot with queen high for Burns?
Definitely. He can consider a call versus a bet, which is certainly likely to come at this point. I think Yuri's just considering a sizing, like, do I go small? Do I go pot? Do I go more than pot? So he went pot.
This went complete from Burns in the small. Check from Yuri. Check through on the flop and turn. Running 4s and Burns gets away from it. Yuri extending his lead here in Cyprus, event number 5.
The half line's giving me the 8-1 treatment.
Oh, Burns just loves it, mate.
I'll pretend that if I was in your seat, I would have more luck, you know? Like, I'll tell myself the lie. Who's your partner for the 200?
Yeah, I just say that I didn't meet him yet.
Ah.
Yuri hasn't met his partner. Tell you who we've partnered up with again, though. Secret Lab. You can stand a chance to win one of 3 limited edition Triton Secret Lab chairs. Click the link in our chat box to enter the giveaway. Real simple. Head on over to our social media as well. On Instagram, we've got a giveaway going on over there. Special shout out to Secret Lab, not only providing comfort to everyone that makes it heads up, but also providing comfort to us here in the broadcast booth. Official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series. A lot of you at home been eyeing up that giveaway. Plenty of ways to get involved. Yuri getting involved here with the 10-7-0 from the small, in the form of 3.3x. Let's see, it's not going to work. Just received news that there are 45 confirmed teams. Brian, meaning that the prize pool is already at 18 million USD in that 200k Coin River Invitational starting tomorrow. That's without re-entries.
1.35.
Greenwood with the 3-bet. Assume this hand is over and done with. I mean, if the re-entries in this are anything to go by, 54 entries with 34 re-entries. So over 60% of the field. That could turn out to be like a 30 mil prize pool tomorrow. 90 players confirmed. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not 50 re-entries in the 200k, but
That's going to be a big one. 90 confirmed players. Wow.
90 confirmed players.
at the same table.
Also, the party's like also the seat draw. Is that what they did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, they did that for the original Super High Roller War. You're playing just under 3?
I have 2.6 behind.
Davies the short stack at the table, 20 big blinds.
Okay.
And Greenwood takes a look over at Seth Davies. It looks like 18-ish bigs and comes with 2.2 2/3, which is trying to target.
If I can't leave, I have to bring you to me, right?
Nice little play.
Come here.
The big little off, paint little off, queen 3 off.
Sam, are you going to be doing shoe bombs on the rail?
Not sure who's on the rail, but
There's only one, yeah?
Greenwood
Only
calling
one
for
guy like him.
shoeies.
He's a
Why not? Let's turn this into a, real
It's like the
spectator
RNG
sport.
volume 100. You just ran it everywhere.
Imagine every all-in,
Strong character.
whoever you're rooting for, your rail has to do a shoey. I'm sure we'd have
There's shit on the screen.
a few
All our
people
telephones request
scored out.
share to your TV. What?
You ever done a shoe bomb?
We're trying to play a
Brian?
tournament.
Have not done a shoey. Shout out to Toy Tuivasa.
Oh, what an absolute G that man is. Fighting soon, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he just fought.
Did he?
He lost to Cyril Gane. And first time MMA's ever been in France. The UFC had a card in Paris. That was the main event.
So 500 less than before, right?
It's a good fight, actually.
Missed that.
Okay. Okay, we got a little something for everybody. Maybe despite the odds saying Burns is 68%, I think a slightly bit more for Yuri in the form of the immediate gutter. Yeah, Burns has the king of diamonds, but not much else. But could be enough for him to have designs on this pot in one way or another. Again, I think this is in all 3 spot options on the table between fold, call, and check raise. I think the least likely being fold. With a bet size that small and the king of diamonds. Yeah, here we go, a little check raise. Whenever I point out aggressive plays, Burns loves to take them. It's fun. We're like 4 for 4 in synergy.
There we go.
And the thing is, Yuri versus... So this size as Burns is designed to get Yuri's nothing C-bets to fold. And I think Yuri has just enough that he probably floats this. Especially like with the backdoor spades. Maybe not if he just had, 8-7 of hearts. But I think 8-7 of spades is like going to play a little tougher. Make your opponent earn it. And now it's pretty much, you can kind of throw those odds out the window, because probably what happens is whoever bets the turn wins on that card.
I was about to say, it feels like disaster turn card for Burns. Top card pairing, now less likely that Yuri's going to fold a pair. Does knuckle over to the nerd guy.
Yeah, and I mean, if Yuri bluffs the street, which I think is pretty likely, he will end up winning unless Burns has something really special in store for us, which is unlikely.
Feels annoying holding the 8 of clubs, right? Blocking some of the hands that
definitely
you'd want Yuri to have. 10-8s,
Yeah,
8-7s of the world.
Both of his hands, both of his cards potentially. The king, queen, king 10 with the king of diamonds.
Yuri just absolutely dialed in this final table.
just an animal.
Really is. Already 1 second place finish here. First time at a Triton Super High Roller Series.
75.
2 final tables in just 4 events. Strong. Chip leader here, 4 left. Already guaranteed 630,000.
I mean, just all of his bluffs seem to be working. It is also, I mean, he's playing great. It's also a form of running good.
Oh, for sure.
But, I mean, the guy's playing great. Very precise play. I like a lot of his decisions. Can't even think of one I don't. So, you know.
Deadliest combo, Brian.
Yeah.
Playing well, running well.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking... I mean, he did lose that one to Tolerine here, but might just come back and win.
Well, he lost to Tolerine in pretty brutal fashion, turning top 2 and then Tolerine rivering the 3 outer. I mean, heads up.
And even in that loss, they chopped the money, so he kind of like didn't really lose that much, so to speak, monetarily. But because, you know, I mean, you don't make a deal on this one. There is a 520K difference between first and second. It's, yeah, 1.2 is great. 1.73 is even better.
Davies opening on the button. Pocket 10s.
And we're going to see here if Yuri puts the pressure on or... Oh, it's not going to work out well for him because, I mean, even with ICM, I just don't see how Davies folds 10s. I hate saying that because I have been wrong in these spots before, but man, 10s for like, what is it, like 25 bigs?
17. 17
Yeah,
at the start of the hand.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Thank you, Seth Davies. Because if you folded that one, I would just like, I don't know. I got to go buy some kind of ICM computer or something because I just can't see this here. I mean, button versus, you know, yeah.
Here we go. 4 left. Davies the all-in player at risk, but with the best of it.
Yeah, solidly.
Ooh. Little 9-6-5, couple of clubs.
Yeah, we can actually see Yuri's equity held pretty strong on that, but that was a total brick. Great card for Seth.
Seth looking to fade 7 ounce once, going to the river, and he does. Man that came in as chip leader to this final table has now regained chip lead. Just 1 big blind more than Sam Greenwood.
You got a vote?
Yuri moves down to 3rd.
King 9 suited.
Wow, you're in or even,
King 6 suited.
So 2?
Sorry, correct.
Yeah.
Wait, did
500?
this was from the pot? But you have to put his big blind in that. Like his big blind should count towards that, right? Right. So then.
Yeah, the ante should he should get.
So then he should pay 150 less out of that, right?
Big blind, right?
Yeah, he was the big blind, so.
No, I didn't.
Hold on, that's so the 300 and the ante.
Okay, yeah, we're good. Yeah.
Just getting confirmation on the count there.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, changes the complexion yet again of this final table. And we have a situation where the 2 previous chip leaders, Kale and Yuri, have gone to 3rd and 4th in chips. And Seth and Sam from 3rd and 4th to 1st and 2nd. So some flip-flopping around. Wow. Got aces, and we have, it looks like about 24 big blinds. No, 25 big blinds. So what will Yuri come with? I think his options are basically limp or something around 3x. way too deep to jam. And even if you were going to jam, this definitely wouldn't be the hand you do it with.
You've just into 4.
Does come with the latter, Brian. 3x.
Yeah.
With the
1,
boots.
2, 3,
Which,
yeah.
according to what I'm looking at, is a pure play. So Yuri drilled it.
Shock. Yuri got it right. So I'm going to defend, and well, could spell disaster on jack high flops. Fortunately for Greenwood, complete whiff on the 4-4 deuce.
Yeah, the type of flop that can be concerning slightly against the big blind, who, unlike everyone else, can have 4x hands. That said, we can see Greenwood doesn't, and all in all, a good flop for Greenwood, because short of out-flopping aces, it's nothing, which allows him to get away without losing much. Yuri is trying not to let that happen by checking aces over to Sam, and you know, that is a solid play here, because aces is the one pair that has no overcards. So it's a hand that slow plays in these type of spots somewhat frequently. And even in this particular case, he has a spade, so you don't even lose to runner spades because you still make the nut flush. So his hand loves checking.
100% check mark on the turn. Let's see if he passes more rope over to Greenwood on this 9 of spades turn. Snap fold from Sam onto the next hand. So we look to pay out 2 7-figure paydays here in Cyprus. Still a ways to go. Everyone guaranteed 630,000. Third going to walk away with 815. Runner up 1,210,000 with the eventual champion here. Event 5, 75k 8 max. Going home with 1.73. All looking for their first Triton trophy.
And predict Yuri's going to find an open with king 10 off.
I thought you were about to say, and I predict Yuri's going to win that trophy, Henry. I was like, well, that's brave.
And don't see who's going to play with them. Unless, I mean, 8-4 off is a pretty bad hand. Seth was maybe considering making a little move ski there. I would guess 3-bet over call, but I'm not sure. I like his decision to fold personally, but
I just have to say, you know. All right, 150.
I want to see more of Burns v. Zivalevsky. Thoroughly enjoyed
I feel like I can't get the temperature right with the hoodie and the shirt.
these battles.
Because it's like,
yeah, we're kind of in between here.
when the room is full, it's like a shirt is good. When it's empty, it's like shirt's not enough and the hoodie's too much.
I mean, all three of these guys up top are pretty close in chips. It's so close that it's hard to really say that even though Seth technically has the chip lead, is he really in the chip lead? I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess if they get in an all-in pot, it'll make a difference because one would be out and the other wouldn't. But effectively, I mean, these three guys are all within 500K, within 10%. So it's Kale who is very clearly in fourth.
Talking of Kale.
How much do you start the hand with, Sam? A lot, like 5 or more. Do you have blacks in your hand or white?
Whites.
Thanks, mate.
in the big blind. Ace-4 for 16. Says run it.
You win.
Take me home. West Virginia. Ta-da.
Good news is for Cale Burns that poker doesn't work out for him. It's always X Factor. Australia's Got Talent, showcasing his John Denver Country Roads knowledge. Seth Davies, chip leader, 35 bigs. Cale Burns still the shortest stack, but as Brian already mentioned, you know, doubles through anyone, and he moves up into the chip lead, playing for 1.7 million.
How tall are you? 6'1"?
6'2", I think. 6'1".
I think you're the same as him. What's that? What are you doing tomorrow? Put me a hat, okay. Who says so?
Okay.
Now you lost a lot of chips, so you have 4.425 million. Is that correct?
Close to this.
1.8.
Little needle.
2.975.
I need to get better at my indirect trash talking, Brian.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
2.950.
like, oh, well, you lost a lot of chips, right? So you're playing like 4.5 million now. You know?
Ah, okay. I was like, what? What is this? 2.9.
It was actually yeah, I left myself 50K by accident. Meant to leave 25.
Just shipped King 6 off for 20 bigs. Very large all in.
They should let us choose some music. It's like the table agrees on how long we play for. The table will agree on some background music.
What music would you choose?
Depends on my mood, man. Like in the buffet in the lobby, they're playing some like classical shit. That works.
Yeah, that works.
For this, I don't know. What do you think? Something relaxing.
Classical sounds great.
Classical. All right, you want it, you got it.
I don't really want it, but if I had to choose, that's what I would choose.
Bit of Mozart.
Yeah, sure.
Want a bit of Beethoven, the deaf guy?
Well, you gotta make sure it's in the public domain so they don't take the
Right.
screen down.
How come shit keeps popping up on the screen? Like you got Susan from the mall trying to get a fucking. Like, did you see that before? What was that?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
$250, but I believe the raise needs to be to 300. They're playing 150K big blind.
$450.
Yeah. 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm confused, Brian. I think I heard Greenwood say 450.
Yeah,
Which would mean it's a 3x open from Seth.
But it looks like based on the pot and everything that 250 was put out and called because that would be 500K plus the 150K ante and the 75K, that's 725. So it looks like in this pot, a less than min raise was put out by Seth and accepted by Sam, and nobody else at the table, including the dealer, is any the wiser. So I believe, whatever. I mean, it's accepted action. So at this point, it's too late. But
Did say 450, I believe.
he did, but he might have been asking about the size of the bet and saw it was 250 and called 250. Oh well.
Davies with 250,000 c-bet. Greenwood obliges with 2 overs, backdoor hearts.
Will Davies do kind of like a double barrel semi-value here? If he does that, he almost certainly would check the river unimproved. Decides to check back turn and hits a great river for him. One where Sam's in an interesting situation. If king high isn't good, then your opponent very likely had ace high and made the wheel and won't fold. Yet it is kind of hard for him to have too many weaker hands than king 7 of hearts.
Would have to be turning. So would have to check a hand like queen jack, jack 10 on the turn.
Yeah, which could happen, right? He just check called flop. He could have some of those slightly worse type hands, like queen jack, 10 high, etc., that have backdoor flush draws.
Greenwood with the double time bank on this river.
He does bluff. I would guess he's gonna go maybe big enough to try to get some 2 pair type hands to fold.
Oh, he bombs.
Yeah.
1.5 million river bet from Greenwood.
So, I mean, I think this bet figures straights probably call him, but is trying to get hands such as 7s to kings to fold, as well as if he has any other 2 pairs.
Action on Davies.
Maybe can it get his hand as good as Seth to fold? An ace? It's a big ask, but I guess it's possible. What do you think?
It feels like a really big ask, but given the way this hand played out, and given the fact that it's, you know, cut off the big blind, I like Greenwood's hand selection.
Yeah.
Story checks out as well.
I guess he is going big enough, honestly, to maybe ask an ace, because you're calling 1.5. If Greenwood, you ask yourself, could he be doing this with an ace, maybe to get you off a chop? But then what? There's 1.2 in the middle, so you would chop 600. So if he's doing this with an ace, I'm chopping. I'm getting 600 back out of the 1.5. Now, obviously, if he's bluffing,
it does flick in a call, and Davies now the overwhelming chip leader.
Yeah, I mean, felt like trying to get an ace to fold. There's a big ask. I agree, but I do think it works against 2 pair.
King 7 of hearts. A lot of ways where I could have lost all my money on that hand.
Seth Davies moving back up to the top of the chip counts, where he started this final table with that pot. Sam Greenwood moves down to 4 of 4, 11 big blinds. Cale Burns with 17, Yuri 23, Seth Davies 38. Bit of breathing room for Seth at the top.
I'm chilling.
I'm chilling.
Fuck yeah. We all chilling.
Yeah, huge pot for Seth. Now he's started to separate, definitely.
Valiant effort from Sam Greenwood.
$400. That means the blinds have probably gone up to 1-2, right?
I believe so, pal.
Yeah. One, two, two. 500K chips in the middle every pot.
2.5 starting stacks. It's a casual $187,000.
Oh. What was that?
Just over 2.
2? Okay. Yeah. So you got like 2.7 now?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you only had 2. We're done getting there. You don't get any more at any point, right?
By heads up, they should give you a couple heads up. You probably got the players discuss it. If we both had, if like 2 people got heads up and they both had 0, it's just a bit shitty.
Yeah. I got heads up with Juan Pardo when he had none of them one time, and he's like likes to tank.
So you were liking it a lot?
No, I mean
it's just a choice.
It was just kind of. I could just tell it was really stressful for him.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. I'm putting it in there. Just you can deal and pretend it's in. Yeah. Quick, efficient dealer. I'm slow to put in my blinds, but I'll always put them in. Where are you from, my friend?
Prague, Republic.
Prague? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They import you in to get shit done fast, huh?
Yeah.
That's right.
Just over 3, right?
No. 15. 1.7, 2.7.
That's
2.9, yeah, you're right. Thanks. 3.175, 3.2.
All in?
Double down. Fold.
Double down announced. We'll take it.
Almost matched.
Almost. You almost had a wired pair.
Baby's just open jamming for 15 with the 8-5.
Almost wired, man.
This is my pharmacy yoga girlfriend. She's telling me, do your stretches.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay. She's like, take an anti-inflammatory. I'm like, okay. You gotta let her have a couple of things where she's the boss, right? She just knows.
No doubt. Gotta give,
I'll take the rest.
Give the give some power to her.
Yeah, well, it's not even give it to her. She's earned it. And she knows more than me. You just gotta listen. She knows a lot more, so I gotta listen. These 2 things, anyway. How do we do? Good? Perfect. Yeah.
7-3 of diamonds. Decides to pass.
Give me 1 second. You hang around, I'll give you a tip, but just wait. How much do you play now? 3.
3.8 with this.
Pardon?
3.8 with this.
500.
How much are we playing?
A little 15 big blind. Going for it.
2.6 behind.
$10-6 off, a hand weak enough to turn into the
All in?
attack range.
Wow. How does Yuri just find these, bro?
Yep.
Just piles in on Burns.
Crazy.
The guy's just dialed in, man. Like,
Alright, okay, that's 2.5.
is that just like a? Has he just got like a live read or something?
I don't know, maybe.
Seriously.
I mean, I don't.
There's like a few times now where I'm just like, no way, and he just like finds
You
it.
guys are
Yeah.
in and
Just
I
look
mean,
at
because
that.
I don't
Mikey
think
Brave,
that's
you guys
like
all
a
in with
thing
King
with the
7 on the
cards.
river.
There's
No.
a 9-7 off.
No.
Pretty sure it's not.
Nah, I got a fizzle.
So,
Because now if
yeah,
they come, I have to flip
maybe
them
he
up, I
does
wouldn't
have
be
some
saying.
kind of read on,
Can you make
at
them
least
stop
on
here,
Kale.
Nah, you're too good a dealer to try. Can you make them stop here, please?
It is.
Huh?
It is tricky.
Come on, I wasn't at the table.
Just peel them on the wood.
Ah, bullshit.
It's all good, I can. Thanks so much. All in?
Yuri jamming from a small greenwood.
Well, with 13 blinds, this is definitely a call for chip EV. So this will be, you know, what does Sam think about ICM? I mean, him and Kale both have about the same stack. You know, if he calls and loses, he's out in fourth. He wins 630K. If he wins this pot, he doubles to, I mean, almost 6 million, which is will solidly be in second place.
Nah,
Pretty
that's
good
okay.
position
I
in the
just wanna
tournament.
make it out. Thank you, though.
You know, I mean, ace-8 off is a pretty good hand here. I mean, he's definitely, I would say he's definitely a favorite against Yuri's range, but not like a big one. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Yeah,
It's Greenwood at risk, Brian.
What do you think about this call?
I mean, I think given that Greenwood is kind of tied with KO, he just has to take the spot. He's going to be, you know, have the best hand so much of the time, right?
I think, I agree. I like the call. I would do it too.
And also future game with the payouts at Triton being, you know, very top heavy. Greenwood at risk, but with the best of it. 10-9-5. 8 on the turn, reducing Zalewski to just 4 outs to win, which he had 3, sorry, I do apologize. Greenwood gets the double, up to 5.9 million. Yuri on fumes, 8.5 bigs now.
2,675,000.
What was the total? 2675.
5.555 now, right?
Yeah.
Is that T here? Is it yours?
No, I think it was Talal's or maybe.
Ah, okay.
Oh, yeah, someone
With that pot, Sam up to 5.5 million. Yuri bottom of the chip counts with 10 bigs.
How many chips do you have?
Is this the fruit?
KO 13.
Okay,
So
so
Davey's still chip leader.
Is this what happened?
Yeah, okay.
Good. Good job.
38.
Yeah, 73.
Red fruit.
I just wanted, like, you cover me by a lot.
Not by a lot.
But, like,
73.
by, like, you know, you got your nose ahead. We don't need to go to the,
Enough to.
we don't need to go to
pull my
the,
PP up.
yeah. 2, 4, 5, 4, 50. And 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And 5 times. I have 5, 5, 5, 5, and 5 banks too.
Stevie 555.
KO opting to limp. King 10. Little 200k bonus for Yuri. You know what he's doing here with the ace-jack suited.
All in?
Has announced himself. And a swift fold from Burns. Both of them tied at the bottom of the chip counts. 2.3 million.
What the fuck is this shit?
This is a spot now where Davies just gets to relentlessly go after Greenwood pre.
Yeah, I think we'll see Sam, especially in the cutoff when Seth is on the button, open pretty tight.
What's that?
I said, like, I've never even spoken to a guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's getting to that time of the evening, isn't it, Yuri? The old one-card peak. It's a solid sweat, must admit.
Don't think you're getting a walk. Probably getting it piled in your face, Kale. It's only 10 blinds. Yeah.
Guess not.
And
How much do you have now?
2.5. Purple.
I mean, it's a chip EV jam, so it's not even like he's doing crazy ICM pressure, but there is some ICM pressure there as Kale, I mean, is somewhat close in chips with Yuri and can still ladder. So I would guess Kale calls a little bit tighter than chip EV. Exactly how much tighter, I'm not sure.
Can I tip you for being a good dealer or no? Can I tip you at the table or no? You don't know the rules. Fair enough. Off the table, yes.
Tip him in tournament chips.
You do it. Show me how it's done.
What is KO talking about?
All in.
Davies does open rip. Up to over 8.2 million in chips now. Almost half the chips in play. Apologize, I believe he does have half the chips in play now.
No, does he? Well.
Yeah. 88 big blinds in play. Now, given that
I
pot.
like this guy. I can't hate it
Up to
against anything he says.
1 million.
A little less.
Just say Vamos Brasil.
Give me a vamos. Come on, a little.
The other players have 9.4, so I mean he's 1.3 million
already
short of
drinking,
the other
waiting.
players
I know.
combined. He needs to win like another
Motherfucker, I like this guy.
600K or so. But it's close. It's close.
Burns down to 9 bigs.
I don't think this is the one, Kale. I don't think this is the one. Jack 6 off. It's a little dusty.
Very good.
Is that an ace? The ace of. Okay. That was a playing for the money hand.
Yes, had you moved in with Jack 6 off, you would have
North
ran it
America's-
versus A7. That is
North
that is
America's doing
correct.
well in the four-handed battle. Wait, it's all Americas. What's that for me?
Oh, yeah.
The bumpkin from far
No
away.
Europeans or Asians in this one. That's kind of unusual, right?
Yeah.
And even who the last European, I guess, via.
Talal's not European? Doesn't he live in London?
No, he's UK. That's Brexit. Brexit, no longer
Its own
part of Europe.
continent now?
I guess Russia's
What
is
on earth?
questionably part of Europe now too.
UK is not part of the
Geographically
European
part of
Union,
Europe,
Greenwood.
politically.
Still part of Europe, pal. Jesus. These guys.
We can see Mr. Kilbane feels very strongly about this one.
No, I'm only trolling. I haven't lived in the UK for years.
Here we go. 10 blinds. Just kind of feels like a jam.
All in.
Ooh, King 10 off. What will he do? I mean, this is... I mean, King 10 off is theoretically against a regular
250,000?
range. I think it's a call for chip EV, but is Yuri shoving tighter? if he's shoving tighter, should I call tighter?
Yeah, I was just stretching that.
He's getting a pretty good price. I mean, 1.8 to win 2.5. So this is a spot where I guess Seth feels Yuri's shoving tight enough that it's not worth
Wait, Keating,
gambling.
shut this motherfucker up for me. I got my caveman over there now in the corner, all right? That's a caveman if you've seen one, yeah?
It's what?
It's a caveman.
Caveman.
Smart fucking caveman over
Ah,
there.
here. Okay, Alex. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
in my corner, yeah.
Yeah, he is indeed.
Well, you think he's a human? This is a fucking premier caveman. The top model.
He is indeed.
Here we go. Now 13 blinds. Cutoff. What will Yuri do? I mean, it's a pretty good hand. I think he probably plays it.
Did I use it?
Yeah, it's a hand that's at chip EV good enough to jam, but I think Yuri wants to reserve the right to get away with it for ICM reasons, which could end up getting taken advantage of, but not by Sam.
400 even. And 2.150 behind. Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to have raise folds of 13, 4 left.
Certainly will.
Burns playing just 7 bigs now.
Sorry there, guys. What happened is I had raised my mic up because I'm drinking beer, but that problem won't happen again because I'll just leave my mic down while I drink.
There we go. Cheers, Brian Rust.
Cheers.
Pleasure to be alongside you as always, pal.
Enjoy your cappuccino over there, buddy.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
I'm getting ready for that player party. That's going to be over by the time
I was about to
this
say,
final table is.
I think that's ambitious thinking.
That ship has sailed, huh? All those players have the 200K tomorrow, so they're not staying out late partying.
I think Jungle may be the most likely to be the last one over there, but you can go and dance with Jungle. Kel flopping flush draw on this ace-10-6 2-diamond board.
Wow, 2 6s in the muck, huh?
2 6s in the muck. See what Burns comes with. I mean, it feels like he has fold equity. Check jam obviously makes the most sense. Fold out all the king queens, king jacks, queen jacks of the world. Or we just run it.
I mean, there is some definite fold equity shipping it here, I think. I would be pretty tempted to do so. I mean, look at that 1.3 in the middle that you'd love in your stack if you get a fold.
Also just gets really awkward on turns, right? On brick turns.
I think you can have some ace X, like ace deuce off and ace 3 off and ace 4 off. You probably don't reshove versus him, and then you could still kind of rejam with like queen 10 here. Yeah, so he's raising, which I mean, does put Yuri's hand in a tough spot, but Yuri's hand has decent equity against really everything but an ace. And Burns, yes, he can have an ace, but probably doesn't have many ace X hands. Can he have aces, obviously? But
would he check raise?
Not very likely. Yeah, he definitely might check raise aces. Maybe, yeah.
Thank you.
Might not, I guess, but
tank.
But yeah, Yuri's hand performs well against most flush draws other than the king high. And does pretty well against 10x and 6x that don't have a king, queen or a jack.
We saw a similar spot on the ace jack 9 2 diamonds earlier where Kale
Caveman,
check
tell
raised
Brazil
well.
what's up.
Kale finally wins a pot versus Yuri where he potentially outplayed him and couldn't resist some verbal jousting.
It's like being 5-1 down in the 90th minute and celebrating when your team get that, you know, that second goal. But anyways.
Listen, it's about who wins the war, not the battle.
True,
all right?
This is true. Yuri, by the way, came third in a bracelet event earlier on this month, last month, over on GG Poker, as well as qualifying into the 25K, the event that kicked things off here in Cyprus.
Yeah,
WSOP online running all the way down through September the 27th. That main event, 5K 20 mil. New player sign up bonus offer for our viewers at home. Use promo code Triton 2022. And good luck to all of you out there grinding alongside us at home. $1 million million mystery bounty event, by the way. It's pretty sick.
Seth with the chip lead, and
1 point.
I'll tell you, a hand on the button that, in my opinion, many players would raise, especially with the chip lead. The king 8 off, king being pretty relevant. Blocker. I mean, the blinds only having 10 blinds. King 8 off seems like a kind of a tight fold there.
You had some fucking garbage over there. Said you had some garbage.
Me?
Yeah. I don't know.
I didn't have a very good hand.
You're looking at it, you're like, this is, how bad is this one? You're like, it's pretty bad.
Actually, Kale, I
That was
think
my
you would be
reading anyway.
surprised if you found out what he
Bit
folded.
of
'cause
free.
the garbage you're
whatever
talking about
that
is,
word was you used before, because I can't remember.
you would have not think he
Can you
folded
teach me
king
how to
8
shoot
off. That's not
basketball
what
one
you're
day?
talking
'Cause
about
I'm
when you say
fucking
garbage.
hopeless.
I don't know if I'm the right guy to teach you that.
Well, I can just watch, you know? Observe and learn something. Come fly there, fuck off. 0.9. How much do you have? You got like 5, right?
5-5-ish. 5-5-ish Finkel.
Burns now playing twice as much as Yuri. Does have Greenwood in the big, has him covered. Burns effectively committing himself, leaving just 50K behind. Yuri says run it, has the best of it. Ace-9 against
I'm
Ace-4.
not greedy, I'll take a chop. But I'll take a wheel too. I feel good about this one for some reason. Getting it in bad.
Good at not to go all in when people don't put all
You
the
look
chips
nervous.
We got the superstars.
I don't think Yuri is nervous, pal.
How much you got? Doesn't matter.
Well,
Wow.
he might be a little more nervous now.
Did say he would take a will. About a 6 high straight. Needs a 4 or 5 to win.
No chop outs.
7 outs once for Burns, and there it is.
Good game,
5
my
ball, corner pocket.
Made 3 to Brazil still, and I'll tap the table to you unlucky.
Yuri Tsivalevsky coming up short here in event number 5. Was the chip leader. A couple of missteps. One against Greenwood, which I wouldn't even call a misstep, just the open jam from the small for 13 effective. Ran into the ace-8 and finds himself bowing out in 4th.
Yeah, a lot of sharp play from Yuri.
Oh, mate, Yuri is, in my opinion, a guy to keep an eye on over the next couple of years for sure in these high roller series.
Yeah.
Super dialed in.
No, I was big blind last hand.
Big fan of the way he just carries himself at the table.
Yeah,
and away from the table. Just, you know, you got a guy going after you verbally and just, you know.
I'll give you some money. Oh, you cannot. I'll give you some. I'll tip you for that for sure, but cannot tip this one. All right, I'll stop wasting time.
We played somewhere where they had like the tables we were using still at the tip boxes and there.
You keep the tips?
We do, yeah.
You sure?
100%.
100% is good. 100% for 100 Cinco on the river.
Thank you.
Why not? Cinco.
Well, here's the spot where Greenwood has to play with Davies, who has the chip lead, and Greenwood in second. But I guess actually him and Kale, very similar chip stacks now. After that double, Kale has 5 million, so technically Greenwood's in last. But so not hemmed in by shorter stacks.
Burns tipping the dealer $100 for that 5-ball. Worth mentioning, that 5 was worth at least $185,000.
Yeah,
difference between 4th and
he
3rd.
gave the dealer a tip in
$100
real time.
cash. Yeah.
You actually don't see that too often at tournament tables.
I mean, look, when you ladder for 185 Gs, I feel like if there's ever a time.
It's a fair tip for a fair card. So remember, if you give me bad beats to the guys, like.
I'm not going to give hand back.
No, that's what I'm saying. Deliver more bad beats to them and get more hundreds. Simple game.
Burns trying to coax bad beats to his opponents three-handed for $100 tips.
Strong strat.
I think I was asking for 100 back. This one you have to give back. But the 100 is for you, of course. I'll tell you what I got. 9. 3.5. 4.4.
So now Davies has a bit of an option how he wants to proceed. He's going to go with open raise and
That was 7, yeah.
Burns. We can take fold off the table, and is he going to call or jam?
5-4.
I mean, there's 1.15 out there. So in the event that Davies is raising light here, which he is, picking it up is nice. Ace-9 off is a pretty good hand. You don't really want to be called by the range that raises here, though, if he's strong. But yeah, I mean, I think shoving is, I would say, definitely the standard play for chip EV non-ICM situations. So not surprised to see he did that.
Yeah. I like to play a tournament when nobody has any. That'd be actually alright.
Burns trying to get something out of Davies and Greenwood.
Not 25.
Not really getting much, is he, Brian?
No.
5.3, 5.4.
Raise 500 down.
Blinds have gone up to big blind 250k.
Bring on minutes.
Means there's 69 bigs in play. Average stack 23 big blinds. They're all very even.
Stretching for my. You're gonna miss a stretch, so get some stretches.
395k ladder in third and second. And well, a jack high flop could spell disaster for Greenwood. Note the size of the pot, Brian. A single raise pot button v big blind.
Yeah, it's big. It's a big one. Yeah, and the deuce and the 3 under the 8 and the 9 are tough because there's a pretty good chance the 9 ends up playing because of that. And you can see that in the odds here. Seth is such a big favorite. So how will Sam proceed versus such a small bet? It's about 20% pot, so he's getting 6 to 1. You might decide to raise here. The problem with raising is that you really you can't
1
fold
million.
after you raise. But that said, I mean, given how much money is in the pot, there's a lot of advantages as well. If your opponent has hands with overcards, you deny that equity. I mean, top pair is a strong hand, so it is what it is. He's just probably going to be out of the tournament after this hand.
Brian, is there ever a world where Greenwood now wins the hand after taking the aggressive route on the flop in the form of a check raise?
I don't think so. I mean, Seth's not folding. His decision is to call or re-raise.
Davies now a 15 to 1 favorite. To win the hand.
Yeah, I mean, that card, I think, is actually slightly better for Greenwood than it is for Davies. Don't think Davies has too many hands like 5 high or 6 high. Think Greenwood with the big blind defend has some more hands like that and could play them as check raises.
$3.4 million in the middle. Sam firing out. Bet of 1.1 million.
So he's going kind of third pot, maybe more like 30%.
I don't know, man. Greenwood taking just such a strong line with his top pair. Wonder if that 9 of hearts kicker just shrivels up and...
I mean, what, do you think Seth folds here? I can't see him folding here for third pot. I mean, I'm sure he's pretty alarmed by the situation, but this would be a pretty tight fold. I mean, the 6, like I said, is a better card for Greenwood, but I mean, this would be like a bizarre hand where Greenwood is playing his hand for value and he ends up
that's
bluffing
exactly what I feel like.
a better hand.
That's exactly what I feel like's happening here. It's just...
But I don't know.
Greenwood value owning himself and gets Davies to fold the best hand.
Wow.
Crazy.
And Greenwood probably feels like he just had the best hand.
Of course he does. I would say, I mean, the weird thing about that pot is since the 6 is such a in my opinion, a better card for Greenwood's range than Seth. You could argue that maybe he should check Jack 8 on the turn.
Small blind after doubling up, he just had 8.
I'm big blind, right?
Exploitively, he definitely should if your opponent's going to fold Jack 9 when you bet, because there's no value in betting.
What's that?
But that
The
might
hand
be
after
because
you double up
the
tends
6
to
was a
ace
better
8.
card for Sam. Interesting.
Yeah.
He OFI small blind, and I thought about getting spicy. He just had fucking aces, so.
Big change in momentum. 3 left.
Well, that was a strange hand. It was like maybe the strangest hand so far at the final table. I mean, you really don't see that very often, I feel like. I'll just say, like, here at Triton doing the commentary, I feel like I very rarely, I don't even remember if I've really seen that. Like a player playing a hand for value. For value.
Valuing
like
himself.
For so strong that he actually got a better hand to fold.
1.5.
That's pretty rare.
1.5.
Davies with the 3-bet off 18.
It's a good bet. Puts me in a tough spot. I like it.
Runs the self-proclaimed masochist.
Fold.
Enjoying being put in a tough spot by Davies.
I don't know what you have, but I like it. Yeah, take my money. Pay the man. Pay the athlete. What'd you call yourself before? You had a good word. It was like a X-Acto knife or some shit. No, it was
Yeah, X-Acto knife.
No.
Swiss Army knife.
Swiss Army knife. That's the word. That's what your
Swiss Army knife body type.
Yeah. Yep. Do you know what my body type is?
What is it?
Straight middle of the bell curve average. It was skinny and average height. I know, did some work, put on a little bit of muscle. Want to be strong so I wouldn't get injured. 9.
Obviously, the hand will enjoy all-5 with aces. Sorry. The hand will enjoy all-5 aces, and I have Jack-8 of diamonds on stream.
Just watching on the app.
I rolled a shove pre-flop, and was like, rolled again. I rolled another shove, and went like, oh, fuck this. And I called, and then he checked to me on 4-4-2, 2 spades.
I think, Sam, just talking about, we all saw the hand aces Yuri had. It was 4-4 deuce flop. He's just saying that I believe he randomized, rolled a shove 2 different times in the hand. He obviously didn't do it because he didn't go all in. So he randomized and didn't go with his randomizer. That's pretty strong.
Greenwood?
Yeah, that's what he's just said.
Wow.
Like, I have a pretty hard rule that if I ever go to my randomizer, I make myself go with it. I think I've only broken that rule like 1 time that I can remember.
And what was the reason for you breaking that
And it
rule?
wasn't even in like a huge spot like a final table. It was just, I rolled something and then after I was like, you know what, I shouldn't have even randomized here or something.
Right,
That was it 1 time that I've ever done that.
So you rolled and then felt like it wasn't a spot that you needed to randomize, basically.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, or, you know, but that's the thing. When you decide, hey, I'm going to randomize this, you just need to go with it.
I assume
Otherwise,
he's
don't
talking about
randomize.
pre-flop, right?
No, you can randomize all kinds of spots.
No, but him going all in would have been pre-flop.
Maybe.
Surely not on the 9 of
Well,
spades.
he said
turn.
he did it twice during the hand, I believe, in what he was saying. So, I
Wow.
mean, it couldn't have only been pre-flop if he did it twice.
Davies rivering a straight.
his opponent has pretty close to the worst hand possible. You can't have 8 high with 8 deuce, but 9 high is next up. And check is the best way to get money out of the nut low.
1.3 million in the middle, worth fighting for.
And when you have almost the worst hand possible, it provides a lot of reason to bluff. And we have seen Kale willing to bluff.
Especially with an 8 in his hand. Comes with what looks like half pot.
And that 700,000 Kale will not be seeing anymore at the conclusion of this hand.
The old time bank raise incoming, potentially.
Most likely. You know, it could be genuine decision between raise and call, or if raise, how much. And yeah, it could be a little bit of Hollywood.
2.1 million? 2.1.
Burns with a bit of
How much time bank chips do you have left to?
TV time. Asking how many time bank chips Davies is playing.
Yeah, because he used one, so I guess he's trying to decide how likely is it that he was Hollywooding with that decision to use a time bank.
Fold. Fold.
Well, Seth Davies has done a stellar job of separating himself from Burns, who is now the, I wouldn't say immediate short stack, but playing sub 15.
So Kale pretty decisively with some Hollywood there. On the, I told myself I was going to fold if you raised. Yeah, with 9 high, you did? That's what you told yourself? Of course you did. And more like you were saying, please don't, please fold.
What's that?
2/3 turn, always called, right?
2/3 what?
If I bet 2/3 turn, you always call, yeah? Or maybe not, actually. Maybe you raise. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, probably call.
Maybe you fold. Okay. 2.5, 2.8. 2.8, 2.9, 2.5.
Burns shipping in to Greenwood, playing 14
You got
bigs.
it. Yeah.
$900K difference
It's been a fun
between
battle, actually.
third and first.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's always fun when you like don't get showered on the bubbles. Like,
Yeah, no shit.
Right?
They're three-handed. It's definitely a...
Yeah. We're just feeling good times now.
Yeah.
How long is it until the break? 36 minutes?
Have a fun
What, they're
one,
going down
too.
to 30-minute
Like,
levels?
we were just like
I
1,
think
2,
it's going to
3
be 10-minute
on the
levels at the
bubble.
end. Just like good luck, boys.
Yeah.
It's 30 minutes. They said 30 minutes four-handed, 25 heads up.
What?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're playing for all the money. Just flip.
You get a lot of hands.
That's on me, right? I mean, they do everything pretty good. That's the only thing I don't really agree with. Fold.
Congratulations. Oof. Give that jack to my hand and we got a blackjack.
They give me everything here. What is this stuff? Is that ginger or something? What's that?
No idea.
That stuff on the edge. Do you want to have a look? I know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, no,
I know these
I think that's ginger. I think it's mint, cinnamon sticks, lime, and ginger and honey.
Yeah, okay.
Damn, they really go all out here.
I mean, yeah, they do. Yeah, you go. Thank you for dealing me in without waiting for... I appreciate that. I'm going to put some of that stuff in there. I'll put some ginger in. I never usually have the ginger.
Burns in the big
What's
with
ginger good
kings.
for? Prevent sickness and stuff, right?
Maybe
Oh,
it's
sorry, I didn't put that out. Fuck off, bro. How do you play so well?
Red D2's off.
Two big red dicks in the hand. Swear on camera, fuck it. Bleep me out. Couldn't control that one, caveman. Simple caveman, tell a dick joke laughs. That walk was not kosher, bro.
Dude, I'd eat deuce off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Of all the jacks on the button, just wasn't feeling it, you know?
You had a buzzer in your ear?
Yeah. She's kicking me under the table.
4. Why am I getting kicked out for saying all this bad stuff? 5.5, 5.9, 6.1. 1, 2, 3, 3.8, 4-ish. Flop, flop, city. I forgot what that is.
small blind v big blind confrontation here. Blinds completing from the small. Greenwood knuckling the 10-8 of hearts. Flops 10 high flush draw.
How will he proceed?
7?
Coming with a little raise.
Pay him. That's too big.
650.
I was paying 550.
Can't make it 550.
7, it's like, just fuck you, price.
That's
my shit cold too.
Jesus, this guy.
I don't know if I believe you, but whatever. Guess I can find out in 30 minutes. I'll ask my caveman friend.
Do apologise for the profanities, ladies and gentlemen.
So who's
Kale
this
is
corner?
definitely
This corner's just
wide
a
awake.
rail, yeah? They're just in there for the fun of it.
I think so, yeah.
They do serve
No
good
beers
coffee
because they're
here.
gonna play tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, I like the cappuccinos at this place.
Cappuccino's
They're quite solid.
They're strong.
Yeah, fold.
This has all the makings of a long three-handed battle. I mean,
Feels
it's
like
already been a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like Yuri was going to run away with it at one point.
What are you fuckers laughing at?
Out in fourth.
Dude, how come these guys love these fucking...
Board pairing on the turn, bringing in backdoor clubs.
Yeah, so how will Greenwood proceed? I mean, he's not getting better to fold ever. And he's going to play it that way. Just as a pure showdown and very likely bluff catch. We'll see if Seth decides to bluff at any point in this pot. Well, I guess now, no.
Just gets there, Brian. That's the other alternative.
I would guess after checking twice, Sam probably goes ahead and checks a third time here. Okay, we'll do a min block bet. Hoping to get called maybe by a worse ace high, king high, maybe even queen high.
Yeah.
Fuck is this shit?
Really
Also
let you win
makes
that.
Cinnamon?
seems perfectly
Alright, fuck
reasonable.
it. See what happens.
I was kind of trying to speed up to get to the button. That's like 5.
Blinds going up, 150, 300. It's getting more expensive to play at this final table, Brian. Average stack now sub 20 big blinds, courtesy of Kel Burns being sat on 12 bigs. Seth Davies came in as chip leader. Greenwood came in second in chips. Here they are, three-handed, playing for 1.73 million.
58 total big blinds in play. It's not very many.
Could be over in a level, mate.
Go zone,
I mean, every pot, 4.3% of the chips are in the middle blinds anyway.
The other girl kept it. You have to keep it. She knows the rules. You better take it. I got $5 left. You put that in your pocket. Keep my cards here, please. There we go. My man.
Third table 1.
No. Can I tip the dealer in cash? No, that's for him, right? Yeah. Oh, you're putting it away. Yeah. Ah, there you go.
Kale tipping the dealer. You're just loving life, mate. It's just, you know, $100 bill being, $100 bills being handed out.
I got 3.2.
Each dealer change.
All in.
Let's see, shall we? Shall I do the one? You do the one at a time, right? Yeah. That's not great. That's not great at all. You win?
6 and a 4.
Nah, but like, no straights to be made.
It'd be great fucking slow roll if he's like that. Sounds great.
You doing the squeeze every time in that spot?
I do, yeah, for sure. C1 and then squeeze the other.
Might as well look or not. Never.
Might as well have some fun.
If I lose another time bank, I'll probably start pre-looking.
I pre-look a couple of times and then I give them the quarter of a second snap where they just go into shock.
Must agree. I'm a big fan of the sideways pill when facing an all in. Squeeze out the pips for the paint.
Pain. Anything good? No.
Nope.
I had a suited hand.
Greenwood gets a
That
walk.
sounds good.
I had a suited 7, as in they added that.
Wait. Isn't it my button?
Yes.
Why is it over there?
Yeah, I'm the big blind.
Buddy, for $100, you can't be doing those ones.
you
Give my
tip
money
him.
back. The button stays here every hand, right? More hundreds. I just pay 100, 100, 100. You're giving it away, fuck.
6, 3, 7, 5.
26 minutes?
6, 4, 7, 5, 6, 5, 2, 5. Kayla,
Yeah,
like 3.
I had 7.6. Kale's got like 2.8.
50.
2.8.
All of it. All right, let's. The boys battle. Blind flip, you won't do it.
It does seem like the blind flip. You won't do it. Okay. And I do think the boys will battle in this one.
Reminds me a bit of Edward Norton.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Maybe slightly in appearance, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Seen the movie Split?
Split?
Yeah.
No.
No?
I don't think so.
It's a strong movie.
And this is a strong flop for one Seth Davies.
Top 2, blind v blind. I would love to be there when Davies finds out that Greenwood was value betting a worse hand. You know, he's got Jason Coon and the boys on the rail, and they're just like, yeah, he had Jack 8 of diamonds power. He's like, no. I would love to be there. I'm looking forward to asking him anyway. I mean, I honestly don't blame him for folding.
No, it's a tough spot. I'm sure he's going to have not so kind words for Sam. It's Sam's play there.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you have kind words? You fold Jack 9, the guy's value betting Jack 8. It's fucking not even on the river.
Yeah, you want 2 million?
I'm not saying. I mean, listen. I'm not saying Sam's play is right or wrong, or his or Seth's fold is right or wrong. But from Seth's perspective, I mean, unless he ends up deciding that his fold, he doesn't like his fold. But
I'm doing folding, so
we've all been there, Brian.
Of course.
I've stared down Terry 2 pair several times. Where he's just barreling into me with like a 10 high flush in 5 card Omaha, and
like a Mosineo.
just sat there with a queen high, king high flush, and
finish the draw.
kind of just like tables his hand, like, you know, look, I had it, pal. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not have it. But the way you were betting and your body language led me to believe you did. Well played.
all in. What do you want me to do? One at a time or both at the same time? You tell me.
Do you, man?
Both at the same time. Cool. Snap attack. I'll take my money back. This is where I stand. Ace in the flop. I might find another 100. What can you do for me?
So if Burns can hold here, it's going to be tied with Sam Greenwood, and Seth is still going to have a lead, but a small one.
I like you.
I'm rooting for me too.
Maybe some talks of a deal 3 ways.
A club? That's fun. It's like the backstory shit.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
There is a lot going there.